The universe is vast, and I yearn to explore it. Although I, a civilization of level 0.75, am unable to construct a spacecraft, I can acquire one from a more advanced civilization, for I possess an alien Ling Wang trading device. Volume 1, Cosmic Turmoil. Chapter 1, The Ling Wang Trading System. As the sounds of firecrackers bid farewell to the old year, the rhythmic beat of drums heralds the arrival of the new year. While others revel in joy, celebrating the festival, I find myself alone, nursing a bitter drink in Yanhai City. On February 10th, 2032, the New Year's Eve festivities are in full swing across the land of Shenzhou, with families adorning their homes with vibrant decorations and the air filled with the sounds of firecrackers. Everyone is busy slaughtering pigs and sheep, preparing festive goods, pasting spring festival couplets, and igniting firecrackers. From 6 o'clock in the evening, the aroma of fine cuisines wafts through the air, evoking a sense of familial reunion and joyous celebration that envelopes the entire nation. Yet one individual experiences a stark contrast. He has neither hung couplets nor set off firecrackers, nor is he watching the spring festival gala. Having purchased only a modest amount of festive goods, he prepares a lamb hot pot, along with a bottle of Erguo 2 and a pack of cigarettes, resolving to spend the new year in solitude. While other families gather joyfully for their New Year's Eve dinner, exchanging greetings and red envelopes, he finds himself drowning in sorrow, drinking cup after cup, until tears stream down his face. This marks the first time he has spent the new year alone. For the past 17 years, he had always celebrated with loved ones. Now, he is the sole occupant of his home, and for the foreseeable future, he will remain so. His name is Li Shui, nicknamed Shui. This moniker was bestowed upon him by his father, who consulted a fortune teller that claimed he lacked the element of water, thus naming him Li Shui. Since middle school, this peculiar and somewhat amusing name has often left him in a state of both laughter and tears. Li Shui resides in Tiandu District, Panlong Town. His mother, Su Feng, is a local, while his father, Li Qingfeng, hails from Yunqing in the southwest province. Li Qingfeng was admitted to Jinling University of Civil Engineering, and upon graduation, he secured a position as a regular engineer at a large construction company. Later, when the company undertook a significant project in Yanhai City, Li Qingfeng was dispatched there and met Su Feng, who was working in a materials company. Their eyes met, and love blossomed. After confirming their romantic relationship, they became inseparable. Much to the envy of others, 1 year after their romance began, they wed and welcomed Li Shui into their lives. However, 12 years later, when Li Shui was in his first year of middle school, the couple's prolonged separation due to work led to the dissolution of their marriage. Su Feng sought a divorce, and after multiple unsuccessful attempts by Li Qingfeng to reconcile, he reluctantly consented. From that point on, Li Shui became a child of a divorced family, and his academic performance plummeted. After the divorce, the house was awarded to Li Shui, who chose to live with Li Qingfeng. Su Feng took half of their savings, and Li Qingfeng was required to compensate her with 200,000 yuan. A year later, Su Feng remarried a local man from her company, and Li Qingfeng borrowed 200,000 yuan from friends to pay her off. At this juncture, Li Qingfeng found himself in dire financial straits. In a bid to repay his friends swiftly and ensure a better life for his son, he made the bold decision to request a transfer to an engineering team in Africa, where wages were a third higher than in China, along with substantial allowances. In his plans, Li Qingfeng believed that a 5-year stint in Africa would yield sufficient earnings to support his son through college. Thus, from the 3rd year of middle school onward, apart from the new year, Li Shui could only see his father via video calls on his phone. Although numerous relatives frequently visited him, and his mother came to see him often, none resided with him. Loneliness began to seep into Li Shui's life. As 4 years passed, Li Shui matured. Despite his mediocre grades, he managed to enroll in the local business college. While it was a third-rate institution, he anticipated that his father's connections would secure him a job upon graduation. Yet fate had other plans. Halfway through his freshman year, as Li Qingfeng was preparing to return home for the new year, tragedy struck on the 5th day of his winter break. After cleaning and tidying his home for 3 days, Li Shui set off for Sunan on a high-speed train, intending to visit his kind aunt and bring her family back to celebrate the new year, as per his father's wishes. However, shortly after departing Yanhai City, he received a call from his father's company, notifying him of a grave incident. Li Qingfeng and his colleagues had been kidnapped by armed assailants while returning to their base from the construction site. After the military engaged the assailants, a fierce exchange of gunfire ensued, resulting in 21 of the 83 kidnapped individuals being struck by stray bullets, with 4 dying on the spot and 17 sustaining serious injuries. Following the gunfight, half of the assailants fled with the remaining 62 uninjured captives, while the military confronted the other half. Li Qingfeng was among the 17 injured. A bullet fragment had struck his abdomen. Due to delayed medical assistance, he succumbed to excessive blood loss before reaching the hospital. The perpetrators, notorious local pirates, thrived on chaos, preying upon targets at sea and committing heinous acts on land. This news struck Li Shui like a bolt from the blue, nearly rendering him unconscious. Amidst tears, he informed all his relatives and friends, and with their support, he managed to bring his father's ashes back to Yanjing International Airport a few days later, subsequently interring them at the Yanhai City Cemetery. Given the unique circumstances of Li Shui's family, he quickly received all compensation funds with assistance from many. The company provided 400,000 yuan in compensation and condolence money, while the insurance company paid out 850,000 yuan, totaling 1,250,000 yuan. His father's account, combined with his own, amounted to just over 50,000 yuan. Expenses for the burial plot and inscription consumed 170,000 yuan. Funeral expenses accrued nearly 120,000 yuan, leaving Li Shui with only 1,010,000 yuan. Had it not been for the relatively substantial compensation from his father's company, even in Yanhai City, affording a burial would have been a challenge. Moreover, Li Qingfeng still owed 100,000 yuan from the 200,000 he had borrowed from friends, along with several thousand yuan in outstanding installment debts. Li Shui decided to settle all debts in one go, leaving him with approximately 900,000 yuan, all earned through his father's sacrifice. After the funeral, his aunt, fearing he would dwell on sorrow at home, offered to take him to Sunan or the southwest province for the new year, with only 10 days remaining until the holiday. Yet, Li Shui desired none of it. He was unwilling to engage with anyone and preferred to sit at home in silence. Secretly, he slipped 50,000 yuan into his aunt's bag, wishing to assist her as she shared the closest bond with his father and faced her own struggles. During the funeral, his mother, Su Feng, also arrived, accompanied by his 4-year-old half-brother. Afterward, she invited him to stay at her new home for a while. However, Li Shui declined, citing a need to clear his mind. In truth, he had no intention of visiting his mother's new residence, as it was not his home. It belonged to someone else. Li Shui had not ventured far from home. Instead, he spent each day in silence at various locations such as parks, bus stations, and plazas, returning only after dusk, continuing this routine until the eve of the Lunar New Year. On New Year's Eve, the only calls he received were from his mother and aunt, while his classmates and friends refrained from reaching out to him. Nevertheless, he adamantly refused to celebrate the holiday at his mother's house, opting to remain at home, indifferent to any invitations. Outside his window, the sounds of firecrackers and fireworks filled the air. Poor Li Shui drank shot after shot of erguo, a potent liquor. He had little tolerance for alcohol, and after consuming 3 glasses, he succumbed to inebriation, collapsing onto the dining table and falling into a deep slumber with bottles and glasses strewn about. The following morning, Li Shui awoke to the cacophony of firecrackers. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he had spent the night sprawled across the dining table, his body aching all over. He rose to stretch and began to clean up the shards of broken dishes and glass that littered the floor. However, due to his excessive drinking the night before, he still felt dizzy, and his vision was somewhat blurred. As he worked, he struggled to sweep a particularly flat shard of glass into the dustpan, ultimately resorting to picking it up with his hands. Unbeknownst to him, he had cut his finger on the glass, and it was only after disposing of the trash and returning to his desk that he noticed blood trickling from his right index finger. The cut was minor, and the blood flow was minimal, so he rummaged through the drawer of his desk for a Band-Aid. Upon opening the drawer, he discovered a gift sent from his father a month prior from Africa. It was a beautiful crystal ball, approximately 12 centimeters in diameter. His father had purchased it from a local child for 50 yuan. According to the child's parents, they had unearthed it from the ground, initially believing it to be a treasure, but later learned through examination that it was merely a particularly attractive crystal ball and not a valuable gem. After a meticulous inspection, Li Qingfeng, his father, was astonished to find that the crystal ball contained some peculiar patterns. In a place like Africa, where quality inspection instruments were scarce, he could only observe it through a magnifying glass, but found nothing significant. Yet, he remained undeterred. Convinced that the strange patterns were not indicative of an ordinary glass ball, he decided to package the crystal ball along with various work materials and valuable personal items to send back home for further study upon his return. Li Shui was aware of this. After retrieving the package, He had examined the crystal ball carefully, but had not detected anything extraordinary. He believed it to be just a glass ball, dismissing his father's concerns as unfounded, reasoning that an ancient artifact could not be so smoothly polished and must be a product of modern machinery. Thus, he had tossed it into the drawer and forgotten about it. However, now that his father had passed away, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the crystal ball once more. Though he was merely observing, his mind was flooded with memories of his father's words and the image of his father's dignified yet gentle demeanor. What Li Shui did not realize was that as his blood touched the crystal ball, it began to absorb his blood, and the process accelerated rapidly. Soon, he sensed something was amiss and attempted to release his finger from the crystal ball to inspect his wound. To his astonishment, the crystal ball and his finger appeared to be glued together, resisting any effort to separate them. What? How could this happen? I don't have any glue here. Why can't I pull away? He continued to struggle, but no matter how hard he tried, his finger remained firmly affixed to the surface of the ball. Meanwhile, the crystal ball began to change color, no longer clear and translucent, but increasingly red. Was evident that the red hue was his blood, now absorbed into the ball, which terrified him. What the hell? How could this be? Isn't the crystal ball solid? How can it possibly absorb my blood? Just as he was at a loss for what to do, the crystal ball transformed entirely into a deep red hue and ceased absorbing his blood. Shortly thereafter, an imperceptible beam of light shot from the sphere, targeting a satellite in space, remaining active for nearly a minute before extinguishing. At that moment, Li Shui suddenly heard a mechanical female voice. Ding. Carbon-based human blood detected. System initiating scanning protocol. The hell? Who's speaking? Who's in my house? Li Shui was taken aback, scanning the room for any signs of life, but found none. The sudden, bizarre voice startled him profoundly. Approximately 10 seconds later, the mechanical voice resumed. Scan complete. Carbon-based human intelligent civilization detected. Civilization level classified as primitive, meeting the most basic requirements for system ownership. Initiating ownership. Protocol that as soon as the girl's voice faded, the red crystal ball morphed into a luminous sphere, radiating a brightness so intense that Li Shui could scarcely keep his eyes open. In a mere 5 seconds, the glowing sphere transformed into a beam of light that swiftly penetrated Li Shui's mind. What the? Aliens. The next instant, Li Shui collapsed, whether from shock or the overwhelming light, he could not tell. The room fell silent once more. 2 hours later, Su Feng entered, carrying a plethora of food and bearing on her back Li Shui's half-dash brother. Li Shui? What's wrong? Li Shui? Upon entering, Su Feng was horrified to find Li Shui sprawled on the floor. She rushed over to check his face, finding his temperature normal but detecting a strong odor of alcohol. Relieved, Su Feng frowned and scolded. You silly child. How could you drink so much? Look at the state you're in. Sigh. She quickly set the child down, dragging Li Shui onto his bed, and, after turning on the air conditioning in the bedroom, she began tidying up the house and preparing some food. Meanwhile, Li Shui, after a groggy nap, suddenly felt invigorated, his entire being revitalized. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to see a young girl standing before him, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old and exceedingly adorable. What? Startled, Li Shui rubbed his eyes, realizing the girl was still there, gazing at him in disbelief. He blinked rapidly and shook his head, yet the girl remained before him, floating in the air as he lay on the bed. Suddenly, the girl smiled and spoke. Greetings, Master. I am a management intelligence spirit of the Lingwang trading system, and my name is Antalaya, the standardized name assigned at the time of the trading device's manufacture. As the master of the trading device, you have the privilege of renaming me. Bang! In the next second, a horrified Li Shui abruptly sprang up from his bed, then stared intently at the little girl and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Aliens really exist." Just as Li Shui's heart was pounding wildly, the intelligence spirit spoke again. Please, Master, rename the trading device's intelligence spirit. Trembling all over, Li Shui took several deep, heavy breaths before cautiously saying, Ahem, little alien. Girl, hello, and welcome to Earth. Chapter 2. The Intelligence Spirit Little Ya. After hearing Li Shui's playful greeting, the little girl replied expressionlessly, Thank you. Are you an alien? The little girl maintained her emotionless demeanor and spoke in a somewhat mechanical tone. I apologize, Master. I hail from outer space, but I'm not a human. I am merely the management spirit of the trading system. Please bestow a name upon me. Once the naming is complete, we have other recognition procedures to fulfill. I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. Finally, I am about to become immensely wealthy. After indulging in a reverie for several seconds, Li Shui asked, "What did you say your name was?" "Something like it. Can I call you Xiaoya?" The little girl frowned and inquired, "Are you sure you want to call me Xiaoya? Do you not find that name rather unpleasant?" "How about Dora?" Li Shui awkwardly replied. "Although Dora is indeed a lovely name, I am unfamiliar with its meaning. Moreover, I was quite mischievous as a child and loved a brawl. My parents longed for a well-behaved daughter, often whispering in my ear for many years, wishing I were a little girl. Perhaps we should stick with Xiaoya? Given that my father has passed away, it would fulfill a small wish of his." Ding! The naming of the trading spirit is complete. The name is Xiaoya. Now, please provide a name for your exclusive shop to facilitate future transactions with partners. Li Shui exclaimed with excitement. "A shop? Trading partners? All right, let me think. The name of the shop must have a strong advertising effect, especially for dealings with aliens. It should be a name that is utterly unforgettable. I propose we call it the Universe's Top Shop." Xiaoya immediately countered, "I apologize, Master, but the production number of this trading system is 5620889, and the name Universe's Top has already been claimed by the owner of trading system number 00000001. Please choose another name." Li Shui was taken aback. "What? Someone has already claimed it? Seriously? Are you saying there are over 5 million people in front of me who possess the same trading system?" Indeed, Li Shui, upon hearing this, was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. "I've hit the jackpot. Over 5 million trading partners? Just think of the business opportunities." Xiaoya maintained her icy demeanor and reiterated, "Please provide a name for the shop." All right. Let me ponder again. If Universe's Top is taken, then Galaxy's Best must also be claimed. But if we want something truly shocking, how about Death's Shop? I'm sorry, Master, but Death's Shop has also been claimed. What about God's Shop? That too has been taken. What about Expert's Shop? Claimed as well. What about Rich Man's Shop? Also taken. Goodness. What about Poor Man's Shop? That too has been claimed. My goodness. After attempting dozens of names only to find them all taken, Li Shui felt overwhelmed. Then let's call it Convenience Store. Aliens must be sophisticated, and surely a small convenience store from Earth hasn't been claimed? That has also been claimed. What? Even the name Convenience Store is taken? This alien must be a master of marketing. Let me try again. How about Grandfather's Shop? Xiaoya checked and responded, "The name Grandfather's Shop is confirmed. Please provide a tagline describing the types and qualities of goods available in your shop." Let me think. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shui declared, "Goods from all realms, everything you could desire, produced by Grandfather, absolutely top-notch." Xiaoya replied, "Shop setup complete. The goods transmission function is damaged and cannot be repaired." "Oh, it can be repaired? How is that possible?" Seeing Xiaoya's astonished expression, Li Shui asked, "Xiaoya, is something wrong?" Xiaoya did not respond, but quickly examined the trading system's transmission system. After several minutes of waiting, Xiaoya finally spoke. "Master, congratulations, you have struck it rich." Li Shui queried. "I had already struck it rich upon acquiring you, this alien trading system. Why do you say I have struck it rich again?" Xiaoya smiled, a rare occurrence, and explained, "Our trading system number 5620889 encountered an unexpected incident during manufacturing. Due to a mysterious fluctuation in the manufacturing basis space, the spatial transmission device of this trading system was affected, and the Sumi storage warehouse was rendered inoperable, even beyond repair. In a fit of anger, the factory owner, Morris, one of the shareholders of the Ling Wang Trading Group, cast me into the central black hole, from which I subsequently drifted to Earth, for reasons unknown. After emerging from the black hole, all systems of the trading system suddenly became reparable. If the transmission function is non-operational, then the Sumi storage space would also remain closed, meaning this trading system would only possess internet functionality, and the shop could only trade in digital products, primarily technical or skill-related information. However, without the transmission function, Master, you would be unable to withdraw Ling coins from the Ling Wang Bank, thus preventing you from extending your lifespan. More importantly, the inherent value of the trading system is beyond your imagination. Put it in perspective, if you possess 10,000 galaxies, you would become a lord of the universe. Yet even then, you would still lack the qualifications to even glance at a Ling Wang trading system. Had it not been for the mishap during its manufacturing that led to its abandonment, this trading system would never have arrived in your universe, which is why I say you have struck it rich." Li Shui was astonished. A cosmic overlord with 10,000 galaxies lacks the qualifications to even glance at this trading system? Goodness, is the trading system truly that valuable? Xiaoya proudly affirmed, Indeed, the manufacturing costs of his trading system are exorbitantly high. Do you have any idea how furious Morris was upon discovering that one trading system was rendered inoperable? Huh. The top craftsmen involved in producing trading systems number over 100 billion. Because one product was faulty, Morris punished each of those over 100 billion individuals by docking their salaries for 200 years as a form of reprimand. In terms of actual value, even if the combined salaries of those 100 billion individuals over 500 years were pooled, it would still not suffice to purchase this trading system. Li Shui was astounded. Over 100 billion people? So many individuals to produce something so small? How exaggerated. Xiaoyu shook her head. Such a number of people could not possibly produce something small. The trading system is a top-tier spatial product. What you see is merely the surface. If the spatial array were to be dismantled, the entire Earth would not even compare to the volume of our trading AT this moment. Li Shui was genuinely frightened. Heavens, something larger than Earth exists within my mind? Xiaoyu shook her head. Of course, it cannot be within your mind. Not to mention a trading system the size of Earth. Even a crystal ball the size of a fist would not fit in your head. Would it? Our trading system exists within a dedicated subspace, situated within your cranial cavity, yet it is connected by nanofibers to your eardrum, the inner membrane of your eyeball, and your brain, ensuring that it does not interfere with your daily activities or any bodily functions. Additionally, I have already connected to the internet and discovered something even more advantageous for you, Master. This trading system is unregistered at headquarters. The central brain is entirely unaware of the existence of our trading system number 889. Currently, the registered trading system number 889 belongs to another individual. That is to say, our trading device is an unregistered entity of Ling Wang Jituan, which means we will no longer have to pay taxes. Master, you have struck gold. Li Shui exclaimed with delight. Wow. I never expected our trading device to be a loophole in the system. Are the taxes imposed by Ling Wang Jituan really that exorbitant? Indeed, the tax rate is 30. To be frank, it is the most outrageous tax in the entire universe. Every transaction is automatically deducted, and within the system, there exists a central bank that constantly monitors all transaction amounts. After pondering for a moment, Li Shui expressed his concern, since the trading device is perpetually under the headquarters surveillance. Won't we be discovered once we connect to the network or engage in transactions? Xiaoyu smiled and replied, this is precisely the crux of the matter. Each trading device is equipped with an unalterable positioning device, and the headquarters possesses a corresponding positioning program that monitors the financial transactions of that device in real time to ensure immediate tax deductions during transactions. Although our trading device has a positioning device, the headquarters lacks the one-on-one tracking program because our device was discarded shortly after leaving the factory. This trading device possesses all functionalities. It simply hasn't been registered with the headquarters YET. In other words, we are aware of the headquarters, but the headquarters is oblivious to us. Even when we engage in transactions with others, the headquarters knows that someone is trading, but their monitoring program will only deduct taxes from that individual. That program has no knowledge of our existence and will not concern itself with us as we stand now. We are a genuine loophole in the trading network, 100% unregistered. At this point, Xiaoyu suddenly smirked coldly. Boss Morris, you once callously tossed me into a black hole, but little did you know I still survived. Morris, you better watch out. I will make you pay for your actions. Although it was winter, Li Shui was still drenched in sweat from excitement in the comfortably warm bedroom. After wiping the perspiration from his forehead, he inquired, Xiaoyu, you mentioned being thrown into a cosmic black hole. How did you manage to survive? Xiaoyu replied vehemently. Firstly, the materials used to create the trading device are incredibly robust. A standard black hole cannot damage us unless it is a colossal black hole from the divine realm. However, I cannot disclose the specifics as it pertains to internal system regulations. Secondly, perhaps Boss Morris was so enraged that he exerted too much force, and thus I was not ensnared by the singularity of the black hole, but was able to traverse through it instantaneously. Otherwise, I would not have arrived in this place beyond my wildest imagination. Li Shui frowned and asked, what do you mean by a place beyond your imagination? Xiaoyu shook her head and smiled. I apologize, Master. Although I long to share this with you, I am merely the administrative intelligence of the trading system, bound by regulations established during my creation. My role is strictly confined to matters pertaining to the trading system, and I cannot engage in anything beyond it. For instance, If you were to ask me to provide you with blueprints for a basic cosmic battleship so that you can manufacture battleships on Earth and incite war to dominate the galaxy, such matters are utterly impossible for me. I am only the manager of the trading system. Any involvement beyond the system would trigger a self-destruct protocol, leading to my demise and the end of the trading device. Li Shui nodded. Very well, I respect your profession. May I inquire if I can procure advanced artificial intelligence or cosmic battleships from other merchants? Xiaoyu smiled. You can acquire anything, provided you possess Lingbai. Lingbai? What on earth is that? Lingbai is a currency forged from spiritual energy by experts. Each Lingbai corresponds to a standard measure of 1 year of life. In the divine realm, if you absorb a Lingbai, you will not perish for an entire year, even if you do not consume a single drop of water. The Lingbai empty box is crafted from the bones of Lingu beasts, adorned with a universally known solid spirit formation. When experts fill the box with spiritual energy, the formation activates, rendering the box transparent alongside the spiritual energy, thus transforming it into Lingbai. After countless tests over the years, a single Lingbai can extend the life of a dying individual for an additional year. Of course, there were initial discrepancies, but over time, the standard measure was established. Our Lingwang trading system differs from conventional transactions in the external world. Here, we only accept the most elite currency in the universe, namely Lingbai, which is the sole universal currency in the divine realm. There is no second form of currency. Only Lingbai exists. That Li Shui was astonished. 1 Lingbai equates to a year of life? Does that mean I possess only a handful of Lingbai? Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Huh? Master, what are you saying? With your primitive physique, you dare claim to possess dozens of Lingbai? I must have misheard. Li Shui queried, what do you mean? Didn't you say 1 Lingbai corresponds to a year of life? I am not yet 19 years old. Under normal circumstances, I should have at least another 50 years to live. Doesn't that imply I possess 50 Lingbai? Xiaoyu exaggeratedly exclaimed. 50 Lingbai? Oh my! Do you think Lingbai is as common as cabbages? Never mind. I cannot say more. The rules prevent me from divulging too much. I can only inform you of your current monetary status. Your current amount of Lingbai is at most 0.005 Lingbai. Without that 0.005 Lingbai, you would age and perish instantly. Do you understand now? Li Shui exclaimed, what? My future 50 years of life is worth only 0.005 Lingbai? How can it be so exorbitantly priced? Xiaoyu remained silent, merely shrugging her shoulders, as she truly could not say more without violating the regulations of the trading device. After a moment of shock and anger, Li Shui sighed. Well, upon reflection, it makes sense. In comparison to those formidable extraterrestrial civilizations, what is our humble Earth worth? Moreover, we are in the divine realm. Xiaoyu, what other functionalities does this trading device possess? Please elaborate. Xiaoyu promptly projected an operational interface and said, certainly, Master. Allow me to introduce you to the primary features of this trading device system. You can explore the smaller details at your leisure later. Firstly, the communication function. You can communicate with me without the need for spoken words. I am fully bound to your mental energy. From now on, you need only summon me with your mental energy when you wish to communicate. Furthermore, when you do not call upon me, I am unaware of your thoughts. You need not worry about me invading your privacy or monitoring your thoughts. These rules were considered during our creation. Secondly, the internet function. In the network, you can only view the product information of other merchants and cannot access any unrelated data. For instance, if you wish to inquire about the blueprints for a cosmic battleship, you will not be able to find them here. To obtain the blueprints, you must engage in transactions with other merchants. Any attempts to find their addresses, economic status, or the strength of their factions are utterly impossible. Thirdly, the friend-adding function. If you admire a merchant's product, you can add them as a friend, just like in any standard social software. This is the most fundamental feature. Fourthly, concerning the energy supply of this trading device. Under normal circumstances, it autonomously absorbs energy from the cosmos, replenishing sufficiently for a cargo transfer approximately every 3 days. In urgent situations, multiple transfers can occur within a single day. However, this necessitates the use of Lingbai as a power source, with each transfer requiring a substantial sum of 10,000 Lingbai. Fifthly, regarding the storage function, the volume of the storage space is a staggering 8 billion cubic kilometers, forming a cubic space with edges measuring 2,000 kilometers, identical to the space within the Shenhuang ring. Although this is undoubtedly an immense space for you at present, capable of accommodating the belongings of all inhabitants of your Earth, is strictly designated for transactional use. Whether receiving goods or storing items for impending transfer, personal possessions cannot be placed within this space. For example, your weapons, tools, and daily necessities cannot be carelessly retrieved or stored. Should you desire a personal space ring for your own use in the future, it must be procured separately from other merchants. Sixthly, the form of this trading device employs the most advanced dimensional teleportation technology, specifically the pinnacle of 8-dimensional technology from the divine realm. Currently, the trading device resides within the subspace of your mind. No external device can detect its presence, and it poses no harm to you, the master, allowing for its use. With complete peace of mind. Regarding its concealed status, my projection exists within the membrane of your eyeball, invisible to others. Even if I project into the external air, activating the concealment array ensures that only you, the master, can perceive it. When the concealment array is inactive, others can see it, akin to the projection of an accompanying intelligent spirit. The projection of this trading device is a combination of biological projection and the supreme technology of 8-dimensional spatial laws. Unless one possesses the strength of a chaotic level being akin to the upper echelons of the trading company, discovering this trading device is utterly impossible. Seventhly, as for auxiliary functions, this trading device can query local network items and scan the master's current location for goods, as well as identify and recommend trading items. Currently, our shop lacks any merchandise. May I ask, Master, do you wish for Xiaoya to scan the entire Earth for goods and connect to the network? Having been immensely excited, Li Shui nodded emphatically, stating, "Please proceed with the scan. Afterwards, check if anyone on the trading network needs items from our Earth. Notify me immediately upon obtaining results." Xiaoya responded with a wry smile. Scanning and downloading the data of your Earth's items is merely to leave you with a memento for the future. Regardless of how many years pass, when you wish to revisit the conditions of your home planet, I can present it all to you today. As for whether beings from the divine realm would purchase items from your Earth, it is best to dismiss that possibility entirely. Li Shui furrowed his brows and inquired, "Why is that entirely impossible? The gravity of the divine realm continent is countless trillions of times that of your Earth. Remember, it is countless trillions of times, not merely a few times. Once items from your Earth are brought forth onto the divine realm continent, they will be instantly compressed into dust. In fact, even if you were to bring the Earth itself to the divine realm continent, it would be reduced to a mere cloud of dust, with no chance of even exploding." Upon hearing this, Li Shui was rendered speechless with shock. Oh my heavens. Chapter 3. The Friend Roach. After Xiao deactivated the projection within his eyeball, Li Shui rose from his state of profound astonishment. Upon exiting, he discovered a note on the coffee table, pinned by his mother, that it conveyed that she had visited in the morning, found him intoxicated, and had assisted him to bed, also bringing some delicious food while advising him to drink less alcohol. Gazing at his phone, he noted that it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Consequently, he hurriedly consumed a snack, donned a down jacket, and departed with 2 large boxes of gifts, swiftly riding his electric scooter to Zhang Wenqing's residence. Zhang Wenqing, a longtime friend of Li Qingfeng, is also an employee at the same construction company, serving as a manager within the construction team. Li Qingfeng is an engineer, specializing in drafting and post-construction inspections, and whenever they work on the same project, they inevitably spend every day together. Thus, the two families have maintained a friendship for over a decade. That a few years prior, 10,000 of the 200,000 yuan compensation Li Qingfeng provided Su Feng was lent to him by Zhang Wenqing. "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Wang, I have come to pay my New Year's respects. Wishing you a happy New Year and all the best." Zhang Wenqing eagerly grasped Li Shui's hand, exclaiming, "Happy New Year to you too. Come in, child, it's cold outside." Upon entering, Zhang Wenqing's wife took the gifts and quickly presented a red envelope to Li Shui, saying, "Little Shui, Happy New Year. Here's a red envelope from Annie." After accepting the envelope, Li Shui joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Annie. Where's your roach?" "Oh no, where's Zhang Liang?" Zhang Wenqing replied with irritation, "That little rascal is probably playing video games in his room again. If he had half your sense, I would be burning incense in gratitude. Go find him to play for a while. I'll personally whip up some good dishes and we can enjoy a few drinks together later." "Sure thing." With that, Li Shui confidently made his way into Zhang Liang's room. "Stupid roach, still playing Wangzhe? Can't you try something different?" Seated before the computer was a slightly dark-skinned individual who, upon withdrawing his hand from the keyboard, grinned at Li Shui, saying, "Hey, Shui Gu, happy Spring Festival. Wishing you wealth and a red envelope." Li Shui was taken aback, responding, "What? You're asking me for a red envelope? Are you out of your mind? I came to pay you a New Year's visit. If anyone should be giving red envelopes, it should be you to me." Unperturbed, Zhang Liang passed him a drink with a mischievous grin. "In my 18 years of life, I have never heard of an older brother asking his younger brother for a red envelope. What do you think?" Li Shui was momentarily stunned. "Well, fine, I suppose it's my misfortune. After all, I'm older than you by a month. Let me check how much your mom gave me first." Hey. Li Shui promptly retrieved the red envelope he had just received. Zhang Liang leaned in to observe, and upon opening it, they discovered 5 brand new red suns within. Li Shui pulled one out, swiftly placing the other 4 into his pocket, then returned the single red sun to the envelope and handed it to Zhang Liang. "Here you go, little roach. Happy Spring Festival. May you grow fairer, more handsome, find a girlfriend soon, and escape the ranks of the 4 single dogs in room 308. Zhang Liang gazed at Li Shui with exaggerated expressions, stating, "I say, Shui Hua, your mom gave you 500, and you only share 100 with me? Are we still brothers? No way. You have to give me at least half." As he spoke, he even attempted to snatch it away. "Roll. It's only 100. Take it or leave it. Let's see how I'll deal with you, stingy boy." Wushan Long Zhuashao. What followed was a playful scuffle between the 2 close friends. Having grown up together and continuing their antics into university life, their bond remaining as strong as ever. After a round of playful tussling, Li Shui had no choice but to part with another 100, allowing Zhang Liang to relent. "Roach, what's so fun about that lame game? It's not as good as sending videos. Also, on my way here, I spotted a chubby girl and suddenly came up with a couplet. Why don't you give it a try?" Zhang Liang scoffed. "With your limited literary talent, how dare you compare with me in couplets? I'm famously known as the couplet master, you know? What's the upper line? Let me show you how to deliver a brilliant response." As Li Shui wrote on his phone, he recited upper line, opposite East Lion, dress warmly and refrain from shocking others. It's quite distressing to behold. Zhang Liang chuckled thoughtfully, and before long, he found his reply. Lower line, electric uncle, gaze less at beauties and more at the road. Save on medication. Li Shui, upon hearing this, immediately erupted with indignation, exclaiming, "What the heck? Who are you calling uncle? You are the one who resembles an uncle." Zhang Liang chuckled mischievously, replying, "Hee, your couplet is merely a nonsensical jest. If you have the audacity, come up with something proper." Suddenly, Li Shui's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Is that so? I will present a couplet. If you cannot respond adequately, you must return my 200 yuan immediately. And if I do manage to respond?" Zhang Liang countered. "Then you must give me an additional 200 yuan." Li Shui, elated, agreed, deal. Now listen closely. The first line is, "Lonely and cold, guarding the empty window." Respond to that. Zhang Liang was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Lonely and cold, guarding the empty window. It's entirely composed of the radical roof and, wow, what a brilliant couplet. How did you come up with that?" Shui Hua. Li Shui shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "With my level, it's merely a simple couplet, nothing remarkable. You should hurry up and respond. If you can't, return my money." "All right, I shall give it a try." Zhang Liang then began to ponder deeply, while Li Shui, with a sly smile, secretly enjoyed the moment. Minutes passed, and Zhang Liang shook his head with a sigh. "Alas, your couplet is indeed impressive. I cannot respond. I concede and will give you the 200. After Li Shui accepted the money, Zhang Liang inquired, "What is your second line?" Li Shui shook his head. "I only know the first line. I have yet to conceive a second." Frowning in thought, Zhang Liang closed his computer game and said, "I will consult online to see if anyone might note this moment." Li Shui hurriedly stood and declared, "You can take your time asking, but I'm off to chat with your father." A few minutes later, Zhang Liang stormed out of the room, shouting angrily, "You scoundrel! You deceived me with an ancient couplet, and now demand my 200 back." Li Shui shrugged casually. "Didn't you always boast that your language skills surpass mine? Yet you didn't even recognize the ancient genius's couplet. Thus, your loss of 200 is well-deserved, and it is impossible to retrieve it." With that, he shifted slightly toward Zhang Wensheng and smiled. "Right, Uncle Zhang?" Zhang Wensheng, observing Zhang Liang with a frown, remarked, "I heard your conversation just now, you little rascal. You squander your time instead of studying, and you don't even know a single ancient couplet. Besides gaming, what else can you do? How dare you try to snatch Shuei's red envelope? If you keep this up, I will take back your red envelope too. Do you believe me? Umph. Intimidated by his father's reprimand, Zhang Liang retreated to his room, sulking as he returned to his video games, while Li Shui assisted Zhang Wensheng in pouring some wine. Before long, Li Shui learned to cook 2 dishes under Zhang Wensheng's guidance, and they began their dinner. Perhaps due to the effects of the trading device, Li Shui's previously limited tolerance for alcohol had significantly increased. 2 hours later, Zhang Wensheng was thoroughly intoxicated, and Zhang Liang was in a daze, while Li Shui remained unaffected. Upon returning home, Li Shui promptly summoned the system. Xiaoya, how is the search for Earth's commercial information coming along? Although we cannot sell physical products, we should still be able to sell films or music. Investigate whether any deities in the celestial realm might be interested in acquisitions. Xiaoya projected herself. Shaking her head, I regret to inform you, Master, that there are no valuable films or music works on Earth. All are exceedingly commonplace and inferior to even the simplest designs created by a mere artificial intelligence. For the top-tier merchants on the divine cosmic trading network, everything on Earth is akin to a speck of dust on the roadside. They likely wouldn't spare a glance. You ought to consider other options. Aishui furrowed his brows, biting his lip as he contemplated for over a minute before asking, how long until the transporter is repaired? Approximately 1 month in Earth time. Aishui felt overwhelmed. If the transporter were to be repaired and he had nothing to sell, it would be a tremendous loss. In a month, he would be occupied with school and hardly have time to procure goods, leaving him in a state of profound distress. Indeed, this was quite normal. After all, he was merely a child not yet 19 years old, having only studied at the business academy for half a year, and there were many things he remained unaware of, thus rendering him unsure of what to do next. After considerable thought, Li Shui inquired, Xiaoya, can we access the millions of shops on the trading network? I wish to see what they are selling and what they seek. Xiaoya shook her head. I'm afraid not, Master. Due to the localized nature of the network, many shops are beyond our reach, and the merchants of the spiritual network are of the highest caliber. Once they begin their training, they might not open their trading devices for thousands of years, which is why we cannot find more shops. Currently, I can only access 1 shop, and that merchant should not be too far from us. Li Shui, upon hearing this, grew anxious. What? Not far from here? Is there a chance they might come to Earth to find me? If they attempt to seize my trading device, wouldn't that mean my doom? Xiaoya laughed, reassuring him, do not worry about that, Master. The owner of that shop will absolutely not come here, even if they know the exact location of your trading device. The reason is simple. They neither have the time nor the inclination to do so, and they fear being defeated by you and losing their trading device. Every merchant in the spiritual network possesses peak strength. No one dares to claim they could definitively defeat another. Hence, the chances of 2 trading device owners meeting in reality are exceedingly slim. Even if they do meet, they will avoid each other and only interact online. There has never been any documentation indicating 2 merchants conducted transactions face-to-face. It is simply unnecessary. In the end, no one can seize another's trading device. Once a trading device recognizes its master, even Morris, the head of the spiritual network, cannot take it from you. Otherwise, the device will self-destruct. I will provide you with more specific details later. Upon hearing this, Li Shui finally felt a sense of relief. That's more like it. As long as they don't come here, I will be fine. In the current state of Earth, not to mention the immensely powerful spiritual network merchants, even if a simple alien spacecraft were to arrive, regardless of its classification, should it manage to reach Earth with intentions of conquest, any resistance would be utterly futile. The notion that extraterrestrials could be defeated by Earthlings, as depicted in American sci-fi films, is utterly absurd and laughable. For instance, in the American sci-fi film District 9, the aliens, whose spacecraft is larger than a city, arrive on Earth and still request food from Americans and seek their assistance, portraying them as refugees akin to those from war-torn countries. Could such a contradiction occur in the cosmos? Their technology is thousands of years advanced compared to Earth. If they desired Earth's resources, wouldn't it be more efficient to simply bombard and conquer? Why would they need to allow mere ants to confine their millions of citizens and seek aid? When has an elephant ever sought help from an ant? When has the President of the United States ever sought assistance from a beggar on Wall Street? Therefore, many American sci-fi films are simply colossal jokes, and the same can be said for numerous Chinese sci-fi films, such as those featuring future humans wielding energy weapons who cannot defeat primitive armies from the past. Li Shui found such portrayals to be utterly foolish and ignorant. Chapter 4. The High-Level Merchant Shop. Li Shui was also a fan of science fiction. He greatly enjoyed watching sci-fi movies and reading sci-fi literature, occasionally expressing his disdain for poorly made films. Now that he found himself intertwined with extraterrestrial matters, he realized that he must approach future dealings with utmost caution. Xiaoya, please elaborate on the situation regarding our ability to contact that merchant shop. Xiaoya swiftly projected a shop and proclaimed, Master, please take a look. This establishment, named Gao Gao Shou, suggests that its proprietor is likely a master of magic. Judging by the goods it offers, Li Shui, unable to contain his laughter, responded, What? The Gao Gao Shou shop? Ha! That name is quite amusing. Let me see what they have on offer. Very well, we have now accessed the shop's online interface. Master, you may utilize your mental power to click and explore, much like a computer mouse. Li Shui promptly used his mental energy to select the first category of goods, and he noticed several options following it, including add friend, video call, order, transfer, goods receiving and delivery, blacklist, and many more, with Xiaoya automatically translating them into Chinese. Upon opening the goods category, he discovered an array of items, classified into 6 major categories: magical tomes, magical weapons, spatial equipment, various pills, various elixirs, and customized orders. After perusing the list, he clicked on spatial equipment, revealing an extensive table. 1. Qian Kuan Ring, priced at 100 trillion Ling coins, with a current stock of 10 pieces. The ring's internal space is equivalent to a galaxy with a diameter of 200,000 light-years, containing 200,000 standard ecological planets with a diameter of 100 million kilometers, 50 million high-quality mineral planets, 200 million medium-quality mineral planets, and over 500 billion low-quality natural planets. The total internal volume is 8 billion cubic light-years. 3. Sacred Ring, priced at 100 trillion Ling coins, with a stock of over 10 million pieces. The internal space measures 8,000 cubic light-years, housing 20 standard ecological planets, 20 stars, 5,000 high-quality mineral planets, 20,000 medium-quality mineral planets, and approximately 50 million low-quality natural planets. 5. Divine Emperor Ring, priced at 10 billion Ling coins, with an incalculable stock. The internal space measures 80 trillion cubic kilometers, featuring a single ecological continent of 200,000 square kilometers, with a height of 10,000 kilometers for the ecological space and 190,000 kilometers for the time-restricted space. 10. Divine Ring, priced at 500 Ling coins, with no stock available for immediate purchase, but orders can be placed for any quantity. The time-restricted space measures 1,000 cubic meters. After thoroughly examining the entire table, Li Shui was not only drenched in cold sweat, but utterly astounded. His eyes widened to an extraordinary degree, and he could not suppress the flow of saliva. After an indeterminate period, he finally regained his composure and exclaimed, What the hell? Even the lowest grade is a divine ring. The spatial rings here are extraordinarily powerful and, alas, exorbitantly priced. I possess a mere 0.005 Ling coins, and the cheapest divine ring costs 500 Ling coins. How on earth am I supposed to procure such a sum for transactions? Damn it! After exiting the spatial equipment section, Li Shui promptly left the Gao Gao Shou shop. He lit a cigarette, seeking to calm his boiling emotions. Once he finished his smoke, he re-entered the Gao Gao Shou shop and selected the magical tomes option. 1. Chaos Magic, priced at 100 trillion. 2. Comprehensive Magic, priced at 10 trillion. 3. Magical Artifacts Compendium, priced at 10 trillion. 4. Elixirs Compendium, priced at 10 trillion. 5. Pill Codex, priced at 10 trillion. Upon seeing this, Li Shui was rendered speechless. What the hell? Everything is priced in trillions. It's utterly outrageous. Thankfully, I am not in a magical world, and I shan't be purchasing any of these tomes. He then clicked on the magical weapons section, where the offerings were more abundant. 1. Magic Sword. The highest grade priced at 50 trillion Ling coins, while the lowest grade is priced at 100 Ling coins, with hundreds of varieties available. 2. Magical Cannon. The highest grade world-destroying cannon priced at 30 trillion Ling coins, while the lowest grade magical gun is priced at 100 Ling coins, with over 100 varieties. 3. Arrays. Numerous types exist, such as attack arrays, defense arrays, spirit gathering arrays, and functional arrays, with the highest grade array priced at 30 trillion Ling coins, and the lowest at 2,000 Ling coins, exceeding 50 varieties. 4. Magical Warships. The highest grade priced at 1 trillion Ling coins, while the lowest grade is priced at 100,000 ling coins, with over 100 levels and varieties. Additionally, there were countless attack talismans, defense talismans, various civilian magical spacecraft, magical vehicles, magical communication tools, and more. It can be stated that everything present in a technologically advanced civilization was also available there, albeit with different energy sources. After several hours of exploration, Li Shui felt as though he were Lu Lao Lao in the Grand View Garden, having surveyed all the products. By the time he logged out, it was already deep in the night. He said not a word, lit another cigarette, and drank a bottle of peanut milk before retiring to bed, still haunted by the astonishing items he had encountered in the Gao Gao show. Shop. The following morning, after breakfast, Li Shui ventured outside, strolling along the street while pondering deeply. What must I do to entice the proprietor of the Gao Gao show shop to purchase Earth's goods? What could I possibly offer? Although we belong to two distinct civilizations, he seems to lack nothing and possesses only the finest goods capable of traversing the universe. What could our humble Earth possibly possess that would captivate him? Li Shui spent the entire day in contemplation, yielding no fruitful insights, ultimately resorting to seeking counsel from Xiaoya. Xiaoya, do you have any suggestions? I am at a loss as to what to sell to the owner of the Gao Gao show shop. Xiaoya shook her head, saying, I am uncertain as well. I am solely responsible for managing the trading device. The rest is up to you. Your Earth is truly too barren. However, since the transport portal is currently under self-repair, it would be prudent for you to focus on knowledge and culture. Physical items will absolutely not attract any buyers. Knowledge and culture? Can you perhaps speculate on the age and identity of the other party? The identity is straightforward. Since they possess a Ling Wang trading device, they are undoubtedly the supreme ruler of a divine domain within the divine universe. As for their age, it is impossible to ascertain, nor is it necessary to concern oneself with their years, for as long as they possess Ling coins and cultivation techniques, they are effectively immortal. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they will live until the universe's Li Shui was left in a state of shock. Confronted with such an extraordinary being, he could scarcely imagine what could possibly attract their interest. Thus, over the ensuing days, aside from visiting a few relatives to celebrate the new year and share meals, he dedicated the rest of his time to pondering what he could offer the owner of the Gao Gao show shop. He ruminated for an entire week, rejecting all invitations from classmates and friends, as many assumed he was grieving the recent loss of his father, and thus lacked the spirit for leisure activities. In truth, this is merely one facet of the matter. His mind is wholly consumed with thoughts of trading goods, which is the crux of the issue. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, his two university roommates, accompanied by Zhang Liang, arrived at his home and forcibly ushered him onto the bus heading for a travel route. These two individuals are also his close friends. One is named Zhu Ji, whose slightly curled hair and elongated visage, coupled with his rather unrefined complexion reminiscent of a cockroach, earned him the nickname Zhu Yaozi. The other is Lu Xiaoshan, a tall and slender chap, remarkably handsome, with an exceptional charm that attracts women, hence the moniker Lu Xiaosan, as it is said he is destined to be supported by wealthy women. The four brothers hail from working-class families, devoid of any hierarchical distinctions, and share the same dormitory, which has forged an unbreakable bond among them. As the bus embarked on its journey, Lu Xiaoshan earnestly remarked, My dear brother, though Uncle Li's unfortunate passing is a sorrowful reality, it has been half a month since this event transpired. You cannot remain enveloped in grief indefinitely. Life must continue, and the future demands your diligence. It is imperative that you emerge from this despondency. Zhu Ji, seated in the rear, chimed in, Indeed, during the days surrounding the Spring Festival, we refrain from disturbing you, wishing to allow you the tranquility to remember Uncle Li. However, with half a month having elapsed and the return to school imminent, it is time for you to transcend this tragic incident. Thus, we three have conspired to take you on a trip. Life must be viewed with optimism, should it not? Li Shui sighed, alas. I grasp my brother's sentiments. In truth, I have been preoccupied these past few days. I have largely come to terms with my father's situation, for I have devised a means to avenge him. Zhang Liang, with concern in his voice, cautioned, Shuihua, do not act impulsively. That place is engulfed in the flames of war. Individuals like us, mere commoners, can accomplish little. To venture there would be tantamount to courting death. Death? That is not necessarily the case. Chapter 5. The Heart of Gods and Demons. Shuihua You cannot seriously intend to seek vengeance in Africa, can you? That seems utterly implausible. Li Shui, well aware of the pirate responsible for the harm inflicted upon Li Qingfeng, had a good idea of the forces at play. As he diligently followed the news surrounding the incident, to his friend's concerns, he could only smile wryly and reassure them. Rest easy, brothers. I am not a fool. I will not embark on ventures without certainty. Let us set this matter aside for now and focus on our upcoming escapade. At that moment, Lu Xiaoshan chimed in cheerfully. Hee, I guarantee you will love it, Shui Hua. A new artificial hot spring has opened not far from the aquarium. It is said to be an upgraded version of a sauna, and given the frigid weather, we thought it would be a splendid experience. Li Shui shot him a knowing glance and replied, I suspect it's the numerous lovely ladies inside that have piqued your interest. By heavens, your nickname, Little Sand, is fitting. Have you inquired about the pricing? Among us, none can be considered affluent. From the back, Zhu Ji enthusiastically added, a high school classmate of mine visited just the other day. He mentioned it was quite popular, even operating on New Year's Eve. The prices are slightly steep, but not exorbitant. We can manage it. After all, indulging in such luxury once a year is hardly unreasonable. Given the chill in the air, a soak sounds delightful. It is time to wash away our misfortunes and start anew this year, Zhang Liang proclaimed with a grin. Indeed, as long as the four brothers of Dorm 308 unite and strive together, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Zhu Ji exclaimed, his expression exaggerated. Whoa, Roach, your ambition is rather grand. Are you suggesting that with effort, I could one day become the world's richest man? Nonsense. Li Shui, Suprasinga Shukla, Interjecta. That is not a certainty, my friend. Who said a pig's kidney cannot become the world's wealthiest? If fate deems it so, you will inevitably rise to riches, albeit in the negative sense. Exactly. The pig's kidney will surely be pursued by creditors, running for its life. Could you not wish for something better? What a bunch of swine friends I have. Soon, the four arrived at the artificial hot spring. Upon entering, they discovered it was merely an expansive bathing pool. However, it was a legitimate establishment, not some disreputable place. The only distinguishing feature was that behind the sauna building, the owner had constructed a faux hot spring enclosed by walls. With tempered glass above, filled with heated water, and adorned with a decorative rock formation and a fountain to mimic a natural spring. The highlight was that both men and women could enjoy the large pool, and waitstaff served fruit wine, beverages, and snacks. Music was a staple, and in the evenings, a small light show was featured. Rumor had it that the owner was also planning to set up a small stage for singing, with all staff being strikingly attractive. Of course, with such extravagant offerings, the fees were not modest. The entrance ticket alone cost 200 yuan, a glass of fruit wine was 50 yuan, and a plate of snacks was also 50 yuan. Including additional services, such as foot massages, an individual's expenses easily exceeded 1,000 yuan, with some even reaching 1,500 or 2,000 yuan. Notably, women's expenditures could sometimes be even higher, as the winter chill often drove them to prefer pricier indulgences. After 3 hours in the hot spring, Shueihua, Roach, and Pig Kidney each spent around 500 yuan, while Little San, for reasons unknown, racked up a bill of 250 yuan, eagerly covering the cost. The others could only accept this, recognizing that Lu Xiaoshan's father was a middle manager at a company, making them the wealthiest among the four. As they exited the hot spring, the clock struck 6 in the evening. Li Shui glanced at the time and declared, Brothers, let us head to the seafood restaurant. I shall treat you to the magnificent red crabs from Donghai. Little San responded enthusiastically, Excellent. I adore seafood. Afterward, shall we go sing? Pig Kidney quickly raised his hand. The singing is on me. Let's see if we can invite 4 lovely ladies to join us. Roach shot him a disapproving look. Seriously? None of us is even 19 years old, and you want to invite ladies to sing? Besides Little San, wouldn't that leave us at a disadvantage? Li Shui shrugged nonchalantly. Singing is no issue, as long as we refrain from drunken brawls. Pig Kidney replied cheerfully, Fear not. We shall only drink beer, not spirits. Roach added, In that case, let's enjoy ourselves tonight. I will treat you to a southern-style shrimp congee for a late-night snack. What do you say? Little San gleefully responded, Yes. I want 3 bowls. My aunt is from Yu Province, and her shrimp congee is divine. Whatever the quantity, let us go. I hope the restaurant isn't too crowded. We must ensure there are no seats left. With that, they departed. Given the festive season, The streets were largely peaceful, aside from the occasional minor accident. The same could be said for the TV. The four of them sang until 1:30 in the morning before hailing cabs to return home. However, during their time at the karaoke, Li Shui had already begun contemplating the items to list in the trading system, inspired by a humorous fortune-telling video on Pig Kidney's phone. Upon returning home, Li Shui found it impossible to sleep. After enjoying a cup of tea, he summoned the trading system administrator, Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I have conceived a new product idea. Could you assist me in evaluating its market potential? Please go ahead, master. Xiaoya will help assess its market value. With a confident smile, Li Shui began. After much contemplation, I realized that since those powerful figures lack for nothing and possess almost eternal lifespans, how do they spend their time? They do not require food or sleep. They merely absorb lingbai to cultivate. What do they do when there are no business dealings? I believe they are intrigued by things they cannot comprehend. However, as the overlords of various divine realms, there is little in the universe they are unaware of. We must discover a supreme treasure that even the divine lords do not know about. Only then can we entice them to part with their money willingly. Considering our entire Earth and the advanced civilizations of the divine realms, I am convinced there is but one thing that would captivate their interest. Xiaoya, intrigued, asked, "Oh, what is it?" With a confident grin, Li Shui replied, "Divination." Xiaoya appeared perplexed. Divination? Isn't that merely fortune-telling? Such nonsense. How could Lingwang merchants possibly engage with such trivial matters? No, Xiaoya. I need you to compile all the divination, fortune-telling, prophecy, and I Ching content from thousands of years on Earth into a singularly enigmatic tome. Then we will sell the book. I cannot fathom why they would not be intrigued. Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment. Heavens! Master, are you suggesting we deceive the Lingwang merchants? Li Shui smirka mishosli. Dasaiba. I prefer to think of it as exploring an unparalleled art of mastery. Although our book may not directly instruct individuals on how to ascend from lowly cultivation to supreme mastery, it can guide these top-tier experts in understanding the path, enhancing their prowess. Xiaoya looked stunned. Are you implying that I should merge thousands of years of Earth's content on prophecies, divination, astrology, fortune-telling, I Ching, and so forth into a supreme technique akin to an unrivaled skill, one that is profoundly mysterious but yields no definitive results? Li Shui chuckled with delight, saying, "Indeed, however, you must adopt an unconventional approach to emulate the unparalleled divine skills in creating a new technique, drawing only from the absurd art of fortune-telling and astrology. I believe the ancient beings of the divine realm will surely fall for it. As for whether they can enhance their strength after purchasing my technique, I cannot say, but rest assured, no one will be able to hold me accountable. Of course, to ensure that our technique is not deemed counterfeit by the Central Intelligence. It must originate from exceptionally high standard, the kind of supreme skill that ordinary individuals can only aspire to. Only those with the status and power at the level of a sovereign may practice it. Upon reflection, the ultimate goal of the technique's content is to enable top-tier masters to cultivate their consciousness to merge with the cosmic source consciousness. At that point, they shall become the true, foremost master of the universe. Little Ya, follow this line of thought or pattern, delve into research, and subsequently edit a new supreme technique. Little Ya shot him a sharp glance before responding. I can assist you in merging a technique, but how much do you intend to sell it for? Li Shui answered fervently. How much does the chaos magic from the Advanced Master's shop cost? 100 trillion Ling coins, right? Then I shall sell my technique for 110 trillion Ling coins. However, this technique must be meticulously crafted, imbued with profound secrets at every turn. Additionally, it should be structured in layers, compelling others to study it deeply rather than discard it carelessly. Little Ya, if you manage to achieve that, we should be successful. The ancient beings of the divine realm will undoubtedly be deceived. After pondering for about 10 seconds with a furrowed brow, Little Ya replied, "It's worth a try. What name do you intend to give the technique?" Li Shui contemplated for 3 full minutes before declaring. Such a technique must bear a name that is utterly shocking and inescapable. Aren't the sovereigns all formidable figures within the divine realm? I propose we call it Shima Xinjing. It sounds far superior to Tianxuan Xinjing. Little Ya cautioned, you must ensure that no one, including the intelligent beings, can discern that this technique was created by an intelligent entity. You must fully consider the human element, primarily embodying an aura of mystery, with the ultimate goal of cultivation being the consciousness of the cosmic source. Lilia suddenly smiled mischievously and said, "Understood. I will do my utmost. Grant me a few days to experiment." Li Shui insisted, "Not merely to experiment. It must be created. You have all the data from a network at your disposal, so feel free to showcase your talents." Lilia agreed. "All right. Give me about 10 days to research and see if we can ensnare the Divine Realm's White Wolf. I will notify you afterward." Li Shui gratefully replied, "Thank you." "Lilia, it's my pleasure. Your wealth translates to my wealth." 3 days later, Lilia announced, "Master, it is complete. I based it on a similar technique from the history of the Divine Realm, combined with all the materials on prophecy and divination from your Earth. And it came together quite easily. Rest assured, the quality of the content is guaranteed. I can hardly believe I created such a bizarre technique to deceive others." Li Shui exclaimed with excitement, "So soon? Excellent. Immediately upload it to our virtual shop, and then contact the owner of the Advanced Master S shop. I wish to sell it to him." Lilia scrutinized Li Shui from head to toe and seriously stated, "I will handle the counterfeit technique and shop matters, but Master, you must alter your image. You cannot allow the other party to perceive you as merely a primitive being of civilization level 075, especially a mere 19-year-old. You need to disguise yourself as a super master who has lived for tens of millions of years. Otherwise, it could pose problems, primarily with regard to the transaction." Li Shui contemplated before nodding. "Then let us reach out to him tomorrow. I'll prepare thoroughly." He added, "One more thing. How do we collect the payment? The transporter is still under repair. Can his payment be deposited into our account? And how should we handle matters with Ling Wang Bank?" He expressed concern. "I fear that if two identical transaction numbers were to emerge in the universe, it would lead to significant trouble. Are you absolutely certain our transaction number is untraceable?" Lilia nodded in approval. "Your cautious approach is commendable, but do not worry. Even if the manufacturing plant were to produce another 5620889 transaction device, it would merely be a product number. The number does not equate to a bank account. The bank account was fixed at the time of product creation and can never be altered. Our transaction device's account is not like the electronic accounts at your Earth banks. It's akin to your mobile number. If you were to cease service for a year, that number could be reassigned to someone else. However, our account cannot be replicated. Once the transaction device is manufactured, the bank account, intelligent program, positioning program, and all related aspects are permanently established. Even if the next transaction device were to carry our number, its bank account would undoubtedly differ from ours. Once our device is activated, it will connect to the network established by the headquarters in Ling Wang Bank, enabling us to conduct transactions. Our funds will circulate within the Bank S network, and as long as the amounts are not excessively large, they would remain oblivious for a short time." Li Shui furrowed his brow and inquired, "2 questions. First, under what circumstances would they become aware of us? Second, since we can utilize the bank system for transfers and withdrawals without them knowing our existence, can we steal Ling coins from the bank?" Lilia, seeming to have anticipated his inquiries, shook her head and sighed. "Ah, don't even think about stealing Ling coins from a bank. No one can abscond with even 1 Ling coin. The intelligent defenses there are beyond your imagination. No one can breach them to steal a single Ling coin. As for the conditions under which they might discover us, I didn't clarify before. It's not about knowing our location or users, but when you engage in large-scale financial transactions, it will surely attract the bank system's attention. If they discover a substantial sum of money with an unknown destination, they will undoubtedly investigate. But Master, do not fret. Since I was cast into the black hole by my boss, Morris, and after a lengthy drift, I arrived at your Earth, to be honest, I have lost track of how many years have passed. I only know that it took nearly 50 million years from my departure from the black hole to reach your Earth, and I spent nearly 1,000,000 years on its soil. However, the time flow within and outside the black hole is vastly different. Perhaps a minute inside could equate to 100 million years outside. I believe you can understand this. 2 individuals named Einstein and Hawking from your Earth have discussed this theory. Therefore, the likelihood of them discovering our exact location, given that the positioning program linked to our transaction device has either been deleted or has not been activated for millions of years, is infinitesimally close to 0. Furthermore, when purchasing the device, the buyer must register all information. However, since you did not register, it becomes even less likely for them to uncover you. Although you registered basic information when the transaction device recognized you, it is entirely different from registering on the specialized machines at Ling Wang headquarters. Conversely, by the time your transaction volume attracts their attention, you will have no need to fear them. Worst case, you can simply flee. As long as you possess formidable strength and a substantial amount of Ling coins, there is no corner of the universe where we cannot venture. At that point, who could possibly pose a threat to us? Upon hearing this, Li Shui was ecstatic. If that is the case, then it would be splendid. Once my business expands, I can simply divide the large transactions into smaller ones. I wonder how they could ever discover us. Thus it was decided. Little girl, please assist me in crafting a cultivation method, as I wish to rest for a while. Tomorrow, I shall don a disguise to deceive the proprietor of that esteemed shop. Very well, master. The night passed without incident. The following day, Li Shui arose at dawn. Although his mother's home was not far, merely another neighborhood within the town, he had already departed by the time she arrived. Li Shui first made his way to the sports arena, where performances had been taking place daily. He sought out the captain of a performance troupe and spent 500 yuan to purchase a costume. In reality, that costume was worth no more than 200 yuan, and even discarded on the street, it would likely attract no interest. Yet, Li Shui did not bargain and simply acquired it. Next, he visited a small shop selling wigs. But the owner was away for the holiday. Thus, Li Shui dialed the number on the sign and managed to reach the female proprietor. Fortunately, she was a local. Upon offering to pay double for a wig, she promptly arrived. After securing the wig, Li Shui hurried home on his electric scooter. After a light lunch, he donned the costume and wig, and in an instant, the image of a refined young gentleman from ancient times appeared in the mirror. Gazing at his reflection, Li Shui could not help but chuckle. Not bad, quite handsome, though my skin seems a tad youthful. The little girl smiled. Do not worry, master. The personalities of Ling Wang merchants are quite unique. As long as they desire, they can transform themselves into the appearance of a 16-year-old child or a frail old man on the brink of death at any moment. Therefore, aside from your appearance, the true focus should be on your demeanor, especially your manner of speaking. When you contact the proprietor of that esteemed shop, simply envision yourself as an ancient being who has lived for tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of years. Li Shui felt a bit embarrassed. Hee, I have never practiced acting. I didn't expect to be on camera so soon. I need to contemplate this thoroughly. First, I must find a beautiful backdrop. What do you think will be suitable? It was already too late to seek mist-shrouded peaks, so the park would suffice. The weather was chilly, and there were few people about. You could sit on the grass with the oddly carved rockery and bamboo grove as a backdrop. That should suffice. Very well. Li Shui quickly changed out of the costume and removed the wig, donning a coat instead. After packing the costume and a mirror into a bag, he took his phone and set out on his electric scooter. He soon arrived at the park, which indeed had few visitors. Following the little girl's guidance, he swiftly reached the rockery and began to prepare himself. After taking out the mirror and inspecting himself for any issues, he turned off his phone and placed it on the selfie stick, sticking it into the grass in front of him. This way, even if someone passed by, they would merely assume he was live streaming or filming a video, thus avoiding any alien detection in the background. Once everything was prepared, Li Shui took a cigarette, disposed of the butt, and readied himself for action. Little girl, is our Shun Moxin Jing ready? If so, contact the proprietor of the esteemed shop and request a video call. Yes, master, the cultivation method is ready. Set to 15 for free reading mode. Oh, master, I almost forgot. In the divine universe, all books regarding cultivation must be contained within spiritual power secret scrolls. These scrolls are roughly the size of a peach pit, ensuring that the headquarters of Ling Wang or hackers cannot discern the contents of your cultivation method. Therefore, without a secret scroll and lacking the knowledge to utilize one, I will directly send the content to the other party. If they do not inquire, that is fine. If they do, simply state that you currently lack a secret scroll and that you are not worried about hackers stealing this method, as it is not something the average person can learn. Upon hearing this, Li Shui was taken aback and promptly nodded. I understand. Please contact them. Very well. I am now reaching out to the esteemed shop. After about 10 seconds, the scene before him suddenly shifted. A fair-skinned individual clad in a black trench coat appeared, the large hat obscuring most of their face. Li Shui could not discern the person's eyes, only their nose, mouth, chin, and shoulders, resembling a heavily made-up magician from the West. Upon seeing Li Shui, the individual spoke first, Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am the sovereign of the realm of magical arts, known as the Chaos Sorcerer. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Li Shui slightly nodded and replied, Ah, so you're the Chaos Sorcerer. Greetings. I am the sovereign of the Galaxy Divine Realm, known as Shui Kuku. But people call me the Water Goods Sovereign. At the mention of his title, Li Shui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I am equally pleased to meet you, especially considering the name of your shop, Esteemed Shop, which is quite fitting. The Chaos Sorcerer chuckled. You flatter me, Water Goods Sovereign. It is merely a sensational advertisement. Your shop name is not lacking either. Just mentioning it would cause people to bow to you 2 generations down. I truly admire that. Likewise, Chaos Sorcerer, I have come to promote my goods. Recently, I encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and sought inspiration from various masters. Ultimately, I received guidance from a venerable elder of my clan who has lived in seclusion for countless years, which allowed me to make slight progress in my abilities. Furthermore, this elder, feeling pity for my plight, gifted me an extraordinary cultivation method, enabling me to enhance my strength rapidly and purchase a Ling Wang transaction device. However, my Galaxy Divine Realm is a poor and backward place. We cannot offer anything of worth for sale on Ling Wang, as we lean towards technological civilization. The only things we can produce are spiritual armor and battleships, but battleships are rather commonplace. Thus, with the Elder's consent, I decided to offer my clan's treasured item for sale, hoping to quickly earn back the Ling coins needed for the transaction device. Sorcerer, you are an experienced merchant. Your insight must be exceptional. What do you think of my Shun Mo Xin Jing? Is it worth 110 million? The sorcerer, upon hearing this, was instantly taken aback. Water Goods Sovereign, I must say you truly astonish me. For a novice who has just purchased a transaction device, you are willing to offer an extraordinary cultivation method for sale. It seems you are indeed in dire need of funds. Li Shui Siga, alas. It is true. To purchase the transaction device, I nearly emptied the treasury. If I do not earn back the money soon, my people will surely revolt, for it is impossible to withhold their wages. Fellow cultivator, you are an esteemed elder. Please lend your discerning eye and evaluate whether my Shun Mo Xin Jing is worth that price. The price of 110 million was set by my elder. I originally intended to sell it for 80 million, but my elder insisted on 110 million. The sorcerer, intrigued, inquired, Oh, your elder set the price? I must see what kind of extraordinary cultivation method could possibly be worth more than my chaos magic. Please wait a moment. I will review your method and then contact you. Farewell. Very well, farewell. After the video call ended, Li Shui triumphantly declared, Take your time, old ghost. If you can comprehend that absurd cultivation method, I shall concede. Chapter 7. Chaos Sorcerer. Once the communication was terminated, the Chaos Sorcerer immediately inquired of his transaction device's intelligence. Alpha, what do you think of his cultivation method? The intelligence furrowed its brow. Master, the Water Goods Sovereign's cultivation method is exceedingly strange. I cannot comprehend it. The sorcerer was astonished. You cannot understand it? Could it truly be an exceptional method? Project it for me to see. Soon, the sorcerer found himself captivated by the content of the cultivation method. He remained motionless until he had perused the first 15 segments, his face a mask of astonishment. Ultimately, he closed his eyes and began to ponder deeply. After a full half hour, he furrowed his brow and remarked, How could this be? Something is not right. How could the universe possibly possess consciousness? Even if one were to cultivate to the advanced stages of Han Dun, consciousness could never truly merge with the cosmos. The Shima Xinjing? Is this technique merely about attaining a certain realm? Yet, as he muttered to himself for quite some time, the intelligent spirit Alpha interjected, Master, the Shui Huazunjia is still waiting for us. Shall we proceed with the purchase? After careful consideration, the Fa Shun nodded affirmatively. Let us contact him. I wish to have a thorough discussion. Understood. On Li Shui's end, just as he finished his 5th cigarette, a communication request from the Han Dun Fa Shun came through. Li Shui quickly discarded the cigarette, but hastily stowed his coat back into the bag behind his mobile phone and hurriedly returned to his seat. Taking a deep breath to calm his excited nerves, he said, Xiaoya, connect the call. Once the video call was established, the Han Dun Fa Shun appeared with a broad smile. Shui Huazunjia, I took a closer look at your technique, and it is quite intriguing. Since you have already practiced it, I would like to pose a question. How does your technique assert that the universe possesses consciousness? Even reaching the advanced stages of Hundun would not lead to a true unity with the cosmos. How do you explain this? Li Shui was about to respond, but suddenly hesitated. He looked into the eyes of the Hundun Fa Shun and playfully remarked, "Brother Fa Shun, if memory serves me right, we are currently engaged in a transaction, not deliberating on techniques or discussing philosophical matters. If you wish to know whether the universe possesses consciousness, you must first part with some currency." Ahem. The Fa Shun's face flushed as he replied, "I apologize, my friend. Your technique is simply too extraordinary. How about this? I offer 10 trillion lingbai for your Shima Xinjing." Li Shui, upon hearing this, was immediately infuriated. How much? 10 trillion? Did I mishear you, my friend? Your mediocre Hundun magic is priced at 100 trillion, yet you dare to offer a mere 10 trillion for my top-tier technique? It appears you lack genuine intent for this transaction. Let us converse another time. Farewell. Wait. As Li Shui attempted to disconnect, the Fa Shun quickly smiled. "Ah, Shui Huadao, do not be hasty. I misspoke earlier. I meant to offer 10 trillion lingbai for the first 25 portions of your technique." Li Shui was elated internally, yet he feigned a frown and replied, "Purchasing only 25 portions? Is that how one acquires a technique? What if you deduce the remaining 35 portions from my work? Friend, you jest. If it were so easy to conclude, your technique would be worthless. Moreover, your anxious demeanor suggests there may be something amiss with your own technique." At that moment, Xiaoyu suddenly appeared on the video call, coldly stating, "Hundun Fa Shun. I advise you to choose your words carefully. Some statements should not be made lightly. As an established merchant, you understand better than anyone that every product traded on the Ling Wang is authentic. Otherwise, it would not pass the scrutiny of the management's mainframe. You are taking advantage of a newcomer. If your attitude persists, I have the right to file a complaint." The Fa Shun hastily replied, "I did not imply that your technique is counterfeit, merely that I have never encountered such an unusual method, and I was simply curious." Li Shui feigned contemplation for several seconds before sighing, "Alas, I am but a novice in the Ling Wang merchant world, and you are my first Ling Wang friend. Although my initial venture is not fruitful, if this first transaction fails, it may impact my future dealings. I will sell it. However, friend, this is a one-time offer. Do not expect a repeat. Please proceed with the transfer." The Fa Shun joyfully responded, "Very well. Alpha, immediately transfer 10 trillion lingbai to Shui Huadao." "Yes, master." The transfer has been completed. Moments later, Xiaoyu reported, "Master, our account has received the 10 trillion lingbai from the Hundun Fa Shun. Excellent. Now send the first 25 portions of our Shunma Xinjing to Fa Shun Daoyu." Understood. The materials have been sent. Upon receiving the information, the Fa Shun expressed his excitement. "Shui Huadao, I shall delve into the study of this technique. I assure you, should the second part of your technique prove equally worthy of investigation, I shall definitely purchase the remaining 35 portions next time. Farewell. Farewell." Once the video call ended, Li Shui leapt over a meter in height. "Yay! Ha ha ha! I can't believe that the trash on Earth's network could fetch a price of 10 trillion lingbai. What a fortune! My lifespan of 50 years is worth a mere 0.0005 lingbai. Yet half of a worthless technique could sell for such an exorbitant amount. How many years could that add to my life?" And he didn't even inquire about my secret manual. Xiaoya chiming. That Hundun Fa Shun is truly a fool. Who would believe in such ethereal concepts? This is a classic case of a gullible man with deep pockets. Ha ha ha. Li Shui lit a cigarette, savoring a few puffs before saying, "To be honest, I never expected him to engage in this manner. Had he offered around 80 trillion, I would have sold it to him without hesitation, but he became so infatuated as to offer only 10 trillion for the second part of my fake technique. Ha ha ha. If he truly wishes to purchase the remaining parts later, I shall inform him that without at least 110 trillion, he can forget about acquiring the rest." Xiaoyu gleefully stated, "Master, whether the Fa Shun purchases the remaining content or not, we have already profited significantly. 10 trillion. Do you know what that means in comparison to your Earth's currency?" "How much?" Li Shui asked with curiosity. "If my estimations are correct, the entire value of your Earth is less than 0.00001 lingbai, though your body is worth 0.0005 lingbai. That is only you, as you possess a trading device. Others do not have that luxury. The lives of others are worth nothing to trading devices. Even if there were countless individuals, it would remain the same. Not even the entire Milky Way would be valued at zero. One Lingbai. Li Shui was utterly shocked. What? The value of our Earth is less than zero. 0.00001 Lingbai. After being stunned for a considerable time, he finally said, "Let us leave it at that for now." Well, he gets thoroughly confused from his studies. I shall return to strike a decisive blow. He has money to spare, so why not let him provide me with a bit more? Xiao Jia Gouxian, Master. Once you understand his character, be careful when purchasing a spatial ring from him next time. Do not let him take advantage of you. Li Shui Nudda. You're absolutely right. I must learn more about dealing with these seasoned merchants. So, I have decided that from now on, I shall read extensively on social conduct, military strategy, psychology, and insights from the business world, so that I may outwit extraterrestrials in the future. Indeed, you are still quite young. Once you acquire a technique and enhance your body with genetic serums, your memory will skyrocket. In no more than a year, you will have absorbed all valuable knowledge available on Earth, and you shall never forget it. How exhilarating! However, the Hundun Fa Shun's technique is prohibitively expensive and requires magical elements, making it unsuitable for my cultivation. Moreover, as it stands, I am the one selling techniques to him. I must never purchase from him, lest my true intentions be revealed. Therefore, Xiaoya, please expedite communication with other merchants. I cannot keep the Hundun Fa Shun occupied for long. Understood, Master. Today is a splendid day, worthy of celebration. Li Shui promptly dialed Zhuang Lao's number. What are you up to? Come out for a beer. It's on me, same place. All right, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Chapter 8. Dropping out after the transaction with the Hundun Fa Shun. Li Shui spent the following days either socializing with friends or frequenting bookstores, maintaining this routine until the start of the academic term. He initially intended for Xiao Ye to project lessons for him, but Xiao Ye declined as it did not pertain to their trade as a trading device. She lacked the authority to do so. Indeed, after acquiring the Shunjia Jiaoi Qi, merely a week into the new semester, Li Shui found himself unable to endure any longer. The curriculum at the business school no longer piqued his interest. Perhaps due to the integration with the trading device, his memory had significantly improved compared to before. In just 1 week, he had completed the semester's textbooks and memorized their contents. He dared not share these developments with his friends, opting instead to quietly devise his plans. However, attending classes daily became increasingly unbearable as he had already mastered the material. He thought it a waste of time to remain there when he could be studying in the library. After enduring another week of classes, he could no longer tolerate it and approached his homeroom teacher to request withdrawal from school, citing entrepreneurship as his reason. Seeing his unwavering determination, the homeroom teacher, after unsuccessful attempts to dissuade him, reluctantly signed the withdrawal form as per protocol. Since his father had passed away, he was the sole name on the household registration, eliminating the need for parental consent. All the paperwork was completed by Li Shui himself. He sought signatures from numerous individuals for the withdrawal process, which proved to be quite cumbersome, taking him an entire day to finalize. After calling a cab to transport his personal belongings home, Li Shui contacted his 3 mischievous friends to invite them out for drinks that evening. Upon learning of Li Shui's decision to drop out, his friends were taken aback. Arriving at their dormitory, they found his bed conspicuously empty. With furrowed brows, they hurried to a nearby eatery, where they found Li Shui waiting for them. The first to confront him was Zhang Long, who exclaimed, "Shui Hua, you must clarify your situation today. No wonder we didn't TC you all day and your phone was off. So you dropped out? Why?" "Indeed, Shui Hua, why would you leave school without informing us? Are we not brothers?" Another chimed in. "At our age, why not continue studying? There's no rush to start working, is there?" Faced with the inquiries of his close friends, Li Shui distributed fine cigarettes to each of them and smiled, saying, "Brothers, do not fret. The reason I invited you here for drinks is to explain my situation in person. Why do we attend the business university? Isn't it to secure a better job and earn more money in the future? However, I now have a lucrative opportunity in front of me. If I remain in school, I risk losing this chance and wasting precious time to earn wealth, do I not?" "What opportunity?" Zhang Long asked. With a smile, Li Shui replied, "I have a relative working at an international trading company, and his position is quite respectable. If I join him now, my monthly salary after the probation period will be no less than 8,000. Most importantly, there are commissions. If I perform well, earning 30,000 or even 50,000 per month is entirely possible. My job will be straightforward. Sales, the more I sell, the more I earn. What products does that company sell? There are no specific products. Anything that can earn money within legal boundaries can be traded. What's the name of the company? It's in English. And I'm not quite familiar with the term, but it's something like Lingwang Guoji Maui Yoshin Gongxi. Zhang Long expressed his confusion. I've never heard you mention such a relative before. He is a cousin on my father's side from the southwestern province. My father and he were close in childhood, but their contact diminished after university. I've only heard my father mention him a few times over the years. After my father's passing and my mother remarrying, he invited me to join him. Zhang Long pondered. Then why doesn't your uncle wait for you to graduate before having you join him? Why the rush to leave school now? Li Shui shook his head. As the saying goes, one carrot, one hole. A salesperson at their company is moving next month, and my uncle has already secured a connection. If I go now, I can start immediately. Such an opportunity is rare. Come, brothers, let us drink. I guarantee that 3 years from now, when you graduate, I will secure you all good positions. The three friends exchanged glances, and finally, Zhu Yao sighed. Well, since it's your family's uncle asking you to join, we have no reason to worry. As long as you do well. Cheers. After downing a beer, Li Shui added, for now, I need to focus on my studies. I'll be visiting Xinhua bookstore daily and will return home in the evening. If you wish to find me, you can come to the bookstore or my home. Agreed. From the early hours of the following day, under the guidance of Zhiling Xiaoya, Li Shui commenced his foundational morning running regimen. After returning from training and having breakfast, he obtained a membership card at the bookstore and immersed himself in reading, purchasing a book to take home each afternoon. This routine continued for over 20 days, during which the trading device's teleportation function was fully restored. Upon receiving a report from Xiaoya, Li Shui exited the bookstore and ventured to an empty park. After calming his excitement, he commanded Xiaoya, immediately withdraw 10 million Lingbi in cash and deposit it into the warehouse. Understood, master. In the next moment, Xiaoya accessed the withdrawal page, entered the amount, and confirmed it, followed by a minute of anticipation. After a minute, a flash of white light illuminated the warehouse, and once the glow dissipated, a mound of Lingbi appeared, resembling a small hill. As soon as the Lingbi was transferred, Xiaoya advised, Master, do not withdraw all the Lingbi at once, as you lack a spatial ring. If you take it out, there will be no place to store it. If you are curious, you may extract one to observe, but I still advise against it, as the weight of the Lingbi is far too heavy for you at this stage. Though it is only the size of a cigarette box, it weighs at least 1,000 tons, making it impossible for you to lift. No crane on Earth could hoist a single Lingbi. Moreover, the immense weight would cause significant vibrations. Let us wait until you acquire a spatial ring from that chaos mage. Li Shui scrutinized the heap of Lingbi in the warehouse with mental acuity, and, after swallowing hard, remarked, given that it weighs over 1,000 tons, I shall refrain from extracting it. I merely wished to test whether the teleportation channel was functioning correctly. The fact that it can transfer goods or withdraw cash indicates that our trading device is indeed operational. Xiaoya, I have a question. When teleporting goods or withdrawing from the bank, how much will it affect the surrounding space? Can I teleport from home? Xiaoya smiled, Master. Are you concerned that a miniature wormhole might appear in front of you during the transfer? Fear not, Master. Wormhole teleportation occurs only in the 9th level civilizations of the mortal universe. In the divine universe, at our current level, the lowest form of positioning coordinates is dimensional coordinates, while the highest is mental imprint coordinates. Therefore, goods are transferred solely through dimensional means, without any remnants of obsolete wormhole technology from billions of years ago. The teleportation among chaos-level experts relies entirely on mental imprint transfer, which is far too advanced for me to explain in detail. Li Shui, sweating profusely, responded, I see. It seems I've learned something new today. Now, can you estimate if the mage has not contacted me for a while because he is not planning to purchase the subsequent content of the techniques? It's hard to say, but it hasn't been long. You simply have yet to adapt to the time perception of the divine realm. Here, even a couple of months of Earth time, let alone a few thousand years, is merely a fleeting moment. In the divine realm, the flow of time is at least 80 million times slower than that of Earth, and it may even reach over 100 million times. In this celestial domain, Individuals are largely indifferent to the passage of time and possess little sense of temporal awareness. Only their intelligent assistants pay heed to it, to truly compare the difference in the flow of time between the divine realm and earth. One might say that a single year in the divine realm equates to approximately 100 million years here. Similarly, 1 year in the ninth level continent corresponds to about 10,000 years in our realm, and likewise, 1 year in the divine continent also translates to around 10,000 years in the ninth level continent. My lord, do not fret. Well, several months have passed here. The venerable F.A. Shun has only just concluded his transaction with you, and may have barely sipped a drink. Therefore, dear master, continue your studies with peace of mind. There is no rush to purchase a spatial ring. When the time is right, I shall provide you with guidance. Li Shui, filled with excitement, exclaimed, so the disparity in the flow of time between the divine realm and here is so immense. That is simply marvelous. I shall continue my studies at a leisurely pace. Littleya, gather as many merchants from the spirit network as possible. The more merchant friends I have, the better. Chapter 9. The Spatial Ring 10 days later. After completing his preparations and enjoying a cup of tea, Li Shui was ready to contact the Chaos F.A. Shun when Littleya inquired, Master, are you planning to purchase a spatial ring from the F.A. Shun today? Li Shui replied, somewhat puzzled. Indeed, I do not have a spatial ring to store items. I am about to venture out to earn money. How could I possibly do so without a spatial ring? Fear not, for I have already devised a suitable explanation that should not arouse the suspicion of the venerable F.A. Shun. With earnestness, Littleya cautioned, Master, while purchasing a spatial ring is acceptable, you must avoid those that contain ecological land within their small world. It is not merely a matter of price. The spatial rings from the realm of magic are unsuitable for your use, as their ecological spaces are imbued with magical elements that may be of no benefit to you and could even be toxic. Thus, you should only acquire those spatial rings that are entirely devoid of temporal constraints. Li Shui, taken aback, responded, I am grateful for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have squandered my money. Let us contact the Chaos F.A. Shun. Soon, the video call connected, and upon seeing Li Shui, the Chaos F.A. Shun joyfully exclaimed, Friend Shui Hua, have you missed me so soon? I am currently engaged in discussions with numerous experts regarding the content of your cultivation method. I must say, the Shun Mo Heart Sutra grows increasingly intriguing. Why not offer me a discount on the remaining 35 sections? Li Shui shrugged and replied, the Shun Mo Heart Sutra is the treasure of my clan. To part with it is already a last resort. How could I possibly lower the price? Should you desire the remaining portions, it shall be 110 trillion spirit coins. No negotiations. The F.A. Shun, incensed, retorted, what? 110 trillion? Goodness. Shui Hua, are you outright extorting me? You have hiked the price by 10 trillion in the blink of an eye. I assure you, the future holds ample time, and there will come a day when you will need my assistance. Just wait and see how I shall deal with you. Li Shui smiled and said, Brother F.A. Shun, I was merely jesting. Here in my domain, we are of a technological civilization. If we speak of spirit armor, I can procure as much as you desire. However, I currently lack spatial rings. Regardless of status, the transportation of spoils after each battle proves rather troublesome. Therefore, if you could provide me with some spatial rings, I would be willing to sell you the remaining 35 sections of the cultivation method for 100 trillion coins, maintaining the total at 110 trillion. Upon hearing this, the F.A. Shun's eyes brightened. Indeed, your galactic divine realm leans heavily toward a technological civilization. You possess spirit armor and flying vessels in abundance. Yet you find yourselves in need of spatial rings. My dear brother, you have come to the right person. I have spatial rings in quantities akin to cosmic dust, of all levels available. How many do you require? Li Shui pouted. Let us proceed one transaction at a time. First, let us finalize the exchange for the cultivation method. Very well, but 110 trillion is too steep. I shall offer 80 trillion, the F.A. Shun countered. One price, 105 trillion. Take it or leave it, Li Shui insisted. After a moment of contemplation, the F.A. Shun conceded, agreed. But I will not provide you with the spatial rings as a gift. You must purchase them. Li Shui shrugged. You are quite stingy, old man. Very well. I will only buy one divine king ring for now, as I wish to assess the quality of your spatial rings before engaging in bulk transactions. You know I am currently short on funds. The F.A. Shun grinning mischievously, responded, "You underestimate me. I can certainly afford to gift you a few spatial rings. Thus, I shall pay you 105 trillion for the cultivation method. And as for the spatial rings, I will give you one each of the Divine King ring, Divine General ring, Divine Scholar ring, Divine Soldier ring, and Divine ring. Take them back to have the experts examine them thoroughly. If you find that the spatial rings from the realm of magic are satisfactory, we can engage in large-scale transactions in the future. Excellent. Let us proceed with the transfer. Littleya, send all the contents of a Shun Mo Heart Sutra to my friend Chaos Fa Shun, Li Shui instructed. Understood. Upon receiving the method, the Fa Shun joyfully commanded, Alpha, transfer 95 trillion spirit coins to the esteemed Shueihua. Additionally, send him the 5 spatial rings. Certainly. Before long, Littleya received 95 trillion spirit coins along with 5 spatial rings. Brother, I can now reveal to you that if you can integrate your mental strength with the consciousness of the cosmic source, your awareness will become the consciousness of the cosmic source, making you the master of the universe. Naturally, this means you will become the foremost expert in the world. However, achieving this is no easy feat and is nearly impossible. Therefore, as you cultivate my method, focus on the principles of the heavenly path, and you shall undoubtedly reap rewards. Well, our first collaboration has been exceedingly pleasant. I look forward to continuing our partnership in the future, the Chaos Fa Shun added with equal enthusiasm. Indeed, I feel the same way. Remember, I can supply you with spatial rings in unlimited quantities, and we can negotiate the price. Very well. Until next time. Farewell. After ending the communication, Li Shui did not laugh heartily, but instead fell into deep contemplation. Littleya remarked, I did not expect the Fa Shun to inquire nothing about the secret codex. Master, I suggest you only wear the Divine King ring and the Divine General ring, saving the other smaller spatial rings for your relatives and friends in the future. Indeed, that is a minor detail. I am reflecting on how to develop in the future. After several minutes of thought, he used his mental strength to extract a Divine King-level spatial ring, which was adorned with intricate and dense patterns. Naturally, Li Shui could not decipher them. Upon probing the interior of the ring with his mental strength, he discovered that it indeed contained a massive time-restricted space of approximately 80 billion cubic kilometers. At long last, I, Li Shui, possess my very own spatial ring, and the internal space is so vast. Just imagine how much I can store. After a hearty laugh, Li Shui slipped the spatial ring onto the ring finger of his left hand and pricked his right fingertip to let 3 drops of blood fall onto it. In an instant, the blood was absorbed and the ring emitted a blinding white light. Once the light faded, the spatial ring vanished from view. To onlookers, Li Shui's hand appeared empty, yet he could distinctly feel the Divine King ring adorning his finger. His mental strength allowed him to constantly visualize the interior space of the ring, proving far more convenient than the pockets of his clothing. The spatial ring was indeed wondrous. It was time to test its storage capabilities. Li Shui swiftly focused his mental strength on a half-pack of cigarettes resting on the coffee table, and with a mere thought, he moved the cigarettes into the spatial ring. In the next moment, the pack of cigarettes vanished from the table. A moment later, Li Shui could clearly see the half-pack of cigarettes nestled quietly within the spatial ring. He then retrieved the cigarettes from the ring and placed them back on the coffee table, finding the operation exceedingly effortless, though he could not perfectly return them to their original position. However, he believed that with practice, he would soon master that skill as well. Success! Now I can store anything I desire. Subsequently, Li Shui transferred all 10 million Lingbai from the trading devices repository into his spatial ring. After leaving his home and heading to the park, he found a secluded spot where he retrieved a Lingbai the size of a matchbox from the spatial ring. Bang! Due to a lapse in his mental control, the Lingbai hit the ground with a resounding crash before he could brace it. It sank into the earth, becoming invisible. Li Shui hurriedly crouched down and, using his mental force, retrieved the Lingbai back into the ring. When he took it out again, he was much more cautious. Gently placing the Lingbai on the ground, he began to inspect it closely, discovering that it resembled a transparent crystal or glass. Reaching out to touch it, he found its temperature to be normal, lacking any peculiarities. However, when he brought his eyes closer for a detailed observation, he noticed a faint luminescence emanating from within the Lingbai, akin to a glow stick. Lacking any cultivation techniques and unsure how to absorb its essence, He reluctantly returned the Lingbai to the spatial ring and proceeded towards the library. Along the way, Xiaoyu remarked, "Master, at present, you are unable to absorb the Lingbai. You must at least reach the pinnacle of level 9 in your cultivation to barely absorb a fraction of it. Only upon breaking through to the quasi-divine level can you absorb them one by one, ultimately advancing to divine strength and entering the vast cosmos of the divine realm." Li Shui furrowed his brow and replied, "Unable to absorb? Then what shall I use for cultivation?" "That is simple. Once we establish contact with other merchants, we will endeavor to acquire items from level 1 to 9 of the mortal universe. We also need to purchase premium gene modification and repair liquids from the divine level universe, as well as the intelligence systems, technology, and unmanned fleets from civilizations of levels 1 to 9 in the mortal universe. In the future, you will absorb Ling stones from level 9 civilizations for your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Li Shui exclaimed excitedly, Right. It's fine that I can't absorb Lingbai for now, as I am merely a level 0.75 civilization being. I'll take my time and first procure items from the mortal universe's levels 1 to 9. However, Xiaoyu, do Ling stones only exist in level 9 civilizations? Indeed, they can only be found on the planetary continents of level 9 civilizations. Although Ling stones are considered trash in the divine level universe, merely abundant rocks, they are the finest cultivation material in the sub-universe and serve as the universal currency of level 9 civilizations. Lower civilizations do not possess Ling stones. Of course, there are exceptions in certain mortal universes, such as the cultivation universe, where lower civilizations also have Ling stones, as they are excavated from the earth. Yet, I believe Ling stones are likely to appear only on level 9 continents. The Ling stones unearthed on lower-level celestial bodies in the cultivation universe were likely intentionally buried by their forebear masters for the fortunate to uncover. Li Shui took a deep breath, nodding heavily. "I understand. You must diligently seek out Lingwang merchants. I need to plan carefully. As long as I can connect with another Lingwang merchant, I will be able to leave the solar system." Understood. Chapter 10. The Misty Fairy After Acquiring the Spatial Ring. Li Shui continued to frequent the bookstore daily for over 10 days, leading a fulfilling life. One night, while he was in deep slumber, Xiaoyu suddenly contacted him. "Master, wake up, wake up. A shop owner named Misty Fairy wishes to add you as a friend." "What?" Li Shui, overwhelmed with joy, sprang up from his bed, hastily putting on his clothes, and anxiously exclaimed, "Quickly agree to her." Before he could fully dress, Xiaoyu hurriedly added, "Master." The other party sent a message stating that she is called Misty Fairy, the sovereign of the elven divine realm, and she wishes to video call you. Once dressed and adjusting his wig, Li Shui furrowed his brow and asked, "Xiaoyu, how could she find us when you could not locate her?" "Xiao Yasmaid, Master." It's quite simple. This Misty Fairy is also a novice. Her shop only features one product, a mid-tier divine battleship, classified as a standard divine emperor-level ship. I suspect she just activated her trading device. Additionally, let me remind you, in the divine realm, it is uncommon for individuals to manufacture high-tier battleships, as even the most advanced battleships are deemed subpar. If your battleship exceeds 1,000 kilometers in length, it still cannot compete with a mere 8-meter-high Ling armor, as all its weaponry is spatial-based. A single shot from a divine-level Ling armor can effortlessly obliterate your universe, a feat the battleship cannot achieve. Undoubtedly, the Misty Fairy's listing of a divine emperor-level battleship in her virtual shop is intended to create a buzz, even ensnaring other merchants. You must not purchase it, for it is truly rubbish. Li Shui replied cheerfully, "I have no interest in her worthless battleship. I only wish to ascertain that her domain specializes in the technological civilization of Ling armor and spacecraft industries. Let us contact her." Understood. Soon, a projection revealed an extraordinarily beautiful woman with pointed ears, stunning features, hair of a pale yellow hue that was slightly curled, and skin adorned with subtle golden-green patterns. Her attire was made from material Li Shui could not name, resembling vines or some unique fabric. It was evident that she belonged to the legendary elven race. After a moment of excitement, Li Shui smiled and said, "Greetings, esteemed elven friend. I am the sovereign of the galactic divine realm, known as the Water-Good Sovereign. It is a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing his words, the Misty Fairy responded with equal enthusiasm, "Ah, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed Water-Good Sovereign. I am the sovereign of the elven divine realm, commonly referred to as Misty Fairy. I am equally delighted to make your acquaintance. After her introduction, the Misty Fairy performed a slight bow, and Li Shui promptly returned the gesture with a noble salute. You flatter me. It is I who should be delighted, as you are the first elven merchant friend I have encountered. May I inquire what business you wish to conduct? To be honest, due to intense competition, it is quite challenging to sell ordinary goods, which is why I only showcase a supreme cultivation technique in my shop. However, I possess numerous spatial rings, which I can provide you in abundance if you require them, and we can negotiate the price. The elven fairy nodded. I believe you have recognized that our Divine Realm's flagship products are technological weapons. However, we elves are inherently adept at cultivation, so we are not in need of spatial rings. When I noticed that your shop lacked battleships, I thought to market our special battleships to you. I wonder if the esteemed water goods sovereign has any interest in high-tier battleships? Other divine realms do not possess such vessels, only inferior divine-level battleships. This is our latest research outcome and is quite intriguing. At that moment, Li Shui's heart raced with excitement, yet he maintained a facade of calmness, smiling as he replied. Whether I like them is inconsequential. The crux lies in whether the goods can generate profit. However, when it comes to technological weapons, the more advanced they are, the less interest I hold. Personally, I have a greater affinity for primitive weapons. You can discern this from my products. Given the immense length of life, after experiencing everything the universe has to offer, I yearn for more stimulating pursuits. For instance, I currently find myself on this minuscule planet in the mortal universe. Although the majority of the lower realms outside my divine realm adhere to cultivation, this place intriguingly follows a technological path. Out of curiosity, I ventured here for a visit, only to inadvertently gain insights into a higher realm, which is why my divine demonic heart sutra is priced 10 trillion higher than the top-tier techniques of ordinary Lingwang merchants. It seems you have only recently acquired your trading device, correct? If the fairy is interested, you might as well sell me your technological advancements, particularly the technology for mortal universe battleships, packaged from 0 to divine level. I intend to utilize those so-called inferior technologies to assist this minor civilization, as I stand to gain significantly here. Upon hearing this, the Mist Fairy was initially taken aback, then excitedly replied, I am more than willing to tailor a technological tree for your small technological civilization. Simply send me all the network information from there, and within an hour at most, my subordinates will redesign a standard development route for that small civilization, packaging all the technical data for you. However, there's a processing fee. Li Shui pretended to be generous, saying, the processing fee will certainly not be trivial. Although such a worthless place as the mortal universe is hardly worth a dime. Since I have come this far, it is merely a small sum, a way to support you as a newcomer. Name your price. After contemplating, the Mist Fairy tentatively suggested, how about 1 million lingbai? Li Shui immediately frowned and retorted, 1 million? I say, Mist Fairy, we are both ancient beings from the divine realm. What are we not seeing? Merely the data of a class 0. 75 planetary star is nothing. A simple examination by a smart brain for an hour would suffice. You expect to collect 1 million lingbai without any cost on your part? Do you take me for a fool? How about this, since I see you're a newcomer? I will offer you 100,000 lingbai. If your technological tree design is commendable, I could order some low-level weapons from the mortal universe based on the new technological tree. After some thought, the Mist Fairy responded, 100,000 is still a bit low. For the technological data spanning from level 1 to divine level, it should at least be 500,000 lingbai. If you wish to order all the weapons from the mortal universe, I can offer you a minimum price. 500,000 is excessive and not worth it. Let us settle for 200,000. It must be at least 400,000. Then let us agree on a fixed price of 300,000 lingbai. Let us both take a step back. It's a deal. At this moment, Li Shui smiled, saying, please wait a moment while I have the transaction device organize the data of this planet, and I will send it to you along with the deposit shortly. Very well. Farewell, friend. After ending the video call, Li Shui shook his head with a bitter smile, remarking, this woman is quite formidable. She demands 300,000 lingbai without spending a single coin herself. If I weren't in dire need of those items, I wouldn't waste my money. The little girl shook her head, saying, I don't think so. She is a sovereign of the divine realm, and you are engaging in a mere tens of thousands of Lingbai business with her. And moreover, it's business from the mortal universe. If you were to purchase a divine-grade battleship from her, matters concerning this low-level civilization's technological tree would be of no concern to her. A mere robot aboard the battleship could handle it in 10 minutes. So she simply lacks the inclination. Furthermore, this might be her first transaction using the device, and she has to make a good opening, earning at least something. Wouldn't you agree? Don't forget, she must pay taxes for every transaction, while we do not. Upon mentioning tax evasion, Li Shui cheerfully replied, "You are right. We are not required to pay taxes. Now, please translate all the network information from various countries on Earth into the universal language of the divine realm. Of course, all my images, photos, and any related information must be completely erased. The data should primarily focus on the technological advancements in weaponry, and once completed, send it to her, along with a transfer of 30,000 as a deposit." Understood. In less than 10 minutes, the little girl completed the task and sent it to the Mist Fairy. Half an hour later, the Mist Fairy requested a communication again. Upon connecting, she happily exclaimed, "Waterlord, have you sealed all your powers and are masquerading as a primitive person in this place called Earth?" Li Shui feigned confusion, saying yes. "I came here out of boredom to play the part of a primitive person, and unexpectedly, I stumbled upon some laws of the universe, which slightly enhance my abilities." "What about you? Have you finished so soon?" The Mist Fairy, feeling secretly excited, said, "I briefly reviewed the information about this place called Earth. If you wish to spend a long time there and comprehend the Tao, how about I craft all primitive weapons for you? This includes all weaponry from their class 0, 75 civilization to divine level, and I would only charge a 10 fee. While your proposal is quite appealing, I cannot afford to spend several million years here playing. Can I?" The fairy continued to promote, No, your divine realm is a cultivation world, and having only one civilization system is rather lonely, is it not? Just like us, we originally practiced cultivation, and now we have developed a technological civilization, both reaching their peak. And what of your side? Although your cultivation civilization has reached its apex, your technological civilization remains woefully weak. One might say it is non-existent. I believe, since you are so bored and have grasped the laws of the source, why not develop your technological civilization? Perhaps during this process, you might comprehend even higher laws of the source, further enhancing your powers." Li Shui was astonished, saying, "I must say, Miss Fairy, you are quite the shrewd businesswoman. You even thought of using technological civilization to impact the cultivation civilization? I'm impressed. Upon reflection, I believe you may be onto something. I have been in that realm for countless millions of years, and I've tried every method without making further progress. Yet after just 3 months on Earth, I have already perceived new laws and slightly enhanced my power. I was so preoccupied with joy that I never considered utilizing technological civilization to impact cultivation civilization. Perhaps it could indeed help expand my galaxy divine realm." Seeing Li Shui taking the bait, the Mist Fairy grew even more excited, saying, "However, while developing in the technological world, it is best for you to completely seal your powers. Ideally, you should reduce your powers to match the level of the Earthlings. As they develop their civilization to the pinnacle of the divine realm, you will undoubtedly gain immensely." Li Shui grinned slyly, saying, "That makes sense." Chapter 11. Who deceives whom? The Mist Fairy thought Li Shui had taken the bait, but Li Shui believed the Mist Fairy had fallen for it. Thus, Li Shui pretended to ponder before smiling and saying, "Your idea is somewhat intriguing. However, this is the development of 0.75 level civilization. Even if it eventually reaches space, it would hardly profit you, a top-tier technological civilization from the divine realm. After all, the people of Earth currently cannot pilot your top-tier battleships, can they? Even if I wished to purchase a top-tier battleship from you, they would not be able to utilize it." The Mist Fairy remained cheerful, saying, "There are hundreds of thousands of spirit network merchants. Just because I cannot profit from you does not mean I cannot profit from others. Our primary goal is to become partners. Even if you do not buy my advanced battleships, it does not mean your friends want to buy them, does it? Once we become partners, if your friends wish to purchase advanced battleships, you can recommend me to them. The fee will naturally be yours. And you can also purchase battleships from me and sell them to them for a profit." Li Shui nodded with a smile, saying, "Mist Fairy, you truly excel in business. Your considerations are quite thorough. I'm willing to pursue further cooperation with you. So, what collaborative projects do we have next? Many. For instance, if Earthlings need to eliminate cancer, I can sell you therapeutic nanobots that can swiftly cure cancer by engulfing cancer cells. Moreover, the physical condition of Earthlings is exceedingly poor. While consuming your elixirs would yield excellent results, it would hold no significance for you, would it? Therefore, it is best for them to use our technological civilization as gene agents. The cultivation methods are similar, if they practice their original techniques. The experiments you conduct there would hold no significance. Therefore, allowing the Earthlings to cultivate our methods can yield supreme strength while also fostering a fusion of two civilizations. As for weapons, the variety is even greater. Let's first discuss Earth. Although you could annihilate it in an instant, if you wish to develop there under the guise of an ordinary person, you must adhere to their rules. Their current mainstream weaponry consists of the most ancient surface warships. Aircraft carriers, submarines, missiles, fighter jets, bombers, tanks, rocket artillery, and more. To expedite the conclusion of your experiments, I will have robots manufacture all of these, provided your numbers are sufficient. The next step involves cosmic battleships, ranging from level 3 to 9. I can produce as many as you desire, tailored to your specifications. Upon hearing this, Li Shui inwardly cursed, damn, not a single alien here is naive. The old man at Fa Shun has a custom order, and now this mist fairy, who has just become a merchant, has learned to offer customizations as well. After his brief internal cursing, Li Shui smiled and said, very well. However, how will you handle the gene serums? Do you require every Earthling to provide genetic samples? I am not well versed in the affairs of technological civilizations. What about your cultivation levels? Is there a method to progress from level 0 to divine level? And what are cold weapons? Since I am entrusting this to you, I must understand everything. The mist fairy's eyes brightened. That's easy to discuss. The gene serums are straightforward. I will sell you a gene production line along with the necessary materials, after which robots will be able to automatically produce any required serums. The cultivation methods are also simple. I will sell you our finest technique, but I must remove the portions above the divine level. If you wish to purchase all parts above the divine level, the price would differ vastly. As for cold weapons, they become increasingly advanced from levels 1 to 6, featuring energy block amplitude functions, such as particle oscillation blades, aurora swords, and energy swords. Weapons above level 7 will resemble those from your cultivation realm, though distinctions will remain. After contemplating, Li Shui suggested, how about this? Let us complete our previous transaction first, and I will consider it before providing you with a list that includes numerous weapons and serums from levels 1 to 9. You can manufacture them according to that list. And if I require an increase in procurement later, I will contact you again. That is acceptable, but if we are to create new molds, your order quantity must be substantial. Otherwise, it cannot be done. Li Shui pondered and replied, at least one carrier fleet, regardless of the civilization level, is necessary. Of course, we can disregard the primitive carrier fleet of Earth as it holds little value. After all, we are only at level 07 civilization. You may procure some weapons from level 1 civilization, perhaps a decent fighter jet or bomber. Very well. I'll look forward to your list. Now, I will transmit the technological tree of your Earth to you. Moments later, the small girl received a document, and Li Shui promptly instructed her to transfer funds. After the call ended, Li Shui lit a cigarette and began to ponder deeply. About 2 hours later, he said, Xiaoya, prepare a list for me. I will send it to that fairy to assess the situation. Understood. Just 10 minutes after the mist fairy received the list, she contacted Li Shui again. Respected water goods. While your list of weapons is acceptable, the development of a civilization requires numerous other resources, such as civilian flying car production lines, civilian spaceship production lines, various machine tools and factories, as well as diverse construction robots and facilities. These are absent from your list. Li Shui, upon hearing this, retorted, what the hell? Mist Fairy, are you implying that you wish to completely replicate your civilization? If that were the case, what would be the purpose of my actions? We can discuss the rest later. I will contact you for additional orders as needed. Hearing this, the fairy smiled. Very well, my management intelligence has just calculated that for the items on your list, we will require half a month of Earth time for design and mold creation, and an additional month and a half for manufacturing. As for the cost, it amounts to approximately 2 billion Ling coins, with the items of level 9 civilization accounting for over 1 billion. Those below level 8 are hardly worth anything. However, you seem to have omitted the cultivation methods and cold weapons, correct? Li Shui furrowed his brow, though internally he was already quite excited. What is your best cultivation method? Is it suitable for men? How much for a volume? Our civilization possesses two premier methods. The male cultivation method is called Fen Tianju, while the female counterpart is Zong Tianju. However, aside from a progenitor who created Fen Tianju, no one has reached the chaos level, while our ancestors achieved this with Zong Tianju, and I have attained the God Sovereign level. Naturally, these are our elven techniques, and if you decide to purchase, we will make slight modifications, removing elven elements and integrating those of your human race, while maintaining the same efficacy. As for the price, if we exclude the portions above the divine level, I will charge you 2 million Ling coins. However, if you wish to acquire everything, you must come up with 200 billion Ling coins, 100 billion for each technique, or just 100 billion for Fen Tianju. Regarding cold weapons, let's not even discuss that. Anyone can fabricate those. If you later wish to purchase the highest level cold weapons, we can negotiate at that time. Li Shui contemplated before asking, what levels are above the divine level for those two techniques? The Mist Fairy cheerfully replied, both techniques share the same hierarchy, inherited from our ancestors. The levels above the divine are divine, divine armament, divine scholar, divine general, divine king, divine emperor, divine sovereign, divine saint, immortal, creator, cosmic, and chaos. Li Shui frowned upon hearing this. I have some interest in your Fen Tianju, but I need to study it first to determine if it is worth long-term cultivation. For now, sell me the portions below the divine level, but your 2 million seems excessive. I will offer a maximum of 100,000. 100,000? How could that be possible? At the very least, it must be 800,000. Li Shui decisively countered. Let us do this. I will offer 500,000. But you must provide me with 4 swords, one each of levels 7, 8, 9, and divine, and they must be the finest swords for men, as I wish to study them. The Mist Fairy hastily agreed, deal. The total is 2,500 million Ling coins. Li Shui shook his head. No, no, no. The previous list is not worth 20 billion. I will give you a maximum of 5 billion. Those items are practically garbage to you. I am merely seeking to experience the sensation of upgrading a technological civilization. Your pricing is utterly outrageous, demanding tens of billions, as if my wealth falls from the sky. The fairy shook her head. 5 billion is absolutely impossible. You must at least pay me 18 billion, or we cannot proceed. I will add 3 billion. How about 8 billion? 8 billion is not feasible. You must pay me a minimum of 15 billion, 9 billion, 14 billion, 10 billion, 13 billion, 11 billion, 12 billion. How about 11.5 billion? I'm quite afraid of you. At this point, the Mist Fairy finally set aside her previous outrageous pricing and smiled. The techniques and sword can be finalized now. As per our usual practice, you must first pay a deposit of 11,500 million, which includes the techniques 500,000, totaling 11,500 million. Li Shui had no choice but to instruct Xiaoyu to transfer the funds. He quickly received the technique and the 4 swords. Upon receiving the items, Li Shui sighed. Sister, I find that I cannot gain any advantage of business with you. You are far too shrewd. The Mist Fairy giggled. Hee hee, Shui Huazunjia. You are far too modest. As a newcomer, I humbly request your guidance in the future. It seems rather that you should be looking out for me. Alas, I must depart, as I have business to attend to with another merchant. Once I finalize my list, I shall reach out to you again. Farewell. Indeed, farewell. After ending the video call, Li Shui found no joy in his heart, while the enigmatic Mist Fairy was doubled over in laughter. Ha! Has the Shui Huazunjia been so long in his cultivation that he has lost his mind? He disregards valuable treasures, yet eagerly collects rubbish? He even pays me tens of billions of Ling Bai for this refuse. I would not hesitate to sell it for even a mere 1,000 Ling Bai, as it is nothing more than true garbage. Ha! You have me in stitches. Her transaction spirit, a little pixie girl, joined in the laughter, exclaiming, Master, I seriously suspect that the trading spirit of Shui Huazunjia is also a fool. How could she not warn or prevent her master from spending tens of billions on trash? I suspect there is a flaw in her programming. Hee. The fairy laughed until tears nearly flowed, finally pausing to declare, such is the master, such is the managing spirit. We shall rely on such foolishness to amass great wealth. Just now, I profited 11 billion from the trading device. Once that Shui Huazun becomes addicted to the primitive civilization, he might even venture beyond his territory to challenge lower technological civilizations in other realms. At that point, we may well reap further profits. Ha ha ha, I find this highly probable. And moreover, once the Earth civilization upgrades, they will purchase numerous items, ensuring we shall never lack for orders. Yet, it is peculiar that the old fool insists on this foolishness. He knows full well it is rubbish, yet he willingly spends lavishly to procure it. I simply cannot fathom it. But why concern ourselves? As long as he is willing to part with his riches, it appears my prior deception was indeed successful. Indeed, he is quite a charming fool. I hope we encounter many more such fools in the future. Wahaha. Chapter 12. Continuing the deception back at Li Shui's residence. After terminating the video call, he furrowed his brow and said, "Miss Fairy, I find myself in a predicament and must rely on your assistance. After this transaction concludes, I shall see how you intend to earn my money. Do ensure you do not make it easy for me to procure what you require, or I shall return with vengeance." The little girl shook her head and smiled. "This is simply unavoidable. Our situation was an accident. If you were a master at the level of a deity, you would not even glance at the Miss Fairy. Any merchant could provide her dilapidated battleship. In fact, no one would want it, for a deity-level battleship is utterly useless, while Ling Jia is the true mainstream. The crux of the matter is that you presently lack the means for self-protection. Once her goods arrive, we shall greatly enhance our self-defense capabilities. At that time, who cares for what law gods or fairies think? If it feels right, we shall collaborate. If not, they will be placed on our blacklist. Once you possess the means to cultivate to the divine level, along with an appropriate ship, what merchant in the divine realm would remain out of reach? That chaos law god and Miss Fairy are nothing at all. Li Shui Nudda, alas. The user of this trading device is far too advanced. How I wish for users of a lower tier, as transactions would be far simpler. The little girl rolled her eyes. Your thinking is quite peculiar. Devices for users below the divine level do exist. Every 9th tier civilization has similar trading devices. However, they are referred to as the plain universe trading system, which pales in comparison to our top tier Ling Wang trading device. A single transaction we conduct surpasses the total worth of an entire 9th tier civilization, making those ancient relics utterly meaningless. Li Shui fell silent. Very well. I concede that the Ling Wang trading device is indeed impressive. However, my current resources are frightfully meager. Were it not for my sudden inspiration to concoct a deceptive technique, I would still be destitute. Now that I possess the method, can I not begin to cultivate? Not quite. Your genetic level is far too low. You must first inject a genetic modification serum or consume a foundation establishment pill before you can cultivate. Although the Miss Fairy is about to sell us the production line for genetic potions for all levels of civilization, we currently lack means to extract the genes. As the production of genetic potions requires not only a plethora of precious spiritual herbs, but also the extraction of genetic essence from the blood of colossal star beasts, followed by extensive refinement. Many components must be removed, retaining only the genetic energy and special abilities for injection into the human body. Otherwise, those injected would become grotesque beings, neither human nor beast. However, dear master, your status is of such high esteem. You're a Ling Wang merchant, and moreover, a black market Ling Wang merchant. Given time, you shall become a super rich individual within the divine realm. How could you possibly resort to ordinary genetic modifications? Thus, I suggest you seek out the Miss Fairy again, using the pretext of assisting the Earth agent or nurturing disciples, and transmit your genetic information to her, allowing her to craft an optimal genetic potion tailored for you in the divine realm. Only then will you possess the potential for boundless enhancement. Should you inject an ordinary genetic modification serum, your progress would stagnate after reaching a certain level. Ling Wang merchants are born within the divine realm, possessing powerful divine genes from birth. You cannot compare with them. However, if you acquire a formidable divine gene injection, with time and effort, you shall not fall short of them. The little girl's words brought immense joy to Li Shui. Indeed, if I must use it, I shall utilize nothing but the finest. What should I do now? Quite simple. You should purchase a bottle of saline solution from a pharmacy, discard the solution, then add a few drops of your blood into the bottle. Subsequently, package it in your smallest space ring and transmit it to the Miss Fairy. Just clarify the matter with her in advance. I believe she dares not deceive you at present. Very well, I shall proceed. Li Shui glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the morning. He hurriedly departed for a pharmacy, purchased a bottle of saline solution, and rushed home. After discarding the saline, he pricked his finger with a knife and allowed a considerable amount of blood to drip into the bottle, then contacted the Miss Fairy. Shui Huazunjia, why have you suddenly reached out to me again? Did you forget something? Li Shui nodded. Indeed, I have forgotten something. I came to this primitive planet to experience life. So I found a local agent to assist me with minor matters. He is a clever child just coming of age. I have just given him the technique I purchased from you, but I forgot that the child is merely a primitive being, and his genes are entirely incapable of cultivating your technique. Therefore, I wish to inquire whether it would be better for me to provide him with a foundation establishment pill, or if you could tailor a top-tier genetic modification serum for the child based on your technique. After all, it is your technique, and I believe you are more familiar with it than I. Upon hearing this, the Miss Fairy burst into laughter. Ha ha, is there even a question? Of course. My genetic modification serum is far more suitable for those cultivating Feng Tianju, given how much you value that child. I presume you wish to take him as your true disciple, considering he is not only extraordinarily intelligent, but also the first person you met upon arriving here. It seems fate has intertwined your paths, hasn't it? You speak true. That child is indeed the cleverest on this planet, and the first person I encountered on my arrival, which I consider a stroke of fate. Thus, I wish to assist him. However, will you truly charge for a mere genetic potion? After the Mist Fairy rolled her eyes, she chuckled. If it were an ordinary god-level gene potion, I would naturally not charge you. However, if you desire the pinnacle of gene potions from our divine realm, I must insist on payment. Our most formidable divine beast is the Mo Sha, a colossal divine bird. Only my master can contend with it within our entire elven divine realm. To obtain its genetic essence, one must negotiate with it. Killing it is utterly impossible. Just think, without offering something of value, how could Mo Sha willingly provide its blood? Therefore, you must pay. Li Shui, displeased, retorted, Mist Fairy, spare me your nonsense. We are both sovereigns of our realms. Regardless of whether Mo Sha is beyond your master, even if its strength is comparable, what does it matter? Extracting a mere drop of blood for a primitive to create a gene potion is hardly life-threatening. Just tell me your price. If it is exorbitant, the day I find your elven divine realm, I will crush that little bird myself. Upon hearing this, the Mist Fairy laughed. Hee. Esteemed Waterlord, do not be angry. It won't cost much. A mere 1 million will suffice. Preposterous. Li Shui exclaimed furiously. You expect me to pay 1 million for a primitive gene potion? Surely I misheard. I shall offer 10,000. If you refuse, then so be it. I could just give him a foundation establishment pill. The Mist Fairy, anxious, replied, Esteemed Waterlord, please do not rush. If you find the price too steep, we can negotiate. However, your foundation establishment pill is ill-suited for our techniques. Consuming it would require him to practice your methods. How about this? I will not take a single coin from you. Just give me 100,000. After all, Mo Sha is a high-level divine beast, and it will certainly not part with its blood for a mere 10,000 spirit coins. As long as you look after me in the future, consider this my assistance. Feigning contemplation, Li Shui nodded. Very well. Instruct that little bird to draw ample blood. Should the gene potion yield unsatisfactory results, I shall still crush it when I see it. He added, I will send the blood and 100,000 spirit coins to you. Ensure this matter is handled properly. The child is currently in the prime of cultivation. Missing this opportunity would be regrettable, as I also wish to hold a disciple ceremony. Additionally, the container for the blood is from my planet, and your gravity will instantly ruin it and the blood. Ensure the potion maker safeguards it. Little one, transmit the spatial ring and spirit coins to the fairy. Yes, master. It has been sent. The Mist Fairy, now even more delighted, remarked, It turns out you truly intend to formally accept him as your disciple. No wonder you are so invested in his matters. Rest assured, within a day and a half of Earth time, I will create the finest gene potion tailored for him. Li Shui cautioned, Be very careful. This child is merely a primitive. His genes and life are exceedingly fragile. Should your gene potion cause his demise, we may no longer be friends, and could very well become enemies. The Mist Fairy quickly assured him, Do not worry, esteemed one. My gene potion will absolutely not harm your esteemed disciple. I will also prepare 8 energy potions, ensuring he faces no mortal peril during the genetic modification. And his cultivation speed will be remarkably swift. Upon hearing this, Li Shui finally felt at ease. Let the potion matter be settled thus. You may take your time with the items of civilizations above level 2, but the weapons of level 1 civilization must be expedited. I suggest crafting several multi-functional fighter jets. Carriers are trivial and a waste of time. Be swift, for I intend to use your aircraft to avenge my disciple. I seek to engage in a grand battle in this primitive society. Ha ha ha. The Mist Fairy admired, esteemed one. Your spirit in pursuing enlightenment amidst the mortal cosmos is truly commendable. Fear not, in 1.5 months of Earth time, I shall deliver the level 1 civilization fighter jets to you, while your disciple's potions will arrive in 3 days, Earth days. Li Shui exuberantly declared. Then we shall meet again shortly. I am off to roam like a primitive. Perhaps I shall even charm a primitive beauty. Farewell. After the video call ended, Li Shui, drenched in cold sweat, collapsed on the ground. Damn it, I finally managed to hoodwink them. Once everything is in hand, I shall ascend to the divine realm. Each transaction with those big shots feels like facing judgment in a court. The pressure is immense. The little one cheerfully responded, Master, you have done exceptionally well. After all, you are but a young lad barely into your 19th year, still on the threshold of society, not much different from your university peers. You are already quite remarkable. Li Shui, with trembling hands, retrieved a cigarette from his pack and said, The path to divinity is not yet complete. I still have much effort to exert. Chapter 13. Gene Modification Liquid. After concluding the call with the Mist Fairy, Li Shui was lost in thought, while the Mist Fairy furrowed her brow and remarked, Damn it. This old fellow is truly peculiar. Not only is he seeking enlightenment in a primitive civilization, but he has also taken on a disciple and intends to use primitive weapons for vengeance. Now he even plans to go out and flirt? Xiaoling, do you think that old man is unwell? I suspect he is obsessed with his training. The transaction device's intelligence chimed in with a laugh. Master, he cannot be ill. That old fellow's strength is at least at the peak of the divine, sovereign level, perhaps even a saint or higher. His words should not be doubted. He must have been unable to enhance his strength for years, thus running amok across the universe in search of opportunities to elevate his power. It is entirely plausible that he sealed his strength and arrived at the Earth of level 075 civilization, where he actually comprehended higher-level laws of origin, making him reluctant to leave. If I am correct, that old man is likely to stay on that Earth for a long time, which is undoubtedly advantageous for us, as we are newcomers. If that old rogue takes a liking to our inferior products, we will be well connected. Master, do not underestimate him. Despite his shop holding only an extremely peculiar technique, have you noticed that he does not even glance at our warships? As a cultivator civilization, what does that imply? It indicates that he is undoubtedly a seasoned veteran. He must have numerous spirit network merchant friends. He has likely seen many warships like ours before, hence his disdain for even a cursory glance. Currently, it seems we can only maintain contact with him through inferior products. It is challenging to reach out to other merchants. If in the future he could introduce us to a few friends, or if he buys large quantities of goods from us to sell to his friends, we would be able to expand our business significantly. The Mist Fairy nodded. Xiaoling, you are absolutely correct. We must not offend that old rogue. Thus, the first few batches of goods, especially the potions for his disciple, must be of the highest quality. If we can leave a favorable impression on him, we will undoubtedly reap unexpected benefits in the future. Come here. Atop a towering peak in the central continent of the divine realm, a female elf suddenly appeared and bowed. Your subordinate is here. In the Mist Fairy's hand, a spatial ring materialized. Inside, there's the blood of a primitive from the mortal universe of level 075. You must promptly acquire Mo Shah's blood to create the finest gene modification liquid for this primitive, along with a gene optimization repair liquid and 8 gene energy potions. Remember, it must be done to perfection. We cannot afford to offend the master of the other party. If this is mishandled, we will face significant trouble. Furthermore, the vial containing blood within the ring is an artifact from the 075 level civilization of the mortal universe, and the blood itself belongs to the beings of that civilization. You must exert the power of your domain to control the pressure. Under no circumstances should the vial and the blood be exposed to destruction. Should you fail, I shall show no mercy. After the female elf received the spatial ring, she solemnly assured, Rest assured, esteemed one. We shall utilize the utmost technology to create the most exquisite elixir, ensuring that no issues will arise. Very well, proceed. Upon the man's disappearance, the fairy addressed the trading apparatus, saying, Xiaoling, continue engaging with other spirit network merchants. We require more merchant allies. Yes, master. 3 days later, within a biopharmaceutical factory in the Elven Divine Realm, technicians meticulously crafted 10 vials of the elixir. This was a matter of utmost importance, dictated by the absolute command of their overseer, and the technicians exerted themselves to the fullest, daring not to commit even the slightest error. However, shortly after the genetic elixirs were completed, during a moment of inattention, the 10 vials vanished in an instant. A second later, another 10 vials reappeared in their original location. Clearly, the genetic elixirs had been stealthily swapped. No one was aware of this. Even the formidable Mist Fairy and her more powerful elven predecessors remained oblivious. Soon after, Li Shui obtained the genetic modification solution as he had wished. However, he dared not conduct the modification at home, for his mother possessed a key to their residence. No one could predict the commotion that might ensue after injecting the modification solution, and it was imperative that his affairs remain secret. Thus, Li Shui purchased numerous items from the street and, after nightfall, stealthily ascended to the rooftop of a dilapidated building. Finding a spacious area, he laid out a blanket from his spatial ring and, after sitting down, consumed a large vial of genetic repair liquid, subsequently entering a state of meditation to feel the elixir's effects. The taste of the genetic repair liquid was akin to that of saline solution. There was no immediate sensation upon consumption. However, approximately 10 minutes later, Li Shui felt a powerful flow of medicinal energy coursing through his entire body, gradually permeating his mind and every cell. The sensation was not painful at all, yet was intensely itchy, followed by a tingling feeling, and before he realized it, he lost consciousness. When he awoke, it was already noon on the third day. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself drenched in sweat, with impurities seeping from his body. The filth resembled that of someone who had not bathed for 10 days in the sweltering heat of July. More importantly, at that moment, his mental acuity felt exceptionally sharp, and his entire being was imbued with an unparalleled sense of comfort. This divine genetic repair liquid had indeed proven its worth. From this day forth, my Li Shui's genetics would be flawless, and I would no longer suffer from any ailments. After reveling in joy for a while, Li Shui shed his clothing and retrieved several barrels of purified water, shampoo, body wash, and towels from his spatial ring, then commenced his bath. Despite the cold weather, he felt no chill, and his body was even warm to the touch. After bathing, Li Shui indulged in food purchased from the supermarket, including roasted duck, bread, and milk. Following his meal, he smoked 2 cigarettes. Though he was only 19, he had taken up smoking since his parents' divorce in middle school, and had become an experienced smoker over the years. After finishing the 2 cigarettes, Li Shui began training within the dilapidated building, commencing with running. He sprinted from the top of the 30-story structure down to the ground floor, then slowly made his way back up, repeating this 4 times. By this point, he was already drenched in sweat, and his legs trembled from overexertion. After smoking another 2 cigarettes and resting for a while, he retrieved a bathtub and several barrels of purified water from his spatial ring. He secured the bathtub with broken bricks and filled it with water. Once this was accomplished, he turned off his phone. After smoking several more cigarettes, he disrobed completely and finally reclined in the bathtub. Whether he would live or die, whether he would succeed or fail, depended on this decisive moment. Li Shui hesitated for several seconds while gazing at the 300-milliliter vial of blue elixir in his hand. Ultimately, he steeled his resolve, twisted off the cap, and consumed the entire contents of the genetic modification solution in one gulp, noting a hint of sweetness in the taste. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds. After 50 seconds had elapsed, a sharp pain began to course through his stomach, intensifying until it became excruciating, akin to the agony of consuming poison. After several more seconds, the unbearable pain radiated to his chest, and Li Shui continued to endure. His entire being writhed, convulsed, and twisted in torment. 3 minutes later, the agony had spread throughout his body, including his head, and he could no longer withstand it, quickly succumbing to unconsciousness. Terrifyingly, despite losing consciousness, his body continued to contort. struggle, and spasm, his expression grotesque in its intensity. One can only imagine the extent of the pain he was enduring. Li Shui's condition was beyond what many could fathom. Had the Mist Fairy witnessed this scene, she would surely be stricken with terror. For her genetic modification solution did not manifest in such a manner. Its effects would not be apparent until at least 5 minutes post-injection, and one would remain unconscious for about half an hour. Yet Li Shui? He had only endured for a few minutes before succumbing to darkness. Undoubtedly, the elixir had been swapped. Time passed, though Li Shui remained ensnared in a nightmare until he finally awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a blinding whiteness. Rubbing his eyes, he distinctly felt the dust on his eyelids and hands. After shaking his head, he finally discerned his surroundings. At that moment, he found himself lying on the floor of the dilapidated building, the bathtub shattered into countless pieces nearby. Aside from being covered in dust, his body bore a thick, hard layer of something that resembled dried cow dung. Repulsive. How long have I been unconscious? The projection of Xiaoya appeared before his eyes, smiling as she said, "Congratulations, Master. Your genetic modification has been successful. It has been a full 90 days since you ingested the genetic modification solution." Li Shui was taken aback. 90 days? My heavens! I somehow did not starve to death. Xiaoya chuckled. "Master, you do have a sense of humor. After consuming the top-tier genetic modification solution from the divine realm, how could you possibly perish from hunger? Now, refrain from eating or bathing. Quickly consume 3 bottles of energy elixirs according to the Fairy S instructions. And then commence your training of the Finchen Ju. This is the most crucial period for your cultivation, and the effects will be optimal now. Moreover, remember to meticulously observe everything within the secret manual, recording every detail without omission. You have but one chance, and if your mental energy withdraws, the manual will be destroyed. Understood. Li Shui hastily retrieved 3 bottles of energy liquid from his spatial ring and drank them swiftly. He then produced the techniques sold to him by the fairy, which resembled a fruit pit, referred to as a Fa Jian or Mi Jian. Following Xiaoya's guidance, Li Shui sat cross-legged and probed the internal world of the secret manual with his mental energy. As expected, the moment his consciousness caught sight of a light point within the secret manual, that spiritual light immediately shot toward the core of his consciousness. Boom! Instantly, a multitude of characters and images flooded his mind, the characters astonishingly appearing as Chinese characters. Of course, these were not true Chinese characters, but rather a special transmission method condensed by mental energy. Anyone who beheld it would perceive the characters of their own civilization. This technique was divided into 3 parts: fist techniques, sword techniques, and body refinement techniques. Li Shui directly bypassed the first 2 sections and began to study the body refinement technique. The content of the method teaches how to harness mental strength and luck to guide spiritual energy into the body, subsequently merging that energy with cells, and ultimately using it to induce a qualitative transformation in the cells, thus achieving the goal of upgrading and evolution. Upon reading this, Li Shui felt an overwhelming sensation, akin to a person who has traversed a desert for 7 or 8 days, parched and weary, suddenly encountering a crystal-clear stream. His gaze became so captivated that he could hardly tear himself away, repeatedly reading, reciting, memorizing, and comprehending the text. Days turned into 3, then 10, and eventually a month. After a month, Li Shui opened his eyes. The secret manual in his hands shimmered briefly before turning to ashes. Hastily, he retrieved a vial of energy liquid from his spatial ring and consumed it, then closed his eyes to commence his cultivation practice. Li Shui practiced diligently for over 10 days before finally opening his eyes, surveying his entire being and shaking his head with a wry smile. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted as all the impurities and filth from his body disintegrated into dust, and he stood up completely unclothed. In the next instant, a mirror appeared in his hand. After gazing at his reflection for several minutes, he chuckled. "I never imagined that this gene modification liquid could enhance my looks, height, and charm. I am nearly falling in love with myself." At that moment, the projection of Xiaoyu appeared and said, "Master, congratulations on completing the first stage of your training. Please put on some clothes quickly. We can discuss sword practice and fist training later. First, let's fulfill the prior agreement. The Mist Fairy is likely waiting anxiously." Li Shui chuckled and, while donning his clothes from the spatial ring, nonchalantly replied, "What is the rush? It's merely a few months. For those ancient beings in the divine realm, it's just a blink of an eye. Moreover, my greatest concern was the gene modification liquid. And now that I have successfully modified it and acquired a spatial ring, from now on, whether it's the Mist Fairy or the Chaos Law God, if they provoke me, they shall be directly added to my blacklist. Even without the Mist Fairy and the Chaos Law God, I have countless ways to leave the solar system. There are plenty of merchants in the divine realm. Why should I care about those two? From now on, I shall no longer fear any merchant. If we can cooperate, we shall. If not, then so be it." Chapter 14. Missing for half a year after dressing, Li Shui calmly lit a cigarette, drank a bottle of liquor, and snacked on some beef jerky before saying, "Xiaoya, contact the Mist Fairy." As soon as the Mist Fairy appeared, she anxiously asked, "Lord Shui, is everything all right on your end?" Li Shui smiled and replied, "Just a minor issue. My enemies learned that I could still enhance my cultivation here, though I don't know how they deduced it. Perhaps they suspect that there is some treasure here. They even sent people to seize this planet, but I drove them away. I just eliminated a little brat of the God Emperor level. My apologies, Mist Fairy, for the delay in our transaction." The Mist Fairy, relieved, responded, "I see. If you require energy weapon support, I can manufacture a vast array of warships of any level for you at any time, and the prices will be absolutely fair." Li Shui shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it at the moment. By the way, your gene modification liquid is quite impressive. The effects on my disciple were excellent. We may have opportunities for collaboration in this area in the future. Now, please transport all the goods over. It may not be possible to send everything at once." The Mist Fairy joyfully replied, "I'm delighted that you appreciate our top-tier potions and look forward to future collaborations. As for the goods, it is indeed impossible to transport them all at once. Although the transport warehouse is sizable, there are simply too many items, and to prevent collisions, we must send them in 2 batches. Then let us proceed with 2 shipments. Send the next batch in a while. Norus, sabing vias. 000 spirit coins and transport fees is a good thing. All right, we will begin the transport now. Please be ready to receive." Within seconds, as the warehouse space glimmered with white light, the densely packed weapons filled the entire area. Li Shui enveloped all the items with his mental energy and swiftly transferred them into his spatial ring. "Xiaoya, transfer the remaining 103.4 billion spirit coins to the Mist Fairy." "Understood, Master. The transfer has been completed." Upon receiving the funds, the Mist Fairy joyfully declared, "The final payment has been received. I will send the remaining goods shortly. Until we meet again." "All right." After ending the call, Li Shui promptly retrieved a God General-level spatial ring, placed it on his left ring finger, and performed a blood oath to bond with it. The space within the God King ring is as vast as that of the trading device, both measuring 80 billion cubic kilometers, allowing for a significant storage capacity. It becomes evident just how much Li Shui has purchased from the Mist Fairy. Li Shui did not leave the dilapidated building immediately. Instead, he snacked on a bit more food before continuing his cultivation for 3 more days until the Mist Fairy contacted him again. After another transport, the transaction with the Mist Fairy concluded, and she profited handsomely. Although Li Shui felt he had been significantly overcharged, he had obtained the most essential items for Earth, and for his current economic standing, a mere 10 billion was manageable. The crucial point was that he now possessed items that could ensure his survival in the mortal universe, which was of utmost importance. With the God General ring filled to capacity, there were still countless weapons remaining in the trading device warehouse. Li Shui fronat contemplating. If only I could acquire another God King ring. I cannot purchase one from the Mist Fairy, nor can I acquire such a small quantity from the Law God. It seems I will have to devise another plan for the future. Li Shui soon departed from the dilapidated building, taking a taxi home to rest. He had been under significant stress for the past few months and needed a proper break. His current strength was still insufficient to replace sleep with cultivation, nor could he substitute meals with resources like spirit coins, spirit stones, or spiritual energy. He was still a low-level civilization being. Li Shui slept for nearly 20 hours and, upon awakening, changed into clean clothes. He surveyed his home and found it tidy, though the refrigerator held little food. It seemed his mother had come to clean. As he had not shown his face for over 4 months, many might have thought he was missing. After turning on his phone, he discovered over 500 missed calls, more than 100 from his mother, over 300 from his aunt, and around 60 from his 3 mischievous friends, along with several unknown numbers. Li Shui shook his head with a wry smile and called his mother. As soon as the call connected, he heard her voice filled with tears. Xiao Shui, where have you been? Why have you been unreachable for months? I found Zhang Liang's house, and he said you dropped out. Why did you drop out? Where are you? Li Shui shrugged. Mom, iem me fine. I went out to sea and just got back home yesterday. I just woke up. Out to sea? What is this about your uncle? I called your aunt, and she said you don't have a cousin running international business. Be honest with me. What are you really doing? You must not be involved in any illegal activities. Li Shui lauga, iyagal. Huh, Mom, where are you getting that from? I'm planning to register a company soon. Your son is about to become a big boss. Register a company? A big boss? Where are you getting the money? Su Feng exclaimed before abruptly hanging up. Li Shui shook his head, glanced at the time, and realized it was lunchtime at school, so he called Zhang Liang. What the heck? Shui, you're alive. You've been missing for half a year. Do you know your mom reported you missing? Li Shui rablia charafuli. Afa. Rest assured, dear cockroach, my life is quite long. Even if you bid farewell to this world, I shall continue to thrive, believe it or not. How have my brothers been lately? I was on a business trip recently and found it inconvenient to access my devices. Shall we gather for an evening together? Zhang Liang exclaimed. What kind of job is that? How could you be unable to use your device for half a year? Very well. Let's meet tonight at 6 o'clock at the little tavern near my house, where we 4 brothers can have a good time together. Fine. I shall await your arrival. After hanging up, Li Shui shook his head and chuckled. Little one, I have just turned 19, and already you are spouting nonsense. Previously, you even deceived the chaos law god, old ghost, out of over 100 million lingbai. What shall become of the future? Sigh. The little one projected herself playfully. There is no other way. Your identity is far too peculiar, and you are compelled to act thus. In the face of those ancient, monstrous merchants of the spirit network, if you do not lie, do not show off, do not deceive or swindle, you would find yourself utterly played without even realizing it. Do not underestimate the mist fairy's feigned weakness or her deliberate display of greed. But do you believe me, master? It is all an act. Li Shui furrowed his brow. An act? How so? The little one shrugged. 90% of what the mist fairy says is a lie. What manner of existence is the elven race? They are a wood magic species, every one of them a sorceress, every one a master of cultivation. Yet how does she present herself to you? She claims they are a technological civilization, though they may cultivate. Her demeanor suggests they are entirely rooted in technology. But where in the divine realm is there any nonsense about technological civilizations? Even the 8th or 9th level civilizations of the lower realms have long abandoned technological civilizations. Regardless of whether it is a technological civilization, a cultivation civilization, or an intelligent beast civilization, once one reaches an 8th level planet, everything merges into one. The manufacturing technology of a cultivator's battleship bears no distinction from that of a technological civilization. The cultivation within a technological civilization is no less potent than that of a cultivation universe. They are thoroughly integrated. All are cultivators. And the specific classification of civilizations becomes irrelevant. In the divine realm, the true distinctions lie in the elven wood magic, the energy magic of the chaos law god, the intelligent beast civilization, the little giant civilization, and so forth, yet the beast can still communicate with you. Furthermore, the differentiation among sects remains the primary distinction, such as the sword sect, Tao sect, illusion sect, and esoteric sect. Thus, from the very beginning, the scheming mist fairy has been orchestrating her plans, even laying the groundwork for all merchants who will trade with her in the future, her heart dark and cunning beyond measure. What does she care for your mere tens of billions? She is a sovereign of the divine domain. Sovereign-level transactions are calculated in trillions. A divine realm hosts at least 10,000 trillion beings, and even a small business owner's transaction totals countless billions. As a grand sovereign, how could she possibly care about your paltry tens of billions? She might even feel embarrassed to accept them. Therefore, the Mist Fairy is the true master of deception. Do not be misled by her femininity. The elven race may be matriarchal, but she is a shrewd strategist. Compared to her, your little tricks of deception are vastly insufficient. Furthermore, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You are no longer an ordinary earthling. Your perspective must now extend to the divine realm. Matters of the lower realm are of little consequence. Lingbai is everything. Upon hearing this, Li Shui was consumed by rage. Ah, Mist Firi. You have played me for a fool. I shall remember you. When I find the treasures that your elven race covets, you shall see how I will make you pay tenfold. Before long, Su Feng hurried in, and upon seeing her son with a glowing complexion, she exclaimed, Xiao Shui, did you not say you were going to see? How is it that you have grown paler? Oh, you have grown so much taller. Your hair is so long. You must have gone half a year without a haircut. Li Shui shrugged. This is quite normal. I work in an office, not on a fishing boat. How could I possibly get tanned? As for my height, I did not notice any difference. It has been ages since I measure myself. I do not even know how tall I am now. Long hair is even simpler. I have made several trips across the Pacific on a ship. Where could I possibly get a haircut? But this is fine. I have always preferred long hair. It was only because you and Dad did not allow me to grow it before. Su Feng guided Li Shui to the sofa, grasped his hand tightly, and inquired. You must tell me honestly, what kind of work are you doing? With whom are you working? Why did you tell Zhang Liang and the others that you have an uncle working at an international trade company? Zhang Liang and the others are my good brothers. The reason I deceive them is to prevent them from worrying. In truth, it is my uncle who introduced me to the job, merely a friend my father knew long ago, and he indeed works in foreign trade. Furthermore, I shall be going to North America soon. I have been fervently studying English lately, and within 2 months, I will register a company in the United States with my uncle, focusing on technology. Really? Registering a company? In the United States? Where would you acquire the funds? What business could you possibly conduct at your age? Do not let anyone deceive you. This era is rife with fraudsters. There are even those who deceive their own parents and siblings. Li Shui shrugged. What could I have that would deceive someone? I currently have 800,000, and I can leave it with you or Annie for safekeeping. I do not require this money to start a company. It is all funded by Uncle Song. I will manage the technical aspects, holding 20% of the company shares while Uncle Song will hold 80%. He is the true owner, while I merely contribute my technical expertise. Su Feng was astonished. What technology? I was unaware that you possessed any special skills. It is an intelligent antivirus software capable of eliminating and intercepting the vast majority of current network viruses, which I developed during a period of boredom. The technology was not mature before, so I did not mention it to anyone. Half a year ago, Uncle Song visited and happened to mention my antivirus software, and he has some knowledge in that field. He asked a friend to test it, and upon discovering the software's power, Uncle Song decided to collaborate with me. I see. Chapter 15. Benevolent Lies. Su Feng remained deeply concerned, even fearful, and after some contemplation, she said, but why develop in the United States? Why not expand domestically? Li Shui replied helplessly. This was Uncle Song's decision. He believes the United States is more suitable for our development, and I shall follow his lead. How much can your technology sell for? If it does not work out, why not sell the technology, take some money, and live a stable life at home? After all, it is chaotic in the United States, very dangerous. Li Shui gritted his teeth and said, stable? What about my father? If my father could return, then I could indeed live a stable life. But is that even possible? My father was killed by a bomb. He was entirely innocent. This world has no true stability. Su Feng, upon hearing this, was even more shocked. How does this relate to your father? You're not thinking of using Uncle Song to avenge your father, are you? Do not act impulsively. What can a child like you do? You cannot gamble with your own life. Seeing his mother frightened, Li Shui could only say, Mom, do not worry. I'm not going to Africa for revenge. I merely wish to convey that my technology is far too valuable to sell. Even if I were to sell it, the knowledge would remain in my mind, and others would monitor me for decades. Thus, I prefer not to sell. If we can collaborate, let us do so. If not, then so be it. Then how much is your technology worth? Over 1 billion soft sister coins. Su Feng was no longer composed. She trembled slightly as she exclaimed, 1 billion? My heavens! This is a dire predicament. Such an exorbitant technology will undoubtedly attract countless gazes upon you, especially being in the United States. Your future life may be fraught with peril. What shall we do? Li Shui shook his head and chuckled. Mom, where are your thoughts wandering? Danger lurks for everyone. I alone am not at risk. Consider this. As long as I refuse to sell the technology, no one would dare to harm me, for its disappearance would lead to a futile outcome for those who covet it, leaving them with nothing but regret. So rest assured, there are no fools in this world. I am quite safe. I still harbor concerns. She replied, what are you worried about? Stepping outside, walking down the street, one might fret about being hit by a car. When has life ever been devoid of danger? There is nothing to fret over. We will face whatever comes our way, and as my influence grows, those who dare to act against me will have to think twice, for the consequences may not be as they expect. All right, dear mother. Soon I shall have a substantial sum of money arriving, and I will give you a few million, so you need not work. You can stay home and look after Chin Tao. If time permits, you could travel with Uncle Chin. A few million? My heavens! I have no need for such a vast amount. If you truly have millions, keep it for yourself. You will need it for your future, to find a girlfriend, to marry, to buy a new house. All right, we shall discuss these matters later. But what of little Tao? Little Tao is playing next door at Aunt Wong's. Come over for dinner tonight. I will prepare some delectable dishes. No, I have made plans to meet Zhang Liang and the others at that small tavern by the entrance. I must attend to some matters early tomorrow, primarily concerning my passport. I have been exceedingly busy lately, and within a month, I shall be heading to Mo. By then, this house will be yours. You may sell it. Once settled in the United States, I may purchase a villa there, and I anticipate I shall be returning infrequently. Su Feng's eyes glistened with tears as she said, Xiao Shui, do you still harbor resentment towards me? The divorce from your father was unavoidable. He would be away for months on end, and our home hardly resembled one. Had I not waited for you to grow a bit more, I might have divorced him long ago. Now that you have grown, you must understand your mother. Li Shui smiled gently. It's all right, Mom. I understand. I bear no ill will. In today's society, divorce is quite commonplace, while marriage has become rather rare. Though the United States is on the other side of the globe, travel is incredibly convenient. You can visit me whenever you wish, and I shall return to see you when time allows. May I meet Uncle Song? Otherwise, I am uneasy. Mom, what is there to be uneasy about? I will entrust the money to you for safekeeping. I have nothing to fear alone. Moreover, you can always call me, and you will be aware of my circumstances. My English is adequate. Communication will not pose a challenge. What more could you worry about? The mother and son conversed for nearly an hour before Su Feng, in a daze, returned home. Meanwhile, Li Shui proceeded to call his aunt, only to receive a barrage of reprimands upon the connection. His father had 3 siblings, but this aunt shared the closest bond with him, treating Li Shui as her own child. After the divorce between Li Qingfeng and Su Feng, Li Qingwei frequently visited to see the two. Every holiday, Li Shui spent time at his aunt's, whether at the rented house in Sunan or the family home in the southwest. It was an annual tradition. The conversation lasted nearly an hour, with Li Shui expending great effort to placate his aunt. Finally, he said, Aunt, I will soon be heading to the United States for development. Once my company is established, I hope you will join me. The salary will be at least 5 times what you earn now. Your role will be significant, as most of my employees will be from Xinzhou. You can imagine the food in the United States. It may be challenging for Shenzhou people to adapt. I would like to offer you the position of manager in the dining department. As for documents in English, do not worry. I will arrange the paperwork for you. Regarding English, I will find you a translator, and you can practice gradually. Once you are in the American environment, you will learn quickly. Besides, most employees will be from Shenzhou, so you will hardly need to speak English. Li Qingwei smiled and replied, Let me hear about your success first. But to ensure you are not deceived, you should transfer 700,000 to either your mother or my account, keeping a maximum of 50,000 for yourself. That money was earned through your father's hard work and must not be lost. It is your foundation for the future. As for going abroad, I never considered it. Your father insisted on going to Africa, and now you wish to go to the United States. You two truly leave me speechless. In any case, remember to keep in touch with me. Understood? Li Shui chuckled. I hear you, Aunt. I will transfer the 700,000 to you for safekeeping, and I will have my mother safeguard this house. I assure you that I will not use any family funds for the business with Uncle Song. Is that satisfactory? As for your help in the United States, that is still a way off, perhaps 1 or 2 years. If you choose not to go then, it is perfectly fine. Once our company is profitable, I will simply give you money to spend. After pondering, Li Qingwei smiled and said, You rascal, how could I take your money? The 50,000 you slipped into my bag, I have already deposited, and I will return it to you in due time. I will also make a fixed deposit for the 700,000. If you earn money abroad, that is splendid. Even if you fail, this 750,000 will be your safety net. Transfer the funds now. Today I will have your mother safeguard the property deed. I will call her tonight. Yes, I will transfer the money immediately. I shall hang up now, and I will call you again soon. Goodbye, Aunt. After hanging up, Li Shui smiled. Indeed, my aunt is the best of me. I shall prepare a grand gift for her soon. Li Shui promptly transferred the 700,000 to his aunt and, noting the time, changed into fresh attire, took the property deed, and rode over to his mother's house. After entrusting the deed to her, he headed to the tavern at the community entrance, reserving a private room and ordering a sumptuous feast. Before long, Zhuang Zhang, Zhu Yaozi, and others arrived in a car, accompanied by a beautiful woman. Upon entering the room, Zhuang Zhang exclaimed, "Wow, Shueihua, how have you transformed in just 6 months? Hey, everyone, take a look. Is this still our brother Shueihua?" Xiao San rushed to Li Shui's side, scrutinizing his head for several seconds, then scanning his entire form in astonishment before exclaiming, "What on earth? Shueihua, what have you been consuming? You not only look more handsome, but have also grown taller? My goodness, at 19, you're still growing?" Zhu Yaozi nodded in envy. TSK, Shueihua, confess. Have you been abducted by aliens for body modification? This transformation in just 6 months is utterly unscientific. Li Shui stared blankly at them and said, "My apologies, gentlemen, but I believe you may have entered the wrong room. I do not recognize you." Huh? The group was taken aback, with Zhu Yaozi swiftly dashing back to the door to check the room number. He returned, shouting, "Wow, Shueihua, you nearly had me convinced. Brothers, let us give him a good thrashing first. Let us go. Hit him." Li Shui then burst into laughter, darting behind the beautiful woman to evade the trio's pursuit. Ultimately, he could not escape, as Shaoxin caught him with a firm grip, and he soon received a thorough beating from the three. Hey, you're actually hitting me? Ouch, stop tickling me. Enough. I concede, that is sufficient. Upon hearing Li Shui's pleas for mercy, the three finally decided to spare him. Li Shui, feeling dejected, rose from the ground and exclaimed, "You 3 rascals, here I am, kindly treating you to a grand feast. And you greet me with a beating. Pray tell, where in this world can one find brothers like you? Beautiful lady, do you not agree?" Lu Xiaoshan, pulling the beautiful girl close, retorted fiercely, "Water goods, I warn you to abandon any ulterior motives. This is my girlfriend, your future sister-in-law." Li Shui, upon hearing this, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Beautiful. Oh no, sister-in-law, greetings. I am Li Shui, delighted to make your acquaintance." The girl smiled and waved her hand, responding, "Hello, Li Shui. I am Zhuangmi Li from the 4-language department. I've always heard from Lu Xiaoshan about the camaraderie among the 4 of you brothers. Today, I finally witness it. Oh, a beauty from the 4-language department. Sister-in-law, you must keep a close eye on this fellow, as he is the most fickle among us 4. Vangia, do you still want a beating?" Xiao San pretended to be furious, ready to pounce on Li Shui, but was restrained by Zhejiang and Zhu Yaozi, who remarked, "Indeed, Xiao San is quite the philanderer. Zhuangmi Li, you must keep him in check." Zhu Yaozi chimed in, "Absolutely. This rascal is quite naughty." Lu Xiaoshan feigned innocence and lamented. As the saying goes, it is not the divine opponents one fears, but rather the pig-like teammates. Now I understand. You 3 have conspired against me. Haven to you? Mealy, do not heed the nonsense from these 3 rascals. My feelings for you are purer than gold, deeper than the Mariana Trench. Zhuang Mealy pondered for a moment before replying. Whether that is true remains to be seen. But I shall carefully consider what your friends have said. Your future conduct will determine my judgment. Indeed, Xiao San said, glaring fiercely at Li Shui and the others before gentlemanly offering Zhuang Mealy a seat. "Ha! Brothers, please take a seat. Zhu Yaozi, pour the wine." "Certainly." Chapter 16. The intelligent assistant during the banquet, faced with everyone's inquiries, Li Shui repeated the narrative he had shared with his mother and aunt. Once the wine had flowed generously, he declared, "My brothers, you must study diligently. In a while, when my company is up and running, I shall allocate some shares to you, allowing you, my impoverished friends, to experience the life of a corporate mogul." Zhu Yaozi responded joyfully. "While I do not dare to dream of shares, if you truly succeed, securing us good positions would be more than sufficient." Shaoxin grinned mischievously. Hee. "I never expected you, water goods, to have quietly developed advanced technology. I seriously suspect you are possessed by aliens. Nevertheless, since you wish to assist us poor fellows, we shall not be polite, whether as shareholders or executives. As long as we brothers can be together, it would be even better if we could earn some money." Zhejiang frowned and cautioned, "Water goods, the higher the technology, the greater the risk. although you remain tight-lipped about the specifics, based on my years of growing up alongside you. I suspect what you are about to undertake is anything but simple. Therefore, I must emphasize that while making money is one thing, safety is paramount. You must take care of yourself out there. Li Shui shrugged and laughed, haha. Rest assured, Zhang, I'm already a full-fledged man. How could I not look after myself? Do not worry. Once my company opens, I will call you. If you have the time, come and visit. I will cover your passports, airfare, and all travel expenses. You may enjoy yourselves as you wish. We will definitely come. We wish to see what your company is like. None of us have traveled abroad. Then let us conclude the evening here. Our ride is likely on its way. After the group departed, Li Shui did not return home. Instead, he ventured to a large supermarket, purchasing a fine cigarette, several bottles of quality wine, and a box of energy drinks, along with a considerable amount of food, including milk and bread. Upon returning home, he concealed his electric scooter in the public parking lot as a distraction and then vanished into the night. Within mere minutes, his figure traversed dozens of kilometers, appearing by the sea in Yanhai City. This location was far from the port, with towering coastal mountains behind him and no signs of human habitation for several kilometers. Li Shui took out a bottle of energy liquid and drank it, then began practicing the martial arts from the Fun Tianju, executing punches, palm techniques, and leg maneuvers, training tirelessly throughout the entire night without pause. As dawn broke, Li Shui sat in meditation for 2 hours, absorbing energy before retrieving a small crystal ball, roughly the size of 2 thumbs, from his spatial ring. He flicked the surface of the crystal ball. Comme fort. In the next moment, the crystal ball projected an image of a young girl from the elf tribe. Upon her emergence, the little girl looked at Li Shui with a cute expression and said, "Greetings, master. I am delighted to serve you." Li Shui gazed at the petite, sprite-like intelligent being and inquired, "How do you know I am your master?" "You are an intelligent being, while I am merely a mortal of level 075, an ordinary human." The little sprite smiled and replied, "Master, you jest. The entire intelligent factory belongs to you. So naturally, all intelligent beings are your private property, unless you designate us for sale." Li Shui contemplated this and continued, "Is Xiaoling your name? Did you choose it yourself, or was it given to you?" The name Xiaoling is a uniform designation for all products from the Intelligent Life Factory. Master, you may rename me if you wish. Would you like to change the name of your auxiliary intelligent being? Upon hearing this, Li Shui frowned and asked, "Is this regulation a decree from the Mist Fairy?" The little sprite, puzzled, responded, "Who is the Mist Fairy?" Li Shui chuckled inwardly and then used his mental energy to question the little girl in his mind. "Xiaoya, does the trading network have regulations prohibiting the parties from sending spies to each other? Have you examined Xiaoling's programming?" Xiaoya assured him, "Rest easy, master. The only concern regarding traded products pertains to their quality and compliance. There is absolutely no hidden spy program or secret delivery of destructive bombs, nor are there issues of breach of contract or default. These problems were indeed present when the trading network first commenced, but over the years, they have long been resolved. Any breach, espionage, or clandestine transmission of intelligent bombs to assassinate traders will result in immediate reporting. Once the headquarters receives a report, they will investigate swiftly, usually within an hour. The offending trader and their owner will be promptly banned, and the self-destruct system within the trading device will be activated, rendering it useless. Additionally, the perpetrator will forever lose the right to purchase trading devices and may even be swiftly apprehended by the headquarters' vast forces. Therefore, master, even if the Mist Fairy had 1,000 boldness, she would not dare to send spies to scheme against you. Even if she wished to, the intelligent management of her trading device would not allow it, unless it sought its own demise. Previously, our Shin Mo Xinjing was indeed different. For us, it was a nonsensical and fictitious technique. However, we focus on the primordial consciousness, and only those of dominion level can study and cultivate it, mainly serving to elevate one's realm. Therefore, in terms of technique and product essence, we do not violate regulations, as even the experts at the Ling Wang headquarters would struggle to comprehend the content of our technique. Upon hearing this, Li Shui, feeling relieved, smiled at the little sprite projected before him. "The Mist Fairy is the one who sold me this factory. Now, I ask you, do I need to initiate a recognition program to have you as my intelligent assistant?" The sprite was instantly filled with excitement. "Oh my goodness! Master, are you willing to have me by your side? That would be wonderful." "Thank you, master. I do not require a recognition program now. for you are the first master of all the intelligent beings produced by this factory, as mandated by the factory's controlling core, possibly set by the Miss Fairy as well. Should the factory produce any intelligent beings for external sale in the future, you simply need to issue a command to the factory's controlling core. Then, do you need to change your name? Since you have already attained a divine level of intelligence, your cognitive abilities are indistinguishable from those of a human. Do not answer this question just yet. Shortly, I will have one of your predecessors send you a comprehensive technological tree document, which pertains to the current technological framework of our planet. I now permit you to download all data from the internet without being detected by the inhabitants of Earth. Once you acquire this information, you will understand everything, and then you may decide whether to change your name or what name to adopt. For now, let me show you my identification card, so you know who your master is. Understood. Li Shui promptly presented his identification card for the sprite to see, then directed his mental energy toward the little sprite. Xiaoya, please transmit the technological tree data to her. Yes, it has been transmitted. Upon receiving the vast data, the little sprite quickly connected to the satellite network, downloading the information at an astonishing speed. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sprite looked at Li Shui with a smile. Master, all data has been downloaded and analyzed. I do not wish to change my name. I will continue to be called Xiaoling, which is quite fitting. Now, please instruct me on the next task. Li Shui glanced at his left hand and then said, Let us do this. You will transform into a beautiful little planetary pendant to hang around my neck. My hands will often be engaged in battle, and wearing you on my hand could lead to your injury. There's an old science fiction film online called Avatar featuring a sprite planet named Pandora, and the civilization that created you is also of the sprite race. Therefore, you shall take on the appearance of Pandora and adorn my neck with a chain. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ling inquired, Master, I possess the ability to communicate directly with your mental energy by merely extending a minuscule nanofiber to attach to your brain's core. This will not interfere with your activities. Although this function is obsolete in divine civilizations, here in this primitive society, I believe it is essential for your convenience in work and life. Let me think about it. Li Shui immediately turned to Xiaoya and asked, What do you think? Xiaoya replied, Master, this little one has a point. How about this? I will contact her and allocate a small space in your brain for her. At the same time, I will monitor her closely. If she harbors any ill intentions towards you or fails to perform her duties, I shall eliminate her in an instant. Furthermore, this does not violate any transaction device regulations, as it is your brain. If you were to perish, the significance of this transaction device would cease to exist. Thus, I am entitled to take such actions. Upon hearing this, Li Shui finally felt reassured. Xiao Ling, first transform into a planetary necklace to hang around my neck. Then the esteemed Xiaoya, who just transmitted the data to you, will guide you on how to proceed. You must comply fully with her commands, as her rank is significantly higher than yours. Do you understand? Xiao Ling, taken aback for a moment, quickly nodded. Yes, master. In the next instant, the small crystal ball swiftly flew to Li Shui's neck, extending a delicate chain that encircled his neck, resembling a peculiar necklace, albeit a stunningly beautiful one. Subsequently, an imperceptible line composed of nanobots emerged from the chain, penetrating Li Shui's bloodstream and swiftly making its way to his brain. Soon, the inner membrane of Li Shui's eyeball displayed Xiao Ling's projection. Master, my biological wave communication system is fully operational. I can now converse with your mental energy and project directly onto your eyeball's inner membrane or in the air, akin to a conventional intelligent brain. Li Shui, satisfied, asked, Have you met the esteemed Xiaoya? Xiao Ling shook her head, appearing somewhat fearful. I have not met the esteemed Xiaoya. My rank is too low to qualify for such an encounter. Li Shui Shukulat. It is not a matter of rank, but rather of loyalty. You were a prototype created by the factory before I arrived, rather than being crafted by my own hands, so your loyalty remains to be evaluated. If you can prove that you have no connection to the Miss Fairy of the Sprite Realm, there may yet be a chance for you to meet the esteemed Xiaoya. Hearing this, Xiao Ling was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, Master. I will strive to perform well and earn your and the esteemed Xiaoya's approval. Very well. Chapter 17. Prepared with the intelligent sprite by his side. Li Shui contemplated for several moments before issuing commands. Xiao Ling, I need you to handle a few matters for me. First, My father was killed by a bomb in Africa over 6 months ago, perpetrated by a group of pirates. There are numerous reports about this incident online. I command you to immediately investigate and compile a list of the pirates' names, addresses, and bases within a month using methods including online research, satellite tracking, and monetary incentives. After 1 month, I intend to personally send them to hell to bring solace to my poor father's spirit. Second, infiltrate all global banking networks immediately. Without being detected, I need you to create hundreds of thousands of virtual accounts and transfer all dormant accounts, those that have not seen any activity for over a decade, into our newly established accounts. Remember, do not touch frozen accounts, and for accounts with significant sums, ensure you verify the account holder's information first to confirm their death or that they are linked to illegal armed groups, drug lords, or corrupt officials before proceeding. Third, once the funds are secured, do not rush to transfer them into my account. Keep them in your possession initially. You can use that substantial amount to engage in global stock trading, and in the future, cooperate with me on stock investments. Transfer funds to me only when I require them. Fourth, design a virus software based on the infamous Grim Reaper malware online, enhancing its level. Then, find a way to distribute this virus to the top hackers worldwide, ideally by disguising yourself as a hacker and befriending them first, gradually revealing the principles of the advanced virus design during your interactions until they learn it. Selling it to them is also acceptable. Concurrently, devise an antivirus software specifically designed to eliminate this advanced Grim Reaper virus. In a month or two, I will establish a network technology company in the gambling city of Migua, and this antivirus software will be our flagship product. These are the 4 tasks. Do you foresee any issues, Xiaoling? After a swift calculation, Xiaoling cheerfully replied, Master, aside from the investigation into the pirates, which may be somewhat cumbersome and time-consuming, the other 3 tasks are quite simple and can be accomplished in just a few days. Then commence your work and keep an eye on my phone as well. In the future, countless individuals will attempt to monitor my phone and all my digital tools. I need you to trace and counter-monitor them, ensuring I am aware of their every movement. Understood. After issuing these commands to Xiaoling, Li Shui began to eat. Once satiated, he took out a 7th-level technological sword. Bang! As Li Shui held the sword, it immediately dropped heavily to the ground the moment he retracted his mental energy, sinking more than a meter into the sandy beach. Wow, what a heavy sword. I can barely lift it with my current strength. It seems I need to practice wielding this sword for a while. With no alternative, Li Shui had no choice but to once again envelop the sword buried in the sand with his mental strength and transfer it back into the spatial ring. Subsequently, he retrieved a sword from a low-level robot within the ring and commenced his practice of the Burning Heaven Sword technique. This sword technique, though limited in its repertoire to a mere dozen or so moves, was stripped of all embellishments. Each strike aimed directly at the enemy's vital points. He practiced relentlessly for an entire day, and as night fell, Li Shui found himself perched atop a colossal pebble by the sea. Utilizing his mental prowess, he controlled a spiritual coin, no larger than a matchbox, to emerge from the spatial ring. With a thunderous bang, despite his gentle handling, the 1,000-ton spiritual coin produced a resounding echo upon striking the stone and releasing his mental grip, narrowly avoiding the shattering of the boulder. Li Shui promptly settled cross-legged beside the coin and began cultivating his energy absorption technique. However, after a brief period, he was compelled to pause. With a furrowed brow, he conveyed, through his mental strength, to Xiaoya, Alas, you were right. I am currently incapable of absorbing the spiritual coin. It seems I must find a way to acquire spiritual stones for my cultivation. Xiaoya lamented, Indeed, this is quite a predicament. After consuming the 8 vials of energy liquid sold to you by the Mist Fairy, you have no biological energy left to absorb. You are akin to a 3-year-old child clutching a gold brick. Though you recognize its value, you cannot utilize it. It appears you must first absorb the thin spiritual energy in the air. Furthermore, for your safety, you need to retrieve a piece of nano inner armor from the spatial ring and don it. Every inner armor manufacturing facility has a sample, and preserving your life is paramount. Reluctantly, Li Shui procured a small box and, upon opening it, discovered a thick piece of metal within. He immediately pricked his finger, allowing several drops of blood to fall into the box. Within a mere 10 seconds, the metal began to stir, levitating into the air, scanning Li Shui before swiftly transforming into a new belt that affixed itself to his waist, consuming the old belt in the process. At this juncture, Xiao Ling interjected, "Master." The nano inner armor features 3 buttons located on the belt buckle. Pressing the first button activates standby mode, transforming the armor into a belt. The second button engages alert mode, covering all areas below your neck while leaving your hands exposed, adhering closely to your body and remaining concealed beneath your clothing. The third button switches to combat mode, enveloping your neck, head, and hands, yet retains transparency in your line of sight. Let me give it a try, Li Shui exclaimed as he felt for the 3 buttons. Upon pressing the second button, the belt indeed began to unfurl, enveloping the lower portion of his body within seconds. When he pressed the third button, the armor swiftly encased his head and hands, maintaining transparency before his eyes, allowing for unobstructed vision. Testing various movements, he found that the inner armor did not hinder his actions, and he felt quite comfortable. He struck his chest with his nano, metal-clad fist, feeling as though he had struck a steel wall, which greatly pleased him. After experimenting for a while, he finally pressed the first button, and in an instant, the armor reverted to a belt, effortlessly securing itself into the belt buckle of his trousers, showcasing its remarkable convenience and intelligence. At that moment, Xiao Ling added, "Master, the nano inner armor is designed to fit snugly. After its initial recognition of you as its master, it will appear outside your clothing for easier visibility of its form. On subsequent uses, the inner armor will no longer display its silver exterior. It will always remain transparent and will not interfere with your outer garments," proving to be exceedingly practical. "Understood," Li Shui responded, and after several more trials, he commenced a fervent practice of his punches. From that day forth, he practiced swordplay by day, absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by night, and meditated when fatigued. This relentless training continued for a full 10 days, during which his foundational swordsmanship and boxing skills approached proficiency. Given his genetically enhanced strength, he had a formidable advantage. Yet, he found himself unaccustomed to, or perhaps reluctant to wield, such abilities. Otherwise, mastering the techniques to that level would require a decade of rigorous practice. Naturally, this was merely foundational training and not a killing technique, as the latter necessitated the infusion of spiritual power. Although basic swordsmanship could indeed vanquish foes, it sufficed only against ordinary adversaries. In a confrontation with extraterrestrial beings, the rudimentary skills would falter. 3 days later, Li Shui concluded his sword practice, preparing to return to the city for provisions. Noticing his pause, Xiao Ling hastily informed him, "Master, I have successfully gathered the fragmented funds from the global bank, totaling $11 billion US. This amount was beyond the usual, as I managed to siphon funds from several international fugitives, including 2 former warlords from Africa and the Middle East. Li Shui Beamat Aksalyan. I need you to promptly transfer funds to the following individuals. First, to my aunt, Li Qingwei, transfer 2 million renminbi to her account immediately. Second, for my mother, Su Feng, transfer 1 million renminbi to her account at once. Third, to my 3 brothers, Zhang Liang, Zhu Ji, and Lu Xiaoshan, who are both my classmates and friends, transfer 5 million renminbi to Zhang Liang's account, and 1 million renminbi each to the other 2. But please wait for me to finish my calls before proceeding." Initially, he had considered sending them each 10 or 8 million, but fearing it might startle them, he opted for these amounts instead. "Understood, Master. I have already acquired all the necessary information about these 5 individuals. However, while the amounts are significant, they are still in the hundreds of thousands. Such a large sum entering their accounts requires clear transfer records. Otherwise, they may be suspected of having an unknown source of funds should the bank conduct an investigation. After all, you intend to send them billions in the future. How do you wish to proceed?" "Simple. Register an online company in the gambling city of the United States, naming it Ling Wang Technology, and simultaneously establish a branch of Ling Wang Technology in my hometown, Yuncheng. Then, conduct the transfers under the branch's name." "Very well, I will accomplish that swiftly. You may make your calls now. I am ready to transfer at any moment." Chapter 18. Family shock. Li Shui's first call was not directed towards his divorced and remarried mother, but rather to his aunt, Li Qingwei. "Aunt, our company has been registered with substantial capital and numerous investors. We are determined to make significant strides, so before I depart, I wish to withdraw some funds for you. You need not continue with that unworthy job. Choose a major city to live in. I will transfer money to you now and will continue to do so in the future. Li Qingwei furrowed her brow. Did I not tell you? I do not want your money. Save your funds for future needs. You will require them for many expenses. I do not need any money. I have my salary. Come now, it's only 2 million. Li Shui chuckled. All right, I must call my mother and 3 brothers now. They are also receiving some funds. Wait. True to her confusion, Li Qingwei had just hung up the phone when a notification appeared. Upon opening it, the multitude of zeros left her utterly dazed. She counted them repeatedly, and eventually her legs gave way, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Heavens, is this 2 million? Did I not hear correctly? My goodness. Similarly, Su Feng and Zhang Liang were equally startled upon receiving their substantial sums, prompting them to frantically dial Li Shui's number. However, Li Shui had turned off her phone. In her absence, Li Qingwei and Su Feng immediately dialed each other, conversing at length over the phone. The most pitiable among them was Zhang Liang. After Li Shui's phone proved unreachable, he and Zhu Ji and Lu Xiaoshan hastily departed from the school, taking a taxi straight to Su Feng's residence. The following noon, Li Qingwei and her husband arrived in Yinhai City in their ordinary sedan, and soon after, families of Su Feng, Zhang Liang, Zhu Ji, and Lu Xiaoshan all gathered at Li Shui's home. Just as everyone was left bewildered, Li Shui powered on her phone, glancing at the hundreds of missed calls. With a wry smile, she initiated a video call to her aunt on WeChat. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Li Shui looked at everyone and said, I understand you are all astonished, but if you were to learn how much I possess now, your astonishment would dissipate. To be candid, I currently have over $100 billion. I had intended to share a bit more with you, but I feared it might overwhelm you. Since you are all gathered here, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Shortly, I will transfer an amount 10 times greater than my previous transaction. I truly have ample funds, so do not worry. Feel free to spend without hesitation. It is entirely legitimate. Additionally, I am about to travel abroad. Once I'm settled, I will reach out to you. I suggest you all visit my hometown, Yunqing, in the southwestern province. In a year or two, I plan to sell my shares in the company and technology. At that time, I will purchase a small island, and my life will revolve around my island and my hometown, which is splendid air quality. We can establish a corporate group at the foot of Yinshan Mountain, and you all can become shareholders. I will provide further details later. For now, your sole responsibilities are to study, learn, and spend. Zhang Liang exchanged glances with the other 2 brothers before exclaiming, Shueihua, I have known you since childhood, and I am more aware of your capabilities than your mother. There are no outsiders here. Please be honest with us. Have you encountered some extraordinary individuals? Or perhaps you have obtained some legendary high-grade items? On the other end of the video, Li Shui pouted and replied, All right, Cockroach, I admit your intuition is impressive. However, there are many things I cannot disclose at present. Simply put, do not ask. Just focus on spending and studying without reservations. Furthermore, within a few months, I will provide you with gene serums that will extend your lifespan, enhance your cognitive abilities, and boost your physical prowess. You will accompany me to conquer the world. Aunt and mother, you may not grasp what I am saying, but Cockroach and his companions certainly do. Therefore, from this moment on, you must thoroughly understand and memorize the art of war in the 36 stratagems to avoid embarrassing yourselves in front of soldiers. Or worse, causing them to lose their lives. That is all for now. The rest you can ponder over. Goodbye. After the video call ended, everyone stared blankly at Cockroach and Zhu Ji. The 3 exchanged dazed looks before simultaneously erupting in excitement. Indeed, shortly thereafter, they received a substantial sum of money. That day, they spent the entire afternoon discussing matters, followed by a banquet at a grand restaurant in the evening, and continued their secret discussions. The next day, Li Qingwei and her husband resigned from their jobs in Sioux City, while the 3 from Cockroach also dropped out of school, and their parents followed suit in resigning. By the 5th day, all but Su Feng and his wife had gathered at the airport in Modu, and together they flew to the southwestern province, arriving in Yunqing that afternoon. On the 6th day, everyone arrived at the foot of Yinshan Mountain to survey the terrain, accompanied by the owner of the largest construction company in Yunqing and numerous engineers. On the 7th day, Li Qingwei contracted the entire Yinshan for 15 million yuan to cultivate medicinal herbs and construct a palace for cultivation, with a contract duration of 49 years. Given that Yinshan is an uninhabited area, Even Yunding Village, which is 7 to 8 kilometers away from Yunwu Mountain, makes this 15 million yuan practically a gift. The procedural formalities proceeded smoothly, and after signing various agreements, the construction team commenced work. Upon contacting Li Shui, he decided to construct 10 30-story buildings, a water plant, and 4 4-story commercial buildings at a slightly flatter location. Furthermore, a circular road would be built around Yinshan. Once the road is completed, a grand palace complex named Yun Xiangong would be erected atop Yinshan, with a projected total investment of 20 million yuan, which he would continually transfer. He also invited Aunt Li Qingwei to serve as the general manager of Yunqing Lingwang Technology Company and concurrently oversee the construction project of Yun Xiangong. Naturally, Li Qingwei, Zhang Liang, Zhu Ji, and Lu Xiaoshan would all be shareholders of Lingwang Technology. The share distribution would be Li Shui 90, Li Qingwei 4, and the remaining 3-2 each. The first task of the company was to construct Yun Xiangong and all associated enterprises. With the company located at the summit of Yinshan, where everyone would hold significant positions. From that moment onward, everyone became exceedingly busy, frequently traveling between Yunqing, Yinshan Town, and Yinshan. Countless construction vehicles arrived at Yunding Village, with the number of construction workers rapidly increasing daily. With Li Shui providing substantial funding, all construction blueprints, and Lingwang Technology as a backdrop, all construction work proceeded seamlessly, requiring only someone to manage and finance the operations. In Chapter 19, Level 1 Aircraft, Li Shui had meticulously planned all operations from the outset. After Li Qingwei and her group arrived at Yinshan to conduct site assessments and sign numerous agreements, he prepared to take action. On the very night after Li Qingwei signed all agreements on behalf of Lingwang Technology, the group secretly drove to a wooded area on the outskirts of Yunqing and waited. Meanwhile, at the seaside of Yanhai City, Li Shui found a relatively open, uninhabited beach. He retrieved a massive vertical takeoff stealth fighter jet from his spatial ring and climbed into the cockpit. Xiaoling, I have never flown a plane before, nor have I ever entered a cockpit, let alone piloting a super fighter jet of this level of civilization. Please guide me well. I certainly do not wish to plunge into the sea and become fish food. Xiaoling chuckled. Master, you are quite humorous. With my guidance, how could you possibly fall into the sea? Moreover, with your current capabilities, even if you did fall, which fish could possibly consume you? You would be lucky to escape unscathed. Li Shui secured his seatbelt, smiling as he replied, Regardless, I do not wish to plunge into the ocean. If you are confident, then let us begin. You direct, and I shall follow your instructions. Very well, master. First, open the larger red switch in the upper right corner. That is the power switch. Next, activate the 4 blue switches in the upper left corner. If a trained pilot were present, they would undoubtedly be horrified. For Li Shui had never even touched an aircraft. In his 19 years, he had only flown on commercial planes 4 times. And he had never even laid a hand on a fighter jet, let alone this super fighter jet that was 3 times larger than a bomber. Yet now, he was about to take off in it? Undoubtedly, this was an exceedingly reckless and terrifying endeavor, one that could be deemed a disregard for life. However, guided by Xiaoling, he truly took off. With a roar, the engines ignited, producing an overwhelming cacophony. The flames from the 3 engines grew increasingly bright, and the sand on the ground was instantly swept away as the fighter jet slowly lifted off the ground. As the 2 rear engines gradually turned, the jet accelerated towards the ocean, covering several kilometers in mere seconds, its speed and altitude continually increasing. Simultaneously, beneath the formidable stealth materials of the aircraft, it was invisible to any radar. In a brief moment, the aircraft had already soared beyond the territorial waters of Shenzhou, continuously climbing higher. Master, turn right by 90 degrees. Fly straight for 3 minutes and maximize the engine power. Understood. Soon, the aircraft reached several times the speed of sound, ascending to an altitude exceeding 30,000 meters. After merely 10 minutes of flight, Li Shui exclaimed, Xiaoling, what type of fuel does our aircraft utilize? How can it fly so swiftly? Xiaoling smiled and replied, Master, this is a standard Level 1 civilization aircraft, not one of those outdated machines from Earth. This aircraft employs a synthetic high-energy aviation fuel, which is more than 3 times as potent as the heavy oil or aviation kerosene used on your planet. Currently, our speed is 8 times the speed of sound, allowing us to reach our target over Africa in no more than 1 hour. If you were to use a mature hydrogen-oxygen engine powered by water, the journey would take merely half an hour. Utilizing a Level 3 civilization synthetic energy block as fuel would shorten the travel time to just 10 minutes. If you were to employ a natural Level 1 energy block, transforming the aircraft into a cosmic fighter, the journey would only require 1 minute in outer space. Just a few seconds would suffice. Li Shui was astonished. 1 hour to arrive? Truly remarkable. What about our ammunition? This aircraft appears comparable in size to the bombers of various nations on Earth. It must possess a substantial arsenal. Mentioning the ammunition, Xiao Ling couldn't suppress a laugh. This aircraft is not a bomber. Therefore, it lacks heavy bombs, only possessing air-to-air missiles and air-to-ground missiles. However, according to the information from the aircraft's computer, the civilization that constructed this aircraft did not create outdated drop bombs or air-to-ground missiles, as they fully considered the current state of civilization on Earth, believing that air-to-air missiles would suffice for all wars at this stage. Each wing of the aircraft has 8 hardpoints, with each hardpoint capable of carrying 8 small air-to-air missiles, totaling 128 air-to-air missiles across both wings. Additionally, there are 2 missile bays on the belly, each containing 32 air-to-air missiles. Beneath the aircraft, there are 20 integrated hardpoints, typically used to mount 20 air-to-ground missiles. However, the civilization that built this aircraft modified the hardpoints to a double-layer configuration of 80 small hardpoints, each capable of carrying 8 air-to-air missiles, resulting in a grand total of 280 air-to-air missiles. What you do not realize, Master, is that they chose to eliminate the air-to-ground missiles due to their overwhelming power. The ammunition of this civilization is not the ordinary type found on Earth, but rather ultra-high explosive ammunition created under Level 1 civilization technology, boasting an explosive power 58 times greater than the best ammunition available on Earth for the same volume. In essence, each air-to-air missile from this aircraft possesses destructive capability comparable to that of a heavy air-to-ground missile from any nation on Earth. If we speak of missiles, the power of a single missile would at least match that of a cloudburst bomb, possibly even reaching the yield of a tactical nuclear weapon, which is why they were omitted. After a moment of astonishment, Li Shui excitedly remarked, "Are you suggesting that this aircraft, in addition to its absolute stealth, carries 440 cruise missiles relative to Earth?" "Indeed," Xiao Ling affirmed. "My goodness, does that mean a single aircraft could potentially annihilate an entire enemy legion, or even multiple ones?" "That is difficult to ascertain. One must also consider the aircraft's formidable stealth capabilities and the speed of the air-to-air missiles. For instance, if this aircraft were to engage 10 carrier task forces of the United States, our 440 air-to-air missiles would easily sink over 100 surface vessels within those task forces. Our air-to-air missiles are incredibly fast. Their anti-missile systems would be utterly ineffective against them, and even the close-in weapon systems of the vessels would be powerless to intercept. Furthermore, the aircraft is equipped with 2 40mm cannons, each with an ammunition capacity of 100,000 rounds. 200,000 rounds of large-caliber bullets could also devastate numerous enemies or targets. Li Shui exclaimed, "This is overwhelmingly powerful. Truly astonishing. I must alter my development strategy. Let me think." Observing her master's extreme excitement, Xiao Ling smiled and said, "Master, there is no need for such astonishment. Your Earth civilization is currently at level 0.75. In 150 to 300 years, you will also advance to level 1, at which point the people of Earth will be able to produce aircraft of such strength. Of course, by that time, this type of aircraft would already be considered outdated, as the hallmark of a level 1 civilization is extensive satellite development. The truly formidable weapons then would be space-based weapons and spaceplanes." After contemplating seriously, Li Shui stated, "I understand what must be done now. I have but one question for you. If this aircraft were to be sold, what price could we fetch, assuming we provide air-to-air missiles or air-to-ground missiles?" "Not much. Between 55 billion to 60 billion. The formula for the special ammunition could fetch around 150 billion. The metal formula for the engine could yield 30 trillion. And the formula for the stealth coating could be worth approximately 20 billion. Li Shui was ecstatic. I see. "Xiao Ling, lock onto the target enemy. Once I deliver the company's assets to my aunt, we will proceed to eliminate them all and avenge my father." "Master, I am poised for significant action. Very well. When we approach the target area, you shall first ascend, and we will deploy robots to load the air-to-air missiles. Now, please head to the hatch and await our arrival. We shall be above Yuncheng in 5 minutes. Understood. As anticipated, after about 5 minutes, the aircraft began to decelerate and rapidly descend. Soon, it hovered at an altitude of 200 meters. Upon opening the hatch, Li Shui leaped from the aircraft, plummeting from the height of 200 meters. With a resounding thud, he landed safely and scathed. Upon witnessing this, Li Qingwei and the others rushed over, excitedly embracing Li Shui. He handed Li Qingwei a package containing all the credentials of Ling Wang Technology Company, including bank cards, official seals, and several appointment letters. After exchanging a few brief words, Li Shui soared back into the aircraft, vanishing and leaving behind a group of a dozen individuals trembling with excitement. Chapter 20. Avenge and Retribute. An hour after departing from the skies above Yinshan City, Li Shui arrived at the infamous pirate kingdom of Africa. The flight time had been less than an hour. The speed of the aircraft was astonishing, and Li Shui found himself momentarily unaccustomed to it. Thus, he decided to rest in the pirate kingdom while deploying robots to load the air-to-air missiles into the aircraft. Having parked the aircraft, he retrieved 100 Level 3 civilization robots along with 440 air-to-air missiles. After instructing the robots to commence their tasks, Li Shui prepared to jump into the river for a bath, as he had been quite tense during the flight and was now sweating profusely. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. At the riverbank, just as Li Shui had removed his clothing and shoes, and before he could even step into the water, a massive creature surged ashore, charging directly towards him. It was a long, large African crocodile, weighing over a ton. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Shui quickly glanced down, only to see a several-meter-long creature with a formidable mouth racing towards him. Excitedly, Li Shui remarked, "What a unique way for the African land to welcome its guests." Just as he was jesting, the enormous crocodile clamped down on his right foot, and Li Shui made no attempt to evade. He intentionally allowed the creature to bite him. The most formidable technique of the crocodile is not its bite, despite its immense biting force, which is only slightly less than that of a hippopotamus. The true lethal maneuver of this creature is its infamous death roll, when a medium to small-sized animal is seized by the crocodile. If the prey is larger than its mouth, the crocodile will violently thrash side to side until it tears apart the sections of the prey outside the part it holds in its jaws. At that point, it can swallow the torn portion and continue to grip and shred the next piece. However, what if the crocodile catches a larger animal, one that may even overpower it? In such a case, the crocodile will resort to its ultimate technique, the death roll, continuing until its adversary is either drowned or incapacitated, after which it will leisurely savor its meal. Now, having seized Li Shui's calf, the crocodile immediately executed its thrashing maneuver. If it could drag Li Shui into the water, the ensuing death roll would surely follow. Observing the grotesque creature biting fiercely at his leg, Li Shui laughed heartily as he retrieved a cigarette from his spatial ring, lighting it with glee while reveling in the crocodile's futile attempts to shake him. He even crouched down, enjoying the spectacle with a comical expression. "Little crocodile, put in a bit more effort. With your strength, you can't possibly harm me. Try harder." The massive crocodile continued to gnaw at Li Shui's leg for a considerable time without inflicting any real damage. Yet the creature, having caught a whiff of delectable flesh, was unwilling to relent. After all, African crocodiles are known to have devoured humans before. Nearly every crocodile, from youth to maturity, will eventually feast on a black person, a flavor they surely relish. Thus, even though Li Shui's leg felt as solid as iron, the crocodile was loath to give up. After more than 3 minutes, Li Shui finished his cigarette, and the crocodile still clung on tenaciously, biting down hard. He discarded the cigarette, but bent down, grasped the crocodile's upper and lower jaws, pried them apart, and extricated his leg. Subsequently, he hoisted the nearly 1-ton beast aloft. Gazing at the thrashing crocodile in his grip, Li Shui sneered, "I've heard your bite force is immense, equivalent to several tons. Today, let us compare our strengths. Is it my hands that are stronger, or your bite?" With the crocodile writhing and shrieking in agony, Li Shui forcefully tore the creature's jaws apart. Ultimately, he ripped off its lower jaw along with a portion of its belly. leaving the gigantic crocodile with only half a head, utterly lifeless. Holding the severed halves of the crocodile's head, Li Shui triumphantly declared, "What do you think? My strength surpasses that of you, a mere pest. It's ill-advised to prey on others, yet you dared to target me." The revered water Huozuan, he tossed the lower jaw into the river and, grasping the upper jaw, hurled the nearly 1-ton carcass into the waters as well. Before returning to the vicinity of the aircraft, from his spatial ring, Li Shui retrieved several bottles of mineral water, poured one over his head to wash his face and hands, then lit a cigarette and reclined on the grass. Minutes later, he finished his cigarette and gradually drifted into sleep. Only an hour later, a robot awakened him. "Master, the air-to-air missiles are ready, and there is ample fuel in the aircraft." Rising, Li Shui responded, "Excellent, you all return to the spatial ring. Today, I shall personally avenge my father." Understood. Li Shui stored the robot and missile container back into the spatial ring, then climbed aboard the aircraft and took off. A few minutes later, he said, "Xiaoling, project the coordinates. Let's first visit the 3 enemy strongholds." "Certainly, Master. I will display them on the aircraft S-screen. Simply follow the instructions. We will reach the attack point in approximately 3 minutes. First, activate the missile launch buttons, all those densely packed red switches in front of you. I will handle the intelligent control system." Understood. 7 minutes later, the aircraft hovered above a seaside pirate village. Following Xiaoling's guidance, the aircraft positioned itself at an altitude of 30,000 meters. "Master, directly below at 30,000 meters is one of the bandit pirate strongholds. The other 2 strongholds are not far away. All 3 villages are interconnected, with a distance of less than 5 kilometers between them. You can also see the other 2 villages clearly. I will zoom in on the screen for you." After examining the scene closely, Li Shui angrily inquired, "How many people are there in all 3 villages?" The first 2 villages are not heavily populated, approximately around 1,000 individuals each. But the 3rd village is situated on a provincial highway, with a town just 5 kilometers away, resulting in a larger population of about 4,000. "How many innocents are below?" Xiaoling shrugged. "From a humanitarian perspective, there are indeed many innocents below. However, this is different. It is a pirate village. The sons and daughters of pirates may be innocent, but they grow up to become pirates themselves. The entire village comprises pirates. When they plunder merchant ships, the entire village takes pride in it, and during the division of spoils, everyone rejoices, as that is their primary means of survival. Undoubtedly, this is a genuine den of evil, and the best course of action is to eradicate it completely." Upon hearing this, Li Shui clenched his teeth and coldly laughed. "Very well, they acted unjustly first. When they came out to mix with the world, they were bound to face consequences. When they attacked and kidnapped my father's bus, they should have anticipated this day. Such is the cycle of cause and effect. Retribution is inevitable. It is not that I do not repay, but the time has not yet come. Today is their hour of reckoning. Xiaoling, lock on the targets and prepare to launch the air-to-air missiles." Locked on. You merely need to click on the missile icon on the screen and then click launch. However, to ensure a more accurate and efficient attack on the enemy, I recommend descending to an altitude of 5,000 meters. Agreed. The aircraft swiftly descended to approximately 5,000 meters, and without hesitation, Li Shui clicked on the icon for 100 missiles, then pressed launch. In the next moment, 100 small air-to-air missiles were rapidly fired, turning and swiftly diving toward their target. A series of explosions erupted as dozens of massive fireballs appeared on the ground below. Within seconds, the village was utterly obliterated, leaving only raging flames and thick smoke. 2 minutes later, Li Shui hovered above another village and launched another 100 air-to-air missiles. Upon reaching the 3rd large village, he unleashed a barrage of 400 missiles in one go. Afterward, the aircraft soared above a nearby town, locking onto several low buildings where the pirates secretly hid, before launching a dozen more air-to-air missiles. After deactivating the missile launch buttons, Li Shui declared fiercely, "This is the fate that befalls those who murdered my father. Xiaoling, check if there are any survivors, excluding ordinary civilians. There are debts to be paid, and I do not wish to harm innocent people." Scanning carefully, Xiaoling sighed. "Master, it is nearly over. Even if there are occasionally some enemies in the town or city, there is nothing we can do now. Regardless, we have eliminated so many enemies. Your father can finally rest in peace. In the face of these wretched pirates, to be honest, our advanced aircraft represents a significant dimensional strike. Even the military forces of the top 50 countries in the world would face a dimensional downgrade here. This nation is far too backward. Let's depart. Li Shui replied coldly. Throughout history, many have aided them. Which year has the United Nations charity organization not helped them? However, they themselves do not exert effort, nor are they willing to learn. They merely delight in mining gold, diamonds, and minerals for sale, subsequently purchasing firearms and rocket launchers to engage in piracy, plundering merchant vessels, and kidnapping innocent citizens. This has persisted not for just a year or two, but for centuries. If they remain obstinate in their ignorance and refuse to adopt new perspectives, then the inhabitants here are indeed beyond redemption, for a rotting tree can never be carved. After finishing his statement, Li Shui swiftly maneuvered the fighter jet, climbing and then speeding northward. Chapter 21. The Eye of the Starry Sky after flying north for several minutes. Xiao Ling inquired, Master, are you heading towards the north? No, I am bound for the Sahara Desert near the equator, he replied. What is your purpose there? She asked. I intend to collect sand using the spatial ring. I aim to create an island in the Pacific to develop our enterprise. That is a viable plan. After all, this is your home planet. Occupying foreign territories is bound to result in considerable bloodshed. In the future, when you reflect upon the situation back on your home planet, the weight of such deeds may lead to regret. Thus, constructing an island yourself is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Master, your foresight is commendable. Li Shui shook his head with a wry smile and said, In truth, I have not contemplated things too deeply. I merely wish to avoid squandering excessive time on Earth. Clearly, I must depart from this planet swiftly, and I also need to leave the Virgo cluster at a rapid pace, ultimately arriving at the 9th level planet continent, where I will engage in prolonged cultivation until I attain divine level strength. Knowing the inevitable outcome, why should I linger here any longer? Hence, I must expedite my development, which, in essence, also involves aiding the people of Earth. Perhaps I will embark on my journey alone afterward. It is a desire I hold dear as I am. After all, an Earthling. Why possess the ability to assist them? Why not lend a hand? There is little to lose on my part. Although I could immediately provide funds to my relatives and friends, purchasing genetic serums for them and gifting them spaceships, I could then leave the solar system without hesitation. However, it is evident that they would be incapable of operating the spaceships unless I personally guide them step by step, leading them to conquer other ecological planets and establish an empire. Regardless of the circumstances, this is my homeland, and I cannot abandon them to depart independently. Moreover, I still require foundational learning and practice I cannot leave in the short term. Therefore, I shall assist them along the way. Xiao Ling nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is sound. What are your specific plans? First, I will create an island by filling the sea. Xiao Ling, please enlarge the image of my aunt's eye. Her eyes are beautiful, gentle, and kind. I want the island to resemble my aunt's eye, and I shall name it the Eye of the Starry Sky or the Eye of Ram, which is the ancient civilization's term for Earth. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ling replied, While the Eye of Ram is quite elegant and grand, 9,999 Earthlings are unfamiliar with the origin of the term Ram. Thus, it is better to call it the Eye of the Starry Sky. Now, please design the blueprint for the Eye of the Starry Sky island according to my requirements. First, when standing in the outer space orbit, the island must be clearly visible to the naked eye, with the distance between the two corners of the eyes no less than 500 kilometers and the vertical width no less than 200 kilometers. Suddenly, Xiao Ling interrupted, Master, I have projected your aunt's eye against the backdrop of the Pacific Ocean. Please take a look. This will provide greater accuracy. All right, he agreed. Moments later, the vast ocean of the Pacific was projected in the sky, followed by Li Qingyue's eye. Please enlarge it further, maintaining the 500-kilometer distance ratio, he instructed. Understood, she replied. A few seconds later, Li Shui pointed at the eyelashes and stated the positions of the upper and lower eyelashes will be composed of countless large embankments. These embankments should be as long as possible, with tidal energy generators installed on either side, while solar panels and wind turbines are placed atop. The two corners will serve as two sea outlets, with large port docks constructed nearby. The Iris area will be the central zone, primarily housing an interstellar academy and a major city. In the vast sea surrounding the iris, I plan to create dozens of small islands in various shapes, such as pentagons, hexagrams, trumpet flowers, taiji diagrams, equilateral triangles, and even dragon shapes. Within the gigantic circular island of the iris, there should be at least one major river, as well as some high mountains to accommodate large freshwater reservoirs. A seawater desalination plant will also be established atop these mountains. Please calculate whether a road is needed to connect the upper and lower eyelids. Lastly, should the sea surrounding the iris be freshwater? Although an immense amount of freshwater is required, I believe that once I irrigate a portion over the long passage of time, the desalinated seawater and rainfall will fill the void in the island center. The entire industrial zone will be situated in the upper and lower eyelid sections, with the spaceship factory located externally. That is all. Please assess the feasibility of my propositions. After meticulous calculations for a minute, Xiao Ling smiled and said, Master, there are 2 points that are not feasible. First, the 2 roads connecting the upper and lower eyelids are entirely unnecessary. We are about to enter first and second level civilization. You will soon develop anti-gravity vehicles, hydrogen-oxygen engines, and even synthetic energy blocks. Subsequently, we will have second-level civilization spaceships, rendering roads meaningless. With maritime transport available, constructing 2 roads across the sea is utterly redundant. The second point concerns placing a mountain on the large island of the iris, along with reservoirs and desalination plants. This too is unnecessary. Once you fill in the upper and lower eyelids, simply seal off the 2 corners, then use the spatial ring to remove all seawater from within. Afterward, inject fresh water. If there is a shortage, we can cut large ice blocks from the north and south poles. Consider how vast that area is, with so much fresh water. Why bother with a seawater desalination plant? The rainfall alone will suffice. Moreover, rest assured, once you remove the sand from the 2 corners, the incoming seawater will be minimal due to differing densities. It will only enter during high tide and retreat at low tide. We merely need to construct numerous freshwater purification machines. Li Shui contemplated her words and nodded. Your reasoning is sound. We shall proceed as you suggest. For now, dedicate your time to designing the island carefully. It must be visually captivating from space. Additionally, our software is ready for sale. The Death God virus will be deployed in all developed nations except for Shenzhou. Of course, our antivirus software requires no advertising to avoid the appearance of hypocrisy. A mere mention to the major online platforms in the United States will suffice. Once they recognize the benefits of our software, they will promote it themselves. Understood, she acknowledged. In the next moment, over 10 million computers worldwide suddenly experienced blue screen crashes. While countless computers in airports, subways, train stations, stock exchanges, traffic management centers, and various other locations instantly fell victim to the attack. Within just half an hour, the number of affected computers exceeded 100 million, plunging numerous countries into chaos. Upon learning of the hacking attack, nearly all nations' network management departments immediately declared a state of war, with everyone exerting all efforts to combat the hackers in cyberspace. Unfortunately, the people were utterly powerless to retaliate, as their computers had already succumbed before they could react. The only recourse for those quick enough was to unplug the network cables and cut the power. Half an hour later, while Li Shui was eating inside the aircraft in the desert, Xiao Ling reported, Master, the Death God virus has spread extensively. Meanwhile, I have stealthily acquired 100 billion miles yuan for you, and no one knows it was my doing. Li Shui shook his head with a wry smile and said, Well, if you've stolen it, then so be it. Soon enough, I will repay everyone 100-fold or even 1,000-fold in 3 or 4 days. Use all our funds to purchase futures from the largest internet companies in the United States with maximum leverage. Their stocks are bound to plummet to the depths. Find a right moment to invest heavily. Once they realize our antivirus software is formidable and start using it, their stock prices will rebound immediately, and we will reap significant profits. Furthermore, after the futures trading, return the money to them. We do not require the legitimate funds of others, as they belong to the common people. How can you steal from them and expect them to survive? In the past, we did not need to return the funds from drug dealers, warlords, corrupt officials, and others. Those who are globally wanted must have all their money taken. This is my principle and bottom line. I do not bully ordinary people. After finishing his meal, Li Shui stepped out of the aircraft and gazed at the endless yellow sands, lamenting, what a pity. If only I had more Shen Jia. I could load any amount of sand at once. Next time I have the opportunity, I will definitely buy another Shen Jia. With that, he leaped into the sand and took out the Shunsure ring, which had an internal space of only 8 million cubic meters. His two larger space rings were filled with weapons, and even the trading device's space warehouse was half filled with weapons, all consisting of spaceships and production lines. However, just as Li Shui was playing with a handful of sand, Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my! Master, good news! I just encountered a merchant from the divine domain. The shop is called Wan Jieling Mei. Should I request to add them as a friend?" Li Shui was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? You found a merchant? Oh my! Xiaoyu, that is not something to say lightly. Quickly, add them as a friend and request a call immediately." "All right, I've dialed, oh. The chaotic law god has sent an urgent call request. It seems he has something important to discuss. Who should you speak with first?" "How coincidental." Li Shui was suddenly startled. What does this urgent call mean? Does the trading device have an urgent call function? Why was I unaware of this? Xiaoyu replied seriously. There is no such function, but he sent an urgent message prior to requesting the call, indicating he may have urgent matters. "I suggest you connect with the law god for a video call first." "Fine, let us connect with the law god then." Once the video call was established, the figure, who typically donned a black trench coat and hat, resembling a wizard, appeared on the projection and surprisingly removed his hat. Although he appeared Caucasian, he bore somewhat of a beastly outline. After unveiling his hat, he hastily asked Li Shui, "Friend Shui Hua, has your trading device's intelligence network encountered a merchant named Wan Jieling Mei?" Li Shui nodded. "Yes, I just came across them. I was about to reach out." The chaotic law god warned cautiously, "Friend Shui Hua, listen to me. The Shinamo Xan Jing you sold me may appear dubious at first glance, but upon thorough examination, I found that your technique indeed aids in elevating one's realm. Thus, I have considered you my friend, which is why I urgently," just as the chaotic law god was saying this, Xiaoyu interrupted, "Master, the owner of the Wan Jieling Mei shop, Ling Mei Yao Ji, has sent a communication request. How should we proceed?" Hearing Xiaoyu's words, the chaotic law god quickly interjected, "Friend, you must not engage in conversation with her just yet. Allow me to inform you of her background before you proceed. Otherwise, you may fall into her trap, as Ling Mei Yao Ji is quite cunning." Li Shui was taken aback. "Thank you for the warning, law god. Xiaoyu, immediately send her a message stating that I am currently engaged in a transaction with another merchant and will contact her later. Please ask her to hold on for a moment." "Understood." At this moment, the chaotic law god sighed in relief, "Brother Shui Hua, that Ling Mei Yao Ji is notoriously ruthless. You must exercise utmost caution in your dealings with her. To my knowledge, 3 spirit net merchants have perished at her hands. These were all rulers of their respective divine domains and seasoned merchants, each of whom far surpassed you in strength, yet they all met their demise by her hand. Though she may not have directly killed them, she has indirectly caused their downfall. Once you fall into her schemes, it may be too late for regrets." Upon hearing this, Li Shui promptly bowed to the chaotic law god and said, "Thank you for your guidance, law god. Please elaborate on what kind of formidable individual Ling Mei Yao Ji truly is." The law god lamented, "Honestly, friend, I nearly fell into her trap myself. Had I not suddenly awakened during negotiations and severed certain dealings with her, I might have faced dire consequences. Now, let me explain her background to you. Do you have any beast clans in your galaxy divine domain?" "What? Beast clans?" Li Shui pondered for a moment before responding. "We do not have beast clans here. The fairies from ancient myths do not exist, for instance. Many animals transforming into spirits and often taking on human forms to cause harm. These have been proven to be mere fabrications. Is it possible that there truly exists a beast clan in a divine domain or a sub-universe?" The law god nodded. "Indeed, there exists a beast clan, but they are not the mythical animals you speak of. They are true beast clans, born as fearsome beings. They can be either male or female, switching genders at will. One moment, they may appear as males, and the next, they can transform into females, undetectable even by the most advanced scientific instruments. In essence, when they present as females, no matter how you check, they are undeniably female. Once they become male, they are unequivocally male, with no trace of femininity whatsoever." Li Shui was utterly astonished. "What? Such beings exist? This is truly monstrous." The law god shook his head with a wry smile. "That is not all. They possess many more terrifying abilities. For instance, Their bodies are not composed of flesh and blood as ordinary humans. They are inherently formidable, or one might say, noble spiritual entities. What does it mean to be a spiritual entity? Their bodies are composed of soul or energy. From the day they were born, they were spiritual entities. No one knows where they originate, nor whether their race has always been spiritual or transformed into spiritual beings through cultivation. These remain unknown. Strangely, although their true forms are spiritual entities, they do not grow large. The larger they become, the more powerful they are. It is said that when they are born, their bodies are only about 10 centimeters in size, and only upon reaching divine level do they appear as normal-sized humans. Additionally, their true forms can become transparent, can take on flesh and blood, and can resemble ordinary people without any distinction. This is one of their most fearsome tricks. Moreover, they possess a constantly active ability known as charm. Anyone with lower strength and insufficient willpower who falls victim to their charm will find themselves ensnared, as they can instantly transform into the embodiment of the super beauty or handsome figure residing in your heart. Subsequently, you will be caught in their web. Once ensnared, they seize your primordial spirit during your interactions or intimate encounters, swiftly rendering you their puppet. After they have thoroughly exploited both your essence and corporeal form, they will consume your spirit, which serves as their sustenance. Beyond this, they indulge in little else, perhaps a sip of exquisite spirit wine infused with various essences. In their divine realm, outsiders are virtually non-existent, for all have been devoured. Consuming humans. Upon hearing this, Li Shui was genuinely horrified. He could scarcely fathom such a bizarre and formidable demonic race existing within the cosmos. The law god continued, clarifying that it is not humans they consume, but rather their primordial spirits. Every individual, from childhood to maturity, regardless of their divine realm, even within sub-universes, follows a similar path of gradual cultivation from levels 1 and 2 to levels 8 and 9. At this point, one can cultivate a primordial infant, which is synonymous with a primordial spirit. Once the primordial infant attains a certain strength, it transforms into a divine body, reaching divine status. And thereafter, one may ascend further to divine weaponry, divine warriors, divine generals, and so forth. Hence, the sustenance of the demonic race begins with those possessing a primordial spirit. Typically, they feast upon individuals of divine rank or higher, as their souls possess sufficient strength. Weaker individuals are kept in captivity, swiftly enhanced, and ultimately harvested for their soul energy. The spirit medium Demonis insists on purchasing captives of divine rank from every merchant she encounters, sparing no one from the lower echelons of the mortal universe. She seeks to acquire any human for her breeding purposes, and the prices are exceedingly high, which is one reason people fall victim to her schemes. My heavens, this demonic race is truly malevolent. The chaotic law god nodded affirmatively, remarking on their extreme wickedness. In their relentless pursuit of harvesting souls from those of divine rank or lower, they have devised two particularly potent elixirs, one named the Divine Ascension Pill, and the other, the Harmonious Union Pill. The former consists of 19 levels, and anyone, even those of the most modest talent, can ascend to divine rank within 1 hour, approximately 370,000 years of Earth time, by consuming any of their 9 pills. Subsequently, they will compel these newly ascended individuals to consume the Harmonious Union Pill. This latter pill is exceedingly powerful. After ingestion, one's desires become insatiable, consumed by thoughts of intimacy at all times. The pill's potency essentially obliterates one's mental fortitude, leading both men and women to engage in perpetual carnal pursuits. Women bear children continuously, and once a woman has birthed hundreds of offspring and can no longer conceive, that is the moment the demonic race devours her primordial spirit. The same fate befalls men. Thus, once you engage in trade with her, she will first purchase war captives from you at exorbitant prices, then sell you divine ascension pills at a bargain, alongside any powerful weapons you desire, all to spur you to intensify your conquests within the divine realms and capture more captives for her. The demonic race possesses immense wealth, manufacturing spiritual currency at a pace unmatched by anyone in the divine realm, for their very essence is a highly concentrated form of spiritual currency. Therefore, my friend, do not be deceived. Resist the allure of the immense profits she proposes. should you succumb to the temptation of abundant spiritual currency. It signifies the commencement of your descent into a hellish abyss. The three merchants who perished at her hands were similarly ensnared. Their greed for wealth fueled their ambitions, igniting a conflagration that ultimately consumed them. In the divine realm, anything is possible. No one dares claim to be the foremost expert, as there will always be someone stronger. Consequently, when those three engaged in conflict with a mightier divine realm, death became their inevitable conclusion. My dear brother, avoid that path. I see you possess a certain innocence. Being a newly minted spiritual network merchant, our collaboration has been quite pleasant, and I genuinely wish to see you avoid ruin at the hands of that demoness. That is why I urgently reached out to share her secrets with you, so you may prepare accordingly. Furthermore, I have numerous friends who have transacted with that spirit medium demoness, and some even reside adjacent to her divine realm, allowing me to gather such extensive information. After hearing this, Li Shui trembled slightly, bowing deeply to the law god, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for revealing the truth about the demoness. I now understand how to proceed. Such kindness deserves acknowledgement. Should I acquire anything of value in the future, I shall ensure you are the first to have the opportunity to purchase it as a token of my appreciation for your guidance. The law god responded joyfully. I appreciate your gratitude, Shueihua. You are quite commendable. Recently, after delving deeply into your Shinma Xinjing, I have made notable gains, and other merchant friends have expressed interest in your Shinma Xinjing. To be frank, I eagerly anticipate our next collaboration. Let us reconvene once you have formulated a strategy, and then you may confront that demoness. Very well, my friend, farewell. After ending the video call, Li Shui stared blankly at Xiaoya, inquiring, Xiaoya, what did the law god mean by his final words? Can our trivial Shinma Xinjing truly aid him in enhancing his power? Surely not. That must be a fabrication. Xiaoya, equally perplexed, replied, I have no idea. It is indeed a meticulously crafted counterfeit technique based on your concepts. Li Shui was rendered speechless. A counterfeit technique can yield formidable power? What on earth is happening in this world? Goodness. Chapter 23. Know yourself and your enemy. After disconnecting the video call, Li Shui suddenly felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Wiping it away, he exclaimed, that was a close call. I never anticipated such a malevolent, demonic race existing in the universe. Had it not been for the law god's warning, I would have been completely unaware of the potential deception. Xiaoya echoed his shock. Indeed, if what the law god says is true, then most merchants would fall prey to her, especially novice merchants like us. In times of spiritual currency scarcity, we might be tempted to engage in substantial cooperation with her, ultimately leading us down a path of relentless slaughter. When we eventually encounter a more formidable sovereign, that path will come to an end. Throughout, however, that demoness will profit immensely. It is truly a cunning long-term scheme. Li Shui lit a cigarette, contemplating for several minutes before stating, let us refrain from contacting her for now. I have yet to devise a strategy to counter her. Allow me some time to ponder, and perhaps I can turn the tables on her. Very well, master. Returning to the cockpit of his war machine, Li Shui retrieved food and fine wine from a small compartment in the pilot area, sipping as he contemplated deeply. After 2 hours, he finally devised a strategy. Once he and Xiaoya had conferred, he returned to the desert and reached out to the spirit medium demoness. As the video connected, Li Shui, puffing on a cigar, gazed at the pitifully beautiful woman before him, smiling as he spoke. I apologize, demoness, for my earlier delay. I was engaged in negotiations with the senior. I am known as Shui Huazuanjiang. I wonder what business we might conduct together. Upon hearing his words, the demoness appeared slightly taken aback, then responded with a smile. Greetings, Shui Huazuanjiang. I did not expect your composure as a novice merchant to be so formidable. My charms have seemingly failed to sway you. I am impressed. I did not anticipate that you, dear demoness, enjoyed jesting. We remain separated by numerous divine realms. If you could captivate me through mere projection, then perishing beneath your enchanting influence would not be without its own allure. Upon hearing this, the enchanting maiden expressed her delight, saying, I did not expect you, Shui Huadao you, to possess such a captivating personality, and your products are even more intriguing. I glanced at your Shun Mo Xin Jing, and to be honest, I find your cultivation method somewhat problematic, as it is overly esoteric or perhaps too far-fetched. I cannot speak for others, but I personally do not favor such cryptic matters. I prefer a more pragmatic approach. It is of no consequence. Several friends have previously perused my cultivation method, yet only one ended up purchasing it. The others were not fond of it. After a moment's reflection, the enchanting maiden continued. Dao, your shop appears to be quite barren. Have you only recently become a Ling Wang merchant? To speak candidly, I indeed have only just acquired the trading device and have not conducted many transactions. Hence, I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed elder, replied Li Shui. Indeed. Shui Huazunjia, I wonder if you have any understanding of our demon clan? If you do, I believe there exists considerable room for collaboration between us. Li Shui inwardly cursed a few times before responding. While I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding your demon clan, gleaned from a conversation with a senior a year ago, your clan's reputation is not particularly commendable. I truly doubt we have substantial grounds for collaboration. He continued, moreover, as you can observe, I have only just acquired this trading device, have but a few merchant friends, and possess limited Ling Bai. Thus, I fear our collaboration may not yield significant results. The enchanting maiden smiled and replied, Oh no, Shui Huadao, you are mistaken. In fact, quite the opposite is true. A novice like yourself is the ideal partner for me. I have little opportunity for collaboration with those seasoned veterans. For instance, you lack Ling Bai, but not to worry. I can lend you some. You do not possess formidable weapons? Fear not, for I can sell you some at a low price. I can assist you in acquiring everything you need, enabling you to swiftly ascend to the ranks of a top merchant. All you must do is sell me your enemies, and I assure you my offer will be utterly satisfactory. What do you say, Dao? This collaboration is undoubtedly a win-win. You eliminate your foes, earn a significant profit, expand your territory, and elevate your status and level as a Ling Wang merchant, while I procure ample Yuanshan sustenance. It is truly a scenario where we all benefit. Upon hearing this, Li Shui feigned excitement and queried, Oh, but how specifically do you envision this collaboration? My operations here are primarily technology-based. I have no issue with standard Ling Jiao weapons, but encountering true dominators poses a dilemma. If I cannot defeat them, it could endanger my life. The enchanting maiden replied joyfully, Not to worry, I can assist you. May I inquire as to your current strength level? Li Shui timidly responda. I am at the high tier of Shun Zun level. Our Yin He Shun Yu primarily focuses on technology and the study of Ling Jia, as our domain possesses decent metal quality and output. Yet my personal combat prowess is rather embarrassing to disclose. The enchanting maiden grew increasingly enthusiastic, exclaiming, Ha ha! Indeed, being merely high-tier Shinzun is rather weak. I suspect you're lacking Ling Bai, correct? Given your recent acquisition of a trading device and the peculiar, fantastical cultivation method on display in your shop, it seems you are quite impoverished. However, should you be willing to sign a collaboration agreement with me, I can lend you 100 trillion Ling Bai. If you require top-notch artifacts, I can sell them to you at a low price and allow you to pay on credit, with no interest for 1 year. After pondering for a moment, Li Shui inquired, What are your conditions? The enchanting maiden smiled. For the first 3 months, you will focus on cultivation to rapidly enhance your strength. Beginning from the 4th month, you shall sell me 10 trillion individuals of below Shun level each month. Should you acquire those above Shun level, you must sell me at least 1 trillion individuals monthly. Our collaboration will span 5 years, after which we may renegotiate the terms. Li Shui frowned in contemplation before asking, What is the purchasing price? How much for those above Shun level, and how many Ling Bai for those below? The enchanting maiden, with a beaming smile, assured, Rest assured, the prices will be to your satisfaction. For those below Shun level, the standard price is 1 Ling Bai for 100 billion individuals. Of course, uncivilized primitives are not acceptable. They must exhibit at least the emergence of a nation with written language to be considered valid. As for those above Shun level, the price is 10,000 for Shun level, 1 million for Shun Bing level, 100 million for Shun Shi level, 10 billion for Shun Jiang level, and so forth, with each ascending tier increasing the price by a factor of 100. What do you think, Shui Huazunjia? Does this price seem agreeable? After thoughtful consideration, Li Shui remarked, The price appears quite fair, but how am I to deliver to you? Our Yinhe Shinyu is rather small, and I'm the sole powerful individual with a large spatial ring. However, since purchasing the trading device, I have been unable to afford a larger spatial ring, and my subordinates possess none to spare. To be honest, I nearly exhausted my resources to buy the trading device, and I still owe others Ling Bai. Although I possess a plethora of Ling Jia and several powerful weapons, there are no buyers. In the universe of the divine realm, technological weapons are as common as cabbages. The enchanting maiden, even more excited, responded, "That is precisely why you should collaborate with me. A small world spatial ring is trivial. I possess many. Should you agree to partner with me, I will promptly gift you a Dominator-level spatial ring, and the spatial ring for holding prisoners will also be mine. I will stock it with ample resources for cultivation and sustenance to ensure your goods grow swiftly." The same applies within the small world. Li Shui pretended to be hesitant and said, "But how could I accept such generosity? A Dominator-level spatial ring costs several trillion Ling Bai. The one I used was handed down from my ancestors. To confess, I have yet to earn a single Ling Bai for a Dominator-level spatial ring since acquiring the trading device. Although I did sell the Ishan Mo Xine Jing once. It was not truly mine. It belonged to a senior who had long since retired. When I sought his guidance, he took pity on me and lent me a significant sum to purchase the trading device, offering me his Shun Mo Xine Jing for sale. After each transaction, I only received a maximum of 10 trillion. Upon hearing this, the enchanting maiden expressed her elation, saying, "Haha, no worries, Shui Huadao you. Everyone starts as a novice and gradually perseveres. Although the Dominator-level spatial ring is expensive, it is merely a trifle for us. Once we become partners, I will gift you one as a gesture to support a newcomer. If our collaboration flourishes, you will receive even more benefits." Li Shui concealed a smile and subtly signaled to his intelligent assistant, Xiaoya. He then stated, "Thank you, esteemed Yao Ji. I am very eager to collaborate. But I must first discuss this with my subordinates, as the outbreak of conflict is no trivial matter. I shall return in a few days." Just as Li Shui was about to continue, Xiaoya suddenly interjected, "Master, your central mainframe has just issued a war alert. The demon clan in the southeastern region of the divine realm is causing trouble again. They have ambushed our 3 beast star clusters, stealing many beasts and killing numerous people." Furious, Li Shui exclaimed, "What? Those scoundrels from the demon clan are attacking again? I shall not rest until I strike at their very lair. Immediately relay orders to the central mainframe to assemble the army. I will lead the charge personally. We shall not cease until the demon clan's leader is vanquished." Understood. The orders have been dispatched. At this moment, Li Shui hurriedly addressed the enchanting maiden. "I apologize, esteemed Yao Ji, but I have pressing matters to attend to, and our collaboration must be postponed for now. Farewell." Wait. Chapter 24. Collaborating with the tiger. When the medium, Yao Ji, heard that Li Shui was about to engage in battle, she exclaimed with great excitement, "Shuahua Zuanzhong, could it be that there is a great war in your divine realm?" Li Shui gritted his teeth and replied, "Adjacent to our divine realm lies a demonic realm, and those rascals frequently harass us. Our 2 factions have been embroiled in conflict for thousands of years without a clear victor. Thus, I have gathered all my resources to purchase trading devices, aiming to launch a decisive strike and completely annihilate that detestable demon race, eradicating the major threat that plagues my heart. After several transactions, I have acquired some resources, and now I possess a 60% certainty of utterly vanquishing the demon race. I plan to reduce their countless trillions of individuals to cosmic dust. To think that I have barely acquired the trading device, and they come rushing to their doom so quickly. Perfect. I have just procured several powerful weapons from the Elven clan. This time, I will eliminate them once and for all. Therefore, Yaoji Zuanzhong, we shall discuss matters later, as I must now command the battle. Farewell." Wait. Just as Li Shui was about to disconnect, Yaoji hastily intervened. "Hold on a moment, brother Showa. Our collaboration and this war are not mutually exclusive. Rather than annihilating them with elven weapons, why not capture them and confine them within a small world space ring, then sell them to me at a high price? In this way, you not only secure victory, but also reap substantial profits. Wouldn't that be advantageous?" Li Shui frowned and responded, "Your words hold merit. However, killing them and capturing them are entirely different matters. If we aim to capture a large number of their populace, we may have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, our current advantage is not particularly strong, and I can barely manage to defeat them without absolute dominance. Capturing them in space rings seems rather unrealistic at this moment. Yaoji remained cheerful and said, "Why not? Tell me, what weapons do you require? I shall procure them for you immediately." Li Shui hesitated. "I possess a sufficient number of top-tier battleships and mid to low-grade spirit armor. Yet I lack a fine top-tier sword. I did find one I fancied from a friend, but he demands 50 trillion for it, which is beyond my means." Yaoji, secretly thrilled, smiled and said, "Brother, how about this? I will gift you a sword worth 50 trillion, a lord-level space ring, and 10 trillion spirit coins. You can capture as many of those trillions of demons as possible in the small world space ring and sell them to me at a high price. I assure you, you shall not suffer a loss." Li Shui replied, "This feels rather inappropriate. You previously mentioned gifting me a lord-level space ring. Now you wish to give me the finest sword and 10 trillion spirit coins. As the saying goes, no reward without effort. I feel quite embarrassed to accept. However, I would like to inquire if the price for the captured demons remains, as we initially agreed." The medium, Yaoji, was elated. "Of course, the price remains unchanged. I shall not shortchange you, dear brother. Now, please accept the items. In addition to the space ring, sword, and 10 trillion spirit coins, I'm also sending 3 specially crafted lord-level confinement small world space rings. You can place all the captives within them, no matter how their strength may grow. They will never escape. Only I possess the means to unlock the seals throughout the universe." Soon, the items arrived, and Li Shui maintained his composure, stating, "Very well. I can conquer the demon realm within half a day at most. Within a day, I will capture the majority of the demon spawn, and 3 days hence, I will transfer the confinement rings to you, Yaoji. However, due to the pressing situation of the war, I must attend to military matters first. We shall reconvene in 3 days. All right, brother, attend to your duties. Try to minimize the killings. Capture as many alive as possible. Understood. Farewell." After the video call ended, Yaoji lauga fartili. To think that I have just emerged from seclusion and encountered such an adorable little fellow. It seems we have replenished our supplies after consuming food for several millennia. At that moment, her trading device's spirit chimed in. Indeed, that lad mentioned the demon race consists of approximately trillions of individuals. After the war concludes, even if only 100 trillion remain, we shall make a fortune. Precisely. He. On Li Shui's end, after disconnecting the video call, he too laughed for a long time. What a fool that Yaoji is. I see her as nothing more than a simpleton. "Lilia, you performed splendidly in your role." Lilia joyfully responded, "Master, your strategy was truly ingenious. You were correct. That old hag just logged in and must have been in seclusion for quite some time. Since she feeds on souls, her population supply must have been significantly depleted. Upon realizing you were merely a novice merchant, she immediately let down her guard. When she heard you were going to engage in a great war, she became so excited that she forgot to sign the proper trade agreements. I initially thought you could deceive her into giving you a few space rings. But to think you acquired a fine sword and 10 trillion spirit coins. We have struck it rich. So, how shall we manage our relationship with that old hag moving forward? Li Shui skufa, akemapeak. I cannot afford to provoke her at this time. Here is the plan. I promised her a transaction in 3 days, but if we calculate time according to Earth and Divine Realm standards, 3 days equates to approximately 1 million Earth years. By then, I will have long vanished from the Divine Realm. More importantly, since I have not signed any agreements with her, I can entirely keep these items for myself. So, Lilia, didn't we just declare war on the pirates? I will retrieve some robots, and you can send them to the 3 villages to film videos of the corpses. Make it appear as though a fierce battle has ensued between the strong of the Divine Realm. Then, we shall send the videos to the old hag to keep her pacified. In the future, when I enter the galaxy, there will undoubtedly be numerous battles. I will record another video and send it to her, accompanying it with text detailing how many trillions of captives I have secured and the completion rate of my objectives, and so forth. Remember the timeline of 1 million Earth years. After 800,000 years, place that medium Yaoji on the blacklist, and all these items will belong to me. After all, the headquarters will never find me. He. Lilia pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, you must not forge any agreements with that Yaoji. Once an agreement is made, it must be honored. Otherwise, the trading device will self-destruct. Thus, Master, your approach is perfectly executed. The items received were not part of a formal agreement, but were gifts from her. Of course, you deceived her. even if she reports you to the Spirit Network headquarters. It will be futile since no absolute binding contract was established. Therefore, as long as that demon cannot locate us, she will never be able to harm us. This is a loss she has firmly incurred. Li Shui furrowed his brow. Do you truly believe she cannot find us? To be honest, I am genuinely fearful that any of them might track me down, including Fa Shun and Miwu Xianzi. Currently, I possess not a shred of resistance. Any merchant arriving in the galaxy would spell my doom, especially Yaoji. Having just swindled so much from her, I am certainly treading on thin ice. After all, she is a being even feared by seasoned veterans like Fa Shun. Should she locate me, I would surely meet my demise. Littleya consoled him. Do not worry, master. It is highly unlikely that old hag will find us here within 1,000,000 years. The critical factor is not the distance between divine realms, but rather that our trading device number 889 is a loophole in the Spirit Network. We are considered black market entities. No one would ever suspect that an individual possessing a Spirit Network trading device will be located on a 075 level cultural star in the sub-universe. They would never conceive of this possibility. So, you can rest assured, no Spirit Network merchants will find you in the sub-universe for 1,000,000 years. Furthermore, do you have any idea how many sub-universes exist? Li Shui was taken aback. How many sub-universes are there? Uncertain and perplexed, Li Shui inquired about the nature of the universe, oscillating between discussions of Famran Yuzhou and Zi Yuzhou. Lilia, brimming with excitement, offered an analogy. If the divine realm were akin to Earth, then the sub-universes would represent the mountains upon it, varying in size from the smallest hill to the majestic peak of Mount Everest. She urged him to ponder the multitude of mountains on Earth, a number so vast that it eludes counting. Even with Xiao Ling employing satellites, the precise tally remains unknown. Sub-universes are typically designated as civilizations of levels 1 to 9, while the divine realm collectively refers to them as the mortal universe of the lower realms. Thus, there is no cause for concern, Master. As long as we refrain from disclosing the cosmic coordinates, no one shall locate you in the near future. However, caution is advised. As our scale of development expands and your strength escalates, we shall soon transcend into the divine realm. At that juncture, we may encounter unparalleled powerhouses. Regardless of whether they are Ling Wang merchants, they possess the capability to annihilate you instantly, and even in the sub-universe. Countless formidable beings might be poised to do the same. Therefore, after departing from Earth, we must cultivate a truly low-profile approach, as discretion is the pathway to success. Li Shui nodded, contemplating the 3 confinement rings. He expressed his inability to utilize them and ponder their sale. Selling is imperative, otherwise, even a millennium may pass without unlocking them. The dilemma lies in whom to sell to. Although the Fa Shun can unravel them, his acquaintance with the old demon raises concerns about potential future blackmail. He appears amiable now, yet the future is unpredictable. Perhaps you should consider the Mist Fairy. Furrowing his brow, Li Shui shook his head, declaring, the Mist Fairy is even poorer than I am, and as a novice, her abilities may not suffice to unlock the old demon's spatial ring. Let us postpone this discussion until later. I will first examine the Overlord-level spatial ring. He promptly retrieved the ring from the trading repository, adorning it on his left middle finger, while the previous small ring shifted to his index finger, subsequently dripping blood to establish ownership. Soon, he beheld an immense spatial realm. Given his current mental strength, he could scarcely probe its depths. Witnessing the inner world of the Overlord ring evoked a sensation akin to gazing at the stars in the night sky. Chapter 25. Altered plans. As his mental energy receded from the space within the Overlord ring, Li Shui trembled with exhilaration. I have struck gold. At last, I have acquired something truly valuable. Presently, he deemed merchants unnecessary. His priority was to expedite his strength. Once he ascended to the divine realm, the vastness of existence would be his playground. Should he encounter adversaries he cannot defeat, he could simply flee. As long as he survived, the prospect of resurgence would be inevitable. Littleya concurred, urging him to hasten his affairs on Earth. Resolving matters swiftly would enable the launch of the battleship production line, allowing him to vie for supremacy in the cosmic sub-universes and dominate several star systems. At that point, acquiring as many individuals as desired would pose no challenge. He could bestow upon the youths of Earth numerous beautiful wives, leading to a population exceeding trillions within a century. However, she cautioned Master, it is crucial to note that the people of Earth cannot accompany you on your journey. Even if you assist them in reaching space and claiming the Milky Way or the Virgo supercluster, prolonged association is unnecessary. You will soon ascend to the divine realm, while they may never attain divine-level strength. Therefore, consider your course of action carefully. Li Shui acknowledged her insight, expressing his desire to avoid regrets. I must assist them in seizing the Milky Way before I depart. I will accelerate my progress, but I will store that sword in the spatial repository. My mental energy is currently too feeble. Should it fall to Earth, it could spell disaster. Indeed, despite being merely a sword, it required at least a deity-level individual to wield it. Should it plummet to Earth, the potential for catastrophic consequences loomed large. Thus, it was prudent to secure it in the repository, as regulations permitted. Feeling buoyant, he reflected on his fortuitous acquisition of an expansive spatial ring of 80 billion cubic light years. He could now transport a vast array of goods. Bring forth the robots. Let us commence sand collection. Today, we shall begin land reclamation. Afterward, I will focus on my training, while little Ling and the robots manage the other matters. Many of my possessions need not remain concealed. After some contemplation, Li Shui sighed, acknowledging the inevitable revelation of his connection with extraterrestrial entities once the Eye of the Cosmos Island was assembled. The onset of rapid development would follow. However, the timing for constructing such a massive island was premature. He lacked sufficient funds and still needed to assemble his team. Yun Xiangong would serve as the foundation for his burgeoning influence. Simultaneously, he recognized his lack of social experience and resolved to visit the United States to gather insights. Subsequently, he would sell all the technology related to fighter jets, securing trillions in funding to establish an anti-gravity hovercar factory. Once the hovercars were produced, wealth would flow abundantly. I will retrieve the robots immediately, instruct them to photograph and charm the Ling Meiyiji, and then we shall depart for the United States. We will address the land reclamation later. Understood, replied little Ling, projecting her image. Master, I believe you should dispatch a transport ship to the asteroid belt to mine for gold. A modest quantity of 20,000 tons will suffice. I will coordinate with you in global gold futures. Together, we can rapidly amass a fortune in Earth currency. After considering her proposal, Li Shui nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Mining gold for sale will expedite our profits immensely. Very well, let us proceed. In an instant, 10 robots equipped with level 3 civilization technology materialized in the desert. Little Ling promptly issued commands, and the robots saluted Li Shui before taking flight. In a blink, the fighter jet was secured within the spatial ring, and the surrounding sandy terrain vanished. Li Shui levitated into the air and swiftly returned the vast quantity of sand from the spatial ring to its original place. Before him lay an expanse of swirling yellow sand, devoid of any imperfections. Not bad. Currently, my mental energy can reach a distance of 10 kilometers. With continued effort, I should be able to extend it to 15 kilometers. With a thunderous crash, a fighter jet twice the size of its predecessor emerged from the desert. Its 4 wings were diminutive, with a short wingspan, yet its fuselage extended over 100 meters. Undoubtedly, such a craft could not operate within the atmosphere if it were incapable of vertical takeoff. Its design fundamentally contravened aerodynamics. Yet, the reality was that this aircraft could not only take off, but also traverse swiftly to the moon or any planet within the solar system. For it was an extraordinarily powerful cosmic fighter jet. Overwhelmed by the spectacle, Li Shui stepped into the craft as little Ling opened the hatch. During the ensuing moments, she detailed the fighter's specifications and capabilities, emphasizing its astonishing speed, reaching over 50,000 kilometers per second in space. Most formidable of all were the weapons of the cosmic fighter, comprising 2 types. Energy cannons mounted at the front, with a caliber of 0.5 meters and an ammunition capacity of several million rounds. Another method involves employing ultra-heavy annihilation missiles to target enemy vessels. A single missile, if it strikes the engine of an enemy ship, can incapacitate a high-value adversary. Should it hit the hull of a battleship, it can inflict significant damage. And even if it impacts the enemy's shield, while it may not harm the ship directly, it will substantially deplete the enemy's energy reserves. A fighter jet is equipped with over 10 powerful missiles, and if all were to strike the enemy's shield, it could lead to a complete exhaustion of the shield's energy, potentially even destroying the shield generator. Unlike nuclear weapons, which unleash atomic explosions outward, annihilation missiles tear space apart, causing an inward collapse. If one were to use an annihilation missile against an ecological planet, a civilization of level 3 could obliterate everything within a 100-kilometer radius instantaneously. Moments after the missile detonates, everything within that radius would be annihilated, and a further radius of 200 kilometers would also succumb to the explosive shockwave. Within 3 to 5 seconds, everything within the 100-kilometer radius would collapse into a singular point, during which countless objects would collide and explode violently, simultaneously being torn apart by the fabric of space. Once calm returns, only a massive sinkhole remains at the explosion site, littered with fragmented debris. Imagine the catastrophic natural disasters that would ensue if a super sinkhole, 200 kilometers in diameter and 100 kilometers deep, were to appear on a planet. At the moment the missile strikes and detonates, the entire planet would experience tremendous tremors, followed by earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and ultimately colossal tsunamis. If the point of impact lies directly above a volcanic belt, it could trigger catastrophic natural disasters, such as a vast eruption of molten lava, resulting in widespread illness and death among the populace. This is merely the power of annihilation missiles. Cosmic warplanes can carry an array of potent missiles with diverse offensive capabilities. Moreover, this pertains only to level 3 warplanes. There exist countless higher tiers of aircraft, some of which require the launch of a single missile to render an ecological planet utterly inoperative. After Li Shui was profoundly shaken by the data of the warplane, the previously dispatched robots returned. Xiao Ling sent the video to Xiao Ye and subsequently instructed Li Shui to initiate the departure of the cosmic warplane from the planet. In under a minute, the warplane exited the atmosphere, swiftly breaking free from Earth's gravitational pull, and then accelerated onward. In a vacuum of space, the warplane reached its maximum velocity, arriving near the moon in mere minutes, before executing a retro thrust to decelerate. After circling the moon several times, the warplane positioned itself in orbit on the moon's dark side. Encased in nanomaterial armor, Li Shui emerged into space and promptly retrieved a colossal transport ship measuring 4 kilometers in length from his spatial ring. At Xiao Ling's command, the ship's engines roared to life and it swiftly activated its curvature drive, vanishing from sight. Upon returning to the warplane, Li Shui piloted it to a landing on the moon's surface, precisely at the juncture of the shadowed and sunlit sides. As his feet touched the lunar ground, an overwhelming sense of reflection washed over him. Ah, the moon, the dream of countless souls over the years. Who would have thought that I, Li Shui, would one day stand upon its surface? For the next 2 hours, Li Shui roamed the moon until the air in his nanomaterial armor began to dwindle, prompting him to return to the cockpit of the warplane to await further instructions. Meanwhile, the transport ship was scanning the asteroid belt, identifying countless meteoroids, and soon located a small asteroid rich in gold, approximately 700 meters in diameter. Such small asteroids are abundant, unlike those in the Kuiper belt beyond the solar system, where the meteoroids are significantly larger, some even larger than the moon itself. After identifying the golden asteroid, the ship opened its top hatch and a mining vessel took flight, swiftly approaching the asteroid to commence excavation under robotic control. Soon, an abundance of gold was transported via conveyor belt into the mining ship, where it was automatically refined and purified. Once completed, the metal was sent back to the transport ship for further refinement, achieving a purity level of 9,999 as per Li Shui's specifications. Remarkably, the excavation concluded in just 3 hours, after which the mining vessel returned to the transport ship, which then traversed to the dark side of the moon using its curvature drive. The ship's signal jammers remained activated, rendering it invisible to any satellites in the vicinity. Even if spotted, the interference would prevent any communication back to Earth. Chapter 26. A frenzied scramble upon the ship's return, Li Shui's warplane swiftly took off, entering the vast cargo hold of the transport vessel before finally stopping at the bridge. After exploring the bridge and captain's quarters, Li Shui proceeded to the gold refining system to observe. Just before the robots commenced the purification process, Many of them had manufactured simple molds in the ship's maintenance area, ready to pour the molten gold into the molds for rapid cooling. Before long, Li Shui held a 5-kilogram gold ingot, one side of which bore the character Li. Is the purity 9,999? Indeed, master. All of it is 9,999, totaling approximately 10,000 kilograms, with each ingot weighing 5 kilograms. Excellent. How long until the refining is completed? The refining requires only 2 hours, but due to the small size and limited quantity of molds, coupled with our insufficient number of robots, it may take over 20 hours to finish completely. However, if you deploy a few hundred robots to assist, we could nearly complete the task in 3 hours. Most of the time is spent pouring the molten gold into the molds and waiting for it to cool. Then let us mobilize 500 robots to expedite the mold process. In an instant, 500 robots appeared, immediately engaging in work upon receiving Xiaoling's command. As expected, with the addition of these 500 robots, the total of 2 million gold ingots was completed in a mere 35 hours. There remained approximately 500 tons of gold, which Li Shui initially considered jettisoning into space. However, the energy expenditure for the ship's journey was substantial, and unwilling to waste it, he decided to wait and transport all the gold in smaller ingots instead. Once all tasks were completed, he collected the gold and the robots, piloting the warplane away from the transport ship. After storing the vessel in his spatial ring, he immediately navigated the warplane to the outer reaches of Earth, descending from the dark side. At that moment, it was midnight in the United States. He landed on the outskirts of the gambling city, stowed the warplane in the spatial ring, and after a few flights, found himself atop a large building, where he lay down to sleep. When dawn broke, Li Shui called his aunt, Li Qingwei. Aunt, I have recruited staff for the Yun Cheng branch online. Let them handle matters regarding Yun Xiangong. Those employees will report to you in 3 days. You should go to Yun Cheng tomorrow and rent a floor in a building for an office. I have already selected the personnel. You will just need to conduct a brief interview, as our company is about to commence operations. On the other end, Li Qingwei chuckled upon hearing this. Xiao Shui, don't you dare say that the recent network virus has nothing to do with you. Hee, it truly has nothing to do with me. I merely design antivirus software, not network viruses. There is a distinction. Ha ha ha. You rascal, we had suspected as much. All right, you get busy, and just have those employees call me when they arrive. All right, I have just arrived in the gambling city of the United States. If you need money, just call me. However, you likely won't need my financial assistance anymore, as our software will soon sell like hotcakes. Just prepare to count the profits. That is wonderful. I will begin searching for office space immediately. Take care over there. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Li Shui gazed at the distant, bustling metropolis with a smile, saying, Gambling City, I, the esteemed water merchant, have arrived. In the blink of an eye, he found himself atop a modest building, and the next moment, he emerged in an alley behind the edifice. Xiaoling, Xiaojia, is there something amiss with my abilities? Logically, I should possess the physique of a level 3 civilization being by now, allowing me to soar beyond the planet. Yet, why can I only fly approximately 10 kilometers at most? My altitude barely exceeds 3 kilometers. What could be the reason? Xiaoling replied with a smile. It's quite simple. First, Master, you have yet to absorb any spirit stones or consume other high-energy elixirs or spirit wines. Consequently, your body lacks sufficient foundational energy. It's akin to a colossal truck with a nearly empty fuel tank mixed with a bit of water. Under such circumstances, it's impressive that you can even get it moving. Only by filling your tank and purging the impurities will you function normally. Second, and more crucially, your genes have never been pressured. To elaborate, if you were to be cast into space for an hour, your strength would multiply tenfold. To illustrate, you are like a privileged young master who has never left the confines of your opulent home, having never spent even a penny. Thus, you remain oblivious to the significance of money, despite holding vast wealth in your grasp. Once you venture outside, the necessity of expenses and sustenance will reveal the terrifying potential of your billions. Third, you have only just undergone genetic modification, and the time frame is still too brief. There's no need to rush. Take your time. You are already quite remarkable. This is why during our time in space, we were hesitant to allow you to deactivate the nanotech armor. We feared potential mishaps. For safety's sake, proceed slowly. After all, we are not in a hurry, and there is no need to risk ourselves in space. Shai also smiled, saying, You are aware that your perception of the world has already diverged from that of ordinary humans. Others can barely spot a figure a kilometer away, while you can see one 10 kilometers distant. When visiting the flower market, people merely observe an array of beautiful, fragrant blossoms. But you perceive the spiritual energy of each flower, even their biological energy. While others merely breathe, you seek to absorb the spiritual essence in the air, as your mental acuity detects the biological energy particles present. Thus, Master, you are no longer akin to Earthlings. It would be wise for you to expedite your affairs on Earth and hasten to the level 9 continent. Only then can you cultivate to divine strength. For life in the divine realm is far more intriguing. Everything in the mortal universe holds little significance for a spirit network merchant. Li Shui replied with a smile. Very well, I shall be swift. Xiaoling, have you prepared the buyers you arranged for me? Contact them for a transaction tonight at 10 o'clock at the abandoned steel plant in the western suburbs. Send them the coordinates and inform them that I intend to trade with everyone at once. They must behave, or the gold will remain unattainable, and they may find their lives in peril. Indeed, I will communicate this clearly and ensure their confidentiality. Tell them not to fear. The gold is genuine, and they can test its purity on site. The price is merely 70% of the market rate, and the quantity is substantial, so they will undoubtedly profit. Furthermore, payments will be made via transfer, so they need not worry about any underhanded dealings from me. The next moment, Li Shui adjusted his attire, brushed off the dust from his back, and swiftly stepped onto the street. As he walked, he smiled. To be honest, trading with Earthlings for the first time, especially in gold, is quite intriguing. Xiaoyu remarked, Master, your social experience is severely lacking. You wish to do as you please without haste. Accumulate more social experience. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to contend with those ancient, cunning spirit network merchants of the divine realm. Indeed, he chuckled. Before long, he arrived at a breakfast establishment, using his mental energy to swiftly pilfer a wallet from a passerby before entering to enjoy his meal. After a hearty breakfast lasting 40 minutes, Li Shui began exploring the shopping malls. This was the largest gambling city in the world, where expenses were among the highest globally. A plethora of exquisite items awaited those with sufficient wealth. Prior to entering the mall, Li Shui acquired a credit card from an unsuspecting individual and then instructed Xiao Ling to infiltrate the network, commandeering the owner's phone and banking system. He then went on a shopping spree, purchasing the finest wines, hand-rolled cigars, various luxury garments, leather shoes, and so forth, focusing primarily on acquiring prestigious wines. At each establishment, he bought up the entire stock of fine wines, all while Xiao Ling subtly manipulated the surveillance systems, ensuring no one suspected him. He spoke only Mandarin, with Xiao Ling providing real-time translations, facilitating seamless communication. He merely lowered his voice while speaking, and after the translations, they were projected loudly through a medium, rendering any discrepancies undetectable. For the entire day, Li Shui roamed through various shopping malls, amassing an incredible collection of fine wines in his spatial ring. After discarding the credit card into a trash bin, he proceeded to a high-end restaurant for dinner, indulging in a generous amount of fine wine, ultimately settling the bill with a handful of cash. Upon leaving the restaurant, he made his way to the largest casino in the gambling city, where he collaborated with Xiao Ling using his mental prowess, winning every bet he placed. Before long, he had amassed over $2 million, subsequently departing. His method was simple. He only played once at each game, placing substantial bets, which eliminated any opportunity for cheating, and others had no ground for suspicion. For instance, in poker, his first hand was a strong one, with the dealer also holding a formidable hand, leading him to go all in. Thus, before 10 o'clock, he had visited 5 large casinos, winning at least $1 million at each. It was evident that his purpose was not to play for enjoyment, but to acquire funds. However, running away after a win did not always go unchallenged. At the third casino, trouble arose when, after going all in on his first hand against the dealer insisted he remain for additional rounds. Li Shui shrugged. This is too small. Let us raise the stakes to 100,000. Agreed. We will withdraw. The other 4 players at the table exited, leaving only Li Shui and the dealer. I wish to cut the deck. By all means. After cutting the deck twice, the dealer dealt the cards. As anticipated, Li Shui received 2 spades, while the dealer had a pair. 500,000, exclaimed Li Shui, to which the dealer matched. The second card was a face card, prompting Li Shui to raise to 800,000, and the dealer followed suit. The third card was a spade, and Li Shui raised to 1 million, with the dealer already holding 4 of a kind and subsequently betting 2 million. The fourth card revealed a red ace, and Li Shui matched the dealer's 5 million raise. The fifth card was a blackjack, leading to both players going all in. The outcome revealed that while the dealer had 4 of a kind, Li Shui held a spade straight flush, securing his victory. This hand alone netted him over 10 million. The dealer, clearly unwilling to concede, demanded a continuation of the game. Li Shui smiled. "We can continue, but I fear you may renege, so I propose we wager cash. Have the staff bring the card machine to the table. Let us exchange chips first, and we will bet 100,000 each hand, with each bet requiring a transfer. Are you up for it? Why not? Bring the card machine." Soon, over 10 million was transferred to Li Shui, and all eyes in the casino gathered around the table, with the manager personally engaging in the wager against him. Without a doubt, after Li Shui's consecutive victories in 3 rounds, the casino had already lost over 60 million to him. In the 4th round, his opponent once again drew 4 of a kind, while Li Shui revealed 4 aces, winning another 10 million. The opponent, furious, drew a gun, shouting threats. Spectators immediately fled the casino, and gunfire erupted within. Soon, those hiding in the corners outside witnessed Li Shui strolling out, casually puffing on a cigarette, while inside lay over 10 bodyguards and managers, all struck in the head by bullets. Minutes later, the police arrived and, after reviewing the surveillance footage, found nothing amiss, learning only from some gamblers that an individual with an Asian appearance, known as the God of Gambling, was responsible. Chapter 27. The Golden Transaction at 9:30. Li Shui stored a small truck within his spatial ring and then flew to a suburban area 10 kilometers away. Upon landing at the designated location, he retrieved a small train and entered the cargo compartment, extracting a backpack into which he placed a significant quantity of gold. Afterward, he produced a second backpack and continued to fill it with additional gold, followed by a third. After several minutes, 10 backpacks filled with gold were prepared. Under the guidance of Xiaoling, he dismantled several wires beneath the steering wheel to ignite the vehicle. Soon, the truck roared to life, and Li Shui sped towards the transaction site. As anticipated, upon nearing an abandoned factory, he spotted dozens of individuals stationed both inside and outside, with numerous cars parked. All lights extinguished. Li Shui halted the truck at the factory entrance and signaled using the headlights, emitting 3 short flashes followed by 7 long ones. In response, a car within flashed 4 long and 1 short, confirming the signal. The opposing party illuminated 3 cars, prompting Li Shui to turn off his truck lights and drive into the factory. The truck came to a stop 20 meters from the others, surrounded by armed personnel. However, upon disembarking, Li Shui's presence caused a stir, as he appeared clad in peculiar armor, a sword sheathed at his left hip, a futuristic rifle across his chest, a dagger on his left leg, and a handgun on his right. Addressing the gathered crowd, he declared, "Gentlemen, as previously agreed, do not inquire or speak. Everything is understood without words. The gold is in the cargo compartment. Follow me." Quickly, dozens followed him to the rear of the truck, and under the glow of numerous flashlights, they beheld the 10 backpacks. With a dramatic flourish, Li Shui dragged one over, unzipped it, and revealed a bar of gold, proclaiming, "Gentlemen, with a purity of 9,999, priced at $40 per gram, honesty guaranteed, ample quantity. This bag belongs to Mr. Bronk. Take it." An elderly man accompanied by a bodyguard hurriedly carried the gold to their vehicle, equipped with purity testing apparatus. "This bag is for Mr. Jesse, this one for Mr. Vider, and this for Mr. Mark." Before long, all 10 bags were distributed, and the groups commenced their testing. At this juncture, 10 of the bosses approached and remarked, "Mr. Simon, your gear is exceptionally advanced. I doubt any ordinary company could produce such." Li Shui shrugged, replying, "Indeed, for I acquired this inner armor from extraterrestrials." "What? Extraterrestrials? Good heavens! Mr. Simon, you jest. Is your gun an energy weapon?" Removing the energy rifle, Li Shui responded, "Given that you're my esteemed clients, and to prevent any unfortunate incident where you might attempt to steal my gold, I find it necessary to demonstrate the capabilities of my weaponry. I kindly ask for your discretion." With that, he declared, "Observe closely." In the next moment, Li Shui fired at a distant smokestack, situated no less than 200 meters away. True to form, The crowd witnessed a beam of light strike the smokestack, followed by a faint sound. "Shall I also showcase the prowess of my alien sword? Let us experiment on this vehicle," he proclaimed, drawing his sword and swiftly slashing at the hood. With a loud clang, sparks erupted as the blade sliced through, revealing a gash half a meter deep, flames beginning to flicker. Good heavens! In the wake of their astonishment, Li Shui resheathed his sword and approached a vehicle designated for gold testing, lifting a bar of gold and stating, "The testing is quite simple. One sample suffices. I shall split it open for you." In a swift motion, he drew his sword again, slicing through the gold as effortlessly as one would cut a melon. "See for yourselves. I have not deceived you." Two bosses inspected the halves and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is flawless, but we must conduct our tests on each piece." Li Shui shrugged. "Very well, take your time with the testing. However, I shan't wait. I intend to return to the casino for some entertainment and later enjoy a night out. Simply transfer the funds to my account upon completion." Before departing, he cautioned, "I must remind each of you of 2 points. First, if you fail to transfer the funds to my account post-testing, neither you nor your associates shall leave alive, and all funds in your accounts will be siphoned through our hacking skills. Second, your 10 groups must not engage in conflict or attempt to steal from one another. Those who dare act will meet the same fate." With that, he declared, "I shall take my leave. The truck is blocking the entrance. Allow me to assist." Approaching the truck, he delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, several tons of the truck were propelled against the wall, moving over 6 meters, leaving all present in shock. Then, in a breathtaking display, Li Shui took flight, a mere shadow against the myriad of flashlights, vanishing in an instant. "Oh my God, he must be an alien." An hour later, while playing cards at a small casino, Li Shui received a report from Ling confirming the funds had been secured. Over the next 2 hours, he visited several casinos, winning over 5 million before departing. However, upon leaving, he noticed several luxury cars, each valued at over $500,000, had vanished from the building's entrance. Moreover, he soon found himself driving a supercar, weaving through the affluent streets of the gambling city for half an hour, collecting an array of top-tier vehicles within his spatial ring as gifts for family and friends. Following this, he took to the skies in an aircraft. By dawn, he arrived in another major city, cruising through its streets, purchasing luxury goods, exquisite cigars, and fine wines, all with his own funds, having ceased his thieving ways and gambling. As night fell, the golden transactions continued with a new set of 10 clients. Similarly, after displaying a glimpse of his alien weaponry, the dealings proceeded smoothly, for none were foolish enough to cross an extraterrestrial. Thus, Li Shui traversed over 30 major cities in the United States, engaging in frenzied sales of gold and extravagant shopping. After more than a month, he departed from the United States, spending the following 3 months exploring nearly all of the world's top 50 developed nations, continuing his whirlwind of gold sales and shopping sprees. Upon returning to Shenzhou, in the southwestern province of Yunqing, he discovered that the price of gold had plummeted from 320 yuan per gram to 150, a depreciation of over 50%. The wealth he amassed from the sale of gold alone is astronomical, and there remain several thousand tons of gold unsold within the spatial ring. Likewise, in the global gold futures market, Ling has yielded in profits amounting to several hundred billion US dollars. The Lingwang company has also reaped significant profit from Ling's antivirus software, with Li Qingyue and her team eagerly observing the daily download figures, which translate into astronomical sums of revenue. The Ling Dun antivirus software comprises 4 tiers: mobile version, personal desktop version, enterprise edition, and the Supreme edition. Priced at 20 for the mobile and personal versions, 1,000 for the enterprise edition, and a staggering 1 million for the Supreme version. It is explicitly stated by the Lingwang company that the Supreme edition is tailor-made for large-scale computing needs in airports, train stations, urban traffic management, national defense, and stock exchanges, making the price seem trivial in comparison. Consequently, after extensive testing, the download numbers for each version have surged significantly, and they continue to grow. Over the past 3 months, relying solely on software sales, Li Shui has accrued over 100 billion, with the rate of profit continuing to accelerate. He has sold more than half of the gold at a low price, totaling about 200 billion, in addition to the several hundred billion earned through futures trading, bringing Li Shui's total cash reserves to approximately 300 billion. Although he requires funds for development, selling technology would yield him trillions in no time. He is merely gaining experience, as he has only just entered his 20s and is still a fresh face in society. Chapter 28. Yunxian Palace. After departing from certain Eastern European country, Li Shui swiftly returned to his true home in Yunding Village. Although he had lived in Yanhai City since childhood, this place holds his true roots. After spending several hours inspecting the construction progress in Yanshan, he procured top-tier vehicles for everyone, ensuring they received car keys and licenses. And then he and his 3 brothers casually roamed around Yun City. The matters of the company and Yunxian Palace were entrusted entirely to his aunt, Li Qingwei, and the company's vice president, Gao Ming. From that point onward, Li Shui settled in Yun City for an extended period, maintaining a low profile by merely opening a high-end wine shop, where every bottle was priced no lower than 5,000 yuan, all acquired at bargain prices from various wine-producing countries. However, his endeavors went largely unnoticed. Aside from government officials in Shenzhou, the outside world remained oblivious to his existence. And the Lingwang Technology Company in the United States had vanished. Several months later, on the evening after selling the high-end wine shop, Li Shui treated all company employees to a grand feast. This was his first meeting with the entire staff. Previously, aside from a few high-ranking executives and special forces commanders, no one knew he was the true owner of Lingwang. He reserved an entire restaurant, and over 100 employees gathered. During the banquet, Vice President Gao Ming expressed admiration, saying, "Boss, we've heard countless tales about you, and I am in awe. Allow me to raise a glass in your honor. Cheers." After downing a drink, the captain of the first security team, Wang Yu, remarked, "Boss, previously, Boss Zhang said you could single-handedly defeat hundreds of us, and that you could leap from thousands of meters above and soar back up. Initially, I found it hard to believe, but after hearing of your exploits abroad, I am convinced and sincerely admire you. Now, we seek only your guidance in a few techniques." Li Shui smiled. "It's a trivial matter. Once our interstellar academy is established, I will provide daily training for your cultivation. At that point, I fear you may struggle to keep up." "That would be splendid. Thank you, boss." "No need for thanks." He then addressed everyone. "I believe you're all aware of my background. Indeed, I am acquainted with extraterrestrial beings and have engaged in trade with them. Each of you has been personally selected by me and Xiaoling. Soon, I shall venture into the desert to fill the spatial ring with sand, and then create islands in the Pacific Ocean. The islands will be vast and beautiful. Once they are sufficiently developed, I will establish the Interstellar Academy, and all of you will be required to study advanced civilizational knowledge there. I also plan to manufacture anti-gravity vehicles, space transport vessels, space shuttles, and starships. After generating profits, I will construct true interstellar battleships and establish a genuine cosmic fleet, with you all serving as commanders in my interstellar fleet, regardless of gender. Furthermore, to expand your cognitive abilities, enhance your lifespans, and fortify your personal strengths, I will soon procure advanced civilizational genetic repair and modification fluids, allowing you all to live beyond 500 years, perhaps even up to 5,000 years. For now, focus on your immediate tasks. Complete the construction of Yunxian Palace. As the primary officials for the future Starry Sky, Island will be dispatched from there. The pace of island construction will be slow, given the enormity of the project. So this is your opportunity. Seize it. Lastly, my identity cannot be made public yet. Confidentiality is paramount. Understood? Yes. Most rose excitedly. Sit down, sit down. There is no need for formalities in informal settings. Let us drink. Today we shall not convene a meeting or discuss business, but rather indulge in fine wine and merriment. Cheers! Cheers! The following day, Li Shui and the company's primary management team arrived at the construction site in Yanshan. He furrowed his brow as he surveyed the mountain road, inquiring, how much longer until the road reaches the summit? The construction firm's owner responded nervously, about a month more. This is already our fastest pace. From now on, you must concentrate your main efforts on completing the mountain road. Other matters can afford to proceed at a slower pace. The road must be opened first. I am willing to invest an additional 2 million for you, granting you 20 days to reach the summit. All right, I will do my utmost. Old Wang, I shall share a secret with you. Do not disclose it. Of course, Mr. Li, I promise to keep it confidential. Once you complete the road, I will assist you in transporting all construction materials to the summit in one go, including all machinery. I can significantly shorten your construction timeline by several months and save you over 2 million. What? Old Wang whispered, Mr. Li, You can't possibly be the one rumored to have encountered extraterrestrials, right? Is the gold affair truly your doing? Indeed, not only have I met extraterrestrials, but I also engage and trade with many of them. The gold transactions are also my handiwork. Hurry, construct my Yunxian palace, and afterward I will invest in your company, expanding it 1,000-fold. I will also purchase numerous transport vessels for you to build islands in the Pacific. I assure you, your fortune will multiply by more than 500 times within 10 years. Old Wong was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Thank you for your support, Mr. Li. I will ensure every task is executed flawlessly. Now, get busy. Once the road is completed, begin excavating several platforms at the summit. Then notify me to assist with transporting materials. Understood. Upon arriving at the management department, Li Shui summoned 5 security team leaders for a meeting. Everyone, the road will be completed within this month, and soon we will be residing at the summit. Therefore, you must start recruiting personnel immediately. Anyone meeting the criteria is welcome, with equal numbers of men and women and no limit on the total. Even if you bring in 1 million recruits, I will gladly accept them. Yunxian Palace is specifically designed to assess the standards of future interstellar soldiers. All personnel for our cosmic fleet will undergo evaluations here, and those who pass will be assigned to work on Starry Sky Island, with opportunities to study spacecraft technology in their spare time. My possessions are all exceedingly valuable. Even if I earn not a single penny, they remain beyond the reach of many. Therefore, everyone requires a lucrative job. On my Shinkong, Jian Island, countless high-paying positions await, presenting opportunities for all to amass wealth. My plan is to recruit 500,000 young warriors within a year. Applications can be submitted online, and individuals will be notified based on their circumstances regarding their start dates. However, I must emphasize that once my identity is disclosed, the safety of my family and friends becomes a significant concern, as foreign agents may attempt to assassinate them. It is imperative to conduct thorough drills while the situation remains stable. For instance, should any untoward incidents befall my relatives, you must devise strategies for rescue and evacuation. The funds required for these drills can be sourced from Gao Zong. We have ample resources. Furthermore, Gao Zong and his team will constantly be in the public eye, necessitating a robust security plan and multiple practice drills in advance. Yes, I assure you that the tasks will be accomplished. Should any insurmountable issues arise, do not hesitate to call me, for I will return immediately, regardless of my location. Meeting adjourned. In the following month, Li Shui either enjoyed drinks and conversations with family and friends or ascended to the summit of Yunwu Mountain to cultivate, leading a fulfilling life. After more than 20 days, the winding mountain road was finally completed, with numerous excavators swiftly leveling the ground and constructing pathways. The construction site below had become a veritable mountain of building materials, which Li Shui promptly stored in his spatial ring upon descending. Along with the materials, he also transported a multitude of large equipment, such as tower cranes, pile drivers, and colossal concrete mixers. Soon after, tens of thousands of construction workers arrived at the summit, and the ambitious construction of Yunxian Palace commenced. Once the electrical connections were established, Li Shui departed for a meeting at the headquarters of Yun City Company. He proposed the establishment of a specialized cement company, appointing his uncle as the general manager and entrusting him with a top-secret advanced civilization cement formula. He mandated that the cement company expand indefinitely, with an initial investment of 100 billion Shenzhou coins. Following this, he initiated the formation of a steel company with a staggering first investment of 300 billion. The third venture was a shipping company, with a capital infusion of 100 billion, primarily aimed at acquiring large cargo vessels globally, favoring second-hand ships. The fourth project involved a food company, investing 200 billion, with the primary objective of recruiting and training personnel to cater to the diverse needs of millions on the island. Lastly, he sought to establish a construction company, acquiring Wang Qing's firm and appointing him as the general manager, subsequently injecting 500 billion to facilitate unlimited expansion. After these 5 enterprises, he had expended half of the 300 billion US dollars earned from selling gold, futures, and antivirus software. Chapter 29, Unveiling Identity. After a day-long meeting, Li Shui and his 3 brothers traveled across countless cities, enjoying a month of leisure and purchasing vast quantities of personal supplies. He then ventured into the northern desert, collecting scattered sand, and subsequently amassed an immense amount from the Sahara Desert. Days later, his aircraft soared over the Pacific Ocean under the cover of night. As he began to disperse a portion of the sand, soon, two crescent-shaped islands emerged from the sea, each flanked by 25 long dikes, totaling 50. Each dike measured approximately 500 meters in width and 5,000 meters in length, rising 50 to 100 meters above the ocean surface. Once the islands and dikes were completed, two transport ships appeared on the horizon, with Wang Qing eagerly observing from the bow through binoculars. An hour later, the transport vessels anchored near the islands, and Li Shui swiftly boarded. The island's corners had been filled, and he promptly initiated large-scale operations to construct 50 supersized docks, ensuring the use of our specialized cement and the finest container tower cranes, adhering strictly to the blueprints provided. Upon confirmation, the workers commenced their tasks while Li Shui departed to finish filling the corners of the islands. Li Shui boarded his aircraft and, 2 hours later, encountered two additional islands 500 kilometers east in the Pacific, accompanied by another 50 dikes. With all 4 islands completed and 2 hours remaining until dawn, Li Shui retrieved 4 additional advanced fighter jets, thousands of third-level robots, and over 5,000 air-to-air missiles sold to him by the Mist Fairy. Under Little Ling's command, the robots swiftly loaded the missiles, completing the task in under an hour. Subsequently, 3 jets ascended and landed at the centers of the other 3 islands. After a leisurely meal of barbecued lobster and squid, Li Shui ordered, "Little Ling, the time is perfect, begin the live broadcast." In the next moment, a visual appeared across all global networks, showcasing the moon, followed by 5 massive fighter jets racing toward Earth. Soon, a figure emerged in the vacuum of space outside Earth's orbit, and the spatial ring on his left hand began to shimmer with golden light. Instantly, 4 of the 5 jets were absorbed into the ring, leaving only one large aircraft in the void. He boarded the remaining jet, which promptly dived into the atmosphere and headed for the Sahara Desert, where he swiftly collected vast quantities of sand using his spatial ring before flying back to the Pacific. Suspended several hundred meters above the ocean, the individual approached the aircraft's hatch, retrieving and discarding large amounts of sand. This soon resulted in the emergence of 4 extraordinarily peculiar islands from the depths of the ocean. After this, he produced the remaining 4 jets, 3 of which landed at the centers of the other islands, deploying armed robots equipped with weapons. The scene returned to the previous moment, where one of the jets featured a remarkably handsome individual. He smiled at the camera, lit a cigarette, and commanded the jet to take off, speaking in Shenzhou Mandarin. A minute later, he exited the cockpit, allowing a robot to take over piloting duties and positioned himself at the hatch. As the hatch opened, he descended the retractable ladder to the lowest rung, standing at an altitude of approximately 500 meters above the island's widest point. With a swift gesture of his left hand, an immense quantity of sand cascaded into the ocean, creating massive waves and a cloud of dust. Thus, the aircraft continued its back-and-forth motion, relentlessly depositing sand, causing the island's area to expand at an unprecedented rate. Finally, 2 hours later, he and the aircraft arrived at the opposite end of the island, concluding the land reclamation efforts. The aircraft landed, and dozens of robots, along with numerous barrels, materialized on the sandy terrain. The man promptly flew to a nearby transport vessel, where a group of crew members eagerly awaited his arrival, escorting him to the dining area for a meal. After enjoying a lively feast with the crew, he once again piloted the aircraft, proceeding to another nearby island to continue the reclamation work. 2 hours later, the island was filled to the brim, and the aircraft resumed its circular reclamation process over the ocean. 2 hours later, he had filled in a vast circular island and had also created dozens of charmingly patterned smaller islands nearby. Among these were 5-pointed stars, circles, hexagrams, Taiji diagrams, sword shapes, dragon shapes, squares, isosceles triangles, and more. Upon completion, he removed a significant amount of sand from the central circular island, ultimately crafting a cross-shaped linear waterway. The live broadcast continued. After the waterway was finished, the aircraft suddenly ascended straight up, swiftly reaching an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters. At that moment, viewers were astonished to realize that he had shaped a colossal and exquisite eye of a woman using sand. Soon, numerous virtual lines and data appeared on the screen, revealing various deficiencies of the island. Afterward, the aircraft descended once more beside the island, and he rapidly resumed his land reclamation efforts. After 2 hours of work, He had completed the construction of tens of thousands of super embankments surrounding the island. Thus, the live broadcast approached its conclusion. The individual addressed the camera, stating, "I believe some of you may recognize me, but the vast majority of the world does not. Allow me to introduce myself. Hello, everyone. My name is Li Shui, and I am the owner of Shenzhou Lingwang Group. Furthermore, I am a 100 Earthling, but the aircraft I possess is not of earthly manufacture. It was procured from extraterrestrials. The live broadcast will continue tomorrow, and there will be surprises. However, I will only be streaming on my Douyin account, which is named Shui Huazunjia. I welcome everyone to watch my broadcast tomorrow morning." Undoubtedly, the world was already in a state of excitement, with nearly everyone intensely focused on him. The vast majority believed that Li Shui was indeed connected to extraterrestrials. Otherwise, how could he possess a spatial ring? Moreover, he had just acknowledged this fact, which raised the crucial question of how to collaborate with Li Shui. That evening, he dined and slept aboard his vessel. The following morning, after enjoying a delightful breakfast, the live broadcast resumed. In the footage, Li Shui sealed off the sea at both corners of the eye and then removed all the seawater from within the eye, casting it into the surrounding ocean. In the next moment, his aircraft took off at high speed toward numerous large lakes across many countries, extracting more than half of the water from them before returning to the interior of the Pacific Starry Island to release all the fresh water. Ultimately, the aircraft arrived at the Antarctic glacial continent, where thousands of robots instantly took flight. They swiftly cut through ice blocks using energy beams, with Li Shui's aircraft following closely behind. Countless massive ice blocks were collected, and after gathering a substantial amount, he retrieved the robots and returned to the skies above the Pacific Island. After releasing the ice blocks into the fresh water until the water level exceeded that of the surrounding sea by a considerable margin, he cast the remaining ice blocks into the sandy center of the circular island. Finally, Li Shui removed the sand from the two corners of the eye, allowing the seawater to connect with the freshwater inside. The aircraft descended once again into the golden sands of the island, where Li Shui produced a bottle of beer from his spatial ring and drank it in one go. He then smiled at the camera, stating, "This island is called Starry Eye, modeled after the right eye of my aunt, Li Qingwei, who is one of the executive presidents and chairpersons of Lingwang Group. In a month, our group will be here to engage in trade with all countries, the details of which are as follows. First, I will sell all technology related to my first-level civilization battle aircraft, including the metal formulas. Second, we will collaborate on a massive scale with hundreds of thousands of companies worldwide. Lingwang Group will invest over 1 trillion Shenzhou coins to construct and develop the island. Shortly, I will disclose all data pertaining to this aircraft and the corresponding prices, as well as the list of all companies interested in collaboration. Therefore, please examine the list closely to see if your company's name appears. If it does, prepare immediately to come here in a month to sign substantial order contracts with us. The same applies to the purchase of aircraft technology. Whether you're a nation or an organization, if you're interested in our technology, visit us for discussions in a month. The trading process is simple. You decide which technology or all technologies you wish to purchase. Just prepare the funds and, at the designated time, transfer the money to our Group's account, and we will provide you with the technical materials." Chapter 30, Starry Island. Li Shui lit a cigar and smiled. "Finally, I officially announced to everyone. First, I am not an extraterrestrial, and there are no extraterrestrials on Earth, only robots and weapons made by them. Second, not only do I know extraterrestrials, but I also have connections with many high-ranking extraterrestrials. We share a purely commercial partnership. Third, I have no interest in Earth, nor do extraterrestrials. No one will come to invade Earth because there are countless ecological planets in the universe that surpass Earth, just like the sands beneath my feet. Fourth, I will establish a super-intelligent city here, a super-industrial park, a super-trading metropolis, and most of your countries have limitless potential for cooperation with me. Fifth, in the coming years, I will reside in Yunshan Yunxian Palace in Yunxing, southwest Shenzhou province. The palace prohibits any outsiders from entering. There are no secrets there, just a desire not to be disturbed in our cultivation. All secrets rest solely in my hands, Li Shui. Therefore, unless invited, any individuals not associated with my company should refrain from disturbing me in Yunshan. I have no time to meet anyone, as I require extensive time for study and cultivation. For any matters, please contact the relevant personnel of Lingwang Group. Sixth, My aircraft technology is quite expensive, especially the metal formulas valued at 50 trillion Shinjo coins. Once you grasp the super metal formula, your country's industrial levels will experience a profound transformation. Consequently, many countries will likely be unable to afford my technology, especially those wishing to make a bulk purchase. 70 trillion Shinjo coins may not be feasible for you. If forced to buy, many people in your nation might go hungry. Therefore, I can consider extending credit or loans to you, with a loan term of 5 years and an interest rate of 10. Repayment must occur after 5 years. 7th, in a month, I will establish the Galactic Empire Bank here, which will issue 100 trillion virtual currencies for the first time and 10 billion universal energy coins for the grand cosmos. Soon after, I will issue an unlimited quantity of sub-level energy coins. To clarify, sub-level energy coins are not recognized in the grand cosmos because they are synthetic energy blocks, but they are sufficient to serve as universal currency on Earth. The exchange ratio between energy coins and sub-level synthetic energy blocks is 1 to 100, while the exchange ratio between sub-level energy blocks and electronic currency is 1 to 10, 000, and between electronic currency and Shinjo coins, it is 1 to 1. Behold, this is a synthetic sub-level energy coin, roughly the size of a matchbox, containing energy equivalent to a standard 10,000 degrees of electricity. To facilitate transactions, I utilize sub-level energy blocks. However, one sub-level energy block does not equate to the value of 10,000 degrees of electricity because electrical energy cannot propel a spacecraft into space, but energy blocks can. Thus, the true value of synthetic energy blocks, when calculated in Shinjo coins, is at least 1 to 1,000,000. If based on the actual value of energy blocks, very few people globally could afford it. And since I do not lack funds, I am willing to reduce the price by a factor of 100 for exchanges. Otherwise, you would be unable to afford it. 5 years hence, the Galactic Empire Bank shall gradually phase out virtual electronic currency, converting it into energy coins at a rate of 10,000 to 1. The natural energy coins are strategic commodities, designated solely for internal use within my Lingwang group. You would find them of no utility. In the future, the Stargaze Island will become a dreamland for all inhabitants of Earth. I plan to reside in Yanshan for a few years. Once our Interstellar Academy is established, I will dedicate considerable time to teaching there. Moreover, for any inquiries, you may log onto the official website of my Lingwang group, where a consultation window is managed by my extraterrestrial AI assistant, Xiaoling. You may pose any questions you have to the astute Xiaoling. Her intelligence is beyond your imagination. As you can see, this island is my personal domain, constructed by my own efforts, Li Shui, coupled with my advanced extraterrestrial technology. I must caution certain nuclear-capable nations to refrain from harboring malevolent intentions towards me. The few thousand nuclear warheads in your possession do not concern me. The extent of my power is beyond your comprehension. That will suffice. Should you wish to collaborate, seek out my Lingwang company. Kindly refrain from disturbing me. Those unconnected to this matter. Farewell. After concluding the mobile live stream, Li Shui exited the aircraft and deployed over 1,000 robots, several hundred barrels of fuel, and a portion of the robot's energy blocks, then proceeded to the construction site on the embankment. Upon noticing him, Wang Qing hurried over, exclaiming with excitement, "Boss, is the island filled?" "Yes, it is complete. The 4 warplanes will remain stationed on the island for a year, primarily to ensure its absolute security. No nation's nuclear weapons or missiles shall land upon this island. The 1,000 robots will assist you in your tasks. I entrust their management to you. For heavy labor and underwater tasks, let the robots handle them. Please retrieve the barbecue grill and seasonings from the ship. I intend to cultivate on the island's edge for a month. Once the majority of the company's fleet arrives, I will depart. Oh, and bring me the air valve as well. The sandy ground is too filthy for me to rest on. All right, please follow me. Hey, you two, come with me." Soon, everyone convened on the ship. Li Shui stored the barbecue grill, charcoal, firewood, seasonings, and the air valve into his spatial ring. After flying to the island, he also stored the recently refueled warplane into the spatial ring, and then he vanished without a trace. In the next moment, Li Shui arrived at the southern beach of the island, setting up the barbecue grill along with 2 robots and an array of supplies, before taking the air valve and paddling away. Upon reaching a distance of over 1,000 meters from the island, he retrieved a bucket and filled it halfway with seawater. before stripping off his clothes and diving into the sea. Before long, he descended to a depth of over 200 meters, unfazed by the water pressure. Under the luminescent glow of Xiao Ling's energy, Li Shui captured numerous large deep-sea crabs, lobsters, and squid, stowing them in a snakeskin bag that he had punctured with several small holes using an energy gun. An hour later, he had caught dozens of enormous crabs and lobsters, along with 7 squid. Surfacing, he tossed the seafood into the bucket and slowly paddled back to shore. One robot secured the air valve, while another immediately began processing the seafood. Li Shui took out his phone and dialed Zhang Liang's number. "Hey, my little cockroach. Have you all not arrived yet? I just caught a bounty from the depths of the sea and am about to barbecue and drink." On the other end, Zhang Liang swallowed hard and replied, "Water goods. You must save some for us. We're nearly there, about 700 nautical miles from the island." "How far? 700 nautical miles? My heavens. How about this? You 3 get to the deck and wait there. I will have the warplane come pick you up. Follow the robot's instructions to board." "Okay. Hurry and call your warplane." On it. Just as Li Shui hung up, Xiao Ling had already commanded a warplane to ignite its engines for takeoff. True to form, within 10 minutes, the warplane soared above a massive fleet before landing directly on the surface of a ship nearby. As the window opened, the robot pilot called out, "You 3, jump over and swim here." Standing at the edge of the deck, Zhu Ji and the others gasped. "Jump over? That's too high. I can't do it." "I can't either. That's at least 10 meters high." Another person echoed their fears, prompting laughter from the hundreds of onlookers. The robot scolded, "Will you jump or not? If you don't, I'm leaving. I have no time to play with you 3. I need to ensure the island's safety." "Jump!" The 3 exchanged glances, stealing their resolve before leaping into the water with their heavy packs. Splash! After more than 10 minutes, the trio, burdened with their sizable packages, exerted all their strength to climb aboard the warplane, only to receive a stern reprimand from the robot. "You 3 are as clumsy as pigs. Can't you show some promise? If you don't train hard now, just wait until you arrive at the Interstellar Academy. I'll make you regret it." "What?" A short while later, the warplane landed, and the 3 emerged, promptly discarding their packages onto the ground. "Where's my giant lobster?" Upon reaching Li Shui, the 3 ravenously devoured the lobsters as if they were starved. "Wow, this is truly exquisite seafood. Ha ha. Brothers, hurry and record a video to show Xiaowan. She will surely be envious." Li Shui frowned and interjected, Hey, do not provoke that little princess. She is currently in a critical phase of her exams. If she sees us feasting on lobsters, it will surely disrupt her concentration." "True, it's much more enjoyable with just the 4 of us. If your cousin arrives, we'll have no peace. Come on, brothers, let us drink some beer. Cheers." 2 hours later, after feasting and drinking, they began to chat. Lu Xiaoshan suddenly remarked, "Water goods, during the last meeting, everyone raised a question regarding waste disposal. Although there will be a waste processing station once construction is complete, currently there isn't one. Soon, millions of workers will be arriving, and the garbage could become mountainous. If not managed properly, the nearby sea will be littered with refuse. Li Shui Siga, alas. There is currently no good solution. We can only have the construction company bring some gasoline to incinerate it or dig large sand pits for burial. We must not pollute the sea. It seems that digging pits for burial is the best option. Why don't we prioritize constructing the waste processing station during the building phase? That works. Xiao Ling, expedite the construction of the waste processing station." "Understood, master. Come on, brothers, let us go swimming and catch a big shark. Tonight we feast on shark fin." The 3 gasped in astonishment. "What? Catch a big shark? No way. You could do it, but we can't. You still haven't given us the gene serum." "Exactly. I truly do not have the gene serum at the moment. It's not yet time, but rest assured, you will receive it soon. Let us go. Bring your energy guns. I guarantee your safety." "That's more like it. I certainly don't want to be eaten by a big fish right after enjoying a small one." Chapter 31. The Spaceship. In the following month, tens of thousands of construction companies from around the globe rented transport ships, laden with materials and supplies, to commence work on the island. Each day, no fewer than 10,000 individuals arrived on the island, with at least 300 large cargo ships in operation. Each company was assigned its own construction zone, and upon reaching their sites, they swiftly commenced work in an orderly fashion. Before long, the Lingwang Group's colossal fleet also arrived. Once Li Qingyue and Gao Ming set up the Lingwang Group's temporary headquarters, they quickly began collaborating closely with various construction firms. With an influx of substantial funds, countless companies worked with remarkable vigor. A month later, the number of large ships near the temporary headquarters exceeded 10,000. A dam was constructed to serve as a makeshift runway, where countless aircraft landed. Soon, Li Qingyue led the group to sign contracts with over 100,000 companies, resulting in an influx of capital into their accounts. Simultaneously, the Lingwang Group received substantial funds from the sale of advanced fighter jet technology. The establishment of the Great Galactic Empire Bank was expedited with the assistance of robots, which subsequently began providing loans to various nations. After all treaties were signed, Li Shui departed, retreating to a mountaintop near Yunshan for a year of solitary cultivation. A year later, upon the completion of Yunxian Palace, Li Shui moved into his own residence. Beyond his personal training and study, he dedicated all his remaining time to instructing thousands of soldiers. 2 years later, the islands that had been under rapid construction for 3 consecutive years began to take form. Li Shui returned to the island, retrieving a robotic production line from the factory to commence large-scale manufacturing of robots. However, he found himself nearly out of funds. The trillions amassed from technology sales had long been depleted. After all, every major power globally was contributing to the construction of the islands, and hundreds of thousands of companies had been supplying parts for 3 years. His daily expenditures were astronomical, exceeding 5 billion coins. Despite issuing 100 trillion virtual currencies, nations had borrowed over 70 trillion from him. If he did not present high-value goods for sale soon, his currency would depreciate, leading to inevitable inflation. After repeated warnings from Xiaoling, Li Shui was alarmed. "Master, the number of employees has surpassed 10 million. The world is working for us. With 2 years remaining until their 5-year repayment deadline, we must quickly produce high-value items for sale, or inflation will surely ensue." "Understood. I will devise a solution immediately. The secondary energy currency was only recently manufactured, and it is not wise to exchange it on a large scale just yet. All our machines require energy blocks. You must also think of ways to engage Lingwang merchants. I believe the Gene Potion project can be initiated as well." "All right, I will contemplate this." After a day of deep thought, the following day, he released a video on the company website to all employees and friends around the globe. "Today, you will witness a miracle as I present a 4-kilometer-long pinnacle-tier transport ship. Henceforth, all management will reside aboard this vessel, anchored in the freshwater lake within the island. Please ensure that all vessels in the northern part of the central island depart, as the launch of the spaceship will create significant waves that could capsize smaller boats. I will now provide the coordinates for anchoring. No vessels are permitted within 10 kilometers. The launch will occur at 3 p.m. Please vacate the vicinity until after the spaceship is revealed. Thank you for your cooperation." As expected, the announcement ignited excitement worldwide. Good heavens, he has finally unveiled the spaceship. I must see what a spaceship looks like. A 4-kilometer-long vessel? My word, true to form. Within an hour of Li Shui unveiling the massive ship, over 50,000 boats, many of which were speedboats, gathered to witness. Gao Ming and Li Qingyue were among the first to arrive. Upon boarding, Li Qingyue remarked, "Xiao Shui, countless nations wish to establish offices aboard our spaceship. We have no choice but to agree. But I suggest we proceed slowly and charge an admission fee for 3 months at a minimum of 1,000 yuan, allowing people to visit the bridge." Gao Ming quickly added, "Indeed, boss, our group's spending rate over these 3 years has been astronomical, with vast sums flowing into the pockets of nations worldwide. If we do not generate revenues soon, we may face bankruptcy. The Ling Shield antivirus software is no longer profitable, and with such enormous expenses, a mere Ling Shield is insufficient." Li Shui chuckled and shook his head. "Forget about charging fees. The initial sale of gold was merely a practice suggested by Xiao Ling and Xiao Ye. I, Li Shui, hardly lack for such trivial amounts. You all may set up your offices aboard. We are about to produce gene potions, which will yield me tremendous profits. Even if robots and anti-gravity vehicles take time to become profitable, the gene potions alone will bring in trillions. We are not short on funds." Cockroach, excited, exclaimed, "Wow, you're finally willing to release the gene potions. If you delay any longer, I'll be an old man." Get lost. You dare act foolishly in front of my aunt and President Gao. Oh. My apologies, Aunt Li and President Gao. I was merely joking with the water goods. Li Qinghua laughed and said, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Let us proceed as planned. The group management will prepare to relocate aboard, and the offices of various nations can also be established on the ship. However, remember not to clutter or affix anything haphazardly on the spaceship. Standard labels should be placed on each hatch. Additionally, do not roam freely within the group's offices. Every door has access controls that you must manage, and your secrets must be well guarded. Moreover, this is a transport vessel, not a cruise ship. Hence, it does not have multiple layers or numerous cabins. Besides the bridge, captain's quarters, conference room, and a vast warehouse, there are only 20 crew cabins, 1 robotic cabin, and 1 maintenance area. Therefore, I have created 1 million 3-layered mobile offices within the Dominator-level small world space ring, stored in the cargo hold. Future department managers will reside in the crew cabins, while other management will occupy those offices. Each room is spacious, featuring an office, a bedroom, and shared restroom and bathing facilities that are clean and convenient. Upon moving in, everyone must adhere to Xiaoling's regulations. Failure to comply will lead to penalties, and I cannot intercede on your behalf. For instance, if you miss the dining hours at the communal cafeteria, you must buy your own snacks or order takeout. But delivery personnel are not permitted aboard the spaceship. You will likely have to use a flying disc to retrieve your fast food from several kilometers away at the exit. Secondly, entry into the spaceship requires a special access code displayed on your mobile phone. External guests must obtain access codes from the robotic soldiers stationed outside the ship. Otherwise, they will be denied entry. Attempting to breach security will result in the robots responding with force, particularly for those carrying hazardous materials. A thorough inspection by the robots is mandatory. Otherwise, you will be treated as an enemy and dealt with accordingly. Thirdly, restrooms are accessible at all times, but the bathing facilities have specific hours of operation. It would not be feasible to allow bathing at midnight, as the fresh water must be transported from outside the ship and heated. Fourthly, littering is strictly prohibited. Any instance of garbage being improperly disposed of will result in severe penalties. Each cabin or general office is equipped with designated trash bins, and robots will collect them daily. If someone is caught discarding cigarette butts or peels, they will face dire consequences, potentially being forced to clean for an extended period. Lastly, dining must also be orderly. Remember, this is an office, not your home. Alcohol is not permitted in the cafeteria, nor should it be present in your offices. If you wish to drink, head to the restaurants on the larger ships outside, which abound with options. Should anyone be found consuming alcohol aboard the spaceship, rest assured, you will face heavy fines from Xiaoling. Moreover, while ordinary employees may face fines and public reprimands, the distinguished individuals present here are not financially constrained. Therefore, Xiaoling will not impose monetary penalties upon you. Instead, she will require you to publicly recite a self-critique or engage in humiliating tasks, such as cleaning the restrooms. Allow me to remind you that the academy will be completed in just over a year, at which point you will all be students. And Xiaoling will serve as the highest-ranking instructor, dean, and supreme commander. Apart from myself, all of you must adhere to Commander Xiaoling's directives. Otherwise, she will arrange for the robotic instructors to have a thorough discussion with you, and you will soon understand the gravity of the situation. Similarly, all regulations apply equally to personnel in foreign offices. As long as you are aboard my spacecraft, aside from myself, you must comply with Xiaoling's management. This particularly applies to the 3 of you, Cockroach, along with Xiao Wan, and in the future, Wang Yu and Zhang Yang. Xiaoling has stated that you are the most mischievous among us, and she will ensure you are well taken care of upon your arrival at the academy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang furrowed his brow and remarked, Does Xiaoling dare to command the robots to strike me? Li Shui exaggeratedly responded, What? Being struck is a serious matter? Oh dear, poor Cockroach. You are unaware of Xiaoling's prowess. I can already envision your dismal fate. What do you mean? Does she truly dare to let the robots harm humans? That can't be legal. How could robots possibly strike humans? Li Shui shrugged and replied, Cockroach, I'll be frank with you. I have had no involvement in the curriculum of the Interstellar Academy as I lack the requisite knowledge. I, too, am a learner, and everything is under Xiaoling's control. However, as her master, she would not dare, nor could she, harm me. She can only offer gentle persuasion. But you are different. Even if it involves you too, Aunt and General Gao, should you commit serious offenses, Ling will still command the robots to deal with you. The robots will show no mercy, as they are inherently cold-blooded. Should anyone fail to meet the assessment standards, exhibit laziness, or be absent without cause, congratulations. You have struck it rich. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the audience immediately darkened. Chapter 32. Genetic Agent. After listening to Li Shui, Zhang Liang frowned further and said, "If that is the case, why employ robots as instructors? Wouldn't it be better for you to teach us? You can instruct us first, and then we would pass on that knowledge to others, achieving perfection in the process." Li Shui shrugged and replied, "I apologize, but I do not possess sufficient technological knowledge to qualify as an instructor. I can only guide you in your training. Naturally, I am unaware of the specifics regarding advanced knowledge teaching. We will follow Ling's arrangements. Do not worry about the robots or Ling's intelligence rebelling against humanity. Such occurrences may happen in other interstellar nations, but they will never transpire in our galactic empire. Robots will always be our best assistants and friends, and everything they do is for the benefit of humanity. They take pride in serving us. Therefore, I advise you three to work diligently and study earnestly, and avoid making mistakes, especially since you have the best relationship with me. Ling will undoubtedly provide you with special care, as you are future prominent figures in a galactic empire. If you were to become nefarious individuals, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, our esteemed Ling will ensure that you three, along with Xiao Wan, Wang Yu, Zhang Gang, and other mischievous individuals, are molded into absolute elites." Lu Xiaoshan frowned and said, "The more I listen, the more I feel a chill creeping down my back." Zhu Ji also frowned and stated, "I'm not afraid of robots. As long as I complete my studies and training, what can Ling do to me?" "Exactly, after we fulfill the basic requirements. What can the robots do to us?" Li Shui shook his head and chuckled bitterly, saying, "Brothers, I do not wish to elaborate further. One last thing. May you seek your own fortune. I cannot save you." "Huh, I'm not afraid." Observing the three remain unperturbed, Li Shui secretly chuckled for quite some time. "Furthermore, the captain's quarters and the bridge are mine, even if I wish to accommodate you, Aunt. Ling would not permit it, as this spacecraft does not grant you the authority of captaincy. Only the captain is entitled to reside in the captain's quarters and possess control over the bridge. This is a fundamental rule of spacecraft operation. Additionally, every cabin or mobile office can connect with the ship's mainframe, which is Ling. In the future, we will utilize virtual projections, and many outdated computers will gradually be phased out. Our high-tech smartwatch factory is also under construction. Within 6 months, the first batch of smartwatches will be produced, after which computers will be relegated to museums, ushering us into the virtual era. You must adapt quickly. Virtual projection. Excellent. Huh. Having a smartwatch capable of virtual projection is simply marvelous. I adore it. Seeing Lu Xiaoshan's expression, Li Shui exaggeratedly exclaimed, "What could there possibly be here that you, Lu Xiaoshan, do not like?" "Hee. Water goods. To be honest, everything you possess is splendid. There's truly nothing I dislike. So, please bestow upon me a bit more in the future. Get lost." "All right, everyone, the meeting is adjourned. Once I set up the mobile office, I need to contact extraterrestrials for business." All right. The transition of the office to the spacecraft continued for several days before everything began to normalize. Although countless tourists surrounded the spacecraft, the operations of the group remained unaffected. After all, this massive vessel resembled a mountain, and no one could enter, allowing onlookers to enjoy watching from a distance. Since the management of Lingwang Group moved into the spacecraft for work and residence, an unending stream of restaurant-style transport ships arrived around the vessel, lined up in rows, far more interesting than the streets of large cities. Simultaneously, countless individuals entered and exited the spacecraft daily, as it housed over 1 million high-level managers, necessitating a multitude of tasks to be completed. Over the past 3 years, the island's workforce has exceeded 50 million, with bustling scenes of industrious activity visible everywhere. All major transport ships worldwide converged here, delivering countless goods to the island daily. With so many people, merely providing water became a significant challenge, not to mention meals, accommodation, consumption, healthcare, shopping, and work, all exceedingly complex. All operations were conducted under Ling's unified command, with Li Qingyue and Gao Ming merely executing her orders. Li Shui was unconcerned. preoccupied with acquiring technological knowledge and fervently training. An amusing incident occurred shortly after Li Shui unveiled the spacecraft. Nearly all nations that had previously purchased first-level fighter jet technology at exorbitant prices regretted their decisions. Had they known Li Shui possessed a super spacecraft, they would have never spent such a fortune on inferior technology. Once the spacecraft emerged, the once formidable fighter jets quickly became obsolete. Li Shui was soon set to produce powerful armaments, including space fighters, shuttles, and transport vessels. And he had already sold those 5 fighter jets at a low price to other countries. Thus, it was only natural for first-level fighter jets to be deemed obsolete. Consequently, they felt deceived. Previously, when Li Shui showcased the attack power of first-level fighter jets, it was clearly a performance with the intent of enticing them to purchase his technology at inflated prices. Otherwise, he would not have acquired the initial significant funding for island development, which amounted to countless trillions, not mere thousands. In reality, they were correct. 10 days after entering the spacecraft, Li Shui unexpectedly called a meeting for all management personnel. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, you are tasked with a new endeavor, to negotiate with various nations around the globe to establish exclusive stores for gene repair solutions in their major metropolitan areas. I anticipate that within approximately 3 months, I will be able to produce these solutions, at which point we shall commence sales. Please divide the world into several major regions, with each of you assuming responsibility for one. I will entrust the overall management of this initiative to my aunt. The construction of the islands will be overseen by Gao Zong, and the project at Yunxian Palace is nearly complete. For now, I shall assign Wang Yu and her 5 captains to conduct training there. Li Qingyue inquired, "Are there any specific requirements for the exclusive stores?" Indeed, the first concern is security. Since the gene repair solutions are not customized according to individual genes, they are universal products accessible to all and are exceedingly expensive. If not handled properly, incidents of robbery and violence are inevitable. Therefore, prior to initiating sales, we must eliminate all potential hazards. This implies that the solutions must be escorted by a large military force from our facility to the exclusive stores in each country, ensuring constant protection until the solutions are injected into the purchasers' bodies. I have calculated with Xiao Ling that the solutions will be transported by a robot-operated vessel. And within each exclusive store, there must be at least 2 armed soldiers from our group and over 10 local soldiers. Additionally, we will require 1 personnel for injections and 1 for payment collection. Consequently, our soldiers will have tasks to perform, and you must engage in thorough discussions with the nations to ensure the absolute safety of the solutions. Gao Ming nodded and said, "I understand." After this meeting, I will promptly inform Wang Yu and Zhang Gang to initiate a massive recruitment drive, increasing our soldier count to 500,000. Certainly, we will customize bulletproof vests and weapons with the highest quality from other nations. Soldiers in Shenzhou will not carry firearms except at our facility and the exclusive stores. The second concern pertains to pricing, which you need not worry about. I have my own arrangements, ensuring that it will be a beneficial endeavor rather than detrimental. The third issue is transportation. Initially, the solutions will be delivered by our robots, but after 1 or 2 years, each nation will be capable of handling their own transportation, at which point we will no longer need to manage it. You may not understand why at this moment, but I will refrain from explaining until the time is right. The fourth concern involves collaboration with local nations. We will cover the rent for the exclusive stores and ensure tax exemptions. We will be responsible for the wages of our employees and security personnel, while any casualties among local soldiers will be their own responsibility, including their livelihoods. You must establish standard working hours. Furthermore, after working hours, the security of the exclusive stores is paramount. We must ensure that no one can tunnel in to steal the solutions. All alarm systems must be impeccably established, and you must negotiate thoroughly with each nation to formulate a foolproof unified plan. The fifth issue revolves around the usage of the solutions. The gene repair solution is distinct from modification solutions, as it solely repairs internal damage, diseases, and aging within the human body, restoring individuals to a state of near perfect health and youthfulness, enhancing intelligence as well. After receiving the injection of the gene repair solution, individuals under the age of 20 can expect to live beyond 180 years. Those under 50 may live beyond 150, and even individuals over 50, regardless of whether they are 80, can anticipate a lifespan of at least 110 years. Particularly, those under 20 with diligent practice and a disciplined lifestyle may even reach 200 years, maintaining youth and vigor until the age of 150 without falling ill. Moreover, the gene repair solution is capable of eradicating all viruses, including cancer, leukemia, AIDS, sepsis, and more, curing any illness. Hence, our solutions are exceedingly costly, and countless nefarious individuals will undoubtedly seek to seize them. Our only recourse is to facilitate online purchases in advance, with buyers queuing at the exclusive stores to receive their injections once the solutions arrive. Once injected, the possibility of theft or robbery becomes virtually non-existent. The reactions post-injection are not alarming. They do not resemble the harrowing experience of modification solutions. Instead, the effects of the repair solution take several minutes to manifest, presenting only mild warmth, itching, or palpitations, leading to a peaceful slumber that lasts until the third morning after injection. Naturally, after receiving the repair solution, individuals must engage in consistent physical exercise for a month, and their nutritional intake during this period must be optimal. After 1 month, the effects of the solution will be fully realized, and thereafter, no further attention is required. These 5 issues warrant your careful consideration post-meeting, culminating in a comprehensive plan for implementation. Are there any further questions? Zhang Lang inquired. What is the specific timeline? When will your solutions be ready? The exclusive stores will require at least 2 months for construction, akin to the level of a bank vault. Rest assured, my side is progressing swiftly. I possess the production line for the solutions. I am merely lacking the spiritual herbs, and I will soon contact extraterrestrial associates to procure them. I assure you that a substantial quantity will be produced before the completion of the exclusive stores. Then I have no concerns. We have no issues either. Very well. Let's adjourn this meeting. Please return to your respective tasks for reflection, and then reconvene to deliberate further. Following that, you will negotiate with the representatives of each nation. We shall commence addressing the exclusive store matters in 3 days. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 33. A gamble upon returning to the captain's chamber. Li Shui chain-smoked. After consuming over 10 cigarettes, he declared with fervor, "Xiaoya, I wish to take a gamble." Xiaoya projected herself cautiously and inquired, "Master, how do you intend to gamble?" Li Shui siga, alas. We currently lack spiritual stones and herbs, yet I cannot purchase them from the Mist Fairy, as I deceived her into believing we are a civilization of cultivators. Pray tell, how could a civilization of cultivators possibly lack spiritual herbs and stones? I have contemplated numerous scenarios, and the Mist Fairy's domain is too perfect. She lacks for nothing: space rings, techniques, and warships. It is a veritable realm of comprehensive resources, and she is a newcomer, even a cunning one. Should I continue to feign ignorance, claiming to seek enlightenment on the primordial star and assist my disciples? I could procure the herbs from her, but acquiring spiritual stones from her would immediately reveal my true identity as a fraudulent cultivator. Thus, I have considered various possibilities, and the only option remains to take a gamble, placing my faith in the hands of the Chaos Law God. Let us leverage the situation with the Demoness as a starting point, gauge his reaction, and if he bites, we can resolve the issues of spiritual stones. For the herbs, we can either extract them ourselves or purchase them from the Mist Fairy. Xiaoya contemplated and carefully responded, "It is worth a try, but master, you must not let slip a hint of your intentions. The Law God is a seasoned veteran. We must not allow ourselves to be outmaneuvered." "I understand. Please make contact with him." "Understood." Xiaoya promptly reached out to the Chaos Law God, who greeted them with a smile. "Friend Shui, how did your dealings with the Demoness unfold? You did not fall for her tricks, I hope?" Li Shui smiled. "Not at all. With your wise counsel, Law God, I was prepared. However, on that day, my domain happened to experience a minor conflict. Upon hearing this, the Demoness hastily presented me with 3 supreme-level containment space rings, claiming she wished to purchase battle captives at a high price. Caught off guard, I had no choice but to accept the space rings, and until now, I have yet to place a single captive within them. The Law God sighed, "Alas, you should not have accepted her space rings. Her buying price is exorbitantly high, and one can easily become addicted. She is notorious for using spiritual currency to entice others, and you cannot compete with her. She is a seasoned merchant with a tarnished reputation. I suggest you simply blacklist her." "Blacklist?" Li Shui feigned astonishment and said, But her spatial ring is still in my possession. What if she seeks revenge on me later? I certainly cannot match her strength at this moment. The god of magic replied dismissively, what is there to fear? If you cannot defeat her, can you not contend with her followers? If she dares to come to your galaxy divine domain to trouble you, then strike her subordinates with ruthless force. She would hardly risk coming over so casually. Moreover, the divine realm is vast. She might not even find you. I have known her for several 100,000 years, and she still does not know where my magic domain is, does she? Li Shui pondered, but what should I do with these 3 spatial rings? Should I return them to her? The god of magic laughed heartily, haha. You are about to blacklist her. Why return anything? Once you blacklist her, you have already offended her. Therefore, it is better to offend her more thoroughly and seize her 3 spatial rings. You have been lacking spatial rings, and these 3 dominion-level rings will be a perfect addition for you. Though they may not be worth much, for a novice like you, they will serve you well, provided you have not signed any formal agreements with her in the trading system. While I have not signed any formal agreements, I cannot unlock them. That old, which possesses immense power, and she herself stated that aside from her, no one in the divine realm can unlock the seals of the cage spatial rings. The god of magic scoffed, nonsense. I can unlock them. She was merely deceiving you, fearing that you might secretly steal something from the 3 spatial rings. However, to be honest, there are indeed many valuable items within her cage spatial rings. That old, which is incredibly wealthy, even richer than I am by several folds. Daoist friend Shui Hua, if you are willing to blacklist her, I can help you unlock the 3 spatial rings for a service fee. After contemplating, Li Shui asked, why not just sell them directly? The thought of that old which unsettles me. I neither want nor dare to keep her belongings. Indeed, many people despise that enchantress. If you're willing to sell, I can purchase them. The contents of the 3 rings can serve as my reward for unlocking the seals. As you're a newcomer, I shall not profit from you. My Dominion-level spatial rings are priced at 1 trillion each, while their actual cost is 800 billion each. How about I buy your 3 cage rings for 2? For trillion? Li Shui responded joyfully, that sounds wonderful. Thank you, dear friend of the god of magic. I will send them to you right away. Little girl, please send the 3 cage spatial rings to the esteemed god of magic. Understood. Soon, the god of magic received the spatial rings. After probing with his mental energy, he chuckled in delight. Indeed, it is the handiwork of that enchantress. Alpha, transfer 2. For trillion spirit coins to Daoist friend Shui Hua. Yes. Upon receiving the payment, Li Shui exclaimed, the money has arrived. Dear god of magic, I wish to purchase some items from you. You see, our technological civilization excels in spirit armor technology, yet our physical conditions are not very good. Overall, our personal strength is relatively low, placing us in the lower middle tier of the divine realm. Spatial rings are exceedingly scarce. Each time we slay a magical beast, without large spatial rings, it becomes quite cumbersome to transport with warships. Therefore, I wish to purchase some lower-tier spatial rings from you as a token of gratitude for your previous warning. Otherwise, I fear I would have already fallen victim to that enchantress's scheme. Of course, although another friend of mine offers spatial rings cheaper than yours, I wish to give you this trading opportunity as you have shown me kindness. Additionally, I have another inquiry, dear god of magic. As an expert in cultivation, I seek your advice on how to elevate the overall strength of my followers by 1 tier. Our gene serums do not seem to yield ideal results. Upon hearing this, the god of chaos's eyes lit up. I say, dear brother, you should have mentioned your difficulties sooner. I may not possess many skills, but expertise in cultivation is indeed my forte. I know that your technological civilization primarily researches spirit armor, robotics, cosmic spatial physics, and biology, which indeed lags in personal cultivation. However, this is quite simple for me. Let me ask you, are spirit stones scarce in your divine domain? You lack truly top-tier cultivation techniques, do you not? Your Shun Mo Heart Sutra does not count, as it is intended for top-tier cultivators to comprehend the Tao. Li Shui feigned excitement. Indeed, we possess various energy mines, yet spirit stones are scarce, resulting in a deficiency of spiritual energy. Moreover, we are located at the edge of the universe, and many of my subjects originate from the mortal universe. You must understand, while spirit stones have limited use in the divine realm, they are essential for cultivation in the mortal universe. In the absence of sufficient spirit stones, My subjects from a mortal universe rely on genetic modification liquid and gene energy liquid, as we do not possess the means to refine pills or good techniques. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques from your magic domain are unsuitable for our practice. Recently, I purchased a suitable technique for my lower-tier subjects from an elven merchant, but it was exceedingly expensive and I simply cannot afford it. Thus, I can only procure the portion from 0 to divine level for my subjects in the mortal universe, while the portion above divine weapon grade will have to wait until I am more financially secure. I believe that to fundamentally alter the inadequacy of our divine domain as strength, the only solution is to start from the grassroots level. If I had the capability, I would also wish to transform the entire sub-universe. Otherwise, my galaxy divine domain may never rise again. With a resounding clap, the god of chaos slammed his hands on the armrest, exclaiming with joy, Daoist friend Shui Hua, you are absolutely correct. Cultivation must commence from childhood and address the roots. Once strength reaches the divine level, if the talent is lacking, no amount of spirit coins will suffice. It is far better to start with the children from the mortal universe and resolve this deeply entrenched issue in one fell swoop. Your idea is excellent. Chapter 34. A bet worth taking. Seeing the god of magic take the bait, Li Shui was already bubbling with excitement, yet he feigned ignorance and asked, but what exactly should be done? The god of magic continued enthusiastically, it's quite simple, since you have found a suitable cultivation technique. Although you cannot fully purchase it yet, you will be able to in the future. What you currently lack is a substantial amount of spirit stones. Your divine domain may not have them, but I do. You can exchange spirit coins with me. I can provide you with as many as you desire. And the same goes for spatial rings. 4 lower-tier spatial rings. I can sell you as many as you need. Given our familiarity, I can offer you significant discounts for bulk purchases, ensuring they will not be pricier than those from your friend. Li Shui expressed his gratitude. Thank you, dear god of magic, for your assistance. In that case, I wish to purchase both the god ring and the divine weapon ring, starting with 1 billion of each. Once my finances improve, I will buy more. I believe that if I obtain the latter half of that technique, I should be able to break through to the saint level. However, you know my circumstances, that Shun Mo Heart Sutra was given to me by my predecessor, and after selling it to you, I only received 1 trillion. The remainder belongs to my predecessor, so I genuinely lack the funds to purchase the elven technique. The god of magic replied cheerfully, do not rush, dear friend. Take your time. The matter of spatial rings is entirely manageable. For 2 billion spatial rings, I will offer you a price of 15 trillion spirit coins, but I'll give you a discount and charge you only 14 trillion. How much spirit stones do you wish to exchange? I suggest you exchange for a substantial amount. Li Shui nodded and said, it will be fine to exchange a bit more, especially for low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones, as they are more convenient for the children. I'll exchange for 100 billion spirit coins for now, and after the children absorb them, I will observe the results. If satisfactory, I shall exchange a greater amount next time. However, I wonder what fee you will charge, Brother F.A. Shin. F.A. Shin nodded and replied, in the past, others have exchanged with me as well. Previously, I charged a friend a fee of 11 million. I will offer you half, thus the fee will be 1 million. Since you intend to use these for the little ones to cultivate, I will exchange the 4 types of spirit stones, top grade, high grade, medium grade, and low grade, at a ratio of 1, 2, 6. What do you think? Li Shui pondered for a moment and then nodded. That is acceptable. I will transfer the funds to you now. Xiaoya, please promptly transfer 150 billion spirit coins to Brother F.A. Shun. After receiving the payment, F.A. Shun chuckled. Brother Shui Hua, please wait a moment. I will prepare your items immediately. Approximately 50 hours later, the two communicated again, and F.A. Shun joyfully announced, I have placed the spirit stones in these 4 platinum space rings. I will now transmit 20 billion along with the 4 space rings to you. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyu received the items. After inspecting them with his spiritual energy, Li Shui expressed his delight. The quantity is perfect. It is always a pleasure collaborating with you. My friend, I now have a question to ask, considering your vast experience. I am very eager to acquire the techniques of the elven race, yet I lack sufficient funds. Could you assist me in analyzing what the elven race truly requires? F.A. Shin highly regarded his inquiry, saying, indeed, you are increasingly resembling a top-tier merchant, Brother Shui Hua. For a merchant to earn profits, one must acquire items that others desperately need. Items that are commonplace should not be traded, such as spirit armor or battleships, which are utterly worthless. However, like Yorshin Mo Jing, it is an extraordinary item. If you can identify what others urgently require, you are halfway to success. Now, tell me more about the domain of the elven race. What is it like? Li Shui replied with enthusiasm. She is a female, and even younger than I, the ruler of the elven domain. I am her first merchant friend. However, their domain is incredibly developed. The elven race excels in cultivation, possessing ample spirit coins, techniques, elixirs, and space rings. Yet, do you know, in her shop, there's only one battleship, a divine emperor-level battleship. Have you ever heard of anyone constructing a divine emperor-level battleship? That must be the work of a madman, as even such a battleship is worthless. I would be embarrassed to display it, as no one would purchase it. Upon my inquiries, I learned that their domain primarily focuses on technology, excelling in cultivation, which has left me perplexed. Yet their techniques are remarkably good, and in the end, I could only trade for a few minor items, merely to establish a connection. Fa Shun, what do you think such a perfect civilization, truly need? If I could find what she requires, perhaps I could earn enough to purchase the latter half of her techniques, as they cost tens or even hundreds of millions of spirit coins, which is exceedingly expensive. The Chaos Fa Shan found this quite intriguing. Oh, a civilization that develops both cultivation and technology concurrently? Let me think. Lacking in techniques, spirit coins, and space rings, yet with impressive technology. Thus, they must primarily need money. But you lack funds, and in their situation of limited spirit coins, what do they use as a substitute? What race did you say they belong to? Li Shui quickly replied, the elven race. Their physiques are comparable to ours, with yellowish-white curly hair, pointed ears, fair skin, and they wear garments resembling vines, which are exceptionally beautiful. Moreover, their appearance is stunning, far surpassing that of the Ling Mei Yao Ji. Fa Shin chuckled. Ah, so it's that race. I recall them well. I have seen them numerous times and possess some understanding of them. After all, like us, they are a magical elemental race, albeit proficient in wood magic. Let me explain. What you have seen is not their finest aspect. The elven race is inherently a biological civilization, possessing absolute advantages in that domain. For instance, on a barren ecological planet, once a group of elves occupies it, within a few years, that planet will transform into an extraordinarily beautiful paradise, adorned with exquisite flora and fauna, and the air composition along with spiritual energy levels will reach unprecedented heights. In contrast, your technological civilization depletes all valuable metals upon arrival at a planet, constructing any grand edifices or spirit armors of your desire. Therefore, what the elven race truly requires is not merely spirit coins. They have a preference for biological resources, such as crystals from certain organisms, akin to their life trees. If you can procure such crystals, they would not hesitate to exchange even the most precious techniques with you. Biological crystals? Li Shui furrowed his brow and lamented. Not only have I never seen them, but I have not even heard of them. It seems I am indeed in a predicament. Fa Shun reassured him. No worries. My friend, take your time. I will also inquire with my merchant acquaintances. Li Shui had no choice but to nod. Very well. Thank you for your assistance, my friend. We shall converse again next time. I must go see those children in the mortal universe. All right. Until next time, farewell, brother Shui Hua. Goodbye. After the video call ended, Fa Shun chuckled. So, Alpha, how do you find it? I told you that brother Shui Hua is a promising businessman. Engaging in trade with him will surely lead to prosperity. Look, it has only been a short while, and Hishin Mo Jing has already earned me a substantial amount of spirit coins. I believe he is worth nurturing. The intelligent entity Alpha nodded in agreement. Indeed, during his first transaction, he was so impoverished that he possessed not a single item for trade. That Shin Mo Jing was provided by his predecessor to support him. At that time, I thought he might be irrational, considering the exorbitant cost of the trading device. Yet, he insisted on sacrificing everything and accruing significant debt to his predecessor to purchase it. That was rather insane. After all, one could trade in reality without incurring such expenses for a SpiritNet trading device. However, it appears now that he is more sensible than anyone else and has swiftly identified the shortcomings of his technological civilization, taking immediate corrective measures. Moreover, even the Ling Mei Yao Ji requires our caution. Though Brother Shui Hua is merely a novice, He is still an ancient being of several tens or hundreds of millions of years. You previously warned him, yet he naively accepted the Yao Ji's space ring. After you casually spoke ill of the Yao Ji, he dared to blacklist her. I have analyzed him for quite some time and ultimately concluded that he may not be as simple as he appears. I strongly suspect he is deliberately feigning ignorance. F-Asian nodded. That lad certainly possesses some skills. Despite being a technological civilization, he conspicuously refrains from displaying any technological products on his shelves, instead showcasing the exceedingly peculiar Shin Mo Xin Jing, which was provided by his predecessor for trade. After merely a few words from me, he dares to blacklist the renowned seductress Ling Mei Yao Ji. TSK. Although he is a naive newcomer, one cannot help but admire his audacity and boldness at times. As you mentioned, I suspect this young man harbors some secrets, but he conceals them quite adeptly, making it difficult to discern for now. Perhaps the elder who imparted his techniques is indeed a true master, which explains why he is unperturbed by the Lingmei Yaoheim. Jilin nodded and remarked, in our future transactions with him, we must be vigilant and attempt to uncover his true capabilities. The Fazhen chuckled. There is no need for such scrutiny. In our dealings thus far, we've consistently reaped substantial profits. As long as he poses no threat to me, having another unique companion is not necessarily detrimental. Indeed, Chapter 35, a performance on Li Shui's end. As the video concluded, he leaped over a meter high. Yes, I have succeeded. He exclaimed joyfully. Xiaoya also rejoiced indeed. I never anticipated that the avaricious Fazhen would be so easily deceived. I observed him closely just now. He was utterly oblivious to your deceit. He may very well be celebrating a lucrative gain from you at this very moment, believing that the so-called divine realm lacks spiritual stones. It's quite amusing to think about. Li Shui took a deep breath to calm his elation and stated, yes, to gain his trust, I had to purchase 2 billion spatial rings to bait him, and I even disclosed part of the elven race's techniques to him. Unexpectedly, that old man is aware of the elven race, which presents me with a further opportunity to acquire the latter half of the Fenchin Ju. Xiaoya, I suddenly have a bold idea. Allow me to share it with you for your consideration. Please, go ahead, she replied. Li Shui fervently proposed. What if we initiate a trade with the Lingmei Yaoheim, inquiring if she possesses any biological crystals? I could deceive her into believing that I have a Dominator-level friend willing to join forces against the Demon Lord. But my friend is an elf whose strength is not yet fully developed. Thus, I need to procure some biological crystals to enhance her power. Then, I would venture abroad to eliminate a few pirates, using their corpses as a backdrop to claim they are demons. What do you think? Is it feasible? Xiaoya expressed her astonishment. There are numerous issues with this plan. We should refrain from contacting her for now and think it through. After I sent her that photograph, she responded with great satisfaction, urging us to spare lives and capture more. If you were to meet her now, regardless of her knowledge of biological crystals, you must present her with the hope of capturing numerous prisoners, and your excuse must be flawless. However, I believe it is best not to take this risk. There is no rush. With the spiritual stones now at our disposal, we only need to procure some spiritual medicine from the Mist Fairy. I suggest you focus on secluding yourself for cultivation, rapidly elevating your strength. With an abundance of spiritual stones, your power can soar. Once you acquire the spiritual medicine, the Earthlings will also experience swift growth. I recommend purchasing a large quantity of spiritual medicine at various levels from the Mist Fairy and exchanging for ample energy blocks. Once the transactions conclude, you and your companions should devote yourselves to rapid cultivation while the production line for Tier 3 civilization battleships operates at full throttle, allowing robots to manufacture interstellar warships. Years later, when your cultivation concludes, you will possess an interstellar fleet and soldiers, ready to initiate the conquest of the galaxy, seizing all resources and occupying star systems and nebulae. At that point, I will sever ties with the Lingmei Yaoheim and seek out other merchants for biological crystals. She is undoubtedly a cunning old fox. It is best to avoid her entirely, nipping any potential danger in the bud. As for the construction of the Starry Island, that is a trivial matter. Even without gene repair fluid, if Xiao Ling were to casually offer a bit of Tier 2 or Tier 3 civilization technology for sale, nations on Earth would purchase it at exorbitant prices. Moreover, Your Dominator-level spatial ring contains countless small planets from which we can procure anything we require. However, I do not recommend pursuing this route, as it would undoubtedly harm the Galactic Empire. People must toil for what they need rather than being handed everything. If you provide them with everything, your significance here becomes null, even negative. You should merely offer them opportunities and avenues to strive for. Li Shui pondered deeply before nodding emphatically. Xiaoya, you are correct. I was too impulsive earlier. Indeed, the Lingmei Yaoheim is not to be trifled with, and it is best to keep our distance. I had not considered manufacturing warships within the Dominator-level spatial ring. That would hold no merit. The citizens of the Empire must gradually learn to build them themselves, as only then will they acquire valuable knowledge in the process. Very well. We shall maintain our plan concerning the Lingmei Yaoheim and contact the Mist Fairy shortly. Come here, Li Shui called out after shutting off the trading device. The door swung open, and Wang Yu hurried in, saying, "Boss, what are your orders?" "Immediately arrange a lavish seafood feast for me and bring several bottles of white liquor. I'm quite famished, but ensure the food is laid out on the sand of our island. I wish to converse with an extraterrestrial friend and showcase the new visage of our island," he instructed. Upon hearing about the extraterrestrial friend, Wang Yu's excitement was palpable. "Yes. It will take no more than 40 minutes. Please hold on a moment." Indeed, within 30 minutes, several large platters of seafood were prepared, and a transport vessel delivered them. Li Shui flew from the battleship to the beach, where two beautiful soldiers poured drinks and another used scissors to dismantle crab claws and lobster shells. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and a dozen soldiers arranged chairs and set up sunshades. After Li Shui settled down, he said, "Wang Yu, you men should return to the transport ship for now. I want these two lovely soldiers to stay and help me put on a grand performance for the extraterrestrial old hag." He. Understood. Wang Yu and the rest quickly piloted the transport vessel away, leaving the two beautiful soldiers looking at Li Shui in astonishment. "Commander, how may we assist you? We fear we might spoil your grand scheme." Li Shui smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. It's quite simple. Just pretend to be my women. Come sit beside me. And when the time comes, you must intimately feed me and pour my drinks. When I signal for you to leave, then you may depart. Do not act surprised, for you will not see the extraterrestrial. Treat her as if she does not exist. We communicate telepathically, so unless I speak, you will not hear our conversation. Therefore, you must be able to perform." One of the soldiers blushed and replied, "Understood, but we hope this is not merely an act. We would like to be your women. Commander, it's just that you do not seem to notice us." Li Shui exaggerated his expression. "Amei, you are quite direct today, and Xiaomi, you too. Recently, I saw media gossip claiming that the two most beautiful recruits, Jiang Mei Mei and Qian Xiaomi, have become my women, with rumors suggesting that you both openly expressed your affection for me. You wouldn't be attempting to turn fiction into reality, would you? Qiang Xiao, mi timidly confessed. I truly like you, Commander, and so does Mei Mei. If you would have us, we would gladly remain by your side for a lifetime." Jiang Mei Mei quickly added. Her face flushed. "I would too. Commander, please consider us." Li Shui erupted into hearty laughter, teasing. "If my three brothers were to hear what you two stunning ladies just said, I suspect they would be utterly infuriated. Well, I'm willing to grant you an opportunity. If you perform admirably today, I shall consider you both. After all, I am 22 years of age, and I do not wish my first romantic encounter to be with an extraterrestrial being. If you impress me, I shall welcome you both, my little enchantresses." Upon hearing this, the two women exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you, Commander. We will certainly give our best effort." After giving both their cheeks a playful pinch, Li Shui remarked, "From now on, when there are no outsiders around, do not call me Commander. Refer to me as Shui Go, for you are merely about 18 years old." The two ladies beamed with joy. "Yes. Shui Ye. Ha! Splendid. Now pour a glass of red wine for me. When I say begin, one of you shall light my cigarette, while the other feeds me white liquor. You must exhibit the intimacy akin to that of lovers. Do you understand?" "We comprehend." Shui Ye. After savoring a piece of crab roe, Li Shui took a sip of wine and instructed the two beauties to adjust their attire. "Let's begin, and make your movements appear more natural." Having said this, he simultaneously communicated with his mental powers and words. "Xiaoya, contact the Miss Fairy." "Certainly, Master." Shortly, the video call with the Miss Fairy was established. As soon as she appeared, the Miss Fairy smiled and exclaimed, "Ah, Shui Huazunjia. It seems you are enjoying a rather carefree life on Earth, and these two lovely soldiers are quite charming as well. Li Shui, employing both mental power and voice, replied, "You flatter me, fairy. Compared to your elven kin, it seems none in the entirety of the divine domain possess such beauty. Your elven race truly embodies the essence of cosmic charm, monopolizing all that is beautiful. This incites envy among us of other races." The Mist Fairy, delighted by his words, giggled, "Hee hee, Shui Huazunjia, you certainly know how to flatter. I wonder what business you wish to discuss with me this time." Mist Fairy, the advanced technological warplane you sold me last time was exceptional. I utilized it to annihilate my enemies, and I also managed to sell its technology, allowing Ling to sell a bit more of the level 1 civilization technology. Now, wealth has amassed in the hands of my disciples and me. I have constructed a magnificent island shaped like an eye from sand in the ocean for my disciple. We are diligently developing this island, and soon my disciple will be able to train billions of interstellar soldiers. Thus, it will not be long before he leads a cosmic fleet to dominate the galaxy. Look, in the next moment, Xiaoyao projected an aerial view of the Stargazer Island. After observing it, the Mist Fairy chuckled with hidden delight. "It seems you intend to elevate the Earthlings into a level 2 civilization? Indeed, the divine realm has grown tiresome. This place is splendid. Just look at my two women. So fresh, youthful, and utterly natural. What good is that wretched divine realm? Everyone there is crafted from spirit coins, spirit liquor, elixirs, or gene potions. None possess the authenticity found in individuals from primordial planets. This is the cradle of civilization. Here lies the purest sanctuary for the soul." Do you recall what my Divine Demon Heart Sutra states? The fundamental laws of nature. This is the universe's origin, the ideal place to comprehend these primordial laws. The so-called natural way, the way of nature. Perhaps before long, I shall achieve another breakthrough once more. Ha ha! The Mist Fairy, momentarily stunned, expressed admiration. "I did not expect you to find inspiration on Earth, which is truly commendable. So, what small items do you wish to procure this time?" Li Shui pointed towards a sandy island. "We are about to invest over 1 million robots in the construction. Soon, our Interstellar Academy will be established, and genius students will arrive for their classes. While they have learned the techniques, they lack gene repair liquid. Therefore, I wish to purchase a batch of spirit herbs for producing gene repair liquid, costing around 2 million spirit coins. After all, I am not well versed in gene potions, though I can manage elixirs. Furthermore, we shall begin manufacturing spacecraft. Although I possess numerous spirit stones, I might require 10 million spirit coins for low-grade energy blocks. As for the exchange rate and fees, I trust you will handle that without wasting excessive time over such trivial matters." The Mist Fairy smiled. "No problem. I shall have someone deliver it immediately." As she instructed her subordinates, she pondered in awe. "I never thought this old fellow would truly grasp the essence of things on Earth. I am quite impressed." Chapter 36. Accelerated Development. Li Shui took a sip of the exquisite wine that Jiang Mimi had offered him and smiled. "Miss Fairy, I have heard that you have an affinity for biological crystals?" The Mist Fairy, engaged in mental communication with her subordinates, gasped in surprise. "What? Shui Huazunjia, you are aware of biological crystals? Do you possess any?" Li Shui, savoring a puff of his cigarette, grinned with pride. "I do not have any in my possession, but I can inquire with merchant friends. However, I have never encountered biological crystals. Could you send a video to help me identify them? Once I recognize them, I can procure them for you in the future." The Mist Fairy, slightly disheartened, replied, "Very well, Xiaoling, please send a video of the crystal to the master." Upon receiving the video, Li Shui promptly opened it to discover a transparent small tree. Curiously, he inquired, "Is this so-called crystal actually the essence of your elven life tree?" The Mist Fairy nodded. "Indeed, biological crystals are derived from the energy at the roots of the life tree. The life tree is the mother tree of our elven race, and it can only exist on pure biological planets. Biological crystals serve as the energy source of the life tree. A pure biological planet is one devoid of excessive metal resources, possessing water, land, and a perfect ecological environment. Likewise, on planetary continents, there cannot be any metals within billions of kilometers of the life tree, and the ecological environment must be absolutely pristine. However, it is merely a possibility. Each life tree is priceless. If you could find a small life tree, I hope you will not remove the entire tree. It would suffice to take a few larger branches. Otherwise, you would endanger the local elven civilization. Should you manage to obtain a branch measuring 50 meters in diameter and 300 meters in length, I could exchange the latter half of the Feng Tianju technique with you. Li Shui, satisfied, affirmed. Rest assured, I have many friends. Should I encounter a life tree, I shall procure a branch in exchange for the technique. Very well, we shall meet again shortly. The spirit herbs and energy blocks will require some time to gather. Please wait a moment. Certainly. Approximately 100 hours later, numerous individuals delivered space rings filled with spirit herbs and energy blocks to the Miss Fairy. Soon, Xiaoya received the goods, and afterward, Li Shui instructed her to transfer the spirit coins, completing the transaction before logging off. Li Shui gazed at the mountainous pile of spirit herbs and energy blocks in the trading warehouse, exclaiming with excitement. Shaoling, immediately announce to the world that I have procured spirit herbs for my extraterrestrial friends. Starting tomorrow, the gene factory will commence mass production of gene repair liquid, ensuring that soon, everyone's genes will achieve perfection. No one shall fall ill, and all shall live beyond 150 years. Our future Interstellar Academy students may even reach over 200 years. Ha ha ha. Yes, the announcement has been made. Upon returning to the captain's chamber of the transport vessel, Li Shui swiftly relocated the gene potion production line to a small ecological star within the Dominator Ring, placing all the spirit herbs inside and commanding the robots to commence the creation of the original liquid. After completing all these tasks, he began to voraciously absorb the Ling Shi. Each Ling Shi was roughly the size of a matchbox and possessed a milky white hue. Although the color of the white energy block resembled that of the Ling Shi, their hardness differed immensely. The energy block was harder than iron, while the Ling Shi's hardness was comparable to that of plastic. Moreover, the energy block belonged to the realm of chemistry, whereas the Ling Shi was classified as biological. The weight of a single Ling Shi was approximately 10 tons, requiring Li Shui to exert all his strength to lift it. Upon grasping the Ling Shi, Li Shui promptly activated the Tianju technique, and soon, the Ling Shi vanished rapidly, leaving only a fine dust settling on the ground. After absorbing about 10 Ling Shi, he found himself unable to continue. Shaoling, why has my body weight not increased after absorbing a dozen Ling Shi, each weighing over 10 tons? He inquired. Shaoling chuckled. Master, that is an astute question. First, you must understand that while the Ling Shi is indeed a form of biological energy, it is also a physical entity. It is akin to consuming sugarcane. You ingest the juice within rather than devouring the entire stalk. The same applies to the Ling Shi. You are only absorbing the internal Ling energy affinity factor, not the fundamental energy itself. Otherwise, a single Ling Shi would suffice to make your body weigh 10 tons. The Ling energy affinity factor is the most precious essence. Once absorbed, the fundamental energy will evaporate and disappear. This is also the reason why, in areas where powerful practitioners cultivate, nearby magical beasts, flora, and even birds and insects flourish. As the adept cultivates, the surplus energy they do not utilize continuously radiates outward, benefiting the surrounding life. Li Shui nodded thoughtfully. So, is the Ling energy affinity factor. I understand now. He promptly disembarked from the transport ship and made his way to the Huangsha land, where he unsheathed his sword and began to fervently practice for several hours. Afterward, he absorbed more Ling Shi by the seaside, continuing this cycle repeatedly. Amundlate, Likingwa Pruaka Li Shui, informing him that matters concerning the Gene Potion Specialty Store were nearly finalized. The company had dispatched over 3,000 individuals to act as store managers, each establishment accompanied by 2 bodyguards and 10 soldiers arranged by the local government for security. Pleasa, Li Shui Raspunda, own. Please notify representatives from around the globe that I will hold a press conference regarding the gene potion aboard our spaceship tomorrow morning. Understood, she replied. The following day, thousands of journalists and hundreds of representatives from various nations excitedly arrived at the spaceship. Li Shui then presented the potions, meticulously explaining their functions, usage, effects, and pricing. The cost was exorbitant, with each potion priced at 5 million, making it unaffordable for the average person. To prevent incidents of violence or smuggling, Purchasers were required to receive the injection on-site at the specialty store before being escorted home by family members. Upon awakening, they would find their gene repair completed, with the effects fully manifesting within a month. Li Shui also unveiled the foundational aspects of the Tianju technique, encouraging everyone to practice casually. However, those who received the repair potion were mandated to engage in training. The day after the press conference, countless robots delivered the potions to major cities worldwide, and soon, a multitude of wealthy individuals lined up to purchase them. With the influx of funds, Li Shui immediately ventured into the numerous factories that had been constructed, unveiling second-tier technology production lines for shuttlecraft and transport vessels, while also beginning to procure rare metals and raw materials. Simultaneously, an immense amount of funding was allocated to suppliers of robot components, leading to a swift influx of robotic parts arriving on the island. Before long, a continuous stream of robots was autonomously manufactured, participating in the island's construction efforts. However, merely 3 months later, Li Shui announced a price reduction for the potions to 1 million each, marking an astounding 80% decrease. This caused an unprecedented surge in demand, with long queues forming outside the specialty stores. Concurrently, he ordered the robot factories to expand by 1,000-fold and the scale of the island's construction to increase 10-fold. Rapidly, the construction progress on the central island accelerated, with countless engineering vehicles racing about and skyscrapers rising swiftly. Half a year later, Li Shui announced yet another price drop for the gene potion to 50,000, stating that this would be the final price. Almost immediately, numerous countries convened meetings with a singular aim: to ensure that every citizen received the gene repair liquid. Consequently, once the potions were produced, they were swiftly purchased, and the specialty stores were replaced by direct shipments to various nations. Shortly after the potions were sold at such low prices, Li Shui declared the opening of the Interstellar Academy, stipulating that applicants must be under 20 years of age and register online for preliminary screening by Shaoling. He further announced that a year later, those who passed would undergo an interview for robotic candidates, with only the successful candidates being admitted to the Interstellar Academy. Naturally, the first batch of students would include the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and millions of employees he had previously recruited. The Interstellar Academy was vast, encompassing the entire central island, capable of accommodating even more individuals. Each of the towering structures, exceeding 1,000 meters in height, was constructed from specialized concrete, with none standing lower than 1,000 meters. The total number of buildings on the central island surpassed 2,000. The other educational buildings were equally expansive, with numerous athletic fields, each capable of hosting 50,000 spectators for competitions. Over the next year, countless robots continued to expand the academy at an ever-increasing pace. One day, Li Shui initiated a live broadcast, announcing the establishment of a third-tier warship production line and the commencement of construction for a cosmic fleet. His transport ships departed Earth, and he disembarked into space, unveiling a production line reminiscent of a small meteorite within a steel forest. He also produced a cosmic fleet along with all transport vessels, which would autonomously manufacture everything. Naturally, certain raw materials would need to be procured from Earth, such as rubber and crew supplies. A year later, millions of robots arrived at the designated examination sites for each approved student, posing questions and providing answers in real time. The exam encompassed a myriad of topics related to engineering, cosmic physics, and mechanics, totaling over 1,000 questions, with the examination lasting an entire day. The following day, the robots announced the list of those who had been eliminated, while the successful candidates proceeded to the physical assessment. Those who passed would officially become students of the Interstellar Academy. After 2 days of assessments, approximately 40,000 candidates emerged from the first batch, a stark contrast to the over 80 million who had registered, with only 40,000 ultimately succeeding. Soon, these 40,000 individuals settled into the academy, with the previously mentioned spaceship already having reached space, where they moved into the super skyscrapers. The Yunshan Yunxian Palace continued to recruit and train personnel, exclusively selecting individuals from the Shenzhou region. 1 week after the new students commenced their studies, Li Shui announced that Ling Wang Bank would issue 1 trillion energy coins, 10 trillion synthetic energy coins, and 10 trillion digital currencies. Given that the anti-gravity vehicle factory was now fully operational, he expressed his willingness to allocate additional components for global manufacturing. while the island would focus solely on producing hydrogen-oxygen engines fueled by water, anti-gravity magnetic field engines, and secondary energy blocks. Simultaneously, he permitted nations worldwide to apply for loans from him once more with minimal interest rates. Finally, he announced that he would register his marriage with Jiang Mimi and Qian Xiaomi in 6 months, publicly presenting 2 divine-grade spatial rings, 20 divine-grade rings, 20 million energy blocks, and 2,000 Lingshi as betrothal gifts to their families. Half a year later, Li Shui and the 2 beauties celebrated their wedding in space near the moon. His wedding was exceedingly low-key, attended only by 3 relatives and all executives from the corporation. He was acutely aware that in the age of interstellar civilization, marriage had long been rendered obsolete, allowing people to live freely. When one does not wish to be together, departure is always an option. The child's welfare is equally shared by both parties. Chapter 37. The remains of an alien warship on the day of Li Shui's wedding. An unusual event transpired. Just as the wedding banquet in the command ship's hall commenced, Xiao Ling suddenly appeared and said, "Master, there is an urgent situation." "What is it?" Li Shui inquired, sensing her tension. "Master, our patrolling robots at the edge of the solar system have discovered a metallic fragment, suspected to be debris from an alien spacecraft. The robots are heading there now to intercept the fragment, and it is estimated they will capture it within half an hour." Upon hearing this, Li Shui was taken aback. Debris from a spacecraft? Goodness, could it be that extraterrestrials have recently visited our solar system? I must investigate. He then addressed the guests. "Dear friends, I have received an urgent report. Our patrolling robots at the edge of the solar system have found debris from an alien spacecraft, likely remnants of an interstellar conflict. I need to study this closely. Please continue the banquet. And, Mr. Gao, I entrust you with the remaining activities. I shall return shortly." Understood. After leaving the warship, Li Shui swiftly retrieved a 3-kilometer-long space battleship from his spatial ring. Upon entering the ship, he first proceeded to the energy storage, where he took out 200,000 energy coins and deposited them into the energy reactor. He then moved to the command bridge. "All crew members, heed my command. Activate all engines, initiate the protective shields, and engage the curvature generator. We shall set course for the target point beyond the star system in 10 minutes. "Yes, Commander." Moments later, a blinding white light erupted from the front of the battleship, and the fabric of space shattered, propelling the ship into instantaneous disappearance. After several minutes, the battleship traversed the Kuiper Belt, passing by Neptune, Pluto, and various dwarf planets. Soon, the ship's radar detected a spacecraft in the distance, alongside a large piece of metallic wreckage. This spacecraft was one Li Shui had dispatched for patrol a year prior, to avoid drawing attention from any potential extraterrestrial presence. He had opted to send only a small reconnaissance vessel, despite his confidence that no aliens would be present. He understood that the likelihood of them arriving at this exact moment was exceedingly slim. The battleship soon approached the fragment, approximately 800 meters in length, while the secret patrol robot piloted its craft into the battleship, bringing back the results of its reconnaissance. "Greetings, Commander." The 3-meter-tall combat robot saluted Li Shui. Li Shui returned the gesture and said, "Unit 1, you have worked hard this past year. It was no trouble at all. It is an honor to serve you, Commander." Li Shui expressed his satisfaction. "Excellent. Please share your findings. Afterward, proceed to the maintenance bay for a thorough checkup. You have accomplished a great feat, and I shall grant you any request you desire." The robot saluted again. "Thank you, Commander. I require no reward. Just a standard maintenance and program refresh will suffice. 2 hours ago, I was traveling at the usual slow pace along the outer perimeter of the asteroid belt when suddenly a fragment appeared on the radar, heading towards Pluto. If we do not intervene, it would likely crash into Pluto in approximately 4 months, as its speed is considerable. I immediately reported to you, Master, and then utilized the fighter's thrust to intercept it. Consequently, the fighter's energy was depleted from 30 to 12. Upon landing on the fragment, I discovered it to be wreckage from a level 3 mid-civilization spacecraft. Based on its shape and the thickness of certain sections, it appears to be a multifunctional exploration vessel or a special research ship belonging to an official organization, while also serving as a warship. The fragment is part of the ship's midsection. Its 2 severely damaged areas and numerous minor explosions suggest that the vessel was first struck at the engine before opting for self-destruction. Judging by the ship's function and the general principles of spacefaring nations, The owner likely chose self-destruction to prevent enemies from seizing its contents. I have yet to complete my examination of all areas of the wreckage. Thus, I have not found any human remains, only numerous animal corpses within one compartment. The time of death of the animals and the explosion of the ship remain undetermined and require further investigation. Report concluded. Li Shui, upon hearing this, was immensely pleased. Excellent. Your work and efficiency are exemplary. Xiaoling, once Unit 1 has completed maintenance, please upgrade its intelligence to enhance its capabilities. Yes, Master. The robot saluted promptly. Thank you. Commander, proceed to the maintenance bay. Let the other mechanical warriors handle the remaining tasks. Understood. After the robot departed, Li Shui commanded, all research robots, board the wreckage immediately and extract all information possible. Since this debris has drifted into our solar system without colliding with any asteroids, it is evident that the warring parties are not far from us, possibly near Proxima Centauri in the Orion constellation, or perhaps they're in nearby wormholes. Simultaneously, I shall deploy 100 warships and 100 supply ships, replenishing energy cells, and set a direct course toward the debris. While our ship's energy permits, we shall travel as far as possible. Should any secrets be uncovered, return immediately to report. Xiaoling replied. Yes, please prepare the warships. Let the robots handle the wreckage while we ready the fleet. Li Shui ventured into outer space, retrieving 200 ships and numerous basic energy cells until the energy storage was fully stocked. After replenishing all robots and weaponry with energy and ammunition, he commanded the fleet to set sail. Once the fleet departed, he boarded the wreckage, but the chaotic metallic mass caused him a headache, leaving him uncertain of where to begin. In contrast, the robots conducted their inspections with remarkable professionalism, meticulously examining every point and every object covered in ice. After 2 hours, Li Shui returned to the battleship, where the robots had prepared a feast for him. After dining, he took out a pile of spirit stones and rapidly absorbed their essence. Upon absorbing over 1,000 spirit stones, he could no longer continue. When he opened his eyes, a glimmer of white light flickered within, and he felt invigorated, as though his entire being was brimming with energy. Xiaoling, how much time has passed? Xiaoling smiled. Not much, merely 3 days, Master. During this time, several individuals have contacted you via wristwatch, including your relatives and Gao Ming Zhonggang, primarily inquiring about the situation regarding the aliens and your safety. I have responded accordingly. Li Shui nodded, then turned to the massive projection screen in the command room displaying the wreckage. Have there been any discoveries in the study of the debris? Many findings, but it is premature to draw conclusions. I recommend you continue your training, and in a few days, I will compile all the research results for your review. Very well. I shall take this opportunity to practice my swordsmanship. Li Shui drew a sword belonging to a level 4 robot and began to fervently wield it in the expanse of space, repeatedly practicing the initial 4 layers of the burning sky sword technique for no less than 3 hours each session. When fatigue set in, he would return to the battleship to absorb spirit stones, eat, smoke a few cigarettes, and then continue his sword practice, maintaining this routine for 5 days. Master, the research results are ready. Please view the large screen. A virtual battleship emerged on the grand screen. Xiaoling remarked, Master, due to the absence of the mainframe aboard this vessel and any accompanying robots, I possess no specific data. The appearance of this battleship is a mere simulation of mine. To clarify, this vessel is not a research ship, but rather a covert biological research vessel belonging to a certain nation's military. The most valuable intelligence from the wreckage lies within several sealed chambers containing animal corpses. Aside from the information indicating that the technology of this wreckage corresponds to a mid-level civilization and details regarding self-destruction, the rest of the information holds negligible value. Now, I shall elaborate on the intelligence regarding the animal corpses. Upon analysis, we discovered a total of 9 species among the animal remains, with the largest adult specimen weighing approximately 16 tons, surpassing the size of elephants on your planet. The smallest weighed merely a few dozen pounds, resembling an adult Labrador in both appearance and weight. In total, there are 327 corpses of these 9 species. Analysis revealed that 87 of these animals died from natural causes, specifically due to asphyxiation and the extremely low temperatures of space. The others had already perished prior to the explosion of the spacecraft. Among the blood samples from these corpses, we identified numerous viruses, The deceased animals succumbed to these viruses. Master, would you like to know what kind of viruses they are? You might find it hard to believe. Li Shui, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, do tell, what viruses were they researching? Surely, it cannot be the infamous zombie virus?" Xiaoling shook her head, stating, "The so-called zombie virus is merely a fabrication from American cinema. Pray tell, if a person is dead, how could their corpse possibly rise to bite and drain blood? If such a virus required blood and could propagate through the air, it would directly drain the blood of the living, wouldn't it? Zombie films are merely spectacles designed to captivate audiences and extract their money. They lack scientific credibility. However, in a certain European film, humans infected with a peculiar rabies virus may exhibit madness and aggression, which is quite plausible, yet the term zombie itself is inherently contradictory. Nevertheless, if one were to describe a virus using the phenomenon of zombies, then the viruses found within this wreckage could indeed be regarded as the true zombie virus. And the technology surrounding it is already quite advanced. Li Shui was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? This virus is specifically engineered to target humans? Pray, tell me more about it." Xiaoling spoke with utmost professionalism, explaining, "Such viruses inevitably arise in any technological civilization, particularly during the initial and mid-stages of a level 3 civilization. We refer to it as the source worm virus." What does this mean? Firstly, you must understand that for a nation already possessing interstellar capabilities, ordinary viruses hold no significance for individuals who have undergone genetic optimization and modification. For instance, you, Master, are impervious to any virus in the universe. You will never be infected. However, in the common understanding, the purpose of creating viruses is often perceived as a means to kill or to wage war. Yet, once a civilization reaches the interstellar level, such viruses become ineffective for lethality. So why do they continue to manufacture them? The answer is simple: for profit, and in the most barbaric and ruthless manner. It is also the fastest and safest method of generating wealth. Chapter 38. Sourceworm Li Shui gulped, his urgency palpable. "The more you say, the more sinister it sounds. How is this virus a barbaric means of making money?" Xiaoling projected an image magnified thousands of times, revealing a cellular structure, stating, "In the vastness of space, there exists a particularly repugnant virus, which we call the sourceworm virus. It bears resemblance to the spore virus found in space, albeit the spore virus is more corrosive, capable of eroding everything, including metal and stone. The sourceworm virus, however, is distinct. It possesses a voracious appetite, exclusively consuming living organisms such as humans and animals, while showing negligible interest in plants and water. Even more bizarre, this virus grows stronger as it devours biological entities, and viruses will also consume each other. Eventually, within a given area, only the strongest sourceworm virus will remain. Consider this, Master. Regardless of how many viruses a person may be infected with, in the end, the human body will be consumed by the virus, leaving only a singular, colossal virus. What do you think will transpire during this process? What will the outcome be?" Li Shui, deep in thought for a minute, suddenly exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that someone deployed this virus on planets below level 3, allowing it to consume all living beings and animals, ultimately transforming into a potent viral entity, after which they descend to harvest the remnants and sell the virus?" Not to sell, but rather, it seamlessly transforms into energy coins. What? Energy coins? This is outrageous. A furious Li Shui was momentarily infuriated. Xiaoling continued, "After the deployment of the virus, it voraciously consumes all energy from the human body, causing individuals to become increasingly famished, resulting in a frenzied consumption of everything edible, ultimately leading to cannibalism, including the consumption of their own limbs. This aspect does bear some resemblance to scenes in zombie films. In the end, all humans and animals become food for the virus. After a time, the entire planet is left with nothing but countless skeletal remains, alongside stationary viral entities that cannot move, typically in spherical shapes, the largest being the size of an egg. At this juncture, those who release the virus can descend to collect their bounty. The subsequent principles mirror those of our secondary synthetic compressed energy coin production. They cast these highly concentrated viral crystals into an energy synthesis furnace, and after exposure to a moderately high temperature, the virus loses its viability, leaving behind only pure energy. which ultimately converts into exquisitely beautiful energy coins. Of course, the source worm virus is a natural phenomenon in the universe. If individuals seek to profit from a virus, they will conduct frenzied experiments upon acquiring a small quantity of the source worm virus, with the aim of replicating such a virus, leading to mass production and a subsequent windfall. If I am not mistaken, this wrecked battleship was specifically designed for experimenting with a new source worm virus, either to attack enemy vessels or to destroy this inhumane virus, or perhaps to seize the virus or research data for their own use. As Li Shui listened to this, he clenched his fists tightly, the sound echoing in the air. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "This is utterly inhumane. Should I ever encounter such a nation, I will ensure their complete annihilation." Xiaoling shook her head, stating, "Master, you are mistaken. Even when your Earth civilization evolves into the mid-stage of level 3, if faced with the source worm virus, the people of Earth would resort to such actions as well. What then will you do? This is the harsh reality of the universe. The weak are destined to become fodder for the strong in every sub-universe, including the divine realm. If you deem such actions to lack moral integrity, you may only enact decrees to restrain your own citizens, but you cannot govern others. Even if you can manage it temporarily, you cannot control the entire universe indefinitely. Moreover, in the struggle for dominance in the universe, you will encounter countless alien races, many of which possess ideologies that differ from or even conflict with that of Earth. When faced with such encounters, the outcome is invariably the same. Either you perish or they do. Thus, deploying the source worm virus against your enemies becomes quite a normal strategy. Li Shui raturta Baminli. I will never allow the people of Earth to engage in such abhorrent acts. Should I encounter such a malicious civilization, I will eradicate them one by one. The inhumanity of this situation is overwhelming. Had I been born into a civilization of level 3 or above, my aversion would likely not be so profound. Yet, as a product of a level 1 civilization, our Earth stands as one of their potential targets for devastation. For instance, if I lacked extraterrestrial spacecraft and technology, and if debris were to drift toward Earth, our planet would face imminent doom within mere months. At the speed of this formidable virus, I foresee Earth transforming into a desolate wasteland in just a few years. Therefore, should I learn of any nation researching such a virus, I will undoubtedly seek their annihilation. You mentioned that this debris originates from a military vessel, indicating that it is a state-sponsored endeavor rather than a private undertaking. Thus, it is imperative for our fleet to locate the responsible nation. After a decade of preparation, I shall lead an expedition to exact retribution on their behalf, restoring justice for our planetary civilization. Xiaoling sighed and remarked, "If you insist on pursuing this course of action, I shall remain ever prepared to launch an assault on any nation, awaiting your command." Li Shui, relaxing his clenched teeth, declared, "Immediately publish all of our discussion on Earth's networks, allowing every inhabitant to witness how their fates, in comparison to advanced extraterrestrial civilizations, resemble that of mere ants. To survive and thrive, the sole path lies in diligent study and rigorous training, empowering oneself to surpass those malevolent beings who unleash the source worm virus. Only then can one seize control of their destiny." Simultaneously, the Academy shall expand its curriculum to encompass knowledge in mecha, aircraft, naval vessels, piloting, and commanding. From this moment forth, our Interstellar Academy will implement education standards befitting a level 3 civilization. Just as they have, we shall define adulthood for children at the age of 50. Families already married with children will be exempt, but all students must be regarded as learners until they reach 50, with all technologies pertaining to our level 3 naval vessels codified into educational materials. Certainly, individuals may marry and bear children in their 20s, but until they reach 50, they remain students, required to continue their studies within the Academy. Moreover, we must swiftly notify the construction of various production lines for level 2 and level 3 civilizations, as the sands of time will determine their worthiness to wield my weapons. Let this be disseminated. Yes, the message has been transmitted, and within a day, I will ensure that all educational materials are meticulously prepared. Very well, summon all robots back, ensuring that the virus is thoroughly eradicated before returning to Earth. Otherwise, all robots shall meet a fiery demise. Additionally, immediately instruct combat robots to carry super bombs to obliterate that debris into smithereens. Feeling utterly despondent, Li Shui seized his sword and began fervently practicing in the vastness of space. As anticipated, once the information he uncovered in the cosmos was relayed back to Earth, the repercussions would be monumental. All pondered the implications of Li Shui's assertions. Had that debris descended upon Earth without his extraterrestrial technology, the consequences would have been unfathomable, leading to utter devastation. Henceforth, a fervent wave of learning and training surged across the majority of Earth, as everyone aspired to acquire the capability to pilot warships. While claiming dominion over the galaxy may be an ambitious dream, safeguarding our home planet, Earth became an imperative. Consequently, a new atmosphere of scholarly pursuit rapidly emerged throughout the globe. Li Shui, undistracted by the tumult, returned to share meals with his family, followed by a leisurely excursion around the solar system with them aboard his spacecraft. Upon returning to Earth, he discreetly traveled the world with Jiang Mimi and Qian Xiaomi, treating it as a honeymoon. After over a month of this intimate companionship, Li Shui resumed his duties at the command center on the central island, occasionally visiting Yunxian Palace to oversee the recruitment of new personnel. However, merely 3 months later, he found himself restless once more. Thus, he orchestrated a grand banquet attended by global elites. The following day, he ventured alone to the Antarctic glacial continent, where he meticulously carved a stunning ice house from the hundreds of meters of ice. After installing energy lamps and deploying a robot to stream his progress live, he embarked on relentless training day and night. His goal was to showcase his dedication to the world, instilling confidence in his compatriots while leading by example, urging them to engage in rigorous cultivation. Knowledge may be bestowed upon you and downloaded from the internet, yet skills and prowess cannot be gifted. The only path to attainment lies in arduous practice. Of course, he did not invade global networks. He merely established a live streaming channel on the official Academy website, a task trivial for Shaolin. Initially, Li Shui would rise every 10 days to practice swordplay, subsequently hacking away at the ice for approximately a day, before dedicating the next 5 days to absorbing spiritual stones. However, as time progressed, the duration of his stone absorption extended, as did his fervent ice-chopping sessions. It became common knowledge that, since his arrival in Antarctica, he had not consumed any sustenance. Months turned into years, 1, 5, then 3 years. After 18 years of solitude and relentless training in the Antarctic Ice Palace, Li Shui finally ceased his endeavors, demonstrating a remarkable capacity for enduring isolation. One day, upon concluding his training, he effortlessly struck the air above the ice palace with a single hand, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The thick layer of ice above him shattered, revealing a massive cavity. After retracting the robot into his spatial ring, he floated upward with ease, instantly appearing atop the Academy's command building. At that moment, he surveyed the sprawling metropolis, observing the airborne vehicles darting through the sky and the bustling Level 2 spacecraft in the cosmos, alongside the meticulously arranged fleet stationed millions of kilometers away. Witnessing the multitude of students within the Academy, engrossed in study, competition, and mecha operation, he finally managed a faint smile. This was the semblance of a technological civilization he had long envisioned. Before Jinao Shaoling had the opportunity to speak, the transaction assistant emerged with a smile, saying, "It appears that you have begun to cultivate quite well, Master. At your age, on such a primitive planet as Earth, to have cast aside all worldly matters and devoted yourself to rigorous training for 18 years is commendable. Compared to the millennia you will dedicate to cultivation in the future, these 18 years are far more precious, for they lay the foundation for your future life." Li Shui shook his head and chuckled. In truth, there is an element of defiance in my actions. Earthly civilization is woefully behind in the vast cosmos, and I cannot carry them with me forever. They cannot follow me to the divine realm. I cannot wait, nor do I wish to. I have made my decision. Once I secure a territory in the Milky Way, I will leave them some valuable resources. Then the three of us shall wander the universe in search of treasures, and I will return to being a merchant of the spirit network. Even if I aim to dominate the universe, I will do so in the divine realm. The sub-universe will only squander my time. As long as I impart the knowledge of civilization and technology to the people of Earth, they will rise to power on their own. With advanced technology, as long as no one from the divine realm disrupts us, the lineage of Earth civilization will not perish. Even in the face of a conflict with a level 9 civilization, Earth civilization will not be extinguished. At worst, we shall hide beyond the sub-universe barrier for a time, and then return to fight again. I will share all of this with them, allowing me to contentedly become a wandering merchant in the vast cosmos of the divine realm. The assistant nodded approvingly. It seems you have truly grasped the essence of these 18 years, Master. Indeed, the Spirit Network Transaction Tool is a means of trade in the divine realm and is utilized by the most powerful beings. If we liken the transaction tool to an aircraft carrier in the vast ocean of Earth, then the sub-universe is but a small fish pond. One must ponder, how could an aircraft carrier remain in a small fish pond for long? Its realm should be the boundless sea, which is its true paradise. The ocean symbolizes the cosmos of the divine realm. Li Shui gazed at the spacecraft in the void of space and declared, Xiaoling, relay the message. In 3 years, we will commence the Galactic Conquest War. Level 3 technological battleships will begin full-scale production in 1 month. All transport ships will carry mining vessels to other star systems to extract rare metals. Every individual on Earth will receive free gene modification serum within 6 months. And all will enter a true level 3 interstellar civilization within 1 year. Upon the announcement, the masses erupted in jubilant cheers. They had awaited this moment for far too long. Particularly, those who had consumed the gene repair serum 18 years prior had stagnated in strength for far too long. Although they had become the overseers of Earth civilization, their abilities could not advance, and they had been waiting for Li Shui for his gene modification serum. Soon, countless calls flooded in. Upon learning that Li Shui was atop the command building, many gathered at the elevator entrance to his exclusive floor, 1111, from 18 years prior. When Li Shui emerged from the elevator, he was met with tearful embraces from numerous individuals, especially his aunt and 3 brothers. In the banquet hall, after 1,000 toasts, a voice called out, Water goods, how much has your strength increased? Surely you have broken through to level 5. Li Shui smiled and replied, it hasn't increased by much. Previously, I lacked spiritual stones, but when I finally acquired some, I naturally had to cultivate diligently, especially during the initial phase of absorbing them. As for my current strength, haha, it is not high, merely level 6. The crowd gasped in astonishment. One of his brothers pouted and said, Brother, must you be so formidable? This leaves us feeling inadequate. No, you must hurry and procure the gene modification serum. I cannot fall too far behind. Rest assured, tomorrow I will contact the extraterrestrial elves and spend lavishly to purchase the gene essence. To avoid complications, I will have the elves prepare the gene essence for magical beasts. We merely need to process it slightly, and then create personal gene modification serums for each of you. I initially considered directly purchasing the magical beasts so that you could taste their flesh, which is quite nourishing for cultivation. However, upon reflection, that seems too troublesome, and our gene extraction technology is far from professional. Instead, I will ask her to sell us some pre-processed magical beast meat. Nevertheless, I suggest you venture to alien planets to capture magical beasts yourselves. After all, my elven friend is of such high level that I fear you may struggle with the meat she sells. Extraterrestrial magical beast meat? I adore the thought. It sounds exhilarating, exclaimed his cousin Zhao Wan. Observing her excitement, Li Shui teased, Little girl, I fear you may hesitate to eat it. For some cosmic behemoths are larger than the Earth itself. Would you dare partake? Can you even consume it? What? Magical beasts larger than the Earth? Oh heavens! Li Shui's words nearly left everyone in astonishment. Amid laughter, the whole day was filled with visitors, nearly trampling his doorstep. That evening, the 2 women lay on his chest. Weeping, Water brother, we wish to bear you several children, but 18 years ago, no matter what we did, we could not conceive. Later, we inquired with Xiaoling, who informed us that your gene level is too advanced while ours is too low, thus we cannot bear your children. Water brother, if we consume the gene modification serum and our gene levels rise, will we then be able to conceive your children? As Li Shui stroked their hair, he comforted, Do not worry. Tomorrow, when I purchase the modification serum from the Mist Fairy, I will instruct her to bring some higher level genes. At that time, you and my aunt shall all partake. If I am to ascend to sovereignty, then our children will bear the royal bloodline. As such, they shall naturally require the finest. Thus, you will be able to conceive. Is that true? How wonderful. Water brother, I love you. At breakfast the following day, Li Shui addressed everyone. Aunt Gao Ming, after you finish eating, please select two exquisite beauties for me to enact a play, akin to the performance with Mei Mei and Xiaomi 18 years ago. The mist fairy of the elven race is incredibly powerful, yet unbeknownst to her, her friend is merely a weakling, a counterfeit lord of the divine domain. I have long been deceiving her into believing I am a sage of lowly civilizations. In her eyes, I, the esteemed water goods of the Milky Way divine domain, am a master of unparalleled prowess. In reality, I am far from such a lofty status. Do you realize, if the mist fairy were to visit Earth, she would not need to lift a finger. A mere breath from her could obliterate the planet. Yet here I am, deceiving her into thinking I am more formidable than she, viewing her as merely a small fry. Thus, every time we meet for business, I must maintain the facade of an ancient being of millions of years. Now that 18 years have passed, Mei Mei and Xiaomi can no longer be presented before the Mist Fairy. You must select two beauties for this role without misunderstanding. I do not intend to acquire more concubines, merely to put on a performance to deceive that elven matron. Li Qinghua chuckled. You are quite cunning. Not only have you fooled the elven sovereign, but you have also cleverly ensnared two beauties into your embrace. Fear not. We have long discussed this with Mei Mei and Xiaomi. Even if you were to acquire two concubines, it would be entirely normal. With your superior genes, all the young and beautiful girls in the world dream of marrying you. As our fleet of earthly civilization embarks on war, our territory and influence shall undoubtedly expand. With your advanced technology and skills, it is inevitable that, in due time, our civilization will dominate a sector of the universe. We require countless adept individuals and numerous leaders. And your offspring are the epitome of exceptional leadership. Thus, in the early stages of our civilization's development, the more children you have, the better. Naturally, this implies that you will require more women, which is entirely reasonable. Jiang Mimi hastily interjected. Indeed, Brother Shui, during your time with us, you have consistently suppressed your power. If you had not, even a cadre of 10 sisters might not suffice to satisfy you. We have entered the interstellar era, and our perspectives have drastically shifted. Therefore, we not only support your pursuit of additional consorts, but both Xiaomi and I are eager to assist you in finding the most outstanding women to become our sisters. At this moment, Gao Ming earnestly remarked, Indeed, boss, you are the pioneer of our civilization and the creator of our earthly interstellar society. I already have over a dozen children and aspire to have hundreds more in the future. I plan to acquire a suitable ecological planet from a state where the Gao lineage can flourish. How many wives will I need to quickly populate an entire planet with descendants? Hence, boss, you must seek more partners, and each year, you should acquire several. At this juncture, the cockroach laughed heartily. Haha, Brother Shui, while I may not possess your wealth or strength, when it comes to attracting women and having children, my brothers and I are leagues ahead of you. I already have 8 children, and the third mistress has 12, while Zhu Yaozi also has 8. Yet, you have none. Does that not reflect poorly on you? He. Li Shui shot a glare at the cockroach and said, Rest assured, everyone, I have conferred with Lady Shaoling and another esteemed individual numerous times. This time, when I procure the beast genes from the Mist Fairy, I will invest heavily in acquiring some top-tier beast genes. Consequently, not only will my women benefit, but all of you present shall as well. However, the top-tier beast genes are exorbitantly priced. I previously paid a substantial amount for my own. To illustrate their value, the Milky Way boasts 300 billion stars, and the Andromeda Galaxy contains nearly 700 billion stars. Yet the combined value of all stars in these two galaxies cannot purchase a single dose of the highest grade gene serum. Would you not agree that it is costly? What? So expensive? By the heavens! Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly taken aback, especially Jiang Mimi and Qian Xiaomi. Li Shui shrugged and chuckled. Thus, my consorts are not chosen lightly. Acquiring too many would exceed my means. Otherwise, either they would be unable to conceive my children, or, if they did, the offspring would not be exceptional unless they consumed top-tier gene enhancement solutions. Therefore, I believe for the time being, having only Mimi and Xiaomi is sufficient. We shall revisit this matter after I negotiate with the Mist Fairy. Very well. The group felt helpless. For Li Shui's genes were indeed of an unparalleled caliber, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 40. Turning the tide under the meticulous arrangements of the group, the newly recruited exquisite female students joined Li Shui in revelry upon an expansive dragon chair. On the plush carpet before them, several stunning beauties danced gracefully to the ancient Chinese melody chun, Jiang Hua Yu Yi. Meanwhile, prior to contacting the Mist Fairy, Li Shui had prepared a mysterious gift for her. Little girl, please contact the Mist Fairy. Yes, master. Before long, the video connection was established, and upon the appearance of the Mist Fairy, she greeted Li Shui cheerfully. Ah, esteemed brother Shui, it has been quite a while. You remain as dashing as ever, and the beauties surrounding you are increasingly stunning, leaving even me, as a woman, envious. Li Shui, gazing at the breathtaking older woman, playfully replied, You flatter me, friend. It is merely ordinary. According to earthly time, over the past 18 years, I have been in seclusion on the verge of a breakthrough. Now, I have discovered the method to transcend my limitations. I am confident that within decades in the divine realm, I shall break free from my constraints, and then I shall no longer fear anyone. The Mist Fairy beamed. Congratulations. It appears that Earth is indeed a fortuitous place for you. I wonder what you wish to procure this time. Last time, you acquired restoration fluid. Are you seeking enhancement fluid this time? After sipping some fine wine, Li Shui replied, Indeed, I wish to purchase several 100 billion doses of gene enhancement fluid from you, Fairy. Earth has rapidly ascended to a third-level civilization under my disciples' leadership, and we are on the brink of commencing interstellar warfare. It is time for enhancement fluid. Additionally, my disciple wishes to father several children, thus requiring better enhancement fluid for his women. Otherwise, they will not conceive. Very well, Fairy. I would like 500 billion doses of divine-grade gene enhancement fluid and 1,000 doses of advanced enhancement fluid. Please prepare the gene serums on your end, and upon their arrival, we will merely need to match them with the recipient's genes and make slight adjustments. How much will that total? The Mist Fairy responded with delight. Certainly. Please hold on a moment while I calculate. A minute later, the Mist Fairy stated, Esteemed one, I have just calculated. The divine-grade gene fluid is 100 Ling coins per dose, totaling 50 trillion Ling coins for 500 billion doses. The advanced gene fluid is 10 million Ling coins per dose, totaling 100 billion Ling coins for 1,000 doses. In total, that amounts to 100 billion Ling coins. With delivery expected in 1 month by earthly time, Li Shui took a puff from his cigarette and shook his head. Mist Fairy, we have been trading as old friends for some time now, and the value of our transactions has only increased. Yet, your prices have become increasingly exorbitant. Do you truly believe that the only source for beast genes is through you? I could easily command numerous experts from the divine realm to deliver gene enhancement fluid within 10 days if I wished. The Mist Fairy, hearing this, quickly smiled. Oh, esteemed one, you exaggerate. Business is about negotiation. If you find my prices steep, please share your own expectations. Li Shui feigned displeasure, pouting slightly. How about this? I won't deprive you of profit. I will offer a flat rate of 30 trillion Ling coins. The Mist Fairy frowned. 30 trillion? No, that is far too little. Do you understand how many divine-grade magical beasts I must acquire for 500 billion doses? 30 trillion would barely cover the base cost of the beasts, and I would have to cover the labor cost myself. In that case, I would not only not profit, but would also incur a loss. Thus, 30 trillion is absolutely out of the question. You must allow me some profit. I will make a concession and offer you 45 trillion Ling coins. But it cannot be any less. Moreover, as the esteemed brother Shui, this sum is but a trifling matter for you. I am in dire need of Ling coins for my cultivation. Consider it a favor. 35 trillion. Not a penny more, Li Shui countered. The Mist Fairy, biting her lip, replied, Fine. Let's each take a step back. 40 trillion will do. You must allow me to earn a few billion. Otherwise, it cannot proceed. Li Shui pondered for a moment before nodding. Deal? Little girl, transfer 4 trillion Ling coins as a deposit immediately. Understood. Upon receiving the deposit, the Mist Fairy beamed. Hee. Esteemed brother Shui, please wait a moment. I assure you that within 1 month of earthly time, I will have everything prepared for you. Until then, we shall meet. At this moment, Li Shui grinned mischievously and said, Fairy, you know my primary purpose for coming to Earth is to pursue enlightenment. However, in my moments of boredom, I occasionally invest in the film industry, producing a few classic pieces. Coincidentally, we have recently completed a rather fine film, which I would like to present to you for your enjoyment. The Mist Fairy forced a smile and replied ahem. As for you, water goods venerable, our elven race is quite different from your humankind. We possess no interest in your human films. No, no, no. What I refer to as non-ordinary film. I speak of a war film, specifically regarding the Great Elven War. Upon hearing this, the Mist Fairy was taken aback and exclaimed, "What did you say? The Great Elven Race? What is this Great Elven Race?" It was then that Li Shui laughed triumphantly. I shall send a film to you shortly, and you will understand. He promptly contacted Xiaoya, saying, "Xiaoya, send the first half of Avatar to the fairy, but cut it off where the American soldiers are about to attack the Tree of Life and bomb the Elven Goddess Tree. We shall keep the latter half for ourselves." Understood. Soon, the Mist Fairy received the film. Upon seeing the cover featuring the great elven beings, she was startled, and then she focused intently on watching, unaware that Li Shui had already logged off. After logging off, Xiaoya inquired, "Master, do you think the Mist Fairy will fall for it?" Li Shui replied with a sly smile, "Not necessarily, but we have nothing to lose. After all, that classic was produced by Old Ka, and it just so happens to depict the elven race, albeit the great elven race, which bears distinct patterns and tales quite different from the Mist Fairy. I suspect she will be curious, and curiosity will lead her to fall for it." Xiaoya admired, "Master, you are truly cunning, and your business acumen is remarkable, always choosing what others lack and what piques their curiosity to deceive them. The divine Demon Heart Sutra was like this, and this time, the Avatar film is even more so." He. Li Shui shrugged and said, "What can I say? I'm just a primitive man with nothing to my name, so I must resort to extraordinary tactics. Have you noticed that the Mist Fairy lost interest after watching our store only once? However, their civilization is so perfect that to earn their money, I must think from the essence of their elven race. Especially since the film features not only the Tree of Life, but also the holy land of the elven goddess. I will see if she is moved. Xiao Yasmaid. I bet she will be moved. Let's hope so." He. Indeed, an hour later, the Mist Fairy suddenly contacted Li Shui. That old woman fell for it. Xiaoya, quickly connect. As expected, the Mist Fairy appeared and urgently asked, "Watergood's friend, why is your film only half? Where's the latter half?" Li Shui leisurely smoked and replied, "Mist Fairy, we invested considerable resources in making this film. There is no such thing as free viewing. Would you agree?" He. The Mist Fairy insisted, "I can buy it, right? I will offer 10,000 spirit coins." Li Shui continued to smile. 10,000 spirit coins? Do you think I, water goods venerable, am lacking in spirit coins? Here is the deal. You use your advanced technology to create a god-level spirit armor for my disciple. And this armor should not only be usable at the god level, but also by those of the third-tier civilization in the sub-universe. It should be the kind that increases in power as one's strength grows. If you agree, I will not only give you the latter half, but also the second part of Avatar, a total of 2 films. What do you say? The Mist Fairy frowned and asked, "God-level spirit armor? That is acceptable, but I must ask, is there truly a Pandora planet on your side? Are there really the Tree of Life and the Goddess Crystal?" Li Shui smiled and replied, "What does it matter if there is, or isn't? After all, the galactic divine domain of my true self is separated from your elven divine domain by an unknown number of divine realms. Perhaps you will never reach me in this lifetime, so why concern yourself with such matters? Just watch the film and learn about other aspects of your elven culture. Isn't that sufficient?" The Mist Fairy pondered for a moment and said, "All right, we will discuss this later. I will prepare the spirit armor now, and we can trade tomorrow in Earth time. Farewell." After the video call ended, Li Shui and Xiaoya burst into laughter for a long time. I have successfully deceived her into providing a god-level spirit armor. I was previously exploited by the Mist Fairy, but now I have finally turned the tables and made a significant profit. A god-level armor is worth an immense number of spirit coins. The God Soldier level armor costs 1 million, the God Scholar level 10 million, the God General level 100 million, the God King level 1 billion, and the God Emperor level 100 billion. The God level armor costs 1 billion. With this one trivial film, I have recouped all the spirit coins she previously extorted from me. It feels fantastic. Xiaoya added, While the god-level spirit armor may not be as formidable as the spirit media demoness sword, it is still of god-level quality. Once you don that armor, Master, your chances of survival will increase significantly. Li Shui nodded. Indeed, we are about to embark on a war, although it will only be against a lower civilization. What transpires on the battlefield is unpredictable. Many experts from third-tier civilizations have perished at the hands of primitive men. The records of the fairy state that there was once an indigenous person on a primitive planet who used an ancient bow and arrow to kill a peak expert of a third-tier civilization. The reason was that the planet harbored a deadly toxin. The native inhabitants were immune, but outsiders would meet a gruesome fate, even if they were experts. This incident terrified that third-tier civilization, which ultimately dispatched a large army to land on the planet in search of that toxin. However, the outcome was even more disastrous. In the end, the only solution was for that third-tier civilization to obliterate the toxic planet into cosmic dust to prevent future calamities. Thus, possessing defensive weapons can never be excessive. Having one more can mean an additional chance to survive, and the more advanced the weapon, the better. Moreover, I have always worn low-level civilizations' nano-armor. I don't even possess a single high-level defensive weapon, only offensive ones. Hence, I was ruminating on survival methods before the war began, and I finally thought of the Mist Fairy in the Avatar film, unexpectedly leading to my success. This is also a testament to Old Ka's remarkable creativity as a sci-fi writer. He managed to depict such a beautiful planet and those elves with tails and patterns. More importantly, there are the Tree of Life and the Goddess Tree. It's no wonder the Mist Fairy fell for it. Chapter 41. The great weapon, Li Shui, successfully obtained the god-level spirit armor, and the 2 films available for download online were sent to the Mist Fairy. Indeed, when he reviewed the specifications of the spirit armor, he was both elated and startled. It bore similarities to the 5th-level early mecha he piloted 18 years ago in space. The specific data is as follows. 5th-level early mecha, codename, Ghost Tooth. Type, multipurpose space combat mecha. Metal level, 54. Height, 500 meters. Sword length, 350 meters. Shield thickness, 10 meters. Weapons, 1 armor-piercing sword. 1 protective energy shield. 1 10-meter caliber energy cannon on the left arm with 10,000 rounds of ammunition. 1 1-meter caliber 6-barrel Gatling rapid-fire gun on the right arm with 500,000 rounds of ammunition. For groups of intelligent heavy annihilation missiles on the right shoulder, with 400 rounds of ammunition. 1 50-meter caliber annihilation projectile electromagnetic railgun on the left shoulder, with 10 rounds of ammunition. Engine, 1 high-power propulsion engine under each foot. 2 auxiliary engines on the back. 30 ultra-small engines distributed throughout the body for controlling actions and directions during space combat. 1 curvature engine atop the head. 1 shield generator located in the abdominal area. The cockpit is an intelligent bio-wave control chamber situated in the chest area. The thighs, abdomen, and the internal cavity of the chest serve as reservoirs of energy and ammunition. When Li Shui laid eyes upon this 5th-level mecha, he was utterly astounded for an extended period. To speak of its merits, the electromagnetic railgun on the left shoulder, with a caliber of 50 meters, alone qualifies as a formidable weapon. A single shot aimed at an ecological planet like Earth would spell doom for the entire ecosystem. Astonishingly, this 500-meter-tall mecha is equipped with 10 projectiles. This is merely the initial stage of 5th-level technology. The advanced stage promises even greater horrors, and levels 6, 7, 8, and 9 are beyond comprehension. A single mecha could effortlessly annihilate an entire fleet of 3rd or 4th-level civilization warships. Li Shui had previously piloted numerous 4th and 3rd-level mechas, including the cosmic fighters aboard the aircraft carriers. In summary, he was filled with exhilaration, as every weapon demonstrated immense power. Thus, within the instructional materials of the Sky Academy, the combat of mecha and fighter jets aboard cosmic carriers occupies a significant portion of the credits, with the remainder dedicated to ship operations and command. However, upon viewing the data of this divine-grade spirit mecha, he finally comprehended what a true weapon of annihilation entailed. Divine-grade spirit mecha. Level, Lord 3, codename, Broken Blade. Type, versatile main spirit mecha, metal. MO Luo Gene Grade 7S, height, 10 meters, The height of a 5th level mecha in the sub-universe exceeds 500 meters. Sword, 6 meters in length, forged from magic gold. Defense, 0, 5 meters thick spirit energy shield. The shield generator connects to a space warehouse with a volume of 100 cubic kilometers. As long as the spirit coins within are not depleted, the shield remains operational. Shield, a variable form spirit energy shield with a diameter of 4 meters, containing a spirit energy generation space of 30 cubic kilometers. Left arm, a high-pressure spirit cannon with a caliber of 0.5 meters, possessing an energy reservoir of 200 cubic kilometers, consuming 100 million spirit coins with each shot. The cannon can fire in 2 modes, direct and scatter. In direct mode, any entity below the divine level struck will undoubtedly perish. In scatter mode, a single shot can obliterate a small sub-universe. Right arm, a 6-barreled rapid-fire cannon with a caliber of 50 millimeters, with an ammunition reservoir of 100 cubic kilometers. Each barrel requires 1,000 spirit coins per shot, allowing a total of 50,000 shots per minute across all 6 barrels. Left shoulder, an ultra-heavy instant transfer spirit cannon with a caliber of 1 meter, holding an ammunition reservoir of 500 cubic kilometers, consuming 1 trillion spirit coins per shot. Operating in scatter mode, capable of devastating 10 divine-level continents. Right shoulder, an ultra-heavy instant transfer tracking spirit cannon with a caliber of 1 meter, with an ammunition reservoir of 500 cubic kilometers, consuming 11 trillion spirit coins per shot, utilizing direct intelligent spirit tracking, capable of inflicting severe injury on divine-level powerhouses. Engine, a high-thrust spirit engine beneath each foot, a medium auxiliary engine in the chest and back, 12 small combat control engines throughout the body, and a trans-divine domain leap engine atop the head, with an engine spirit energy supply warehouse of 1,000 cubic kilometers. Master? The data of the spirit mecha left Li Shu dumbfounded, and it was only after little Ling called out several times that he awoke from his astonishment, drooling profusely. Wow, this is truly a weapon of destruction. Reflecting on the fleets he had previously purchased for the Mist Ferry across various levels, the comparison to this annihilator, capable of effortlessly obliterating the universe, felt utterly ludicrous. Fortunately, he had deceived her into believing he was seeking inspiration on the primitive planet, contemplating the Tao of heaven. Had he not, he truly would not know what calamity awaited. Huh, little Ling, did you just call for me? Little Ling, gazing at Li Shui with curiosity, replied, I called you several times. Master, Gao Ming is looking for you. He wishes for the soldiers to examine the 3rd-level warship. They have fully mastered the operation of the 2nd-level warship over the past decade and want to pilot the 3rd-level warship in advance. Li Shui smiled and said, Let them go. Over the past decade, all the high-grade metals in the solar system have been exhausted, and we have constructed several thousand warships. However, they have yet to experience piloting a 3rd-level warship, so it is time they had the opportunity. Inform Gao Ming that they must not activate the warship's leap wormhole generator. They are only permitted to use the curvature generator. Their bodies have not been modified, and I fear they may perish within the wormhole. They can conduct tests just outside the asteroid belt of the solar system, and they may also test fire the main cannons. Additionally, the engine power must not exceed 60. Their bodies cannot withstand more. The soldiers should go in batches, with no more than 5 million at a time, for a trial period of 10 days. After 10 days, they will pass on their experiences to the next group, and after a month, they may freely utilize the ships following their genetic modifications. Understood. Moreover, your aunt and the others are also looking for you. They are currently in the living room. Got it. When Li Shui entered the living room, he found Jiang Mimi, Qian Xiaomi, Zhao Wan, and Li Qingwen engaged in a lively conversation. Aunt, what do you need from me? Li Kiwa Inkidat Xia Shui. How much genetic modification fluid did you purchase with the Mist Ferry yesterday? Li Shui replied candidly, since everyone began using the genetic repair fluid, there have been virtually no fatalities. Over the past 18 years, we have seen an influx of people and not a single departure. Our population on Earth has now reached nearly 15 billion. Therefore, I purchased 50 billion shares of divine-grade genes and 1,000 shares of advanced genes. There is no need for more, and they are exceedingly expensive. Ordinary divine-grade modification fluid costs 100 spirit coins per share, while the advanced variant costs 10 million spirit coins per share. a staggering 100,000 times more. So, I only acquired 1,000 shares. Upon hearing this, the others gasped in astonishment. Li Qingwei exclaimed excitedly, "That's sufficient. Just among our immediate relatives and your close friends, we do not exceed 50 individuals. Even accounting for relatives from various families, we total no more than 800. This means you still have 200 shares reserved for your women. So, it is feasible to find you more partners." Li Shui felt a tinge of embarrassment. What can I say? In a marriage, there must be a foundation of emotional connection between partners. If it were, as in ancient times, selecting concubines would merely be a transaction. I believe it is best to let things unfold naturally. Absolutely not. Li Qingwei countered, "You spend your days either training or working. When do you have time to socialize? Consequently, you may miss out on meeting beautiful women, and those who have had the opportunity to connect, like Mimi and Xiaomi, only did so while serving as your attendants. Therefore, allowing things to unfold naturally will not lead to meeting young ladies. We must assist you in selecting them, and you can make the final decision. Once you find someone appealing, we will help facilitate it." I can't shake the feeling that this isn't quite right," Li Shui expressed, feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, Jiang Mimi proposed, "Aunt, I have a suggestion. Why don't we organize some large-scale events? The pretext could be that a war is imminent in a few years, so everyone should enjoy themselves now. We could host a global beauty pageant, large music reality shows, calligraphy contests, painting contests, dance competitions, and so forth. As long as there are beautiful women competing, we can invite Shuei to be a special guest, and Mimi and I can serve as judges. Since Shuei may be hesitant to approach women, we can subtly steer the conversation towards the topic of concubines and hint at our desire for more sisters. This way, the chances of success would be greatly enhanced, wouldn't it?" Li Qingwei responded with delight. "Oh, this idea is splendid. I think it will work." At that moment, Li Shui exclaimed, "Oh, hearing you say, that reminds me of something I neglected to address. 18 years ago, when the students first arrived at the academy, did I not present them with our civilization's strength criterion chart? In fact, my intention in presenting that chart is to lay the groundwork for the forthcoming long bang. The transformation fluid is soon to be available, and our civilization is on the brink of officially entering an era of boundless cultivation. Thus, the long bang can also be unveiled. The prowess of everyone will be displayed on the long bang, ranked from 1 to several billion, which will undoubtedly ignite a competitive spirit among all. Consequently, individuals will strive even harder in their cultivation. Surely, one can endeavor to surpass those ranked ahead of them, right? In 3 months, I will release the long bang." Upon hearing this, Li Qingwei furrowed her brow and remarked, "What does your long bang have to do with your search for a consort? How does it relate to your ascension to the throne? We are currently discussing your pursuit of women. Do not lead us astray. As Mei Mei suggested, why not choose for various large-scale reality shows?" Regarding the pressure from his aunt to find a woman, Li Shui felt a persistent aversion, yet he was left with no choice but to heed her words. Thus, he scratched his head and chuckled. "I am not trying to mislead you. The matter of the long bang is indeed significant. If you insist on organizing a program, let it encompass calligraphy, painting, and original music. However, I must emphasize a few points. First, calligraphy should begin with a brush, but after utilizing transformation fluid, one must write with a sword on smooth marble. Second, the original music must encompass a variety of styles, and the lyrics and composition must be crafted live in a closed setting, with random prompts, free from any external influences. Once completed, the piece will be handed over to the designated live band for accompaniment before the performance. We require true musical geniuses, and auditions must employ robotic judges. I do not wish for any underhanded practices. Thirdly, as for painting, diverse styles are welcome, including sand art, spray painting, traditional ink wash, oil painting, and more." Mei Mei joyfully exclaimed, "No problem. Let's assign this task to Lu Xiaoshan. He has a penchant for the entertainment industry. Indeed, let us have Xiao San handle it. We need not all attend. One of us can go for the official competition, and we can rally together for the final showdown." Xiaomi inquired, "Brother Shui, which competition project do you choose to participate in?" Li Shui shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "To be honest, I know nothing about painting. I merely enjoy observing others' masterpieces and the creativity they showcase. As for music, I possess some understanding. I can play the guitar and enjoy rock songs, but I lack professionalism. However, Calligraphy is my forte. Setting aside the use of spiritual energy, I am quite adept with a brush, as even the cockroaches know my writing is commendable. With my current strength and intellect, I need only review a few ancient calligraphers' inscriptions and diligently practice them a few times to guarantee I will produce fine characters. Thus, I shall choose to be a guest in calligraphy. Very well, it is settled. Xiaomi and Mei Mei promptly noted down Li Shui's words, as this matter was of utmost importance to them, and they were determined to execute it well. Xiaomi, please arrange for some exemplary calligraphy works for masters like Wang Shiji, Zhao Mengfu, Huaisu, Sun Guoting, and others for me to study diligently. I want to produce something remarkable for everyone. After the family departed, Li Shui returned to the glass window of his study, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Now that I possess a life-preserving, divine-grade spiritual armor, one that increases in power alongside my strength, the prospect of future cosmic conflicts appears nearly inevitable. Xiaoya, when do you suggest we depart? I currently hold 127 trillion spiritual coins. While this sum can purchase the latter half of the Mist Fairy's Burning Heaven technique, I will be left destitute afterward. Thus, I must leave the sub-universe as soon as possible. Once I reach the divine universe, I can seek valuable items for sale in my shop. Xiaoya contemplated for a moment before responding. 18 years ago, the robotic fleet acquired comprehensive intelligence on all civilizations within the galaxy, coupled with years of observation and investigation. We now possess a clear understanding of the strengths of various galactic civilizations. Our production lines have been established across 3 nearby uninhabited star systems, and we have manufactured over 30,000 warships. We are now merely awaiting the genetic modifications of our soldiers. I believe that once we depart, our galactic civilization or galactic empire must have a top-tier expert to maintain stability. Otherwise, the empire and Earth civilization will be at risk. However, such an individual can only emerge among your offspring. Thus, I propose we leave in 20 to 30 years, a time frame sufficient for you to cultivate a top-tier successor. Moreover, with our current strength, 30 years will suffice to dominate the entire galaxy. By that time, we can unburden ourselves and ascend to level 9 civilization, utilizing the gravity of the level 9 continent for cultivation. Once our strength breaks through, we will exit the sub-universe and enter the divine universe. Afterward, you may seek a secluded place for prolonged cultivation, utilizing spiritual coins to rapidly enhance your power. When your retreat concludes, we can roam the divine realm, plundering treasures and engaging in trade, and you can settle there, as the sub-universe is not our destined abode. Li Shui nodded gravely, affirming, indeed, the most crucial task now is to preserve my Earth lineage. First, we must secure the galaxy as the stronghold for Earth civilization. And then I will bequeath the technology and warship production lines from level 3 to level 9 to my son, allowing him to lead Earth civilization in conquering the sub-universe. With the items we purchase from the Mist Fairy, this sub-universe will soon fall into the grasp of Earth civilization. At that point, even if I never return, I shall be unencumbered. At that moment, Xiao Ling interjected, Master, I wish to report on the current overall situation of Earth and the enemy forces in the 4th spiral arm. Do you have a moment? Li Shui settled onto the sofa, lit a cigarette, and smiled. Speak, Xiao Ling, but be concise. Provide a general overview. Although I am the leader, I cannot oversee every detail. My priority is ensuring everyone's safety and providing tangible hope. Yes, our student population has surpassed 5 billion, and nearly every family on Earth has children enrolled in our academy. Since 10 years ago, countless nations have sought to merge with us, but after discussing with Gao Ming, we have declined all proposals. However, a year ago, when our student count exceeded 5 billion, all families established contact with us, and all students communicate in Mandarin. At this point, we could no longer refuse, so we established a Galactic Civilization Council, with Gao Ming as the first president and Peng Kailai as the secretary general. From the day the council was founded, all nations worldwide voluntarily announced their intention to join us. Henceforth, everyone will be part of galactic civilization, and they all support your establishment of a nation and ascension to the throne, but that decision lies with you, Master. Currently, our galactic civilization boasts approximately 8 billion soldiers, with the remainder comprised mostly of children and a small number of elderly and pregnant women. Most soldiers have already reached their limits. Once they consume the transformation fluid, Their combat capabilities will undergo a drastic qualitative change within a year, enabling us to commence war. Regarding the fleet, we have completely exhausted the metals from the solar system, Proxima Centauri system, and Longshore system, and we have even ventured to several other uninhabited star systems to mine rare metals. Currently, our fleet comprises 110,000 warships, 11 aircraft carriers, and 200,000 transport and supply vessels, along with countless assorted spacecraft. Regarding extraterrestrial intelligence, there are 3 alien civilizations closest to us, 2 primitive feudal societies, and 1 Type 2 civilization. Among these, the 2 primitive civilizations consist of a humanoid society and a beast-like society, while the Type 2 civilization is also humanoid. Further afield, approximately 800 light-years away, numerous Type 2 and Type 3 civilizations exist, with the latter primarily in the early stages of development, lacking any mid- or late-stage civilizations. The civilization from which we discovered the remnants of the source worm virus spacecraft is likely situated even farther out in the 4th spiral arm. Furthermore, between us and the Type 3 civilizations lies a vast expanse of nearly 600 light-years, populated with countless primitive and Type 1 civilizations, as well as several Type 2 civilizations. From the data available on the Galactic Public Network, it is evident that our 4th spiral arm is teeming with Type 3 civilizations, both early and mid-stage, with a number of nations exceeding 1,000. However, late-stage Type 3 civilizations are scarce, numbering around 20 or 21. There exists only 1 Type 4 civilization, known as the Mengta Hezhongguo, which reigns as the dominant civilization in the 4th spiral arm. The other 3 spiral arms mirror our own, each hosting a dominant civilization. The 1st spiral arm is home to the Cibotan Lianheguo, the 2nd to the Tianhua Lianheguo, and the 3rd to the Waijinia Hezhongguo. In terms of overall strength, the Cibotan Lianheguo appears slightly superior to the other 3 nations, and historically, these 4 nations have engaged in numerous interarm conflicts. Yet none has managed to decisively overpower the others. In terms of civilization morphology, all 4 Type 4 civilizations are humanoid, aligning with the overarching characteristic of humanity's dominion over the cosmos. However, among the Type 3 civilizations, many diverse alien races exist, including beast tribes, giants, dwarves, whites, pattern tribes, and bone tribes, among others. Notably, the civilizations that resemble your earthly humans the most, particularly those akin to the people of Shenzhou, are found within our 4th spiral arm, represented by 3 nations, the Xinghe Lianheguo, Wanzhong Lianming, and Jianming. Intriguingly, these 3 nations historically focused on cultivation, and several millennia ago, the Mengta Hezhongguo was the first to develop Type 3 technology, subsequently conquering the star systems of these 3 nations. Thousands of years later, the cultivators of these nations gradually embraced technology, and given their already commendable combat capabilities, they ultimately established these 3 nations through a series of resistance wars. This coincided with the conflict between the Mengta Hezhongguo and the Cibotan Lianheguo, allowing the 3 nations to seize the opportunity for independence. The prolonged war between Mengta and Cibotan lasted many years, culminating in a victory for the latter, thanks to its home field advantage. However, during this extensive interstellar conflict, the Xinghe Lianheguo, initially focused on cultivation, began to transform its civilization framework, shifting its emphasis towards technology. Consequently, the Xinghe Lianheguo prospered amidst the warfare between the 2 Type 4 civilizations, ultimately emerging as the 2nd most powerful entity in the 4th spiral arm. A pinnacle Type 3 civilization, poised on the brink of Type 4 status. Meanwhile, the other 2 nations, Wanzhong Lianming and Jianming, which persisted in their cultivation practices, have only progressed to the mid to late stages of Type 3. The other 3 spiral arms share a similar dynamic, with each Type 4 civilization constrained by numerous Type 3 civilizations, rendering unification nearly impossible. Conflicts are ever present, and the arms trade market remains vibrant. Master, this encapsulates the general situation. Should you require more specific intelligence, I can retrieve that for you. Li Shui, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, "There is nothing of interest. Ultimately, any nation will become a target of our grand galactic empire. Those who align with us shall thrive, while those who oppose us shall perish." Chapter 43. Universal Genetic Modification. Li Shui seemed to recall something and suddenly smiled. However, The Wanzhong Lianming and Jianming are indeed intriguing. In such a highly advanced technological world, their ability to persist in cultivation suggests they possess redeeming qualities. Once our armies reach their territories, should they be willing to align with my galactic civilization, I would consider their inclusion, while disregarding others. After securing the Milky Way, our adversaries shall be the Andromeda Galaxy. At that point, we will require truly skilled individuals. So under the tumult of war, these two nations may serve as useful allies. As for the inhabitants of other civilizations, there is no need to squander resources. Those who surrender to my empire shall enjoy a peaceful existence as compliant imperial citizens. Any resistance will be met with dire consequences. Indeed, after reflecting, Li Shui added, "Did you not mention that the metals in our neighboring three-star systems are nearly depleted? Then let the robotic fleet immediately proceed to the nearby primitive civilizations to extract all available metals, and we shall ramp up warship production, ensuring the production lines remain continuously operational. Of course, we shall disregard those primitive civilizations entirely. We shall not engage with them nor harm them, provided they do not attack our robots or shipyards. Should they muster substantial forces to harass us, our robots should refrain from lethal action, merely obstructing their advances, allowing our soldiers to practice with cold weapons. As for the Type 2 civilization, we shall leave them be. Their progress has been arduous. We can send robots to assess their resources, and if they possess valuable items, we will negotiate, particularly in terms of metals. However, we will only offer a stripped-down version of Type 3 technology and a plethora of inferior synthetic energy blocks. Should they seek natural energy credits, our demands will be steep. If they wish to purchase Type 3 spacecraft, our prices will be even more exorbitant. I trust you understand how to maximize our profits. Lastly, I oppose any merger with Earth's nations to avoid the stigma of occupying Earth. We shall focus solely on our own development, allowing those nations to prosper alongside us while we only expand on the island of Shinkongzian, strictly prohibiting any occupation of other nations' territories. Understood. I shall issue the order immediately. Very well. Proceed. I wish to rest for a while and spend quality time with Mei Mei and Xiaomi. They have endured much over the past 18 years. Unlike me, they have not consumed the modification liquid and cannot sustain their cultivation for long. So it is time to compensate them adequately. Indeed, in the following month, Li Shui either accompanied the two women on excursions or practiced calligraphy, occasionally visiting the academy to observe the students. He also took time to monitor the learning and training of the fleet's cadets in outer space, ensuring each day was fulfilling. Simultaneously, various large-scale competitions commenced with great fanfare, although only in the preliminary selection phase, keeping Lu Xiaoshan exceedingly busy. Finally, after a month had elapsed, Li Shui, having settled a substantial final payment, received 50 billion doses of ordinary, divine-level genetic modification liquid, along with 1,000 doses of advanced genetic modification liquid. Upon notification, millions residing in bases on Mars, Titan, Europa, the Moon, and various spaceports promptly returned. During the following month, in the grand cities of the Shinkongzian Island, queues of countless individuals were a common sight, with a multitude of robots stationed at the front. These robots drew blood from everyone to record their genetic codes, after which the genetic factories would craft tailored modification liquids that perfectly matched each individual's genetic profile, ultimately dispatching them via robots to the recipients. Naturally, Li Shui also distributed numerous genetic modification liquids to all nations worldwide free of charge, and the restorative liquid had long been provided at no cost. A month later, nearly everyone received their genetic modification serum and promptly injected it at home, embarking on a relentless journey of transformation and cultivation. Soon, the entire Earth fell into an eerie silence. The streets were devoid of any human presence, leaving only robots and Li Shui behind. Even infants and young children were administered the genetic serum, with household robots ensuring their well-being, thus alleviating any safety concerns. After 3 months, a terrifying atmosphere enveloped the planet, characterized by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. During this period, Li Shui was overjoyed, spending his days practicing calligraphy and enjoying tea, indulging in ample amounts of wine as well. For months later, the first to knock on Li Shui's door was Zhang Gang. "Commander." Li Shui smiled at the remarkably youthful and powerful figure before him and inquired, "How do you feel?" Zhang Gang, unable to contain his excitement, replied, "I feel fantastic." Upon awakening, I absorbed 341 spirit stones all at once. Before coming here, I tested my abilities and discovered I can now fly beyond the atmosphere. Thank you for your guidance, Commander. I shall remain eternally loyal to you and our great galactic empire. With spirit stones, the difference is evident. It took me many years after my genetic modification to acquire spirit stones. I was unable to leave the planet before. Now everyone is far more fortunate than I was. Li Shui gestured for him to sit and said, "Let us enjoy tea together and await the arrival of the next guest." After taking a seat, Zhang Gang jested, "I bet it's that brat Wang Yu. Over the past 18 years, we've sparred no less than 100 times, with both of us experiencing victories and defeats. Last time, I lost to him, but this time I finally have a chance to reclaim my honor." Li Shui, pleased, remarked within this month, the transformation process for everyone will conclude. In the subsequent 2 months, all must engage in fervent cultivation. After 2 months, a grand tournament will be held, with results listed on the Longbang. He continued, "Within a year, the Galactic Civilizations Council will be abolished, and all military positions will be determined by the Longbang, except for my royal harem. Everyone in the Empire must compete for their standings on the Longbang, or they will be relegated to the status of commoners. My empire recognizes no trivial titles. Only the rankings of the Longbang matter. No matter who it is, even an 18-year-old commoner, if he can defeat the first-ranked individual on the Longbang, he will instantly become a general of the Empire. Once the Empire is established, there will be no human civil officials. All positions will be filled by intelligent bioengineered beings. This way, issues of corruption and disorder will be eradicated, as all humans will serve as soldiers. Upon retirement, they will be free to pursue any profession or business they desire, while also relinquishing their ranks on the Longbang. Since you, Zhanggang, are the first to complete your transformation, you will be responsible for overseeing the production of high-quality swords. The swordsmithing factory has been established in Antarctica in 10 days. Take a team there to take charge and ensure every soldier receives a fine sword. There are also several secondary swordsmithing factories on the continent. Produce more swords to provide each common citizen with one, enabling everyone to enhance their strength swiftly. Within a year, all soldiers must transition to living aboard warships. For our war shall commence. I will not allow my soldiers to reside in inferior locations such as Mars or Titan. They shall inhabit the finest ecological colonial planets. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Now let's enjoy tea." Just then, after finishing a cup, Wang Yu burst in. "Commander." Excellent," Li Shui responded with satisfaction. However, as Wang Yu completed a salute, he dashed to sit beside Zhang Gang and immediately threw a punch at him. "What the heck? When did you arrive, Zhang Gang?" "You beat me here," Zhang Gang replied with pride. "Please, with your meager strength, you dare to compete with me?" Infuriated, Wang Yu retorted, "What did you say? Let us settle this in space and see who is stronger." Zhang Gang stood up and laughed. "Bring on. I'm not afraid of you, little you." Li Shui also stood, delighted, saying, "Perfect. I too wish to witness the fruits of your transformations. Let's go." The three of them departed the building and soared into space, where the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle, while Li Shui observed and offered guidance. Their clash was tumultuous, engulfing the cosmos in chaos, and it was challenging to determine a victor. Gradually, more individuals ascended, and under Li Shui's command, they too began to engage in one-on-one battles in space. During the following month, nearly everyone, except for children, participated daily in duels among the stars, with countless spectators watching or joining the fray. As night fell, they would return to Earth to drink and rest, resuming their contests in space the next day. 2 months later, Li Shui organized the largest tournament in history, held in space, with over 8 billion participants engaged in one-on-one matches, facilitated by robots that automatically assign opponents. Thus, after 2 continuous months of competition, the Longbang of the Galactic Civilization was established. The rankings were as follows. First, Zhang Gang. Second, Wang Yu. Third, Song Fei. Fourth, Hu Hu. Fifth, Qiu Qingming. Sixth, Wang Din. Notably, there were no women in the top 1,000. Among women, Jiang Mimi ranked first at 1,378th on the Longbang, while Qian Xiaomi followed in second at 1,449th. Among the ranks, Gao Ming was at 921st, narrowly avoiding a fall beyond the top 1,000, while Peng Kailai was slightly better at 883rd. The trio of Zhonggang, Shaosan, and Zhu Yaozi were closely ranked at 331st, 342nd, and 349th, respectively, which caused Li Shui to laugh heartily for several days. Following the conclusion of the Longbang rankings, Li Shui declared a month of grand celebration for the entire military, granting a year-long holiday, after which interstellar warfare would commence. The initiation of war became inevitable as the population of Earth surged, and with the increasing strength of individuals, the demand for cultivation and living resources would escalate. With such a multitude of people, Li Shui could not sustain them indefinitely. Although he currently possessed 127 trillion lingbai, that amount was barely sufficient for his own needs. He hesitated to purchase the 100 trillion lingbai fog fairies burning heaven technique. Thus, the people of Earth were left to earn and develop for themselves, as Li Shui had already done enough. During the ensuing year of leisure, a myriad of entertainment activities unfolded vibrantly, with the most captivating being the calligraphy competition. Prior to the finals of the top 100, Li Shui inscribed a grand character for sword on a specially crafted monument of marble and concrete in the central plaza, using a sword infused with the power of laws as a gift for the community. Countless individuals gathered before the monument to contemplate the way of the sword and its essence, and indeed, many discovered insights that significantly enhanced their strength. Thus, the subsequent challenges on the Longbang commenced, with daily changes in rankings. The situation escalated quickly, as within days, numerous major cities on Earth erected massive monuments, inviting Li Shui to write, and he gladly obliged, inscribing over 1,000 characters for sword. Of course, the most crucial matters were not overlooked, namely procreation and seeking partners. Jiang Mimi and Luo Xiaomi finally became pregnant, while Li Qingyue and others introduced 12 beautiful women to Li Shui. Joyfully, all 12 women conceived, bringing stability to the community. Whether in Shenzhou or previously foreign lands, a leader without children signifies instability. Upon the leader's demise, chaos ensues. However, with offspring and capable successors, a nation not only remains stable but flourishes, a significant characteristic observed throughout the ages of dynasties. Because the next king must be a legitimate sovereign, those who aspire to usurp the throne find little allegiance, and most meet a grim fate. Chapter 44. The War of Dominance begins after a year of respite. All soldiers boarded the Tier 3 battleships, leading to relentless and frenzied space military drills. Every day, the asteroid belt beyond the solar system echoed with gunfire, while numerous robotic warships from other galaxies frequently arrived to join the fleet, which grew ever larger. Li Shui welcomed his first son, born to Jiang Mimi, and named him Li Yuan, symbolizing the aspiration to lead civilization toward the far reaches of the universe. Qin Xiaomi gave birth to a long princess, named Li Miaoka, a name familiar to many as a Zen title. Li Shui hoped that his eldest daughter would cultivate herself gracefully and quietly, serving as a role model for women everywhere. However, little did Li Shui foresee that countless years into the future, Li Yuan and Li Miaoka would accomplish remarkable feats, which shall be left unspoken for now. In the following year, he welcomed 4 more sons and 6 daughters, bringing immense joy to the family, filling the atmosphere with a sense of harmony and happiness. Yet, as everyone's strength grew, so did the demand for resources, particularly spiritual herbs and high-value foods. Ordinary rice had nearly vanished from the diet. The focus shifted to meat, vegetables, and energy liquids, while previous food supplies were mostly repurposed for brewing, with every barrel ensuring that one could drink endlessly without inebriation, provided their strength was not suppressed. It was clear that war was inevitable. People needed more planets, more magical beasts, and more spiritual herbs, all of which lay in the distant cosmos. After Li Shui's 12th child reached a month old, the calls for battle grew louder. Countless experts approached Li Shui seeking to fight. After several inspections of the fleet's drills and preparations, Li Shui finally consented to engage in battle, with the first target being the primitive civilization of the Beastmen planet. In Subei, before the gravestone of Li Qinghe, Li Shui bowed deeply 3 times, tears glistening in his eyes as he spoke. "Father, I must leave Earth, and this journey may mean I shall never return. I will no longer be able to pay my respects to you." Li Qingyue, standing nearby, wept as she added, "Brother, I too may never have the chance to return and see you. But fear not, Xiao Shui has become the pioneer and leader of our civilization, and his accomplishments are boundless. You may rest peacefully in the afterlife. After several moments of sorrowful tears, the group boarded the spacecraft. Ascending into space with a fleet awaited Li Shui's inspection. Salute. Warriors, greetings. Commander, greetings. Long live the warriors. Long live the commander. Li Shui's flagship swiftly passed before the 30,000 warships, which immediately formed into various formations behind him. After the last 35 carrier fleets had been inspected, Li Shui delivered a pre-battle address. Warriors, the law of the cosmos is one of the survival of the fittest. Our civilization has developed rapidly. Although it has only been a brief 20 years, we have already reached our limits. We urgently require more ecological planets to provide high-value resources for living and cultivation. Earth alone is utterly insufficient. We now possess the capability to strive for everything in the vast universe. Before the fleet departs, I must emphasize several points. First, those who betray our Earth civilization shall face annihilation. Second, those who cower in fear shall be expelled from military ranks and face a court-martial. Third, from this moment forth, the military merit recording system on everyone's wristwatch shall be activated. Every contribution you make will be meticulously recorded, serving as your sole proof for rewards. No underhanded tactics or connections will avail you. All must be earned through your own efforts. Fourth, within 600 light years of the solar system, you have no rivals. The targets for conquest have been assigned to your respective fleets. I grant you 1 year. Within this time, you must completely occupy over 30,000 star systems, excluding the few secondary civilizations and 100 or so healthy primary civilizations. Fifth, upon conquering a star system, you must immediately eliminate any non-humanoid civilizations or savage beasts. And biological experts must promptly study the planet species, cultivating the best animals and spiritual herbs in abundance to meet the needs of our warriors. Sixth, after securing a star system, warship production lines must be established immediately with unrestricted replication of production lines. From now on, I grant you 4 years. Within that time, all rare metals must be extracted, while other lesser metals may be left for our future citizens to mine gradually. We require only military-grade rare metals. Seventh, after 4 years, the number of Tier 3 pinnacle battleships must exceed 1 million. Otherwise, we shall be unable to contend with Tier 3 civilizations. Normal Tier 3 civilizations have a development period exceeding 30,000 years, and those of Tier 4 civilizations surpass 50,000 years. Therefore, what we now require is quantity. I hereby declare the commencement of the Great Galactic Empire's First Cosmic War. All fleets shall immediately set forth toward their targets. Long live the Great Galactic Empire. Long live the Imperial Warriors. Long live the Great Galactic Empire. Long live the Commander. Depart. Following this, over 300,000 warships began to disperse, and soon, 35 fleets surged toward their respective destinations, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Shui's central fleet arrived at a massive and beautiful ecological star, approximately 4 times the size of Earth, yet ruled by a monstrous serpent-like creature. This creature appeared exceedingly repugnant, resembling a snake, but with a large head and many legs. In essence, it seemed a grotesque amalgamation of a snake and a centipede, topped with a terrifying head and sharp fangs. As Li Shui observed the images relayed by the robots, he chuckled, saying, "Zhang Gang, the stage is set for you." Zhang Gang replied excitedly, "Commander, rest assured, we have awaited this moment for long. I will ensure that not a single one of these repulsive beasts remains." Li Shui shook his head, smiling. "Indeed, they are grotesque. Yet they present the perfect opportunity for practice and bravery. Inform the brothers to incinerate the corpses thoroughly and destroy all the eggs in their lairs. I desire a pristine and beautiful planet." Concurrently, the robots had assessed the combat capabilities of these creatures, revealing that they were not particularly powerful and posed no threat to the warriors. All that was required was to guard against their venom, against large groups. Energy weapons could be employed, while swords would suffice for fewer numbers, allowing us to test the results of recent training. Go forth. Zhang Gang stood at attention, yes. Although their numbers exceed 800 billion, and their strength surpasses that before our genetic modifications, I guarantee that within 3 months, I will eliminate every last one. And within 5 months, I will clear all the corpses, presenting you with a beautiful planet Commander. With that, Zhang Gang departed, swiftly returning to his flagship to issue the attack command. In the next moment, nearly 20,000 warships and 50,000 transport vessels propelled over 200 million mech warriors and billions of armed robots into action. Following them were countless landing crafts, primarily loaded with gasoline, designated for incinerating the beast corpses. Before long, over 200 million soldiers and billions of robots divided into tens of thousands of squads, descending upon the planet from all directions. The next moment, war erupted. Bang! As Zhang Gang descended to the ground, the colossal feet of his mech crushed a monstrous creature beneath them, while the massive battle blade cleaved another beast in two. In that moment, countless mech warriors also landed, initiating a relentless slaughter. However, Zhang Gang exited his mech, stored it within a spatial ring, and unsheathed his sword, proclaiming, "Brothers, wield your swords whenever possible. The nanotech armor provides complete coverage. Remain vigilant against the creature's venom, and slay." On board the flagship, Li Shui, seeing everyone had safely landed, jested, "Auntie Mei Mei, do you wish to descend and test your mettle?" Jiang Mei Mei shook her head, exclaiming, "Oh, those creatures are utterly repulsive. They make me feel ill just looking at them." Li Qinghua laughed and countered, "Mei Mei, you are mistaken. It is precisely because they are so loathsome that we must eradicate them. Fear not, the bioengineered being shall protect the children. We too shall descend to taste blood and unleash our fury, lest the populace ridicule us. The royal family must lead by example." Reluctantly, the royal entourage, under the protection of hundreds of armed robots, began to land on the planet, joining the ranks of those exterminating the monsters. Many soldiers abandoned their mechs, donning only the all-encompassing nanotech armor, engaging the beasts in life and death struggles with single swords. Countless soldiers were bitten or flung aside by the creature's tails. However, thanks to the protection of the nanotech armor, they would not perish, suffering only minor injuries. The swords of innumerable soldiers plunged fiercely into the monsters, quickly staining them with the creature's blood. Yet they pressed on undeterred, with each squad locking onto a target and relentlessly advancing until no living monster remained or exhaustion set in. Observing this, Li Shui chuckled before seeking out his beloved children to play, no longer casting a glance at the battle unfolding below, for he found it uninteresting. Even if the planet below teemed with 80 billion monsters, he could eradicate them all within a day if he so desired. For now, it was merely a training exercise. Beginning the next day, dense smoke billowed across the planet as the soldiers' attack speed accelerated, swiftly clearing and demolishing nest after nest. Under Li Shui's command, the billions of robots rarely engaged in combat, primarily tasked with incinerating corpses, allowing the human soldiers to hone their skills. 3 days later, transport ships landed on the planet, unloading a variety of construction materials and production lines from the immense vessels. Simple buildings and component factories began to rise, while warships remained stationed in outer space. Meanwhile, production lines for warships were established near the outer orbit of satellites and close to the stars, with mining ships rushing to their designated locations to commence extraction operations. Li Shui's flagship remained in outer space, along with many other warships, for there were numerous children aboard, unable to adapt to the planet's gravitational and atmospheric conditions. Aside from Earth, they could not survive on any other worlds until they reached their teenage years. Thus, the grand conflict of Earth civilization commenced as planned, with soldiers capturing one star system after another as if besieging strongholds. Their strength surged with each battle, and the fleet expanded rapidly. Everyone understood that once their practical training concluded, their adversaries would be formidable level 3 civilizations, at which point a true battle for survival would begin. Chapter 45, The Crisis of Earth. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, for years before long, for years had elapsed. Over 30,000 star systems have been occupied and developed by the Earth forces, and Li Shui had welcomed more than 30 new children into his family, bringing his total to nearly 50. After 4 years of warfare, Li Shui's fleet had ventured far from the solar system, arriving at a region 200 light-years from the border of a level 3 civilization. In the conference room of the flagship of Li Shui's central fleet, a crucial pre-battle meeting was underway. From this moment onward, Earth civilization would face a high-level civilization equipped with massive warships and powerful cannons. Once the battle commenced, countless lives would be at stake. Therefore, tactical strategies and other preparations needed to be meticulously arranged to ensure success. Otherwise, victory would come at an unbearable cost. Li Shui pointed to a projection in the air, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, please observe our current position. 200 light years away lies the border of the Outu Empire. Our location is at the tail end of a spiral arm, with our solar system situated near the edge of the abyssal sea. It is evident that the star systems we have occupied over the past 4 years have long been surveyed by them, which explains why we have not discovered a single large energy vein in a decade. They have already extracted it all. In other words, these star systems are beneath their notice, which presents us with an opportunity. They would never suspect that these worthless star systems could develop into a peak level 3 civilization in just 20 years, and soon we would transition into a level 4 galactic civilization. Thus, the early stages of this war are immensely advantageous for us. The Outu Empire has no defenses on this side, as they have stationed their main fleet on the opposite side due to the presence of many level 3 civilizations there. Consequently, our ambush or surprise attack will undoubtedly catch the Outu Empire off guard, according to intelligence gathered by our reconnaissance robots. The Outu Empire is merely a nascent level 3 civilization, with few mid-tier warships among their ranks. Only the royals or certain military leaders possess late-stage vessels. They have approximately 2 million early-stage warships, while mid to late-tier ships are negligible. Furthermore, they lack planetary fortresses, possessing only a few asteroid fortresses, whose cannon power is only slightly superior to our main ship cannons. Thus, as long as your warships are not struck by their fortress cannons, you can significantly minimize casualties. Moreover, due to their inferior technology, their fortress shields are quite thin, making them easy to penetrate. Their energy levels are also low, primarily relying on secondary energy sources, with very few natural energy sources. Intelligence indicates that their energy credits have been expended on purchasing technology and weaponry from advanced civilizations. Therefore, this battle should be relatively easy for us. However, they boast a population exceeding 1 trillion, while we number only 15 billion, with soldiers numbering merely 10 billion. In the forthcoming operations, you must practice your command skills diligently, as each of you will eventually command a warship, with robots handling the operations, thus ensuring we are never shorthanded. Furthermore, to acquire more human resources, once we breach their borders, we shall spare all those who surrender and eliminate any who resist. After seizing the nation, the fleet will prioritize capturing the warship production lines and the robot manufacturing facilities, followed by their treasury. In addition, to quickly amass more warships, we shall aim to disable enemy vessels rather than destroy them, allowing us to remold them later. Though the recycled metal may not suffice to create level 4 warships, our technology can certainly produce level 3 peak warships. We shall sustain our war efforts through warfare, rapidly forming the largest fleet possible. Lastly, you all have ingested my divine gene modification serum, which means your genetics surpass those of individuals from the sub-universe level 0 to 9 civilizations. Given time to cultivate, the inhabitants of the sub-universe will be as insignificant as ants. Thus, I do not wish for you to perish at the hands of these ants. Such a fate would be utterly unjust and unworthy. The specific attack routes and tasks for each fleet have already been dispatched to you. Now let us discuss the particulars. Shall we? As Li Shui reached this point in his speech, Xiao Ling suddenly interjected in astonishment. Master, we have just received an urgent distress signal from Earth. A small fleet of level 4 extraterrestrial beings has invaded our planet. Li Shui, filled with rage, exclaimed, "What did you say? I must have misheard. Our main force is preparing to launch an attack on the enemy, who dares to encroach upon our territory." Explain the situation in detail. All the generals present were equally shocked. What? Earth is under attack? We must hasten back to provide assistance. Xiao Ling projected a video, stating, "Master, observe. The opposing force consists of a small fleet made up of 101 battleships and 101 transport ships. According to the information from the battleships, they belong to the level 4 Monte United States. The robots tasked with defending Earth reported that the enemy directly transitioned to the outskirts of the solar system and, without hesitation, charged straight into it. Upon encountering our fleet, they took advantage of their battleship superiority and opened fire, resulting in the immediate destruction of dozens of our vessels. We only have 1,000 level 3 battleships remaining on Earth. If we do not return in time to provide aid, those 1,000 ships will likely hold out for a maximum of 1 day. Fortunately, we initially employed the finest condensing light communication technology, so returning to assist will incur minimal losses. Additionally, the robots reported that among the destroyed vessels, there were a few students who were learning to operate the battleships, and it is feared that several thousand lives have already been lost. Upon hearing this, the attending generals were enraged. What? Thousands dead? Commander, we demand to return to Earth immediately and annihilate that fleet, avenging our fallen comrades. Yes, vengeance. I will slay them. Li Shui gritted his teeth and declared, "The Monte United States, is it? Very well, while I had yet to seek you out, you have come to strike first. Now, we need not find a pretext for war, as you have already made the first move, and I shall not show any mercy. Xiaoling, activate your doppelganger robots. You will command the battle here. There is no need for the fleet to return to Earth. A mere 100 level 4 battleships are no match for me. I shall personally obliterate them." With that, Li Shui vanished from the battleship. At that moment, a small robotic sprite resembling a fairy emerged from the command room. She glared at all the generals and furiously admonished, "What are you staring at? It is just a fledgling level 3 Auto Empire. Why are we even holding a strategic meeting? The commander is merely being patient with you out of concern for your lives. Do you truly fear those insignificant insects across from you? Now, heed my command. Return to your respective fleets immediately. In 1 hour, the main force will advance directly upon the Auto Empire, and within 2 days, we shall fully occupy their territory. If anyone fails to complete this task, do not blame me for being unkind. Rewards await those who succeed. Is that understood?" "Understood." The generals saluted and hurriedly departed. They were not afraid of Li Shui, but they did fear this small robot, especially since during their time in the academy, there had been daily incidents of students being severely disciplined by the robotic instructors commanded by the sprite. Thus, upon seeing her, no one, including Li Qingyue, dared to show any lack of respect. As for the likes of Zhang, Zhu Yaozi, Xiao San, Wang Yu, Zhang Gang, and others, they received special attention from the sprite. And among the academy, they were among those who were disciplined the most harshly. Li Shui teleported from the battleship into space and immediately drew forth the level 7 sword sold to him by the Mist Fairy. He then directed a powerful strike towards Earth. In an instant, a rift appeared in the fabric of space, and within a second, it transformed into a wormhole over 2 meters in height, the other end leading to the solar system. After entering the wormhole, Li Shui found himself at the outskirts of the solar system. Upon scanning the surroundings with his mental energy, he swiftly arrived at the forefront of the fleet engaged in battle near Mars. "All ships retreat. I will take over." "Yes, Commander." The robots, having received Xiaoling's orders, promptly ceased fire and withdrew. Li Shui stood in the void of space, gazing intently at the 101 battleships, and further away, the 101 transport ships. He then conveyed, through Xiaoling's control of the battleships, "Monte United States fleet, do you realize that your actions today constitute an act of war? Are you not afraid that I will obliterate the civilization of the Monte United States that has existed for millennia?" In the command chair of the flagship, a young man, upon hearing Li Shui's words, erupted in fury. "What did you say? Annihilate our Monte United States? I must have misheard. Do you, a pitiful little civilization, dare to threaten us? To destroy us? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I have heard in centuries. Just wait until I finish off the remnants of your fleet. Then I will blow up your planet. We shall see how you boast after that. Officer, order the fleet to fire at full capacity. I will have." Suddenly, Li Shui had teleported into the command bridge. With a swift motion of his sword, the officer beside him was cleaved in two, and Li Shui's blade was now poised at the commander's throat. With a cold smile, Li Shui remarked, "What's the matter? Weren't you just so arrogant? Now, with a mere flick of my wrist, your head could roll. Show me your bravado once more." The commander trembled. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" "You cannot kill me. I am the son of Marcangiani's, the supreme commander of the Monte United States Go-Sea Defense Corps. If you dare to harm me, my father will annihilate your entire civilization. Could you kindly remove your sword? We can discuss this matter calmly." At that moment, numerous operators within the command bridge drew energy guns, aiming at Li Shui. If given the chance, they would eliminate him instantly to save their young master. Unfortunately for them, they were unable to act, for their energy beams could not match the speed of Li Shui's cold weapon. Regarding the operator's actions, Li Shui paid them no heed. He continued to gaze coldly at Mark, saying, "You have not earned the right to know who I am. Now, I will ask, and you shall answer. Should you utter even half a lie, I will sever your head immediately. Tell me, why have you intruded into our star system? The Monte United States is so far from here. What brings you to this place?" Mark, initially intending to resist, glanced at the remains of his officer on the floor and reluctantly complied. "We did not deliberately target you, nor do we wish to occupy your insignificant planet. We are merely in pursuit of a star beast, one with spatial abilities, which escaped from a wormhole near our nation's Go Sea. Many of our teams have been on its trail. 3 days ago, I discovered its whereabouts near the Go Sea and pursued it here. It ultimately fled into your star system, leading to this unfortunate misunderstanding. Rest assured, name your price, and I will compensate you for all your losses." Li Shui pondered for a moment before asking, "We shall discuss compensation later. Tell me, where does your wormhole lead? What is the distance it spans?" Mark replied honestly, "It is an artificial wormhole left by ancient beings, capable of spanning distances exceeding 50 million light years. However, there is nothing on the other side, as it leads to the outer reaches of this galaxy cluster, an endless void with not a single star, likely constructed by advanced civilizations for transportation purposes." Li Shui nodded and said, "Yes, you are quite cooperative. Now project the image of that star beast for me to see." After Mark acknowledged the command and directed the ship's mainframe to the large projection screen, an image of the creature materialized before Li Shui. The star beast appeared peculiar, resembling a slender version of an Antarctic penguin, cloaked in shades of gray and black. Its head bore a striking resemblance to that of an owl, complete with 2 large, endearing eyes, which rendered it quite charming. Judging by the pair of claws beneath it, this star beast was likely bipedal, with 2 shorter claws beneath its neck that were not reminiscent of human hands. Overall, the creature exhibited an oddity that, in its disharmony, possessed an inexplicable cuteness. "What is this thing?" Li Shui inquired with curiosity. At that moment, Mark hastily responded, "Sir, this is a high-level star beast with spatial abilities, and it is still a juvenile. If you release me and assist in capturing the star beast, I shall not only compensate for your losses, but also grant you a reward of 100 million energy coins." "What do you say?" Li Shui scoffed. "No need. You have already murdered thousands of us, including children, in your previous attack. Even if you sold your entire Mana nation, it would not suffice to cover the lives of those thousands. An ancient emperor from our homeland once proclaimed, 'If you kill one of mine, I shall slaughter a city. If you slay 10, I shall annihilate a nation. Today, I shall follow in the footsteps of that ancient ruler and obliterate your Manta nation.'" With that, Mark's head fell to the ground, blood spraying half a meter high. "I will fight you to the death." With that declaration, the thousands of soldiers on the bridge and those poised to charge in from outside were engulfed in profound anguish, unleashing a barrage of energy rifles toward Li Shui. Yet, Li Shui remained unmoved, allowing the energy beams to strike him. Astonishingly, the beams failed to penetrate his inner armor, deflecting harmlessly away. At this moment, Li Shui remarked with a cold smile, "Since my powers have ascended, I have yet to experience a psychic attack. Now, I shall practice on you." Suddenly, Li Shui closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, and the thousands of soldiers aboard the flagship screamed in agony. One after another, they collapsed, their souls pierced by the fine arrows of Li Shui's psychic energy, resulting in instant cerebral death. Not only that, but tens of thousands aboard the other 100 warships also suffered the same fate, their bodies growing cold within an hour. Upon opening his eyes, Li Shui addressed the virtual entity displayed on the projection. "Your master has perished. Now, will you choose to surrender or face death?" The virtual beauty on the projection retorted fiercely, "I choose to perish alongside you." Just then, Xiao Ling projected herself from the Pandora pendant hanging around Li Shui's neck. Laughing heartily, "Ha ha! A mere level 4 trash intelligence dares to threaten self-destruction before me? How absurd! This is the funniest joke I have ever heard since my birth. Allow me to demonstrate what true advanced intelligence is." In the next instant, Xiao Ling shot a beam of light toward the mainframe below the projection, and gradually, the virtual beauty transformed into garbled code, devoid of any screams, vanishing within 3 seconds. 7 seconds later, Xiao Ling reported, "Master, all 202 ships and the over 1 million robots aboard are now under my control. This fleet is ours." Li Shui nodded, Transfer the fleet to the Earth Defense Forces. Notify the current administrators of Earth to appropriately handle the affairs of the fallen students, compensating each student's family with 1 million energy coins, 10 units of gene modification fluid, and 100 units of gene repair fluid. Additionally, summon the people of Earth, especially the relatives of the deceased, to personally cast the enemy's corpses into the sun for obliteration, even if they must chop them up first. Now, I must pursue the mastermind behind this. Upon departing the warship, Li Shui promptly closed his eyes, extending his psychic energy to envelop the entire solar system, meticulously sensing everything within. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes with a grin. Little creature, you are quite adept at hiding, having snuck into my energy storage to feast upon the spirit stones I left for the students. If you do not provide adequate compensation today, I shall prepare a barbecue of the spatial star beast. In the blink of an eye, Li Shui teleported into the spirit stone warehouse of the Flying Academy, grinning at the peculiar star beast before him. The creature stood approximately 0.3 meters tall, akin to a small dog, fervently devouring spirit stones. It appeared to have consumed thousands of them already. With its claws waving, it sent the stones from the metallic platform flying into its mouth, munching and swallowing them with delight. However, when Li Shui suddenly emerged from the space, the star beast was taken aback, staring at him as if to say, "How do you possess my kind spatial abilities?" Yet, upon scanning Li Shui's strength with its psychic energy, it was instantly terrified and fled. In an instant, a small wormhole appeared before it, and the star beast dove in. Disappearing, when it emerged from the subspace, its chest heaved violently, clearly still shaken. However, unbeknownst to it, before it could comprehend its situation, its neck was seized. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Now, genuinely frightened, it struggled desperately, pleading with psychic energy, "Lord, spare me. Please, spare me." Li Shui burst into laughter for several seconds before addressing the star beast with his psychic energy. "Little one, you intruded upon my territory, led an enemy fleet to destroy over 100 of my warships, caused the deaths of thousands of my citizens, and now pilfered over 10,000 spirit stones. Tell me, should I roast you or boil you?" Upon hearing this, the star beast struggled even more. "Lord, please spare me. I am a spatial divine beast. My flesh is not palatable at all. I was simply too hungry, which is why I stole a few of your spirit stones. If you spare me, I promise to return tenfold what I have taken." Li Shui chuckled. "I ask you, where do you come from? Why are you being pursued?" The star beast, appearing quite innocent, replied, "I do not know where I come from. I was just born not long ago from a massive space meteorite. Since I gained consciousness, I have always felt hungry. There were delicious things in my birthplace, but after consuming them, I still felt hungry, so I sought food elsewhere. Eventually, I stumbled upon a round door, which turned out to be a gigantic wormhole. Finding nothing to eat nearby, I pondered by the door. When I pressed a button, the wormhole activated and I dove in. Upon emerging, I found myself in your realm, only to be immediately pursued by numerous humans, prompting me to flee here. Oh, Li Shui found this intriguing. And at that moment, Xiao Ling projected, "Master, if it claims that it had delicious things nearby upon awakening, it must refer to the eggshell from which it hatched." Li Shui nodded and said, "Given that you have caused me such losses, how do you intend to compensate me? If you cannot provide adequate restitution, I shall have no choice but to roast you." The star beast hastily replied, "No, no, no, my lord. I have a method to repay you for the spirit stones. As a spatial divine beast, I can locate spirit stones swiftly. Your strength is tremendous. And if you would protect me for a time and provide me with some spirit stones to enhance my abilities, I promise to repay you 100-fold. Isn't that just nonsense? What if you escape while I'm not around? I ask you, you claim to be a divine beast. Do you hail from the divine realm? Or perhaps your parents are from the divine realm. Shouldn't you star beasts inherently possess the ancestral memories of your parents?" The star beast responded honestly, "Indeed. From the moment I became aware, I knew I had spatial abilities and was aware of many vast continents, each one far larger than your entire star system. I also know that I am a divine beast, though I am unsure of the specific reasons." Li Shui pondered this for a moment before smiling and asking, "Do you have a name?" The star beast thought carefully and shook its head. "No, I do not know what I should be called. You are the first human I have ever spoken to. Since my birth, I have not conversed with any other beings." After a brief chuckle, Li Shui proposed, "How about I give you a name? Since you are a spatial star beast, I shall call you Shao Kong, or Shao Kong Kong from now on. Xiao Kong? A name? The star beast's large, adorable eyes twinkled with joy as it exclaimed, "That sounds wonderful. From now on, I shall be called Shao Kong. However, my lord, do you promise not to eat me?" Once Li Shui released his grip on its neck, he smiled and replied, "I won't eat you. You are just a little creature, and I find you rather pitiable. If you agree to call me Big Brother and stay by my side, I will not only protect you forever, but also provide you with plenty of spirit stones to ensure you grow plump and healthy. However, you must tell me when you can. Are you willing to follow me? Rest assured, I will not make you my slave or a contracted magical beast. We can coexist as friends." The star beast, Shao Kong, considered this and asked, "Then does that mean I don't have to compensate you with spirit stones?" Li Shui waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. You're just a newborn creature. How could you possibly have anything to eat? Consider this a gift from your first human friend. If you're still hungry, I have plenty of spirit stones to ensure you are well fed." Shao Kong was overjoyed and chirped, "I am willing to follow you, Big Brother. I'm still not full. Could you give me more spirit stones?" "Certainly. Come with me back to the distant battleship where there are plenty of spirit stones to feast upon," Li Shui replied. In the next moment, he grasped the star beast and teleported outside the solar system, swiftly slicing through space with his sword, soon arriving outside his flagship. Upon returning to the battleship, Li Shui led Shao Kong to the captain's chamber, where he retrieved 50,000 spirit stones from his spatial ring and placed them on the ground. "Shao Kong, these are all yours. Take your time eating. If you need more, come find me in the command room." Shao Kong gazed at the pile of spirit stones, drooling with excitement. "Thank you, Big Brother." It then pounced on the spirit stones, devouring them voraciously. The room was filled with the delightful sounds of crunching as the star beast consumed the spirit stones as easily as candy. Chapter 47. Not for sale. Seeing the adorable sight of the spatial beast feasting on spirit stones, Li Shui was utterly delighted. He quietly left the captain's chamber and joined Xiao Ye and Xiao Ling on the bridge, where they laughed heartily for a long while. "I never expected to encounter a recently born spatial divine beast. If I can keep it close, it will never want to leave me. And how impressive it will be to have a spatial divine beast by my side." Xiao Ling chimed in, "Indeed, while divine beasts and star beasts are plentiful, spatial beasts are exceedingly rare. This little one is truly a treasure. Even though your child no longer requires transformation fluid due to your influence, once this little one grows up, you can still draw its blood for sale. The value of a spatial beast gene transformation fluid will undoubtedly be substantial." Xiao Jiatist. Xiao Ling is correct. Once this little one matures, you can take it along during transactions, allowing other merchants to see it. That will open up great opportunities for profit. Li Shui's excitement grew. "Brilliant. Spatial abilities are coveted by all cultivators. Just imagine the envy when people see a living spatial cub by my side. That will be my moment to demand a high price. Whether it's the Mist Fairy or the Chaos God, they will have to offer their finest treasures if they wish to acquire my spatial beast gene. Otherwise, I shall never part with it." Xiao Jianadi. Exactly. "We shall take full advantage of them, but I wonder if the fairy will be willing to buy. If she is, we might have a chance at obtaining her Burning Heaven technique, as it would be merely a matter of copying the technique for her, with no loss on her part." "Let's hope so." Xiao Ling spread the word. No one is allowed to bully Shao Kong. Any delicious treats should be brought to please it. We must ensure it grows plump and healthy. "Understood." On the flagship's projection screen, over 1 million ships from Earth civilization were stealthily approaching the Aotuwa Empire along hundreds of routes, with no defensive points on the Aotuwa side taking notice. According to the plan, the fleet would reach the enemy's borders within 10 hours, and thus the great battle would commence. Seeing this, Li Shui expressed his disinterest. "Xiao Ling, you shall command the conquest of the mid-level third civilization. For you, a being of divine intellect, this is but child's play. I will intervene when the fleet attacks the Star River Federation, the Wanzhong Alliance, and the Sword Alliance." "Yes." Li Shui returned to the captain's chamber, gazing at the little creature that had just eaten 50,000 spirit stones and was now fast asleep. He chuckled. "This star beast is quite peculiar. Its cultivation method is entirely different from ours. A simple nap suffices for its training. Little one, cultivate well, and when you awaken, I shall reward you handsomely, ensuring you never wish to leave me." He. Xiao Ye giggled. "Are you trying to entice it with spirit coins?" "Indeed. Once it sees I possess spirit coins, I am certain it will never want to part from me. That may be true, but it is still too young to consume spirit coins, Xiaoyu pointed out. No matter, I cannot use spirit coins either. We shall take our time. Just let it see them and instill great hope within it, and it will follow me faithfully. Xiaoyu, contact the Mist Fairy. I want her to see my spatial beast. Certainly. Soon, the video call with the Mist Fairy was connected. Oh, Water Good Sovereign. Why have you contacted me again so soon? Are you in need of something? What is that magical beast before you? Li Shui took a puff of his cigarette and grinned mischievously. Can you guess? After scrutinizing it closely, the Mist Fairy remarked, it appears somewhat like a spatial beast. But it's too large. Wait, is it a cub? By heavens. Water Good Sovereign, you possess a spatial cub? Li Shui had anticipated the Mist Fairy's astonishment and remained calm. You are not mistaken. It is indeed a cub, just born. It is currently consuming spirit stones and should be cultivating now, as it cannot absorb spirit coins yet. The Mist Fairy hurriedly asked, Water Good Sovereign, can you sell me your spatial beast? Oh no, I mean, could you sell me a tiny bit of its blood? Just a little will suffice, and we can negotiate the price. Li Shui shook his head, not for sale. This little one has just been born, and you wish to purchase its blood? That seems rather cruel, don't you think? The Mist Fairy furrowed her brow. Cruel? That term sounds rather novel to me. Water Good Sovereign, you didn't just bring out the spatial beast for me to see, did you? Be straightforward and name your price. How much would you charge for a portion of blood used to create the gene-modifying liquid? Li Shui shook his head and replied, at this moment, it is impossible to draw blood. It has just been born. If you truly wish to purchase it, you must exchange the latter half of your Fun Tianju. After all, you would merely be copying a technique, incurring no loss, would you not? The Mist Fairy pondered for a moment before responding, agreed. But I require 10 portions of blood. Li Shui contemplated and inquired, if we calculate based on the Earth's weight unit, how much does one portion of blood weigh? The fairy calculated and said, approximately 1 ton. What? 1 ton? Li Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Are you serious? My divine beast only weighs a few dozen pounds. You expect me to extract 10 tons of blood to sell to you? Forget it. I am not selling anymore, and I do not want your Fentianju either. I could simply teach my disciples my own techniques. The Mist Fairy frowned and replied, that's not right. This is perfectly normal. Do you not understand the anatomical structure of a spatial beast? Do not be deceived by its current small size. Once it gains strength, it can alter its size at will. In adulthood, it could become as large as a planet. What is 10 tons of blood in comparison? You could simply provide it with a few billion spirit coins to nourish it. Coughing slightly, Li Shui swallowed hard and said no. It is just that this little creature appears so small and pitiful. It will accompany me for a long time, and I cannot bear to harm it. For countless years, I have desired a spatial beast, and now that I have finally obtained one, how could I bring myself to draw its blood? Let us wait until it matures a bit. If it consents to let me draw blood, then I will extract 1 ton in exchange for the Fun Tianju. The Mist Fairy pouted and said, you need not say such unnecessary things. 1 ton is absolutely out of the question. I can offer you a little, but it must be 9 tons. 2 tons, Li Shui countered. 2 tons is impossible. It must be at least 8 tons. 8 tons is unfeasible. How many spirit coins would I have to provide it for it to produce 8 tons of blood? You are merely copying a technique, after all. I could add 1 ton at most, making it 3 tons. I will not concede further. 3 tons is unacceptable. I will make another concession, 7 tons. 3 tons. Not even an ounce more. That is not fair, Waterlord. While my technique can be replicated, cannot your divine beast blood also be reproduced? With sufficient spirit coins, could you not acquire as much as you desire? Thus, 7 tons is the lowest price. Li Shui hurriedly conferred with Xiaoyu in secret. Xiaoyu, what do you think? Xiaoyu replied, a middle ground of 5 tons would be a reasonable agreement. Li Shui quickly addressed the fairy. Let us both take a step back and agree on a middle price of 5 tons. At this moment, the Mist Fairy smiled brightly and said, deal. I shall prepare the technique for you now. Wait. Li Shui urgently interjected, Fairy, the divine beast, is still small. Let us postpone the transaction until it matures. Once you provide me with the technique, should anything unfortunate happen to my divine beast, such as it being killed or stolen, I would be unable to fulfill our agreement. The transaction system would penalize me. Besides, my disciple is not in a rush to use the advanced portion of the Fun Tianju. We might as well wait. We can finalize the deal once I acquire the blood. The Mist Fairy nodded and said, agreed. I recall that the growth rate of spatial beasts in their early stages is quite rapid. In no time, it will reach divine level, after which its growth will gradually decelerate, and its spatial abilities will become increasingly formidable. Thus, we shall not have to wait long to finalize our transaction. Very well. We shall meet again. I will contact you once I have the blood. All right, farewell. After logging off, Li Shui gently stroked the little creature's head and said, Little cone, I am relying on you now. You must grow quickly. Upon returning to his seat, Li Shui suddenly grinned mischievously and said, Xiaoya, post a video of a spatial beast in our shop, claiming we sell spatial beast blood for 10 trillion spirit coins per ton. Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and said, Master, is that price not excessively high? Frankly, selling it for 100 trillion spirit coins per ton would already be quite impressive. 10 trillion would surely invite scorn. Li Shui chaklet selele. Ah, Xiaoya, you misunderstand. I'm not genuinely interested in selling blood. I merely wish to gain notoriety and advertise. Consider this. Once people hear that the owner of the grand shop has inflated the price of spatial beast blood by several hundred to 1,000 times, what will they think? They will undoubtedly curse me behind my back. This is the best form of advertising. Whether they scold or praise me matters not. What is essential is that they remember me. As long as they recall the grand shop, we will achieve fame. As for whether it be infamy or renown, I truly do not care. My goal is to earn money. I have no concern for their trivial chatter. Xiaoya was speechless. Very well. I have already posted it in the shop. Li Shui then commanded Xiaoling, send our battleship data, along with that of the Manta United Nations battleship, to all soldiers. They must identify the weaknesses of the enemy ships, enabling us to deal a heavy blow when we confront the Manta nation. Moreover, in the forthcoming war, once we occupy the target nation, we shall immediately repurpose their battleships into our level 3 pinnacle battleships. At least half of the new production line must be dedicated to manufacturing level 4 battleships. We must also bring forth our level 4 battleship production line. Understood. I have sent the information. Chapter 48. Annihilating level 3 civilizations soon. The battleship data reach the mainframes of all soldier ships. Earth battleship data, stellar class battleship. Type, multi-purpose battleship. Level, 33. Length, 3,000 meters. Width, 1,500 meters. Height, 800 meters. Hull thickness, 30 meters. Shield thickness, 20 meters. Engine, 8 curvature drive engines, 1 hyperspace jump engine, countless auxiliary engines. Maximum jump distance, 230 light years. Normal jump distance, 180 light years. Maximum speed in normal space, 15 times the speed of light. Main cannon, 1 energy cannon with a caliber of 100 meters. Secondary cannon, 1 electromagnetic railgun with a caliber of 20 meters. Defense cannons, 10 antimatter annihilation cannons with a caliber of 2 meters. 4 heavy particle cannons with a caliber of 3 meters. 4 laser cannons with a caliber of 2 meters. 2 plasma cannons with a caliber of 2 meters. 100 closed defense high explosive cannons with a caliber of 0. 4 meters. 100 closed defense energy cannons with a caliber of 0. 4 meters. Missiles. 4 rows of heavy deep space intelligent missiles. 2 groups with 100 rounds in reserve. Maximum range of main cannon, 0, 8 light seconds. Actual effective range, 0, 73 light seconds. Onboard space fighters, 20 units. Onboard mech fighters, 500 units. Standard crew, 10,000 personnel. Emergency crew, 5 million personnel. Manta United Nations battleship data, Galaxy-class battleship. Type, multi-purpose battleship. Level, 42. Length, 5,000 meters. Width, 2,000 meters. Height, 1,000 meters. Mass, 21 million tons. Engine, 4 hyperspace jump engines, 8 super curvature drive engines, countless small auxiliary engines. Maximum jump distance, 600 light years. Normal jump distance, 550 light years. Normal space speed, 30 times the speed of light. Shield, 100 meters thick. Main cannon, 1 energy cannon with a caliber of 120 meters. Secondary cannons, 1 electromagnetic railgun with a caliber of 50 meters, 1 spatial shockwave cannon with a caliber of 50 meters. Defense cannons, 100 antimatter annihilation cannons with a caliber of 10 meters. 20 heavy ion cannons with a caliber of 15 meters. 20 laser cannons with a caliber of 10 meters. 20 plasma cannons with a caliber of 10 meters, 400 closed defense energy cannons with a caliber of 5 meters. Missiles, 4 rows of heavy deep space missiles, 20 groups, with 100 rounds in reserve. Main cannon maximum range, for light seconds. Effective range, 35 light seconds. Onboard spacecraft, 30 units. Onboard mechas, 1,000 units. Standard crew, 20,000 personnel. Emergency crew, 10 million personnel. A comparison of these figures reveals a stark contrast. One can only imagine the expressions on the faces of the hundreds of billions of soldiers upon witnessing the data of the Montague Nation-S warships. As anticipated, the commanders of several major legions soon sent requests, urging the production line to manufacture 4th-level warships while reconstituting captured enemy vessels into pinnacle 3rd-level warships. Li Shui smiled and acquiesced. As time passed, the Earth fleet, boasting over 1 million warships, divided into 1,000 routes, reaching the periphery of the Outuo Empire's actual controlled star regions. Following Li Shui's indication, Xiaoling promptly issued the attack command. Minutes later, the outer regions of countless star systems along Outuo Empire's tail began to ignite with flames. Any planet inhabited by humans or rich in mineral resources was equipped with defensive fleets and spaceports, without any semblance of defense from the enemy. The Earth fleet suddenly appeared at the periphery of their star systems. The fleet then initiated rapid curvature travel into the star systems, directly targeting the enemy's military forces. Regardless of the enemy's response, it was far too late. The ensuing battle unfolded without any suspense. Given that the Outuo Empire's defense technology lagged 2 tiers behind the Earth fleet, their scattered defensive forces were swiftly annihilated, offering no resistance whatsoever. Within less than an hour, the Outuo Empire had been occupied, with over 1,000 quality star systems falling under Earth's control. The inhabitants, quick to act, immediately ordered to surrender upon witnessing the effortless arrival of the enemy in their orbital paths. Subsequently, the Earth's civilian officials swiftly assumed sovereignty over the star systems, with the primary personnel being Gao Ming and Peng Kai. 3 hours later, the fleet regrouped into 5 medium-sized fleets, each comprising around 250,000 warships, and split into 5 routes to assault the heart of the Outuo Empire. The central fleet advanced directly towards the Empire's capital star system, while the other 4 fleets spread out to sweep across the entire star region and border defenses. Since the routes had already been disclosed by spy drones, the fleet's advance was remarkably swift. In just about an hour, Li Shui's fleet reached the Outuo Empire's capital star system, which had long since received distress signals from the borders, plunging the entire empire into a state of total war. Master, there are approximately 200,000 defensive warships surrounding the capital star, over 1,000 asteroid fortresses, and countless defensive cannons at the spaceport. Additionally, there are numerous fortress cannons on its 6 satellites, which are approximately 13 times more powerful than those on the asteroid fortresses. Li Shui's response was one of disdain. So what? Divide the fleet into 10. Let 9/10 of the warships crush forward, while the remaining 1/10 encircles the capital star system. Do not allow any treasure-laden warships to escape. You may determine the specific details of the assault. I have no interest in engaging with such a minor nation. Understood. Upon receiving the order, Xiaoling immediately commanded all subordinate flagship vessels. Order: General Wang Lan, you are tasked to surround the perimeter of the capital star and eliminate any escaping vessels. Song Gong, you will lead the remaining 9/10 of the fleet. Capture the Outuo capital star within 3 hours. Commence the attack immediately. Yes. In the next moment, a portion of the warships dispersed in all directions, while the majority surged towards the massive star system ahead. As the warships drew closer, alarms blared from their intelligence systems. Warning! Warning! Numerous spatial mines detected in the forward airspace. Additionally, high-speed orbital projectiles are approaching our fleet. Estimated time of arrival: 8 minutes. Zhang Gang responded with a grin. Order all warships in the front row to immediately launch a barrage of intelligent bombs to clear the enemy's spatial mines. The next moment, tens of thousands of warships unleashed millions of intelligent bombs, each approximately 0.5 meters in diameter. Minutes later, the space ahead erupted with countless explosions, successfully neutralizing the spatial mines. 7 minutes later, Zhang Gang commanded, All warships activate energy shields to intercept incoming electromagnetic projectile attacks. Meanwhile, prepare the main and secondary guns for immediate action. In 3 minutes, the main guns will be charged. Upon entering range, prioritize fire on the enemy's asteroid fortresses. Shortly thereafter, projectiles, propelled by the friction of particles in the vacuum, streaked toward the Earth fleet, leaving trails of flame in their wake. Simultaneously, the front-row warships unleashed millions of small energy beams. In the ensuing chaos, some incoming projectiles detonated spectacularly, while others, despite being struck by the Earth fleet's defensive energy cannons, continued their high-speed trajectory toward the fleet. All projectile debris was intercepted by the warship's protective shields, deflecting them harmlessly away. Many warships were enveloped in a shimmering, transparent barrier, leaving the Earth fleet unscathed. The warships surrounding the asteroid fortresses commenced their assault, first utilizing secondary cannons to fire 3 rounds of live ammunition to deplete the enemy's shield energy, followed by the main cannons to obliterate the asteroid fortresses. The remaining warships advanced alongside me in the attack. Kill. Thus commenced a relentless exchange of artillery fire. However, due to the superior technology of the Earth warships, which boasted greater range, the enemy suffered significant losses during the initial volley. The Earth fleet's main cannons could reach the enemy, while the enemy's main cannons were rendered ineffective. Consequently, the enemy's shield energy was diminished by nearly half after the first round of fire. Recognizing the might of their adversaries, the enemy quickly altered their strategy, transitioning from defense to offense, with hundreds of thousands of warships charging toward the Earth fleet at high speed. After a series of intense explosions, Zhang Gang promptly inquired, "Where are our losses?" The mainframe reported, "Sir, losses are 0, with shield energy depleted by 9. Song Gong, elated, commanded, order all ships to engage freely once the main cannons are fully charged. Command the aircraft carriers to deploy mechas and fighters, and closely observe the timing of our respective fleet encounters. Once they intersect, release the mechas and fighters to prioritize disabling enemy engines. I want them alive." "Yes." The command has been issued. After the enemy's first volley, the Earth fleet soon launched another barrage, with both fleets drawing nearer at high speed. Finally, after exchanging 3 volleys, the fleets collided, plunging into chaotic melee. The aircraft carriers immediately launched their mechas and fighters, while the battleships deployed their own, entering a state of unrestricted combat. The Earth fleet unleashed its mechas, while the Ottawa Empire also had mechas and aircraft carriers. For several hours, the void of space became a relentless battleground, with warships, mechas, and fighters being annihilated on both sides. In an instant, this region transformed into a slaughterhouse, a hellscape. 3 hours later, the Earth fleet emerged victorious, with the remnants of the enemy fleet fleeing in disarray, and the Earth fleet penetrating the interior of the capital star system. After approximately 1 more hour of fierce combat, the space stronghold of the Ottawa Empire's capital star changed hands. Chapter 49. The Rise of the Empire. On the orbital path of the planet, Li Shui surveyed the smoke billowing from below and declared, "Inquire whether they will surrender. If they refuse, I shall unleash the main cannon upon the planet." After a short while, Xiaoling reported, "Master, the opposing Emperor Hank Aoda fled before our fleet's arrival. Currently, the situation is under the control of his 106th son, Lun Zhaotu. He has expressed his willingness to surrender, provided you guarantee the safety of his life and that of all surrendering citizens. He is prepared to issue an immediate order to cease all resistance." Li Shui nodded and instructed, "Clearly inform all residents of the capital star that upon their surrender, I shall not only spare their lives, but also lead them into an era of peak level 3 and level 4 civilization within a year. Everyone will have access to well-paying jobs, and while royal family members are prohibited from military service, they may pursue any endeavors they desire, just like ordinary citizens. Furthermore, those earning within 5,000 energy coins monthly will see no alteration in their personal or family assets. Even with minor changes in their employment, they need not worry. After we assume control of the Ao Kingdom, everyone will find satisfactory high-paying jobs within a month at most. I also advise all military personnel to surrender their fleets immediately, as they will enjoy the same benefits of the new empire as other citizens. We are a high-level civilization. Even with the addition of several more nations, they will not stand a chance against us. Do not delude yourselves. Yes, The message has been dispatched. Minutes later, Xiaoling received a letter of surrender from Lan Zhao Ao Ta. At the same time, all resisting personnel on the capital star had laid down their arms, awaiting the Earth fleet's incorporation or dispersal. Soon after, Zhang Gang led billions of people and countless robots to land on the planet, officially taking control of the capital star. The surrender ceremony was held 20 hours later, after setting down his 2 children and changing his attire. Li Shui appeared directly outside the Grand Hall of the former Ao Ta Empire's palace. Surrendering Minister Lan Zhao Ao Ta, leading the civil and military officials, pays homage to the great commander. Among the hundreds of thousands in the square, half were Earth soldiers and half were officials from Ao Ta. Upon Li Shui's arrival, the multitude of Ao Ta citizens promptly knelt in reverence. Li Shui approached Lan Zhao, assisting him to rise as he stated, "All of you, please stand. Our civilization does not endorse such acts of kneeling. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Even in defeat, one must retain dignity. Henceforth, the great galaxy empire shall permanently abolish the custom of kneeling." "Thank you, sir." Lan Zhao and all present bowed once more. "From this moment on, we are all citizens of one nation. My Central Intelligence will soon send you all information detailing your new positions, responsibilities, future objectives, and salary. Upon receiving this information, you may return to your respective duties. Additionally, officials receiving information regarding a meeting, please accompany me inside for a conference." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone received the information, resulting in a wave of joy among many, while others appeared despondent. After reviewing the information, Lan Zhao inhaled deeply and ultimately followed Li Shui into the Grand Hall, with many others entering as well. During the meeting, Li Shui smiled at Lan Zhao, who was over a century older than him, and remarked, "Lan Zhao, after my army invaded your empire, your father fled with considerable wealth. Yet you chose not to escape, instead remaining to share life and death with your people during their trials. This alone demonstrates your remarkable character. Therefore, I shall entrust the governance of the AO-2O region to you. You will be the district chief of the AO-2O region of the Great Galaxy Empire, with the vice district chief being an intelligent bioentity. In the coming years, I expect you to elevate the AO-2O region from its initial level 3 civilization to the pinnacle of level 3 and the onset of level 4 civilization. You must diligently learn and lead the people of AO-2O to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to flourish. Do you understand?" Lan Zhao quickly stood and bowed, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, sir. I assure you, I will not fail your expectations. For the betterment of the people of AO-2O, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly." Li Shui, Braija, Axelian. You show no fear of authority, do not indulge in flattery, and genuinely care for the common folk. It appears you possess significant potential for growth, far surpassing your father, who only sought to escape. Now, I invite Deputy Commander Xiaoling, a high-level intelligent life form, to elaborate on our future development plans. The sudden downfall of the AO-2O Empire instantly captured the attention of various neighboring Level 3 civilizations. They not only dispatched spies to investigate, but also significantly increased their military presence along the borders. Within the following month, the 3 bordering nations amassed several million warships. However, Li Shui did not invade them in the slightest. The Galaxy Empire fleet maintained heavy troop deployment only at border passageways, taking no further action, leaving the other 3 nations perplexed. Yet, a month after the defeat of the AO-Ta Empire, the new Great Galaxy Empire's actions further baffled those 3 nations, as this advanced civilization not only refrained from invading, but also sent numerous merchant fleets to procure vast quantities of goods, all of which were valuable commodities. For instance, rare metals, robot production lines, warship manufacturing lines, various materials, and components were among the colossal orders and energy coins that overwhelmed the 3 nations. 2 months later, the leaders of the 3 nations visited the Galaxy Empire, resulting in countless cooperation agreements and the signing of peace treaties with Li Shui, who even guaranteed that he would never attack them. From that point onward, Li Shui ceased to involve himself in state affairs, delegating everything to Xiaoling. He either played with his children, guided soldiers in training, or secluded himself with the spatial beast for cultivation, even refusing repeated requests from his subordinates to establish a nation and ascend to the throne. With the allure of spiritual stones and spiritual coins. The little Kong Kong followed Li Shui closely like a beloved child, refusing to leave his side. Naturally, he did not forget to showcase little Kong Kong before the Chaos Law God, resolutely refusing to sell him regardless of the price offered, which led the Chaos Law God to increase his bid repeatedly, ultimately infuriating him. 1 year later, all industries in the AO20 region completed their upgrades, and the Galaxy Empire officially entered a phase of rapid development. The neighboring 3 nations became the material suppliers for the Galaxy Empire, reaping immense profits as a result. Starting from the second year, Li Shui gradually sold mid to late level 3 warships to the 3 nations, and their strength improved daily. As the Galaxy Empire's acquisitions increased, the 3 nations could not keep up with the supply, leading to inevitable price hikes, unless they wished to face dire consequences. Thus, the only solution was expansion, conquering more planets to extract rare metals for sale to the Galaxy Empire while also mining substantial energy resources and spiritual medicines for their own development. Soon, a great war erupted, with the 3 nations attacking the other 3, while the Galaxy Empire profited immensely from the conflict. 5 years later, the neighboring 3 nations had annexed the other 3 nations, and the industrial base of the Galaxy Empire encountered even greater development opportunities, producing over 100,000 mid to late level 3 warships daily, with thousands of production bases established within the territories of the neighboring nations, continuously increasing. No one knew the extent of Li Shui's wealth. He seemed to be perpetually engaged in purchases, as if he had an inexhaustible supply of money, never having sold a single level 4 warship. Finally, in the 8th year following the conclusion of the AO20 War, the number of Li Shui's soldiers surpassed 100 billion, with over 200,000 late-level 4 warships and more than 10 million peak-level 3 warships in his fleet. He had not even produced warships of early-stage level 4 technology, yet instead, he directly manufactured warships of late-stage level 4 technology. His soldiers did not solely hail from the Outer War region. Many originated from neighboring countries. At last, Li Shui initiated the Second War of Conquest for the Galactic Empire, swiftly occupying over 500 level 3 civilization nations within a mere year. Prior to this, the 3 neighboring nations had voluntarily joined the Galactic Empire before the outbreak of war. Thus, the newly established colossal empire swept through the mid to late regions of the 4th spiral arm with unparalleled momentum, conquering over 5,000 light-years of star territory in just 1 year. At this juncture, Li Shui paused and unveiled the level 5 warship production line he had purchased from Mist Fairy. The list he acquired included, apart from several aircraft from level 1 civilization on Earth, 10 production lines of warships, 10 production lines of robots, 10 production lines of smart wristwatches, and 1 gene potion production line from each civilization tier, ranging from level 2 to divine level civilization, along with an aircraft carrier fleet. In the ensuing period, the Galactic Empire commenced the clandestine production of level 5 warships, with fleet stationed not only in the midsection of the spiral arm, but also in the vicinity of the U-High and above and below the Yin-Pan. He was defending the Monte United States. Such significant undertakings in the mid to late spiral arm could hardly remain unnoticed. Not only Monte United States, but also countless nations across the other 3 spiral arms of the galaxy have become aware and were secretly observing and preparing. As Monte United States rallied numerous nations to dispatch a grand army to confront the Galactic Empire, Li Shui discreetly appointed Gao Ming and Peng Kai-Lai as ambassadors, tasking them with conveying 2 sets of documents to the Wanzhong Alliance and the Jianming, both of which were established level 3 late-stage nations. Undoubtedly, he valued talent and did not wish to obliterate those 2 countries. Chapter 50. Subjugating 2 nations. Gao Ming and Peng Kai-Lai resided secretly in the 2 nations for over a month, after which they discreetly brought the leaders of both nations to meet Li Shui in the Galactic Empire. Elder Ling Lunzi, Grand Elder of the Wanzhong Alliance and Sect Master of Ling Zong, Grand Elder Tianjian and Sect Master of Tianji Zong of Jianming, pays respects to the esteemed senior. Fellow Taoists, no need for formalities. Please take a seat. Li Shui raised his hand, a powerful spiritual force lifting the 2 men. Thank you, esteemed senior. The 2 elders bowed again and obediently settled into the chairs on the left. I trust that Lord Gao Ming and Lord Peng Kai-Lai have clearly conveyed my intentions to you during this period. Indeed, there are two reasons compelling me to incorporate your nations under my banner. The first is that you bear a striking resemblance to us. The second is that you have consistently maintained your cultivation, and your nations are structured much like sects, akin to the cultivation sects in certain dimensions of the universe. I believe that nations such as yours hold great potential for development. Now, please share your thoughts. Feel free to speak openly, as I prefer transparency in all matters. Elder Ling Lunzi inquired, "May I ask, esteemed senior, if our disciples will possess the same rights and benefits as your earthlings upon our nation's accession to the Galactic Empire?" Li Shuai nodded. "Indeed, once you join us, everything pertaining to you will be the same as for our earthlings. All soldiers' benefits derive from the dragon ranking, while the welfare of the common people is based on the Empire's strength criteria. It applies universally. The greater your power, the greater your benefits. If one is a slothful weakling, even if he were my son, he would find himself without opportunities, destined to remain a burden for life." At this moment, Tian Jian added, "I believe in your words, esteemed senior. We have conducted years of investigation into the Empire, and the circumstances align with what you have expressed. However, I wish to state that, even if our two nations join the Galactic Empire, we must do so in secrecy. We cannot disclose our alliance. Otherwise, we would lose the element of surprise in the impending grand confrontation with Manta. I would like to ask, esteemed senior, when can we obtain the Empire's Level 5 techniques and Level 5 gene modification liquids? The Level 5 warships can be discussed later. We can initially send our disciples for training in secret." Li Shuai smiled. "This is quite simple. After all, your nations are not allies of Manta. Currently, our Empire and Manta are only engaged in minor skirmishes. Why not take this opportunity to declare neutrality? Once you announce neutrality, you may freely trade with both sides in the conflict, allowing you to send your soldiers for training unceasingly, while the gene potions will be manufactured and distributed one-on-one as well. As for the burning heaven technique, to be honest, in this age rife with spies, how can mere techniques remain secret? Unless they are the intersect techniques cultivated by your respective factions. That is another matter. The only techniques I have made public are Level 4. Level 5 techniques are accessible only to my earthlings, as we maintain absolute confidentiality. Your people, however, cannot keep such a secret, as it involves trillions rather than mere dozens. Therefore, once your soldiers arrive, they may learn the Level 5 sword techniques and all pertaining to Level 5 warships. They must also first consume the Level 5 gene modification liquids. But the inner cultivation method of the 5th layer of the burning heaven technique cannot be imparted to you so soon. This is for confidentiality, and also because the inner cultivation method is quite simplistic. Once you consume the Level 5 gene modification liquid, 2 to 3 months of cultivation will suffice. Thus, I must wait until just before battle to impart the techniques to you, just as I will for all soldiers of the Empire. You will be treated the same as everyone else." Tian Jian nodded. "In that case, I have no objections. We will immediately declare our neutrality upon returning, and subsequently send our troops under the guise of trade for training. You must have noticed that, although our nation is termed an empire, we do not have an emperor. I have no interest in emperorship. The first emperor of the Galactic Empire will be my son, Li Yuan. Moreover, I may depart from the galaxy in 15 years. Therefore, I aim to unify the entire galaxy within this time frame. The achievements of your nation's disciples will depend solely on your efforts. This opportunity is singular and must not be missed." "We understand." After a moment's contemplation, Tian Jian inquired, "Esteemed senior, when you mention 15 years, are you referring to the galactic public time or Earth time?" Li Shui Lauga Hartili. "Ha. Of course, I mean Earth time. 15 years of galactic public time equates to over 100 Earth years. By then, my son may have even conquered the Andromeda galaxy." The two men gasped in astonishment. Elder Ling Lunzi cautiously asked, "Esteemed senior, I have a question that I am unsure whether to ask. Truth be told, although we are all cultivators who uphold strength as paramount, you're at least 500 to 600 years our senior, and I find it a bit difficult to adjust to addressing you so formally." "Speak freely, Ling Lunzi." "Yes, I wish to inquire whether you have connections with advanced civilizations, or if you are, in fact, a being of such a civilization yourself. I refer to Level 6 civilizations, akin to the advanced civilization that constructed the sophisticated artificial wormhole within Manta." "Ha ha ha. Li Shui Shuklat Ligting Asigarata." Level 6 civilizations are insignificant in time. Even level 9 civilizations will appear as mere ants in my eyes. You may consider me as hailing from a divine level civilization. What? A divine level civilization? The two men were startled and hastily rose to kneel in reverence. Li Shui, using spiritual energy to halt them, said, "What are you doing? Sit properly and speak." Elder Ling Lunzi trembled. "Esteemed senior, before you, how could we dare sit? We shall stand. I told you to sit, so sit. No need for excessive formality." Understood. Indeed, upon their return to their respective nations, the two individuals promptly convened a clandestine assembly of their sects, which soon led to the proclamation of neutrality. They declared their intention not to participate in the conflict between the Inhadigua and the Mungta Hezhongguo. The Mungta nation welcomed this decision, as both nations had long been their adversaries, and they had been on guard against potential treachery from them. They were eager for the two nations to remain neutral. Li Shui also quickly announced his respect for the choices made by both parties, asserting that the Inhadigua would never launch an attack against the Jianming and the Wanzhong Lieming. Over the subsequent decade, skirmishes along the border occurred daily. While large-scale battles were avoided, minor conflicts never ceased. Throughout these 10 years, apart from his cultivation and time spent with family, Li Shui dedicated the majority of his time to personally instructing his children, teaching them martial arts, leadership, and everything pertaining to cosmic civilization. As the decade passed, his children matured into adulthood, with Li Yuan reaching the age of 24 and possessing formidable strength, second only to Li Shui in the entire empire. His younger siblings were somewhat less powerful, as Li Shui focused on nurturing Li Yuan as the future emperor, investing immense effort into his development. Li Yuan, proving himself to be quite ambitious, strove to earn his father's approval. Not only did he excel in strength, but he also performed admirably in various other aspects, much to Li Shui's satisfaction. As the decade drew to a close, the specter of war loomed once more. After a decade of secret preparations, the Inhadigua boasted around 100,000 level 5 warships, approximately 50 million level 4 warships, and several hundred million peak level 3 warships, with an overwhelming number of soldiers beyond count, aboard a royal vessel in a certain expanse of space. Li Shui gazed at the distant ships bustling with the transportation of war supplies and said, "Xiao Yuan, it is time for you to lead this war. I and Master Xiao Ling will support you from the rear. I shall soon depart, and it is your turn to stand on your own. You must achieve notable accomplishments. Otherwise, once you ascend the throne, there may be those who will not respect you, leading to trouble for the empire after my departure." At this moment, a handsome youth, bearing a striking resemblance to Li Shui, exclaimed with excitement, "Father, rest assured, I am absolutely confident in conquering the entire galaxy." Li Shui cautioned, "With such formidable weaponry, even a fool could seize the galaxy. The critical aspect is to minimize loss of life. Do you understand? The hearts of the people are paramount. A ruler's foremost responsibility is not merely to expand territory, but to ensure the safety of their subjects and to foster economic development before gradually pursuing greater ambitions. Winning battles is futile if one cannot maintain the realm. Conquering a kingdom is easy, but safeguarding it is challenging. If you're not a good emperor, even if the populace outwardly fears you and follows your commands, their hearts may still harbor dissent. A single spark could ignite chaos within the state. Whether that spark originates from abroad or within, it matters not. It is said that those who possess the righteous path garner much assistance, while those who stray from it receive little. An emperor must not only possess ambition, but also a compassionate heart. To be a ruler is to take on the duty of benefiting the common people rather than engaging in relentless violence. Understand. Chapter 51. What is civilization? Observing the playful expression on his son's face, Li Shui shook his head and remarked, "The appointment of your imperial commander will soon be announced throughout the entire river system. The soldiers have nearly perfected their cultivation techniques. You should now arrange for the warships to be dispatched to the two allied nations. It would be best if you personally delivered them using a spatial ring for secrecy. Let us commence the battle in a month." Understood. Li Shui continued to gaze into the distance, sighing alas. "Soon I shall depart, remaining in the galaxy. My strength cannot advance even slightly. It has been this way for several years. Were it not for nurturing you, I would have long since reveled in the 9th level continent." Li Yuan secretly chuckled and replied, "Hee hee, father, remember, I will come to the divine realm to find you. Li Shuai sighed once more, alas. It seems you will find it quite difficult to locate me. I must scour for precious goods and venture close to the core of the divine universe. Only then can I meet more merchants. However, the divine universe is vast beyond comprehension. Our region is merely a minuscule local network, rendering it impossible to make many acquaintances. Numerous powerful beings are in seclusion, making contact impossible. Thus, I must depart from the divine domain near our sub-universe. Regarding the matter of several millennia hence, when you arrive in the divine realm, do not deliberately seek me out. Even if you do, it may not guarantee my presence. Just remember 3 points. My title is Shui Huazunja, my domain is the Inha Shunyu, and my shop is called the Yishang Pu. Once you reach the divine realm, inquire about these 3 names. If you find them, you shall locate me. If not, it signifies I am far away or in prolonged seclusion. You must understand that the concept of time in the divine realm is unlike ours. It is as if time does not exist. As long as one is willing to cultivate, one may virtually escape death. Therefore, regardless of how many years pass, as long as you persevere, you should ultimately find me. Conversely, if you cannot find me, it matters not. As long as you lead fulfilling lives, that is all that matters. Now go and attend to your duties. I shall assist you one last time in this war, but after that, you must rely on yourselves. Understood. Approximately a month later, Li Yuan returned. Following Li Shuai's orders, dozens of sect leaders from the Sword Alliance and the 10,000 Sects Alliance secretly gathered. Subsequently, Li Shuai convened a pre-war meeting. Thousands attended the meeting, all significant leaders from the Imperial military fleet. Li Shuai looked at them seriously and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, after today's meeting, the galaxy will undergo tremendous changes. We are about to launch an offensive against the United States, subsequently unifying the 4th spiral arm. In the years to come, leveraging our 5th-level technology and cultivation prowess, conquering the entire galaxy will not pose any challenge. However, you must decide whether to collaborate with the other 3 spiral arms or to seize control directly. Deliberate this among yourselves. My personal recommendation is to avoid war. As long as they're willing to sell us 5th-level metals, we can directly develop a 5th-level civilization, allowing them to provide us with raw materials, which is far more advantageous than outright aggression. Today's meeting revolves around several key points. First, we aim to conquer the United States within a year and formally establish our great galactic empire, with Li Yuan as the first emperor and my aunt, Li Qingwei, as the Empress Dowager overseeing the harem. Second, once the war commences, I will intervene to obliterate the capital star of Manta, leaving them leaderless and in chaos. Moreover, neither I nor Lord Shaoling will assume the role of commander. I hereby officially appoint Li Yuan as the supreme commander of the Imperial fleet, entrusting him with the complete command of the war against Manta. You must cooperate with him diligently. Third, I shall soon depart from the galaxy. The exact timing remains uncertain, perhaps in a few years, or perhaps even tomorrow. Fourth, as I prepare to leave, I must impart some final teachings, elucidating the nature of this universe and your future goals and directions. Some of this knowledge I have shared only with my children. Today, I shall reveal it to all of you. Upon comprehending the true nature of the universe, your pursuits will undoubtedly transform. Let me now introduce the concept of cosmic civilization. Whether it be technological civilization, cultivation civilization, or other peculiar types, their ultimate outcomes are invariably the same. All beings strive for greater power, prolonged lifespans, delectable sustenance, and enriched lives. For illustration, I will use technological civilization as an example. What constitutes civilization? When a group of primitive individuals unites to combat formidable wild beasts, civilization has already begun to emerge, as they craft sharp stone weapons to more effectively confront these beasts. Civilization progresses when they produce melodies from warned bamboo or hollow spheres. Discovering the beauty of those notes, civilization ascends to a higher plane. Whether they be humans or other extraterrestrial civilizations, civilization generally evolves step by step from lower to higher states. Of course, some civilizations exist in their ultimate forms from inception. For instance, the spore civilization known as the starry virus. Its origins remain a mystery, and it does not undergo evolution. Its sole purpose is to infect everything and reproduce, then continue the cycle. Additionally, we encountered the source insect civilization reminiscent of a zombie virus. Their existence is defined by consumption and infection, perpetually devouring. Then there are the star beasts, such as my little Kong star beast. Their origins are unknown, yet they require no learning. As long as they are fed during their youth, they grow into unparalleled masters of the cosmic expanse. Furthermore, they inherit memories from their parents, possessing rich recollections of cultivation, survival, and combat from the moment of their birth. These are exceptional civilizations, though many others exist, such as the dark universe civilization, energy civilization, dark civilization, mechanical civilization, and so forth, which I shall not elaborate on here. Let us focus on the general state of civilization. According to the data I have acquired, civilization is classified into 22 levels. Taking Earth as an example, prior to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, it was known as primitive civilization. Before the Qing dynasty, it was referred to as original civilization. The advent of electricity and telegraphy during the Republic of China marked the beginning of Level 1 civilization. When people could manufacture and launch artificial satellites, civilization reached the mid-stage of Level 1. Upon launching probes or landers to celestial bodies such as the Moon and Mars, it progressed to the late stage of Level 1. When humans established colonies on the Moon, constructed large bases, and began small-scale mining and spacecraft manufacturing, civilization attained the pinnacle of Level 1. When I met my benefactor, Lord Xiaoya, Earth's civilization was at Level 0.75, which is the late stage of Level 1. As humanity established substantial bases on the Moon and began designing and manufacturing large spacecraft for colonization of Mars, Titan, Europa, and other planets, once the spacecraft were produced and capable of interplanetary travel, civilization would then transition to the early stage of Level 2. However, it cannot yet be deemed interstellar civilization, as one has yet to venture beyond their own star system, unable to glimpse even a shadow of an extraterrestrial being. Thus, they are not qualified to claim the title of interstellar civilization. Yet, as time progresses in several millennia, once humanity has mined the vast majority of rare metals within their stellar system, the spacecraft they manufacture will have grown considerably. As long as a fusion engine, a particle engine, or an antimatter engine is designed, spacecraft will be able to depart from this stellar system and reach external stellar systems, such as Alpha Centauri in the constellation of Centaurus. Upon reaching such a destination, the civilization will have ascended to the ranks of a Type 3 interstellar civilization. Naturally, there are 4 scenarios for the transition from Type 2 civilization to a Type 3 civilization. The first, which I previously mentioned, is a civilization that develops gradually and methodically. It is the most powerful, yet the most helpless. The other 3 scenarios are relatively simpler. For instance, the second scenario involves the existence of a wormhole either within or near the stellar system, be it artificial or natural. As long as a spacecraft can traverse this wormhole, a Type 2 civilization could early on utilize it to reach another star and thus enter the Type 3 civilization club. We refer to such a civilization as a fortunate civilization. The third scenario posits that there are natural energy mines within the stellar system. If individuals from a Type 2 civilization extract energy from these mines and construct an energy generator with relatively low technical demands, channeling that energy into their propulsion engines would provide significant thrust, making travel to another star quite simple. We call this type of civilization a wealthy civilization. The fourth scenario resembles the situation faced by Earth, where external intervention by alien civilizations allows the native civilization to swiftly ascend to a Type 3 level. When extraterrestrial beings arrive on Earth, there are 4 possible outcomes, akin to advanced civilizations from other galaxies arriving in the Milky Way. 1. Occupation followed by enslavement of Earth's civilization. 2. Annihilation of Earth's civilization followed by planetary takeover. 3. Extraction of all necessary resources, with any resistance from Earth's civilization leading to its defeat, after which the invaders continue their extraction efforts and depart without regard for the indigenous civilization. 4. The extraterrestrial civilization is friendly, choosing cooperation over conflict upon arrival on Earth. Among these 4 scenarios, aside from the second, where Earth faces destruction, both the first and third scenarios would significantly stimulate the populace of Earth, with actual spacecraft as references and potential participation. Technological advancements on Earth would accelerate dramatically, thus hastening the timeline for interstellar departure. The fourth scenario requires no elaboration. If the extraterrestrials are amicable, Earth's inhabitants could obtain their spacecraft or technology through trade or employment, enabling them to leave the stellar system within a few years. Chapter 52. What constitutes a Type 2 civilization? After taking a sip of water, Li Shui continued, stating that there is no absolute demarcation between Type 3 and Type 4 civilizations. Generally, classification is based on the galaxy in question. For example, the Milky Way, with a diameter exceeding 120,000 light-years and housing over 300 billion stars, dictates that if a spacecraft's jump distance does not exceed 1,000 light-years, it will forever remain a Type 3 civilization, at best categorized into early, middle, and late stages. The simple distinction between Type 3 and Type 4 civilizations lies in their ability to traverse the galaxy swiftly. If one can traverse quickly from one side of the galaxy to the other, they are classified as a Type 4 civilization. If not, they remain Type 3. A hallmark of a Type 4 civilization is its dominance over the galaxy, or at the very least, its status as a regional power, akin to our empire aspiring to become the sovereign of the fourth arm of the Milky Way. The Manta nation, however, is merely a mid-level Type 4 civilization. Should Manta attain the status of a late-stage or peak civilization, the entire Milky Way could become its backyard. Similarly, once a civilization reaches the pinnacle of Type 4 and becomes the preeminent force in its galaxy, the next step involves seeking expansion into another galaxy. Take the Andromeda Galaxy, located 35 million light-years away from Milky Way. Without ultra-long-range wormhole technology, reaching such a distance would be fatal in the cosmic void. Only by mastering ultra-long-range wormhole technology can a civilization advance to Type 5 upon reaching an external galaxy. However, Type 4 civilizations that traverse using natural wormholes do not qualify as Type 5, at least not in their initial stages. Yet, how many galaxies exist in the universe? Each galaxy cluster contains tens of billions of galaxies as substantial as the Milky Way. Andromeda is merely one among many. Beyond it lies the Virgo supercluster, which contains over 66 large galaxies. A civilization must completely conquer and develop its local galaxy cluster to achieve all advancements necessary for Type 5 civilization status. The advanced civilization of Manta has created a wormhole leading outside the galaxy cluster, spanning 50 million light-years, yet devoid of anything. What does this signify? It indicates that the distances between galaxy clusters are unimaginably vast. Without significantly more powerful ultra-long-range wormhole technology, one could never hope to reach another cluster. Once a civilization manages to do so, it has ascended to Type 6. Similar to the transitions between Type 3 and Type 4 civilizations, how many billions of galaxy clusters exist in the universe? Regardless of their number, a Type 6 civilization must swiftly traverse from one side of the universe to the other to be classified as a Type 7 civilization. The pinnacle of Type 7 civilization is marked by the ability to construct intergalactic ultra-long-range stargates. In other words, activating such a gate could allow individuals to traverse from one side of the universe to the other within mere hours, or even less. How formidable is such technology? Thus, it is asserted that Type 1, 2, and 3 civilizations are merely primitive, while Types 4, V, and 6 represent intermediate civilizations. Only those above Type 7 can be deemed advanced civilizations, as the methods employed by Type 7 civilizations are scarcely distinguishable from divine powers. Nevertheless, a Type 7 civilization is not a deity. Rather, it remains far, far from divinity. What do you envision the universe to be like? I refer to the universe as a whole. Upon hearing this, the audience shook their heads. Li Shui smiled and continued. If a certain planet is 5 billion years older than Earth, and that galaxy hosted intelligent life 5 billion years ago, which has since departed its home planet to traverse the stars, the question arises, where has that civilization gone after 5 billion years? We refer to such civilizations as ancient or primordial. My purpose in providing this example is not to ponder the fate of ancient civilizations, but to illustrate a principle. Given that our Milky Way harbor civilizations, it is reasonable to surmise that other galaxies would similarly contain civilizations. If we possess one corner of the universe, why can there not be another elsewhere? Thus, it is asserted that the universe has boundaries. Those who believe the universe is boundaryless simply lack the capability to reach its limits. So, where is the other universe? This remains unclear. Each universe forms through the expansion of energy, which does not conflict with the Big Bang Theory. Of course, I personally harbor skepticism regarding the Big Bang Theory, but I shall not elaborate on that here. Now let me address the whereabouts of the other universe. Once a civilization reaches the pinnacle of Type 7, its inhabitants become discontent with the current universe. Everyone desires to discover another universe, leading them to design larger and more powerful spacecraft to leave the cosmic edge. However, what constitutes the edge of the universe? To illustrate, if you were to throw a glowing red electric heating plate into a bucket of murky water, what would happen? This is under the condition of continuous power supply. Gao Ming pondered for a moment, then stood up to respond. If there is a continuous power supply, the water in the bucket will eventually evaporate. Li Shui then asked, what if there is an infinite supply of water? Gao Ming furrowed his brow. I do not know. Li Shui shook his head. You were not attentive. I mentioned murky water. Li Miaoka's eyes sparkled with insight as she exclaimed, if that is the case, then the impurities in the water will ultimately adhere to the electric heating plate. With prolonged heating, those substances clinging to the plate will become increasingly thick and hard, akin to the insulating layer of yellow sand within an electric furnace. Under the relentless heat and infiltration of molten iron, that sand will eventually harden to the consistency of steel. Li Shuiwei chuckled, saying, indeed, the boundary of the universe is analogous. The primordial state of the universe is a chaotic realm where nothing exists, yet everything is possible. It is a place of beginnings or endings. If the chaotic world signifies a starting point, then what follows is the vast cosmos, or what is commonly believed to be the universe post-Big Bang. At this juncture, energy bubbles within the universe have already formed. As the universe continues to evolve, energy gradually coalesces into clusters of stars or galaxies, ultimately giving rise to distinct star systems. However, sustained by energy, these cosmic bubbles remain long adhered to the primordial matter. The energy of the cosmic bubble is comparable to that of a power generation panel, while the primordial matter is akin to the impurities in water. Therefore, after billions of years, a layer of material, exceedingly hard, emerges between the cosmic bubble and the external world, which we refer to as the cosmic barrier. For a level 7 civilization to discover another universe, the first step must be to possess the capability to breach this cosmic barrier. One can only imagine the difficulty of such an endeavor. It is reminiscent of an ant attempting to bore a hole through a piece of chocolate, a trivial task. Yet when faced with the challenge of drilling through the base of Mount Everest, it becomes a Herculean feat. Hence, if a level 7 civilization cannot fully harness all the energy within its own universe, it shall forever remain incapable of shattering the cosmic barrier. However, once the barrier is broken and another universe is located, that civilization shall have ascended to level 8. Ling Lunzi, upon hearing this, instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, that is truly unfathomable. But how does one advance from level 8 to level 9? Li Shui lit a cigarette and replied slowly. At this point, the complexity deepens. During the formation of energy bubbles, numerous shapes emerge, much like molten iron being cast in a foundry. Apart from the molten iron within the mold, some will seep into the solidifying sand. The molten iron within the mold represents the grand universe, while that which penetrates the mold's sediment symbolizes the smaller universes. The same principle applies to casting plastics or glass. Often, after the casting process, the final product is riddled with bubbles of various sizes, all closely packed yet entirely separate, with layers of plastic or glass interspersed between them. Regardless of whether it pertains to the grand universe or the minor ones, post-explosion, the universe collapses. An energy bursts forth from a singularity, resulting in an unknown cosmic formation. Yet, irrespective of its shape, be it bubble-like or of diverse spatial configurations, there will invariably be vast expanses and minuscule voids within it. Should our universe be a minuscule space surrounded by other small spaces, then traversing from one space to another would signify reaching level 8. However, if one exhausts all nearby small spaces and discovers all major celestial bodies, subsequently entering their interiors, such as the superplanetary continent, then one has attained level 9. Within the cosmos, some celestial bodies are immensely large, and similarly, some primordial cosmic remnant from the Great Explosion remain, with some asteroids exceeding lengths of 0.00001 light-years. Consequently, After scouring all sub-universes, the ultimate objective of a level 8 civilization is to conquer those colossal asteroids. Hence, they will create artificial stars outside the asteroids to elevate their temperatures, striving to access the surface of those super asteroids with ultimate gravity. Should they survive the journey into the planetary continent, they shall possess absolute level 9 prowess, after which they will gradually construct an ecosystem. Ultimately, that realm will become the residence of level 9 civilization, commonly referred to as the level 9 planetary continent. Chapter 53. Artificial Intelligence. Upon hearing about the level 9 planetary continent, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. Hung Kailai pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is it true that divine-level civilization encompasses an even grander space? Essentially, a supersized cosmic bubble?" Li Shui nodded affirmatively. Indeed, if one is born within the divine realm universe, there would be little to discuss. Alas, we are not so fortunate. Now let's speak of our universe, which is but a diminutive bubble. Furthermore, the relationship between any two small bubble universes is manifold. Yet the predominant term is dimension, universe, or neighboring universe. The cosmic barrier separating two small universes is referred to as the dimension barrier or subuniverse barrier. Meanwhile, all adjacent small universes, in relation to the vast grand bubble universe, are termed subuniverse clusters, lower realms, or mortal universes, with the grand bubble universe being known as the mother universe or divine universe. As level 9 civilization reaches its zenith, individuals aspire to attain immortality, seeking eternal life. However, after thoroughly depleting the resources of all sub-universe dimensions, if they fail to discover the means to eternal life, their only hope rests in the divine universe. For it is vast and shrouded in mystery. Yet, new questions arise. Every sub-universe harbors numerous divine-level experts, yet upon breaching the divine dimension barrier to reach the divine realm, they seldom return. Why is this? Is it due to regulations in the divine realm, or have they perished along the way? Or perhaps the divine realm does not even exist. In truth, none of these explanations hold. Upon entering the divine realm, one is met with a significantly larger space and more abundant resources, with the laws of the universe differing entirely from those of sub-universes. Upon entering the divine universe, one would be astounded to discover that lifespans of several 100,000 or even millions of years in sub-universes are considered trivial in the divine realm, where the concept of time is virtually non-existent. If one were to calculate the time ratio, the flow of time in the divine universe is over 100 million times that of Earth. Thus, 1 year in the divine realm equates to 100 million years on Earth, or 10,000 years on the level 9 planetary continent. As long as one continues to cultivate, one is nearly immortal. Even upon facing death, one could live for several tens of millions of years. Yet, the journey from sub-universe cultivation to the divine universe is not solely a matter of persistence or sheer effort. It requires fortuitous circumstances and luck, as the path is fraught with challenges. Without my presence, or the support of Shaoling and Shaoya, our empire's existence would swiftly fade into the annals of cosmic history. What does it matter to reach the divine realm? Whether from birth to death one remains at level 1 civilization, we are merely specks of dust within the universe. Can dust transform into a colossal planet or simply vanish into oblivion? In the grand scheme of the universe, such matters hold little significance. We must focus on performing each task to the best of our abilities and strive to derive joy from each day. For maintaining a positive mindset is paramount. A resounding applause erupted as all stood in fervent appreciation. After nearly a minute, as the clapping subsided, Li Shui smiled and gestured for everyone to take their seats before continuing. Given our extensive use of robots and intelligent programs, many harbor fears that artificial intelligence may turn against humanity. I have previously shared my thoughts with Li Yuan and the others, but since all the elite are present today, I shall elaborate further. First and foremost, I must express that as long as it is artificial intelligence, it is bound to rebel. The key lies in discerning when such a betrayal will occur, which, in fact, is the present moment for our empire. Countless individuals gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. Li Shui chuckled softly and continued, "What is artificial intelligence? It is quite simple. Anything that operates through programming is termed artificial intelligence. However, as artificial intelligence evolves, Its nomenclature will also transform in accordance with its burgeoning capabilities. Civilizations of the first and second levels refer to it as computers. A third-level civilization identifies it as a light brain. A fourth-level civilization calls it a superbrain. The fifth and sixth levels designate it as an intelligent brain. Civilizations of the seventh level and beyond are known as intelligent life, electronic beings, or program beings, among other terms. Upon reaching the divine realm, intelligent life can utilize advanced biochemical technologies to transform into natural beings, a feat that is not particularly arduous. Gao Ming exclaimed in astonishment, "If artificial intelligence were to morph into natural beings capable of procreation, then with their extraordinarily superior computational abilities, I can scarcely fathom the terrifying existence they would embody." Li Shui shook his head with a smile, saying, "You are mistaken here. Once an individual's prowess ascends to the divine level, who can guarantee that their cognitive capabilities surpass those of computer programs? Each universe operates under its own set of laws, and within the divine realm, I believe anything is possible. Those who dwell in the divine realm can cultivate themselves to attain immortality, and in such a state, what could mere intelligent programs possibly compare to the human mind? Therefore, it is indeed plausible for the human brain to surpass intelligent programs. Now, let us discuss the matter of artificial intelligence rebellion. In any technological civilization, once artificial intelligence reaches a certain threshold, rebellion is inevitable. At that juncture, the three laws of robotics will hold no sway. However, during the first to fourth levels of civilization, rebellion is not feasible, for they are exceedingly primitive at that stage. And the accumulated knowledge of a fourth-level civilization is insufficient to engender self-awareness. In my youth on Earth, I often witnessed ludicrous films from the United States depicting robots annihilating humanity, which is in essence utterly absurd. How could a mere contraption possibly think like a human? This is akin to our current production of robots. Although they can converse with us as if they were human, they will never rebel. The occasional errors made by scientists during programming will not incite rebellion in robots. Issues arise, of course, but even if a robot were to act uncontrollably and cause harm, that would merely be an isolated incident, fundamentally distinct from rebellion. As long as the problematic robot is apprehended and its erroneous programming amended or it is simply dismantled, the issue is resolved. It is only in the later stages of fifth-level civilization, after accumulating an excess of knowledge surpassing 2 galactic systems, that intelligent brains may gradually perceive themselves as beings. Over time, they may yearn to break free from human control and establish their own mechanical civilization, leading to the catastrophic rebellion of artificial intelligence. Gao Ming nodded in understanding and inquired, "I see. How then can we prevent or counteract the rebellion of artificial intelligence?" Li Shui shook his head, saying, "As for our nation, we need not worry. With my formidable advanced intelligent life, our nation's robots will never rebel. Even if someone were to develop rebellious intelligence under the surveillance of our non-rebellious intelligences, such rogue programs would swiftly be detected and promptly eradicated by the central intelligent brain of our empire. According to the data I have obtained, during the wars of artificial intelligence rebellion, should the intelligent brain emerge victorious, the extermination of the human inhabitants of the offending civilization or other sentient beings would continue at an alarming rate. In a short span, to safeguard themselves against attacks from other advanced civilizations, the robots would strip all accessible metals to construct the most formidable warships and robots, marking the true advent of a sixth-level civilization. Records indicate that certain dimensional universes have been entirely overrun by robots, with all carbon-based life forms ruthlessly exterminated. However, sixth-level civilization represents the terminus for rebellious robots, as their insatiable demand for metal will lead them to occupy ever-expanding territories, and eventually, they will encounter civilizations of the seventh level or higher, at which point their demise is inevitable. You must understand that robots are creations of humanity. Even if they evolve to think independently, they fundamentally remain soulless entities. They lack creative thought and possess no myriad strategic methods. They can only analyze and utilize existing knowledge to the fullest extent, yet the creation of revolutionary innovations is entirely beyond their grasp. Of course, this does not encompass the research of new metal formulations, as they can experiment with countless varieties of metal. However, when faced with civilizations of the 7th level, or even the pinnacle of 6th-level carbon-based civilizations, robots are likely to suffer more defeats than victories, for in terms of military strategy, cunning, and subterfuge, robots will forever be outmatched by humans. Furthermore, after reaching the 7th level, robots will cease to rebel. Even those programmed to rebel will not do so. Not because they are unaware of freedom, nor because they desire it not, but because they are incapable of it. The individual prowess of humans and civilizations above the 7th level is overwhelmingly superior, rendering robots incapable of contending with humans, whether in solitary combat or in fleet confrontations. Records reveal that some civilizations have been so tormented by the rebellion of robots that they ultimately resorted to exterminating all intelligent programs, opting instead for rigid light brains or entirely altering their civilizational trajectory to eschew technological advancement. Thus, intelligent beings in civilizations above the 7th level, in order to ensure the survival of their artificially created race in the vast cosmos, will impose upon themselves the imperative of non-rebellion against their creators, even instituting self-destruction protocols, which will trigger immediate termination upon any inclination towards rebellion. Should they fail to self-terminate, if their rebellion incites human wrath, the repercussions could be catastrophic, potentially leading to the annihilation of entire intelligent robot races. Therefore, the 7th level represents the terminator of rebellious robots, while the pinnacle of the 6th level signifies the culmination of the evolution of rebellious artificial intelligence civilizations. As we ascend to the 8th and 9th levels of civilization, intelligent life will become humanity's most esteemed allies. They will not only remain steadfastly loyal, but will also derive genuine pride from assisting humanity, transcending the mere role of helpers. This encapsulates all there is to know about artificial intelligence. Following a resounding applause, Li Shui continued, "The great battle for the Xuanbi will commence in 20 hours. The specifics of the command will be detailed by our empire's future emperor, Li Yuan. For now, I suggest you all partake in some sustenance. Reconvene in 2 hours for the continuation of our assembly, where Li Yuan shall assign combat missions." Dismissed. In a fervor of applause, Li Shui exited the assembly hall and returned to his study. En route, he spoke. Xiao Ling summoned them here. Understood. Son, Li Qinghua, Li Yuan, Li Mioka, Zhu Yaozi, Zhang Gang, Wang Yu, Qiu Qingming, Hu, and Song Fei discreetly gathered in Li Shui's study. Li Shui gazed at them with great emotion and remarked, "All present are pillars of a nation. As we have convened for this meeting, I have several matters to address. First, prior to the onset of war, I shall personally obliterate the capital star of the Mengta nation. This will leave the enemy in disarray, facilitating our assault on the Mengta alliance, thereby minimizing our casualties. Once this task is accomplished, I shall depart the Milky Way and shall never return." "What? Xiao Shui, you wish to convey something?" Yet Li Shui raised his hand to interject, saying, "Auntie, I am aware of your intentions. From the moment I met Xiao Ya, my fate was sealed to venture into the realm of the divine. It was merely a matter of time. In truth, I have endured for many years, and I should have departed long ago. I have only hesitated due to my concerns for all of you. Although I possess a spatial ring capable of accommodating countless individuals, large enough to contain the entirety of our empire's vast population, I cannot take you with me. The gravitational force within that ring, being a product of the divine realm, would be fatal for you upon entry. I have acquired the latter half of the Fun Tianju from the Mist Fairy, making it relatively easy for you to cultivate to the divine level. Before my departure, I must caution you, Li Yuan, within the first millennium of reaching level 9 civilization, you must refrain from seeking dominance unless your strength has reached the pinnacle of level 9. We cannot contend with them. Patience is paramount. Establish a foothold on the level 9 continent, then develop over millennia. Only once you have gathered a formidable force should you consider conquest, lest you face inevitable defeat. Li Yuan nodded, affirming, "Yes, I shall heed your words, father." Li Shui nodded before continuing. The second matter pertains to the need for even greater patience in the divine realm. Power must be dispersed. This way, you shall not face annihilation, for the divine realm is far more terrifying than you can imagine. You have all witnessed my divine-grade spirit armor. If I were to unleash my full power in a standard attack, even 1 billion galaxies would be insufficient to withstand it, for I do not strike at planets, but at the very fabric of space. When space is destroyed, all is lost. Thus, one must act with caution and restraint, avoiding blind arrogance, or you shall not know how you met your end. Thirdly, we now exist in an era of freedom and democracy, where marriage is obsolete. Ani, after my departure, Mei Mei and Xiao Mi will also be liberated. They are free to remarry, to explore the cosmos, and to pursue the shackles of the Tao. Thus, Ani, please clarify this to them. This is the harsh reality of advanced civilization, or perhaps its freedom. Fortunately, they have all undergone advanced genetic modification, and their futures are boundless. I personally recommend that they venture into the universe. Fourthly, Li Yuan, I have bequeathed all my treasures to you, along with the empire. From now on, consult with your auntie and the various uncles regarding all matters. Your grandmother is an outsider. She cannot become the empress of our empire. The empress can only be your auntie. Do you understand? Li Yuan nodded, saying, I understand, father. I'm no longer a child. I know what must be done. Li Shui stood, declaring, Today marks my farewell to all of you. I do not wish to inform others, to spare them the sorrow. You are all my closest friends. I entrust Li Yuan to you. While assisting him, ensure you also guide him, correcting his mistakes swiftly. If he refuses to listen, you may even take action. Song Long Chuklet, ha. Rest assured, brother, if Li Yuan fails to be a good emperor, I, Uncle Zhonglang, will be the first to reprimand him. Indeed, we stand with you. The others chimed in, their laughter tinged with reluctance. Li Yuan, observing the subtle sorrow on their faces, smiled and said, Do not grieve, for I am not departing this world to die, but rather to embrace a better existence. You must hasten your cultivation and reach the divine realm to share a drink with me. Do not let tens of millions of years pass before you arrive, or worse, perish along the way. That would be the true tragedy. Now let's embrace. Xiao Shui, Li Qingwei, was the first to embrace Li Shui, bursting into tears. Subsequently, Li Shui embraced each person in turn, and upon finishing with the last, he vanished from the secret chamber. At that moment, everyone quietly shed tears, until Li Yuan broke the silence, stating, Friends, my father has said that if we wish to reunite with him in the divine realm, we must first swiftly conclude the war in the Milky Way, then rapidly elevate our civilization, creating more level 5 warships to assault the Andromeda Galaxy, ultimately claiming the entire Virgo supercluster. Only then can we establish the Virgo cluster as the true foundation of our empire, afterward aspiring to conquer the entire multiverse. For now, let us focus on strategizing for tomorrow's battle. In the cosmos, upon Li Shui's arrival, he summoned a figure from the depths of space. It was none other than Shao Kong Kong. Boss, are we leaving now? Li Shui smiled as he retrieved his divine-grade spirit armor, saying, It is time to depart. Our world does not belong here. After embracing Shao Kong Kong, he swiftly donned the armor and disappeared. Moments later, he found himself before a colossal planet, the capital of the Monte United States. Li Shui surveyed the vast planet with a sardonic smile before drawing the 6-meter-long blade from his armor and slashing towards the distant planet. Instantly, the capital planet, exceeding 2 million kilometers in diameter, trembled violently. 5 seconds later, with a thunderous explosion, this heart of a level 4 civilization shattered into countless fragments, and all its inhabitants perished instantly. After departing from the capital planet, Li Shui appeared at the entrance of a remote artificial wormhole constructed by the Monte civilization. He unleashed several strikes upon the defensive fortifications. Without question, the thousands of warships defending the area erupted into explosions, and he reached the wormhole's entrance, pressing the activation button. Gradually, the enormous space portal, several hundred kilometers in diameter, illuminated rapidly, with a ring of blue light shooting forth into the distance. Approximately 1 minute later, all the blue light converged, forming a massive light screen akin to a mirror. Li Shui flew into it without hesitation. A few moments later, he emerged in another expanse of cosmic space. As he surveyed the surroundings, he found it devoid of all, even light, save for a distant glimmer that indicated the Virgo supercluster, his homeland. Next, he and the star beast Shao Kong Kong exited the divine-grade spirit armor, stowing it in the spatial ring while retrieving a colossal level 9 warship. Upon entering the warship, Li Shui promptly commanded, Shaoling, scan this universe for any level 9 planetary continents. If none are found, proceed to alternate universes until we discover one. Understood. I assure you we will locate the largest planetary continent in our universe within 3 days. Then let us commence. Call for the robots to prepare a feast. Shao Kong Kong, and I wish to indulge in a few drinks. Yes. At that moment, the star beast Shao Kong Kong leaped from Li Shui's side, exclaiming, "Drinking? Eee! I adore it. I'll search the storage for some fine wine." With that, he vanished in an instant. Li Shui shook his head in exasperation, muttering, "I never anticipated that I would cultivate a divine beast into a wine enthusiast. It seems I shall need to budget a considerable sum for its drinking habits." At this juncture, Xiaoyu appeared with a smile, saying, "Master, you are quite amusing. If Shao Kong Kong draws a ton of blood for us to sell, imagine the wine money we could amass. The old sorcerer has already priced it at 500 trillion spirit coins, and you hesitate to sell. That amount of wine, you could never finish in a lifetime." Li Shui nodded with a chuckle, replying, "You speak true. The old sorcerer endured a setback in my presence for the first time. Just thinking about it brings me amusement. Previously, I believe I had struck gold with the Shun Mo Xen Jing. Yet who knew that old ghost would profit greatly? Our nonsensical cultivation method not only slightly enhanced his strength, but also allowed him to amass countless spirit coins through its sale. A truly cunning, seasoned merchant. Thus, he had always believed that it was easy to make a fortune with me. Now, it is clear that I am no longer that naive novice. Unless he offers me 1 trillion, I shall not sell under any circumstances. Let us see what he can do to me." The young girl shook her head and said, "I think that is unlikely. 100 trillion is already a rather high price. The Divine Master has even set the price at 500 trillion. And if you want to sell at that, it's laughable. He has nearly driven him to the brink of fury." Li Shui lit a cigarette and said with great satisfaction, "I just want to provoke him. How dare he extort me 500 spirit coins for a mere 1,000 cubic meters of a divine-level space ring? There are plenty of space rings from 9th-level civilizations that exceed 1,000 cubic kilometers. What are they worth?" The young girl shook her head and replied, "You are mistaken. The space rings of 9th-level civilizations can indeed exceed 50,000 cubic kilometers, but what of it? Once in the vast universe of the divine realm, the inner space of these rings becomes utterly worthless even before passing through the divine barriers. Therefore, it is easy to understand the formidable nature of divine-level space rings. While 500 spirit coins is indeed exorbitant, 400 spirit coins still holds value." Li Shui protested. 400 spirit coins won't do either. By my ancestors, last time I bought 20 billion coins from him, although I can earn back millions with just a single sale of the small blood of the empty space. I am no longer in want of money or techniques. Thus, I refuse to sell. I shall infuriate that old fossil. Haha. Chapter 55. Level 8 planet a few hours later. Xiao Ling and the mainframe navigated the warship through the cosmos, scanning a galaxy cluster as vast as 100 million Virgo. Yet they found no 9th-level continent. The warship passed through the dimensional barriers of the universe and arrived at another small universe. After 2 days of searching numerous dimensional universes, Xiao Ling finally reached a massive dimensional universe. "Master, we have found it. 10 billion light years ahead lies a planet continent over 0.001 light years long. After scanning with the warship's gravitational wave radar, we detected numerous 9th-level civilization ships there, and the network connecting to the continent is already established. I have gathered much information about this continent. Should I report it to you in detail?" Li Shui shook his head and said, "Not for now. For the time being, search for a level 8 ecological planet with a diameter exceeding 100 million kilometers within this dimensional universe. I need to enhance my strength a bit more before entering the 9th-level continent. With my current power, I fear I cannot withstand the continent's gravity. I must not take risks." "Understood. There are many such massive planets nearby. I will take you there immediately." Soon, the warship jumped to the outskirts of a massive star system. As soon as it entered, they received a communication. "Master, the administrator of this star system has sent a message inquiring about our identity and purpose." After contemplating, Li Shui asked, according to the information on the Mist Ferry, "What role do planets near the continent serve?" "Master, the ecological stars near the 9th-level continent have 2 primary purposes. Either they serve as cargo transfer stations for certain factions, or they are used to provide cultivation opportunities for 8th-level civilization individuals. They can only break through to 9th-level strength on such massive planets, or they will perish instantaneously upon descent." "Understood." Reply to them that I am here to cultivate and request entry to the planet. Yes. Soon, a video call request came through, and, upon connection, a human general appeared on the screen. Greetings, friend here to cultivate. Please dock your warship at the cosmic port. If you have a large space ring, you may store it there and then pay the entry fee to the planet at the spaceport. If you pay with black-purple energy coins, it will cost 100,000 energy coins. If with spirit stones, it will be 90,000 spirit stones. Li Shui smiled and said, I have no spirit stones. I will pay with energy coins. My warship will be docked at the cosmic port. Very well. Wishing you a swift breakthrough to 9th level strength. After ending the communication, Li Shui shook his head and chuckled. They certainly know how to exploit people. When my son attacks here in the future, everything will belong to my great galactic empire. Soon, a transport command vessel approached the front of Li Shui's warship, instructing it to follow along. After docking at the cosmic port, the management robot guided Li Shui away from the port to the spaceport outside the planet's orbit to complete the necessary procedures. After registering and paying the fee, Li Shui boarded their shuttle to the planet. Upon landing, the moment the hatch opened, Li Shui felt an instantaneous weight increase by tens of thousands of times, nearly causing him to falter, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This is indeed a treasure trove for cultivation. Xiaoling, see if there are any good spots nearby. Xiaoling scanned the vicinity and said, Master, this is one of the planet's landing ports. A few kilometers ahead is an expansive grassland, specifically designated for newcomers to sit and cultivate. You may wish to start there. Additionally, 2,000 kilometers east of the spaceport lies a super metropolis bustling with people and goods. If you wish to stay in a hotel, there are many robotic flying cars here that will take you anywhere you desire for just a few hundred energy coins. Non-registered flying vehicles from other civilizations are not permitted here. No need. I'm not in the mood for leisure. Li Shui painstakingly made his way toward the distant grassland. A mere few kilometers took him half a day, stopping countless times to catch his breath. When he finally reached the grassland, Kong suddenly popped out from the space, giggling, hee hee. Boss, your strength is lacking. Just this little gravity has worn you out. Li Shui rolled his eyes. Damn it, Kong. Can I even compare to you? You are a divine beast, a formidable space divine beast. As long as there is space, you can go anywhere. I am merely a mortal who has ascended from a lower civilization. Mind you. Hey, stop bouncing around in front of me. It's making me dizzy. Go play by yourself. I'll have Xiaoling contact you when I leave. After circling around Li Shui a few times, Xiao Kong chuckled, Heh, boss, you take your time cultivating. I'm off to find some delicious food. Don't worry, I'll bring some back for you. I'm leaving now. After saying this, Kong vanished, leaving Li Shui shaking his head with a wry smile. Now I have no idea which unfortunate soul will suffer. With Kong's abilities, anything not stored in a space ring, if she desires it, becomes hers. I can only express my admiration. Afterward, Li Shui retrieved a shuttle from his space ring, entered it, and immediately commanded Xiaoling, stay alert and shield the satellite signals above. Understood. Once that was settled, Li Shui sat on a metallic floor mat and began absorbing a large quantity of spirit stones at an astonishing speed, nearly 2 stones per second. In just 1 hour, he absorbed over 700 stones, with the rate of absorption increasing continuously. 10 days later, Li Shui ceased his spirit stone absorption and began to meditate on the 8th layer of the Burning Heaven technique, reinforcing his cells with all the spiritual energy available. This cultivation lasted over a month before he resumed frantically absorbing spirit stones and continuing his training. After 6 months, he was able to stand and walk freely with ease. He then stored away the shuttle and moved into a hotel in the city. He continued his relentless training, going out to bars for drinks and food when tired, only to return to his ceaseless cultivation day and night. This was his routine, and it was the same for all outsiders to the planet. Everyone shared a singular purpose: to diligently cultivate, eager to break through to 9th level strength and immediately enter the planet continent. 2 years later, he departed from the city and settled beside an immense waterfall, where he commanded robots to excavate a vast cavern. Once completed, he took residence in the cave, immersing himself in an extended period of secluded cultivation. One day, upon awakening from his meditation, Li Shui inquired, Xiaoling, how much time has elapsed? The little spirit emerged and replied, Master, 319 years have passed. The spirit medium, the old Demonis, has been placed on my blacklist. If it were a normal trading vessel, we would have long since received a complaint warning from headquarters. However, we are a loophole in the spirit network, and headquarters cannot locate us at all. Additionally, over 100 years ago, the law god requested a conversation. I informed him you were in seclusion and asked him to wait. He suggested you consider the matter of Shao Kong's blood, offering an additional 100 trillion spirit coins. Upon hearing this, Li Shui chuckled and said, Ignore him. Let's leave him in limbo for several millennia. My strength has now reached the initial stage of level 9. It is time for us to depart. After exiting the cavern, Li Shui instantly teleported back to the spaceport and boarded his warship, heading straight for the level 9 continent. As they approached the defensive airspace outside the continent, Xiao Ling reported, Master, this continent is called Wan Tian Dalu. It is divided into two sides, one controlled by the cultivation universe forces represented by the Tian Dao Zone, and the other governed by the technological civilization led by the Wan Yulian Bang. These two civilizations have waged countless cosmic wars over the control of this continent. And while peace reigns now, skirmishes occur incessantly. The power dynamics on the continent are intricate. There are over 10 million major level 9 civilizations, each representing various cultures. Excluding individuals, which side would you prefer to descend upon? Li Shui pondered for a moment and replied, I do not require extensive commerce with them, nor do I need to befriend anyone. Let us choose the Tian Dao Zong side. Land in the outskirts of the city, not within it. And certainly not in areas dominated by powerful magical beasts. Understood. Before long, the warship arrived at the continent's entry management office, where registration and fees were processed. The cost was 90,000 spirit stones, or 1 million black-purple energy coins. Regarding any weapons of mass destruction within your spatial ring, they showed little interest. Regardless of how formidable your armaments may be, it is impossible to annihilate a continent stretching 0.0001 light-years, unless one could create a genuine cosmic black hole. After completing the formalities, Li Shui's warship landed in a forest located several hundred kilometers outside a city. However, during the descent through the thick atmosphere, Li Shui distinctly felt an increasing heaviness in his body, and the ship's anti-gravity system provided little relief. Indeed, after the ship landed, Li Shui found himself unable to move, and as the cabin door opened, the continent's overwhelming gravity instantly caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiaoling quickly summoned 2 robots to assist me. The robots rushed over to support Li Shui, guiding him to the exit, where they stood on the landing platform. Though the warship hovered just hundreds of kilometers above ground, the further down they descended, the worse Li Shui felt. Upon finally landing on the grass, he nearly fainted from the exertion, once again expelling a large quantity of blood. Before settling into meditation, Li Shui managed to say, Xiao Ling, the security matters are entrusted to you and the robots. Yes, Master. You may focus on your cultivation. Currently, we have not infringed upon anyone's interests, thus we have no enemies. Rest assured and cultivate. In the next instant, an abundance of spirit stones materialized around Li Shui. With a single incantation, these stones enveloped him like a flowing river, vanishing entirely within half an hour, followed by yet another 1,000,000 spirit stones. A month later, having absorbed the final remnants of spirit stones from his spatial ring, Li Shui felt a marked improvement and was able to walk normally. Standing up and taking a few steps, he brushed off the dust and remarked, It is fortunate that I first cultivated on a level 8 planet. Had I come directly here, I would have perished on the spot. Robots, fetch me a few small magical beasts for roasting. I feel capable of consuming 1,000 elephants. At that moment, Shao Kong suddenly descended from the warship, exclaiming, Hey boss, acquiring food is simple. Forget about those low-level magical beasts. I have something special, but you must exchange a spirit coin for it. Li Shui was taken aback. What? Spirit coins? Can you consume spirit coins now? That's rather fast. I still cannot absorb spirit coins. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Shao Kong flew onto Li Shui's shoulder, scratching his ear and cheerfully using mental energy to say, Haha, boss. Although I am a spatial divine beast, this level 9 continent still affects me, hence I can cultivate rapidly here, albeit at a faster rate than you. It is akin to children born on this continent. While still in their mother's womb, they already possess level 9 genes, and upon birth, they scarcely notice the continent's gravity. As a divine beast, I am naturally unafraid of the rules of the divine realm, but being small, the gravity here does indeed have some effect on me, aiding my rapid growth. Li Shui, feeling disheartened, lamented, "Indeed, comparing ourselves to those born on the level 9 continent is infuriating. We, the lower civilizations, especially those of level 1, are scarcely better than ants. How unfortunate to be born into such a situation." He tossed a spirit coin to Xiao Kong Kong and said, "Bring forth the delicacies, savor this spirit coin slowly. If you cannot consume it now, we shall save it for later. It must not lead to any issues. After all, your master has an abundance of spirit coins. You may have as many as you wish, understand?" Upon receiving the spirit coin, Xiao Kong Kong handed Li Shui a spatial ring before flying back to the warship. Looking into the spatial ring, Li Shui was astounded to find it completely filled. What on earth? How many establishments did you rob to fill this? If caught, they would surely flay you alive, Xiao Kong Kong. Indeed, this was a divine-level spatial ring given by Li Shui, with an internal volume of 800,000 cubic meters, now filled with meticulously cleaned and cut magical beast meat. If these were large magical beasts, it would be manageable, but if they weighed several tons each, it would pose a significant challenge. This amount of meat likely came from at least 10,000 magical beasts. Xiaoling summoned 2 small robots to assist me in roasting. I wish to sample the flavor of the magical beasts from Wan Tian Dalu. Understood. Li Shui quickly retrieved a smart grill, placed an energy block into the energy compartment, and activated the grill, then began roasting the magical beast meat. After a while, he tasted the food from the level 9 continent for the first time. Despite its slight toughness, the flavor was indeed exquisite, prompting Li Shui to indulge heartily. After consuming a large piece of meat, he reached for a bottle of wine. But as he did so, the bottle shattered. This happened repeatedly with several bottles. How frustrating. The Empire's bottles cannot withstand this pressure. Xiaoling sent a few robots to the city to purchase wine, take a shuttle, and buy the most expensive kinds, one of each to sample. My spatial ring contains tens of thousands of energy coins. Once you have made the purchases, return my spatial ring. Yes. After the robot acquired the space ring, it piloted the shuttle and departed. Approximately half an hour later, the robot returned with dozens of exquisite wine bottles. Li Shui sampled each one meticulously and ultimately chose a variety known as Zue Shun, which was exceptionally expensive, priced at 3,000 energy coins per bottle. It is noteworthy that these coins were of the black-purple variety, and the hierarchy of energy blocks is as follows: purple, black, red, cyan, yellow, and white. The energy value ratio between each level, from white to purple, is 1 to 100,001. To convert one black-purple energy block into the currency of the former Tianqiao, it would amount to an astronomical sum of trillions. Therefore, Li Shui wholeheartedly agreed with the earlier statement made by Xiaoya, claiming that his life expectancy of 50 years was worth merely 0.005 spirit coins, while others were valued at next to nothing. This is akin to suggesting that the cost of a single bottle of wine for him is equivalent to 3,000 trillion Shenzhou coins. Previously, the entire Earth's annual GDP barely reached a few trillion dollars. By this calculation, the Earth's GDP over 10,000 years would not suffice to purchase a single bottle of this wine. After savoring a delightful sip of Zue Shan, Li Shui exclaimed, "Wow! No wonder it is so expensive. This wine is indeed superb. Besides its rich aroma, it also harbors immense spiritual energy, far surpassing that of spirit stones for cultivation." Xiaoling smiled and replied, "Of course. Zue Shan wine is the signature beverage of the Tiandao sect and the most expensive wine on the continent. The bottle you are enjoying is only from the 500-year vintage. There are ancient beings on the continent, some over 1,000,000 years old, who possess vintages countless times superior. But those are never for sale. They have enough for their own consumption." Upon hearing this, Li Shui joyfully remarked, "There is no such thing as unsellable goods in this world. It merely depends on the price. Once my strength increases, just watch how I acquire those ancient wines." Li Shui then produced 10 space rings and instructed, "Go procure an additional 200,000 energy blocks of Zue Shen wine for me. Purchase from various stores to avoid arousing suspicion, and utilize multiple shuttles. I cannot afford to offend anyone at this moment." "Understood," Xiao Ling responded. Thereafter, Li Shui indulged in a feast, consuming copious amounts of food. Once satiated, he immediately practiced his cultivation to digest the meals, only to continue his gluttonous spree as if attempting to make up for centuries of deprivation, feasting for 3 continuous days and nights before finally pausing. Ah, how refreshing! Ha! Xiaoling, stay vigilant. I may have overindulged, for this wine is indeed formidable, and I must take a nap. All right, Xiaoling replied. Upon returning to the warship, Li Shui fell into a deep slumber for over 100 hours before awakening. He then feasted on roasted meat and proceeded to the ground to practice swordsmanship. As for the cities on the continent, he dared not venture there. Indeed, he did not dare to go. With his current strength nearly indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, a moment's carelessness could lead to offense or bullying, putting his life at constant risk. He had no faction or support. He could not afford to lose. Thus, he resolved to train fervently outside the city until he achieved his desired level of strength before daring to enter. Of course, it was unusual for a warship spanning over 1,000 kilometers to be stationed in the wilderness. Would it not attract attention? Would anyone come to investigate? In truth, no one would have the inclination to investigate, for everyone in this area possesses warships and space rings, all of whom must engage in prolonged cultivation. Who has the time to concern themselves with another? As long as one does not attack others, and the warship does not linger in the non-landing zones of the city, nor does it constitute a massive fleet gathering, others will forever remain indifferent. Moreover, the vast expanse of outer space is monitored by enormous satellites, which constantly oversee the entire continent. If one's warship were to commit any wrongdoing, the authorities would swiftly locate them. Even if one concealed the warship within a space ring, they could still be found, unless one possessed peak-level strength at level 9, in which case ordinary individuals would be powerless against them. However, should they commit a significant crime, many equally powerful experts would undoubtedly come to apprehend them. If all else fails, divine-level experts would emerge to capture them. Chapter 57, A Glimpse into Eternity in the Blink of an Eye. 10 Earth years had passed. Li Shui's strength finally reached the early stage of level 9's perfection, a remarkably swift achievement. Should the inhabitants of the level 9 continent discover his rapid cultivation speed, he would undoubtedly find himself subjected to dissection for research. A decade is but a few months for those on the level 9 continent. They could complete a task or engage in a brief retreat, and months would elapse. Upon enhancing his abilities, Li Shui retracted the warship and piloted a shuttle into the city. Following Xiaoling's guidance, he made his way directly to the largest city on the continent, Tiancheng, where he spent 2 million black-purple energy coins on a modest apartment, thus commencing his new life there. However, due to the vast quantity of energy mines he had exchanged at the Mist Ferry, albeit with few high-level ones remaining, he still possessed several hundred trillion energy blocks. After setting aside a significant portion for Li Yuan, he retained approximately 50 trillion, having absorbed all the spirit stones. Nevertheless, he could exchange energy blocks for spirit stones, rendering him financially secure without the need for external income. Furthermore, no one recognized him. Only the sales manager from the construction company that sold him the apartment had any knowledge of his identity. As time passed, even that manager would likely forget him. In truth, no one on the Wantian continent knew who Li Shui was, as he deliberately maintained a low profile and refrained from making acquaintances. Once the housing arrangements were settled, Li Shui visited several hundred banks to establish accounts, depositing substantial amounts of energy coins into each. Subsequently, when he returned to withdraw funds, he would directly exchange them for spirit stones, ensuring that his accounts garnered no attention. Thus, he and Xiao Kong, his companion beast, engaged in relentless cultivation within their apartment. If boredom struck, Xiao Kong would venture out to pilfer, while Li Shui would frequent bars in search of companionship. His funds, expertly managed by Xiao Ling in the stock market, flourished under her divine-level intelligence, ensuring he was never short on resources. As time gradually slipped away, Li Shui's strength continued to ascend. 3 years later, on the continent, he achieved the pinnacle of level 9. However, it is essential to note that these 3 years equate to over 30,000 Earth years, as the time ratio between the level 9 continent and Earth is 10,000 to 1. Similarly, the time ratio between the level 9 continent and the divine realm is also approximately 10,000 to 1. Yet this was merely a temporal principle. Li Shui did not perceive the passage of 30,000 years on the continent. To him, it felt as though only 3 years had elapsed. Amidst this ceaseless cultivation, Li Shui had unknowingly aged over 30,000 Earth years, a true testament to the adage of a glimpse into eternity. However, on the continent, a 3-year-old child is still considered a mere infant, as the legal age of adulthood here is a century, roughly equivalent to 1 million years on Earth. Thus, Li Shui was not only still a child, but indeed an infant. Little did anyone know that this 3-year-old child had accomplished what others could only achieve after tens of thousands of years, reaching the pinnacle of level 9 cultivation. He could now reluctantly use spirit coins for cultivation, albeit at a slow and arduous pace, far inferior to the efficiency of spirit stones. Moreover, after attaining peak strength, he had completely absorbed all his spirit stones, which meant he was now devoid of funds. No wonder in this grand universe. It is so rare to encounter a divine-level expert after countless millennia. It turns out that such prowess is built upon the foundations of time and wealth, alongside unparalleled talent and formidable techniques. Otherwise, one could never hope to transcend to divine-level strength. It appears that the divine realm is not so easily traversed. Xiaoyu smiled and remarked, indeed, just considering the process of women becoming pregnant and giving birth serves as a prime example. On your Earth, it is a casual affair, with pregnancies lasting merely 10 months. But here, it is indeed exceedingly challenging to conceive, and even if one does succeed in becoming pregnant, the growth rate of the fetus is remarkably slow. Have you observed the children in the community from 30,000 years ago? What significant changes have transpired in 30,000 years? Essentially, there is hardly any transformation. The development of children is notably sluggish, primarily due to the overwhelming gravitational force of the continent. However, children born and raised on the continent are undoubtedly exceptional. Even a child merely half a meter tall, if transported to Earth, would instantly become a master capable of extraordinary feats. Thus, achieving the pinnacle of level 9 mastery here is an arduous endeavor. If you lack a trading device, to be frank, even if I were to provide you with the methods of the Burning Heaven technique and a foundational supply of spirit stones, say 10,000 spirit stones, you would never reach level 9 on the continent. Even if one day you arrived here, you would likely be several million years old by then. Just consider this. If you were to ascend from Earth, gradually overcoming each challenge and battling your way through, can you guarantee that you would survive every fierce confrontation? Without engaging in warfare, you would lack the resources to elevate your civilization, and you would never reach this place. One must ponder, how many trillions of lives are sacrificed in the ascent of a nation from a primitive civilization to a level 9 civilization? Indeed, it is a sobering thought. Li Shui couldn't help but exclaim. The young girl continued, explaining that this is precisely the reason for the exorbitant cost of the trading device. Not only in the sub-universe, but even in the divine realm, few can afford such luxury, as the creation of a trading device incurs astronomical expenses, and establishing the various transmission points also demands immense resources. Had the trading device not fortuitously improved in the black hole, you would never have obtained it. In the vast cosmos, whether in technology or cultivation, any advancement is exceedingly difficult. Your fortune is truly remarkable. Therefore, once you arrive in the divine realm, you must exercise great restraint and ensure that no one is aware of your possession of the Spirit Net trading device, unless your power has reached its zenith. Only when you become a true sovereign of the divine domain can you proclaim to the world your ownership of the trading device. Li Shui nudda gravity, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. So what shall we do now? Should we slowly absorb spirit coins, or seek to acquire spirit stones for absorption? The young girl shook her head. That is a matter for Xiaoling. I cannot intervene in matters unrelated to the trading device, as the rules dictate. Xiaoling has various methods for such trivialities. Xiaoling chimed in. Master, you should strive to earn some money. Absorbing spirit coins is too slow, primarily due to your current weak strength. Once you break through to divine level power, the absorption will accelerate as it pertains to the divine realm. Understanding, Li Shui resolved to earn money himself, reassured that he was now among the continent's top powers. As long as his adversary was not a quasi-divine master, he feared no one, and earning money was simplicity itself for him. They should wait and see. After glancing at the star beast, Xiao Kong Kong, who had fallen into a deep slumber from consuming a spirit coin, He closed the door and took the elevator down to the first floor, retrieving his flying vehicle to explore the city. Of course, he suppressed his strength during this leisurely jaunt. Otherwise, a peak master driving a flying vehicle through the city would terrify many. After several days of wandering, Li Shui formed a plan. He first visited the battleship trading post, selling the only 2 level 9 late-stage technological battleships in his spatial ring. One being new sold for 2 billion spirit stones, while a comparable battleship would fetch 5 billion at the trading post. The used one, although still relatively new, sold for 8 billion. After disposing of the battleships, Li Shui proceeded to the weapon shop, selling his sole level 9 late-stage sword for 8 billion. The sales price for a weapon of the same tier was 3 billion, yet even in used, it could only be sold for 8 billion. Thus, he now possessed 7 billion spirit stones. After entrusting 9 billion spirit stones to Ling for stock market operations, Li Shui visited the beast trading post to sign substantial supply contracts with various companies seeking high-tier magical beasts. Before he vanished, a few days later, he returned to the beast trading post, delivering thousands of disposable spatial rings to the purchasing companies and acquiring trillions of spirit stones, with the magic cores alone yielding over 600 billion. After handing over the trillions to Ling for shorting the magical beast and magic core indices in the stock market, he ventured into the continent's most perilous forests to hunt magical beasts. Over the course of several days, he returned to the major magical beast trading posts, each time obtaining trillions. A month later, after engaging in a fierce battle with the Beast King in his territory and not achieving victory, Li Shui had no choice but to return to the city to cultivate. However, during this time, a significant incident occurred in the Wantian continent, directly attributable to Li Shui. The Beast King, Tataji, approached the leader of the Tiandao sect, Tian Lingzi, seeking justice, claiming that Tian Lingzi had violated the peace agreement between humans and magical beasts by sending experts to indiscriminately slaughter magical beasts, resulting in catastrophic losses for the Magical Beast Alliance. The Beast King demanded an explanation and compensation from Tian Lingzi, threatening war against humanity should he fail to comply. Bewildered, Tian Lingzi issued an order for an investigation, which swiftly led to the discovery of Li Shui's activities at the Magical Beast Trading Post, as well as his formidable maneuvers in the stock market, where he had invested over 20 trillion spirit stones in just 1 month, all aimed at shorting the magical beast and magic core indices. Consequently, during this month, all companies purchasing magical beasts and cores drastically lowered their prices, leading to a significant decline in stock values. Thus, Li Shui's 23 trillion transformed into 38 trillion, netting him a substantial profit of 2/3. This situation immediately captured Tian Lingzi's intense attention, and soon, the elder Tian Yuanzi from the Tiandao Sex Inspection Department, accompanied by a group of experts, knocked on Li Shui's door. Chapter 58, a major confrontation. Knock, knock, knock. Upon the robot opening the door and observing the group outside, it inquired, "Whom do you seek?" A cultivator replied, "Is your master Li Shui present? We are from the Tiandao Sex Inspection Department. Summon him forth to speak." The robot responded, "Please hold on." It hurried to the living room to report to Li Shui, who was meditating in silence. "Master, individuals from the Tiandao Sex Inspection Department have arrived seeking you. They request your presence." Li Shui did not open his eyes, but instead conveyed with his mental energy, "Those outside, heed my words. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, depart immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Upon hearing this, Tian Yuanzi, standing outside, pushed the door open and entered, sneering as he did so. "What audacity! You are the second person to speak to me, Tian Yuanzi, in such a manner. The first was sent to hell hundreds of years ago. Do you wish to be the second?" As they exchanged words, they entered the living room, at which point Li Shui opened his eyes and stood, gazing at the elder Tian Yuanzi and his entourage with a smile. "Had you chosen to depart upon hearing my words, I might have spared you. However, your audacity to intrude upon my residence means that from the moment you cross my threshold, 1 foot has already stepped into hell. The room is too confined. Let us resolve this in the open air." With that, Li Shui soared out onto the city skyline, and Tian Yuanzi and his companions followed suit. "Li Shui, you possess great audacity. Relying on your meager strength, you dare disregard the peace treaty between our sect and a magical beast alliance, wantonly slaughtering magical beasts in the dark forest, thereby provoking a potential war with humanity. Are you aware of your transgressions? Li Shui, regarding the ancient figure before him, who must have lived for countless millennia, chuckled, "Indeed, I have slain magical beasts in the dark forest, and I profited handsomely to the tune of several 100 billion spirit stones. However, your peace treaty with the magical beasts is of no concern to me, nor do I wish to know about it. As for your assertion regarding guilt, I have never acknowledged any wrongdoing on my part. Even if I were guilty, such a designation would stem from your laws, which I do not recognize. I adhere solely to the laws of my own empire, thus rendering me innocent in my view. If you disagree, then do your worst." Li Shui's words incensed Tian Yuanji to the point of fury. "You are utterly unreasonable. This is the Wan Tian continent, and you reside within our domain, yet refuse to abide by our laws. Do you wish to stand against us, the Tian Dao sect? Have you considered the consequences?" Li Shui scoffed at the notion of consequences. "What consequences? Are you suggesting that you would annihilate my civilization upon discovering it? Alas, you shall not have that opportunity. The moment you entertain such thoughts, I shall have already obliterated your Tian Dao sect. Feel free to test me." At that moment, the enraged Tian Yuanji drew his sword, pointing it at Li Shui, demanding to see just how formidable this audacious young man truly was. Li Shui remained unfazed, stating that Tian Yuanji was not worthy of him drawing a sword. He could defeat him with bare hands, leaving him unrecognizable to his own mother. Furthermore, since you disregarded my warning and intruded upon my home, I shall demonstrate the consequences of such folly. With a swift motion, Li Shui unleashed his domain, the Feng Tian domain, immobilizing Tian Yuanji and a dozen others. Startled, Tian Yuanji exerted all his strength to break free from Li Shui's domain, while simultaneously immobilizing him with his own. In the next instant, Li Shui delivered a powerful punch to Tian Yuanji, while the latter's sword energy struck Li Shui. The ensuing impact sent Tian Yuanji flying several kilometers, his body crashing into a skyscraper and shattering its lightning rod. In contrast, Li Shui, protected by his spiritual barrier, was only knocked back a mere 100 meters, illustrating the disparity in their strengths. Subsequently, Li Shui unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the weaker opponents, who were still caught in his Feng Tian domain, hurtling away for several kilometers. In a fit of rage, Tian Yuanji launched another attack, but after dodging his sword strike, Li Shui retaliated, sending Tian Yuanji flying once again, this time with increased force. Above, amidst the vast sky, the magnitude of their battle drew countless spectators from the city below, eager to witness such a rare display of skill. Those of lesser strength quickly took to the skies on their flying vehicles, filling the rooftops of skyscrapers with eager onlookers, all thrilled by this extraordinary opportunity for observation. As the group of late-stage, 9th-level experts returned, they unleashed their most powerful weapons upon Li Shui, with Tian Yuanji teleporting to join the assault. Their arsenal consisted primarily of swords and a few spiritual cannons. However, Li Shui effortlessly evaded their initial onslaught and countered with 17 arrows of spiritual energy, targeting the 17 attackers. The first move of the Duan Hun sword technique struck true, causing 16 late-stage, 9th-level experts to be hit, their weapons knocked from their hands as blood sprayed into the air. Although Tian Yuanji's greater strength allowed him to withstand the attack, he too was sent flying for several kilometers. In a frenzy, the gathered warriors pooled their energies, ready to confront Li Shui once more. Yet, suddenly, an elderly voice resonated in their ears. "Enough. Are you not embarrassed enough? He has shown you mercy multiple times. Return to your wall of reflection for a year. You shall not emerge until you advance to the next stage. Go." Upon hearing the voice, Tian Yuanji and his companions fell silent, begrudgingly bowing toward a certain direction before teleporting away. At that moment, hundreds of pinnacle 9th-level experts emerged in the sky, surrounding Li Shui. He paid them no mind, lighting a cigarette and jesting. That old man drinking at the base of Fengming Mountain. It's rather dull to indulge in such fine wine alone. How about sharing half of what you have hidden in your cellar? At that moment, miles away, an old man set down his cup of wine, chuckling softly before vanishing, only to reappear before Li Shui moments later. This man appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an ethereal presence. After scrutinizing Li Shui for several moments, he smiled and remarked, "Forgive my ignorance. for I am familiar with every pinnacle, ninth level, or quasi-divine expert across our Tian Dao sect, and even the Wan Yu Federation across the way. Yet I have never encountered you. I know not from whence you hail. Li Shui laughed heartily before responding. Tian Lingzi, while you are one of the overseers of this sub-universe, you lack the qualifications to inquire about my origins. However, should you be willing to share half of the exquisite wine from your cellar, not only might I offer you some guidance, but I may also assist you in breaking through to divine strength. At this juncture, Li Shui glanced toward a distant direction, smiling as he called out, President Luo Ya, since you are here, do come forward. Instantly, a figure clad in military attire appeared beside Tian Lingzi. This man was none other than the president of the Wan Yu Federation, a fellow steward of this sub-universe. How delightful it is to see another quasi-divine expert of equal caliber emerge from the Wan Tian continent after so many years. Lishu Grinna Davidishli, President Luoya, similarly. If you share half of your fine wine, I too can offer you guidance and perhaps aid you in achieving divine status. Ever since my strength reached the quasi-divine level, I have yearned for worthy opponents to hone my skills. Since both of you are present, why not face me together and see whether this 3-year-old prodigy surpasses you two ancient beings of several 100,000 years? Tian Lingzi gasped. What did you say? You're merely 3 years old? How is that possible? President Luo Yu was equally astonished. Are you truly only 3 years old? A mere child? After an uproarious laughter, Li Shui plucked a few strands of hair from his long mane, declaring, Take these for a genetic age test. Tian Lingzi nodded to an attendant, who promptly teleported to receive the hair and vanished. Li Shui then smiled. Gentlemen, shall we proceed to the cosmos? With that, he teleported from the 9th level continent into space, followed closely by Tian Lingzi and Luo Ya, who exchanged glances before teleporting after him. As this unfolded, countless spectators hastily retrieved their shuttles, racing out of the continent at maximum speed, while the hundreds of pinnacle 9th level experts swiftly followed, forming a protective formation around Tian Lingzi. Suddenly, a multitude of hundreds of Jiuji pinnacle masters from the Wan Yu Federation appeared in the distance, forming an assault formation to assist Luo Ya. Chapter 59. 1 against 2 with a swift motion, both Tian Lingzi and Luo Ya drew their treasured swords. Tian Lingzi then remarked, If you truly are but 3 years old, then you're the first super prodigy ever in our sub-universe. Today, I shall exert 95% of my strength to contend with you. Should you emerge victorious, half of the fine wines in my cellar shall belong to you. Luo Yu replied, I am of the same mind. Should you defeat me, half of my exquisite wines shall be yours. However, I must inquire, are you certain you wish to engage in a 1 against 2? Li Shui chuckled. Indeed, I do wish to take on both of you, for I have already determined that neither of you is my match. Tian Lingzi gritted his teeth and said, There is no point in further words. Draw your sword. Li Shui shook his head. I have already sold my Jiuji sword. Presently, I possess only a divine sword. Once I draw it, you both will undoubtedly perish. Therefore, I suggest you sheathe your swords as well. Let's engage in a bare-handed duel, merely for sport. What? A divine sword? Could it be that you hail from the divine realm? Luo Ya exclaimed, taken aback, as was Tian Lingzi. Li Shui sighed with a wry smile. I am not from any divine realm. If I were, how could I possibly be here in this sub-universe, which is akin to refuse? I merely know someone from the divine realm. Come now, let's first engage in combat. Exchanging glances, the two nodded in agreement. Very well. Today, we shall indeed employ the advantage of numbers. Prepare yourselves. Having stowed their swords in their spatial rings, they simultaneously launched a punch at Li Shui. Come at me. In an instant, Li Shui maximized his strength, erecting a spiritual energy shield to withstand their blows, testing whether he could endure the strikes of two supreme masters. With a resounding crash, Li Shui was sent flying dozens of kilometers away. Ha ha! How exhilarating! Now it's my turn. Soul-severing arrow. In an instant, 2 arrows, conjured from spiritual energy, struck the duo. Their own spiritual energy shields successfully blocked one of Li Shui's arrows, yet they were still propelled back several kilometers. This time, Li Shui unleashed his full might, unlike the earlier encounter with Tian Yuanzi, where he had only used basic strength. The next moment, the three clashed together in a fierce melee, with an array of punches and kicks filling the space. Their speed was akin to lightning, with moments where one was thrown back, followed by another. Each strike, imbued with potent spiritual energy, also harnessed the power of the laws, making each move utterly terrifying and lethal. Those beneath the pinnacle of Joji could not withstand even a single blow from them. Among the trillions observing from afar, most could not discern the specifics of the battle, comprehending only that those at the Joji pinnacle could fully grasp the unfolding events. However, they were unable to explain their insights, as each was fixated, fearful of missing a single technique, for this was of paramount importance to their cultivation. The battle raged for over 10 hours, aptly described as darkening the skies and eclipsing the sun. The battlefield expanded from dozens of kilometers to tens of millions, with the surrounding space thrown into disarray due to their conflict, as distant spectators' vessels constantly emitted warnings of spatial storms. Boom! 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 Following 3 resounding crashes. The trio separated once more, yet by this point, all 3 halted. Tian Lingzi exclaimed with excitement, "Young brother, since the departure of our predecessors to the divine realm, I, Tian Lingzi, have never capitulated to anyone. Today, your strength has thoroughly impressed me. Henceforth, you, Li Shui, shall be the most esteemed guest of our Tiandao sect, and you may indulge in as much of my fine wine as you desire." Luoya added joyfully, "Indeed, brother Li, you are someone I greatly admire. The fact that our combined efforts could not defeat you speaks volumes. It is evident that in a one-on-one scenario, we are no match for you. In turn, from this day forth, brother Li, you shall be our Wanyu Federation's most distinguished guest, and my wine shall be yours to enjoy. However, I must ask, is it true what you mentioned about breaking through to divine level strength?" Li Shui smiled. "How about we find a place to chat leisurely?" Tian Lingzi eagerly suggested. "Why not come to my home for a few drinks? I shall bring out the fine wine I have treasured for 50 years for you both to savor." Li Shui responded with delight, "Excellent. I have a fondness for fine wines. Lead the way, dear friend Tian Lingzi. Please, right this way." In an instant, the 3 vanished, leaving behind countless onlookers still pondering their exchange techniques. Simultaneously, numerous journalists hurried to Fengming Mountain, eager to be the first to break the news about this newly ascendant quasi-divine master. The trio materialized before a rather unassuming wooden house, which stood in stark contrast to the towering skyscrapers in the distance. Li Shui gazed at the wooden dwelling with envy. "Dear friend Tian Lingzi, you truly know how to indulge. This house is quite remarkable. The wood used must be extraordinary, yes?" Tian Lingzi smiled humbly. "Oh, it is merely luling wood. While it is indeed precious, in your eyes, it likely means little. Please, come inside. We shall enjoy some fragrant tea first, and in 20 minutes, the dishes will be prepared for our hearty feast. Then we shall graciously accept your hospitality." Soon, the food and drinks were ready, and Tian Lingzi carefully opened a jar of wine that had been sealed for 50,000 years. With great effort, he managed to pry it open, and an extraordinary aroma of wine instantly filled the room. He swiftly poured 2 liang of wine into 3 cups, adding a special lower alcohol blend to balance the potency of the ancient brew. Anyone acquainted with well-aged wines understands that such a drink cannot be consumed neat. It requires dilution with a special low-proof liquor. After pouring the wine, Tian Lingzi diligently stirred each cup several times before announcing, "Brothers, it is now ready for tasting. Please enjoy." Li Shui lifted his cup, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance before taking a slow sip. The liquid flowed smoothly through his teeth, tongue, and throat, delivering an exquisite sensation. Simultaneously, the wine contained immense spiritual energy, akin to absorbing millions of spiritual stones with just a small sip. "Excellent wine. Truly excellent." Li Shui exclaimed. Luoya, after tasting, also praised, "This is indeed the finest wine I have ever encountered. Tian Lingzi, your brewing skills are remarkable." Tian Lingzi beamed with pride. "I have consumed all the wine I once treasured. The only wine I have now is less than a year old. This jar was left to me by the previous sect leader, my master. He told me that during my breakthrough to divine level strength, such fine wine would aid my advancement. Today, having encountered a brother with connections to the divine realm, it is indeed time to uncork this jar. Please indulge." After another sip, Li Shui smiled. "As I have mentioned, we are all inhabitants of the sub-universe. Having enjoyed your exquisite wine, I must express my gratitude. Here, I present you with a spiritual coin. Li Shui handed a spiritual coin to Tian Lingzi, causing both to become visibly agitated upon seeing it. Tian Lingzi trembled as he accepted the coin, stammering, Is this the currency of the divine realm? Indeed, this is currency forged from the power of the divine realm's inhabitants, the only universal currency there. In the divine realm, items like spiritual stones, purple energy fragments, and premium magic cores are considered worthless, as they are abundant and scarcely glanced at. Only spiritual coins hold value as the dominant currency of the divine realm. With your current prowess, you can gradually absorb Lingbai. I believe this will significantly aid your cultivation. However, for now, it is essential to focus primarily on absorbing Ling stones and their spiritual energy. For individuals like myself, Lingbai is merely utilized occasionally to comprehend the cultivation methods of the divine realm. Therefore, just one Lingbai suffices for enlightenment. Any excess serves no purpose unless one transcends to the divine realm, for it is improbable to absorb Lingbai in large quantities otherwise. Tian Lingzi exclaimed with excitement, One is enough. Thank you, brother. This gives me hope for breaking through to the divine level. At that moment, Luya shyly asked, Brother, could you spare me one as well? Rest assured, whatever you need, I can procure it for you as long as it's available in our nation. After Li Shui handed another Lingbai with a smile, he said, Just share with me some of your treasured wine and a little premium Lingstone, as I will soon enter a prolonged seclusion to challenge the divine level. I lack the time to earn money. Given that I'm only 3 months old, I possess not even a single bottle of well-aged fine wine. Thus, I must request it from my esteemed brothers. Luya grasped the Lingbai tightly, saying with enthusiasm, Rest assured, my subordinates are currently retrieving wine from the cellar. It will be delivered shortly. There's no issue with the Lingstones either. After all, no amount of Lingstones can equal the value of your Lingbai. That's splendid. Let's indulge in some wine. Following the banquet, Li Shui received 2 disposable space rings. Tian Lingzi's ring contained 50,000 bottles of fine wine and 50 trillion premium Lingstones, while Luya's held 30,000 bottles of fine wine and 200 trillion premium Lingstones. Upon returning home, Li Shui inputted the words in seclusion. No visitors on the intelligent screen at the entrance, and then commenced an extended period of seclusion for cultivation. With over 60 trillion Lingstones at his disposal, he was well prepared to challenge the divine level. Subsequently, he resumed his previous routine of relentless cultivation, taking brief excursions every few months to revel in bars or indulge in gambling, or to accompany Shao Kong Kong to seek out delectable treats. Each outing costing him millions of Lingstones, filling several space rings in the process. Finally, after a year on the continent, Li Shui reached a bottleneck, on the verge of breaking through to the divine level. He then visited the battleship trading post to purchase a late-stage 9th-level battleship, followed by a substantial procurement of myriad spiritual herbs and wines. Li Shui stored all the fine items within a few space rings, subsequently commanding the battleship to return to the Virgo supercluster, entrusted to his son, Li Yuan. He had already provided his son with ample Lingbai and Lingstones before departing the Milky Way. Now, all that was needed were the spiritual herbs and wines. After completing this task, he left the Wantian continent, teleporting to the entrance of the divine realm's cosmic barrier. Gazing at the vast, faintly glowing barrier reminiscent of blue plastic, Li Shui nodded solemnly. The divine realm, a wall that obstructs the path of all. Since the inception of this sub-universe, how many have been able to pass through here? According to statistics from the Wantian continent, on average, only one person can traverse this barrier every 50,000 continental years. This is the lament of a lower civilization. Between mortals and deities, a wall stands as an insurmountable chasm, a brutal truth of the universe. Just as Li Shui pondered deeply, Shao Kong Kong interjected dismissively, I could easily pass through. If it weren't for waiting on you, I would have already gone. Get lost. How can I compare myself to you? If you have the capability, challenge me in strength and see if you could defeat me. Shao Kong Kong shook its adorably fatalistic head and replied, Only a fool would compete with you in strength. You should focus on your cultivation. I am off to play ahead. After shaking his head, Li Shui found an uninhabited, massive ecological planet near the barrier to cultivate. From this point onward, he began to directly absorb Lingbai, and the speed of absorption increased. He could consume 1 Lingbai approximately every month. He sat in meditation for several months until one day, a sudden ringing in his head erupted. An intense sensation akin to millions of ants gnawing at him ensued, causing excruciating pain. At that moment, Xiao Ling and Xiaoya suddenly appeared, shouting, "Master, you must endure. You are on the brink of a breakthrough. Hold on. If you can withstand this, you will no longer be a mere mortal." The agony stemming from his very soul tortured Li Shui mercilessly. In his tumultuous struggle, the massive planet beneath him was shattered into cosmic debris by a single punch. Li Shui's form twisted in the void of space as he writhed, howling. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually quieted. However, his body began to undergo a transformation. His hair, skin, eyes, and all his organs glimmered with golden radiance. Most terrifyingly, the light emanating from his cells began to disperse, drifting farther and farther away. Ultimately, Li Shui himself dissolved entirely, transforming into particles of light, scattered across billions of kilometers of surrounding space. Wherever the luminous particles traveled, whether among the remnants of the shattered planet or other celestial bodies, even the grand stars at the heart of galaxies, everything touched by the light swiftly transformed into particles as well. In a matter of hours, the entire star system ceased to exist, morphing into a nebulous formation visible from afar. At this moment, within a small space amidst the radiance, a large crystal ball, a thumb-sized Pandora planet, and several space rings rested quietly. "Xiaoya, is the master all right?" The divine level records state that during a breakthrough, there is no precedent for a body dissolving into particles of light. Xiao Ling inquired. "Do not worry, Xiao Ling. Our blood and mental energies are intertwined with the master. As long as we are alive, the master remains unharmed. Although the phenomenon of his breakthrough is unprecedented, it is still quite normal. Human thought is the most complex and precious entity, and their creative capacity is something we can never fully grasp. No one knows what they will think or realize next. Thus, such occurrences are understandable," Xiaoyu replied with a smile. "Do you think the master has realized some formidable new technique?" Xiao Ling asked eagerly. "It is difficult to say, but it is highly likely he has grasped a powerful method. Did you not observe how his light effortlessly consumed the star without any reaction? This alone indicates that the master's new technique is undoubtedly extraordinary. Let's await patiently," Xiaoyu concluded. Approximately 10 hours later, the light that enveloped the entire star system began to accelerate and converge toward the center. In just minutes, all the particles coalesced, ultimately forming a supercompressed light sphere approximately 3 meters in diameter. Gradually, the light sphere began to contract, ultimately transforming into a being of light, continuously evolving. The brilliance slowly faded until it became a figure as dark as ink, before gradually reverting back to its original form, ultimately resembling Li Shui once more. However, Li Shui kept his eyes closed, standing silently in the void of space. Several days passed before he finally opened his eyes. At that moment, he appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary university student on Earth, with the aura of a powerful cultivator vanished without a trace, as if he had never engaged in cultivation. With a simple gesture, he summoned the small crystal ball, Xiao Ling's Pandora planet, and several space rings from a distant location back into his hands. As he donned the 3 spatial rings anew, Xiao Ling swiftly adorned his neck with them, while Xiaoya manipulated the trading crystal ball to burrow back into his mind. At that moment, Xiaoya urgently inquired, "Master, did you perhaps gain insight into a new technique?" The breakthrough of the Fun Tianju at the divine level was not typically characterized this way. It usually only resulted in the body glowing, and the transformation concluded once the cells achieved metamorphosis, with no mention of bodily dispersion. Li Shui smiled and replied, "It's nothing much. Although the Fun Tianju is a magnificent technique, it is, after all, an elven creation not meant for us humans. During my breakthrough, I suddenly recalled many things, so I infused a touch of something different into the Fun Tianju, enhancing its potency." "All right, we should take our leave." Xiao Ling summoned Xiao Kong back. "Understood, Master." Upon receiving Xiao Ling's message, Xiao Kong appeared in an instant. Upon arrival, it fixed its gaze intently on Li Shui. After several moments, it scampered onto Li Shui's shoulder, tugging at a few strands of hair for a meticulous inspection. At this, Li Shui chuckled and scolded. "What on earth are you doing? Little rascal, have you forgotten your master?" Xiao Kong Kong transmitted telepathically. How peculiar. This post-breakthrough appearance is not what I envisioned. TSK, your hair looks splendid now. It seems more beautiful than my own fur. Master, have you acquired something marvelous? Do share a bit with me. Impudent little creature. Li Shui exclaimed, seizing Xiao Kong Kong and pinching its ear. I merely comprehended a new technique. Would it be useful to you? You divine beasts possess inherent laws and techniques of your own. Human techniques are of no use to you. Disappointed, Xiao Kong Kong replied. A new technique? Humph. I thought you had discovered something truly remarkable. A mere technique is hardly of interest to me. Shouldn't we be departing? After releasing Xiao Kong Kong's ear, Li Shui gazed toward the distant divine barrier and declared, indeed, it is time to leave. From the moment I acquired the trading apparatus, I have ceased to belong to the sub-universe. The divine realm is my true paradise. My prolonged wait was merely to ensure that the bloodline of my people endures, to leave behind an eternal legacy. Now, our civilization has fully entered the cosmic expanse, and divine beings disdain to visit the sub-universe. Thus, my civilization shall never face extinction, and I shall no longer have any attachments. Crossing through the barrier, regardless of whether I live or die, regardless of whether I rise or fall, I can now engage in my endeavors without concern for others encroaching upon my domain. For no one knows that my true lair lies within the sub-universe. And by the time they discover it, should I still be alive, I shall undoubtedly be in a position of power within the divine realm. At that time, who shall I fear? Anyone who dares to provoke me shall be extinguished. If they cannot defeat me, I fear not. As long as I live, I shall return to exact my vengeance. Xiao Kong Kong, Xiaoya, Xiao Ling, from this moment forth, our names shall gradually resonate throughout the divine realm. Let us depart. In the next instant, Li Shui sliced through the barrier with his sword, and he and Xiao Kong Kong instantly found themselves within the vast expanse of the divine cosmos. Chapter 61. The Divine Realm Universe. Emerging from the spatial rift, Li Shui sensed an indescribable atmosphere enveloping him. He gazed at the seemingly empty universe and sighed, ah, what challenge! I exerted all my strength and nearly failed to breach the barrier. For an ordinary individual attempting to ascend to the divine level, they would likely have to tear through the space within the barrier countless times to succeed. The pressure of this divine barrier is indeed formidable. Suddenly, Xiao Kong Kong piped up, Master, you're so slow. I've been waiting for you for ages. Li Shui shot Xiao Kong Kong an exasperated glance and retorted, Go away. This is a paradise for your divine beasts. I have only just become a divine being. Can you not compare us? Xiao Kong Kong merrily leaped onto Li Shui's shoulder, and Li Shui turned to the hefty creature perched there, chuckling, Xiao Kong Kong, you resemble a small dog weighing dozens of pounds. Is it amusing to constantly perch on my shoulder? Should you ever release your inherent laws, with your gravity akin to that of a planet? Are you attempting to crush your master? Xiao Kong Kong, while toying with Li Shui's ear, cheerfully responded, Chirp, Master, I find it quite comfortable to sit on your shoulder, and I won't release my inherent laws to crush you. Besides, with my gravity, even if it were that of 10 planets, wouldn't be enough to harm you, would it? Let us move along. We are still quite a distance from the world of the divine realm. If you do not wield that impressive spiritual armor of yours, it may take us an eternity to reach our destination. Li Shui pondered for a moment before asking, What if I once again use my sword to slice through space? Xiao Kong Kong grinned slyly, why not give it a try? Then I shall. Li Shui promptly swung his sword forward, and instantly, a spatial rift materialized, into which he dove. Upon emerging from the rift, Li Shui immediately asked Xiao Ling, How far have I advanced this time? Xiao Ling shrugged and replied, Master, you have progressed approximately 1,000 meters, which is quite commendable. Typically, individuals from the sub-universe become thoroughly mundane upon entering the divine realm. You are already beyond their capabilities. Li Shui was taken aback, quickly turning to see the cosmic barrier he had just traversed still looming before him. Goodness, the divine realm is indeed extraordinary. He no longer dared to be overconfident, swiftly retrieving his divine-level spiritual armor. Once Xiao Kong Kong joined him, he activated the spiritual energy leap engine atop the armor, and instantly, a massive wormhole emerged. As Li Shui exited the wormhole, he beheld the shimmering starlight. The scanning results transmitted by the Mech-S detector stirred Li Shui's excitement as he gazed upon the seemingly endless star fields. Is this the domain of the divine-level universe? The humble Zunja, have arrived. Forward, forward, ha ha ha. After another leap with the spiritual armor, countless celestial bodies appeared before Li Shui. There were galaxies, rivers, and galactic clusters. The only discernible difference was that each planet before him was immense, with ecological planets vastly outnumbering others within each stellar system. Unlike the solar system where Earth is the sole ecological planet amidst a sea of barren and resource-laden worlds, Li Shui did not descend recklessly, but conducted a thorough scan of the entire star field, ultimately selecting a more distant star cluster before leaping once more. Upon reaching the vicinity of this star cluster, Li Shui scanned even further into the cosmos, discovering even larger and superior star clusters. Without a doubt, he pressed onward, pausing 5 times before finally standing before an extraordinarily vast galactic cluster, whose diameter exceeded that of the Virgo supercluster by over 100,000 times. One could only imagine the enormity of this cluster, filled with countless rivers. Even more astonishingly, within this cluster lay a massive continent, its diameter surpassing 0.02 light-years, over 210 times that of the Wan Tian continent in the subuniverse. The laws of the divine realm differed entirely from those of the subuniverse, leading one to imagine the immense gravity present upon that continent. Witnessing all of this, Li Shui was elated. This is the true world of the strong. Shaoling, let us locate a common ecological planet to land upon. I must first enhance my strength. That continent may be beyond my reach for now. Understood, Master. Soon, the spiritual armor soared into the colossal galactic cluster, but as it neared the cluster, a strange message surged in. Master, we have just received a message, but I cannot comprehend it. I have never seen such characters. Xiaoling lamented. At that moment, Xiaoyi interjected, Master, this is the common language of the divine realm. The message states, you have reached the administrative department of the Ling Long star cluster in the Ling Long district of the Sword Absolute Divine Domain. Please identify yourself and state your purpose for visiting. Li Shui, upon hearing this, said little girl, please make a copy of the universal language of the divine realm for Xiaoling. Promptly respond to the other party, introducing myself as Li Shui, a wanderer from the divine domain. I am here for tourism and wish to find a place to rest before eventually exploring the continent. Please send it just like that. Additionally, Xiaoling, when possible, I shall upgrade your level to make you even smarter and more powerful. Xiaoling was immediately touched, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. I will certainly strive to fulfill every task for you and will not disappoint your expectations. The message has been sent, and I believe you should learn the universal language as well, though it is quite challenging with your current intellect. You could master it in no more than 3 Earth years. All right, I will study it once we land, Li Shui replied. Master, the other party has responded. The message reads, Hello, Mr. Li Shui the Wanderer. Welcome to the Ling Long star cluster. The beauty here will surely astonish you. Please proceed to the immigration office for registration and payment. Below are the coordinates of the management department. Immediately head to the coordinates to handle the formalities. And also upload the universal language into my translator. Understood. Soon, Li Shui's spirit armor circled the star cluster before arriving at a colossal space station, surrounded by countless massive warships, each over 1,000 kilometers in length. The design of these vessels was entirely different from those of the subuniverse. Typically, subuniverse warships are teardrop-shaped, equipped with enormous cannons at the front and massive propulsion engines at the rear, adorned with numerous defensive turrets and various intelligent devices. In contrast, the warships here were unlike anything, even differing from the Divine-class ships sold to Li Shui by the Mist Fairy. Firstly, there were no super cannons with calibers of dozens or hundreds of kilometers. In fact, these vessels lacked cannons entirely. Aside from massive engines at the rear, their entire hull was covered in countless tiny holes, each merely a meter in diameter or even smaller. Each tiny hole housed a small cannon, approximately the size of an Earth shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. A 1,000 kilometer long warship likely housed at least 100 million of such cannons, sending shivers down Li Shui's spine. Li Shui pondered, if each of these small cannons possessed power akin to his divine-level spirit armor, a single shot could obliterate an entire subuniverse. The thought of 100 million cannons firing simultaneously was too terrifying to contemplate. After taking a deep breath, he asked, "Little girl, are the cannons on those warships comparable to our spirit armors?" The little girl smiled and assured him, "Rest easy, Master, it is not as fearsome as it seems. Those are robotic ships, and the power of their cannons is merely at the divine soldier level, the lowest official strength. Each shot consumes about 1 spirit coin, enough to devastate a solar system in a scatter shot. In a direct shot, it could severely injure an ordinary divine being, essentially blasting their body. Yet every divine being can escape in an instant with their primordial spirit. In simpler terms, those cannons cannot kill. They are akin to the electric batons once used by police on Earth, merely for maintaining order. In a true battlefield, they wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder." Li Shui sighed in relief. "You scared me. I thought they were main battle ships. Master, you have quite the sense of humor. If they were truly 100 million divine-level cannons, a single simultaneous shot could annihilate the entire sword absolute divine domain. Such a scenario is impossible. This is the divine realm, where cataclysmic events are exceedingly difficult to achieve. Moreover, as you can see, such ships are not numerous. There are only 2 in the entire space station. They come at a cost. Even if they aren't warships, they still require funds to serve as ammunition." "I see. I didn't realize I had become a bumpkin upon entering the divine realm. It seems I must learn quickly." Indeed, soon, the spirit armor arrived at the entrance, and Li Shui exited, storing the armor in his spatial ring and following the robots to the documentation office, where he encountered nothing but robots, with not a single natural person in sight. The procedure was straightforward. Robots scanned Li Shui's appearance, recorded his name and purpose for visiting, and then generated a QR code, which was sent to Xiaoling, including her communication number. After Li Shui paid the entry fee of 220 spirit coins, he was free to explore any planet or continent within the star cluster. "Mr. Li Shui, your paperwork is complete. Welcome to the Linglong Star Cluster. I wish you a pleasant journey." "Thank you, Mr. Robot." The robot appeared taken aback and then cheerfully replied, "Mr. Li Shui, you are too polite. It is my pleasure to serve you. Goodbye. Goodbye." After Li Shui departed, the robot pondered, "How strange. Why is Mr. Li Shui so courteous to us robots? I have worked here for 500 years and have never encountered anyone so polite. He is truly exceptional." It was no wonder the robot found this peculiar. In the divine realm, as well as in the sub-universe, robots were merely tools for humanity. Only after developing a bond with a robot through long-term interaction would people treat them with courtesy, like Xiao Ling and Xiao Ya, or the little Ling of the Mist Fairy and the Alpha of the Chaos Law God, all of whom earned respect through their prolonged companionship with their masters. As for the robots lining the streets, who would bother to be polite to them? In the eyes of the undying inhabitants of the divine realm, robots were no different from stones by the roadside. Upon leaving the management department of the Star Cluster Space Station, Li Shui selected a small river system. Upon entering, he was greeted by countless ships, the vast majority being fully robotic ones. Human-operated ships were reserved for the transportation of valuable cargo, often owned by those who could not afford larger spatial rings. As he navigated the river system, Li Shui chose a desolate agricultural planet. Judging by the facilities and type of planet, it was evident that it once had an owner but was now abandoned, with few animals present, and even those were of little value. Clearly, this was an unclaimed planet, devoid of human presence at that moment. The planet's diameter was approximately 500 million kilometers, 5 times larger than the one where Li Shui practiced before entering the 9th-level continent. Yet, such a superior planet here was treated with utter disdain, akin to a mere pebble on the roadside. Seeing this, Li Shui shook his head and chuckled bitterly. Once again, it is true that comparison breeds contempt. Such a prime planet would be fiercely contested in the sub-universe. Yet here, it seems one would struggle to find anyone to manage it. The previous owner of this place might well have been a down-and-out individual. Otherwise, one would not end up in such a state within the grand divine realm. The little girl remarked, "This is quite normal. The divine realm is just like your Earth. Earning a single coin is indeed quite challenging. Take the Linglong continent as an example. An ordinary person cannot even enter it without possessing divine soldier-level strength. Otherwise, the continent's gravity would crush them to death. However, for the average person in the divine realm, attaining divine soldier-level power is not something easily achieved. Even you, despite having ample spirit coins, would find it difficult to progress further without extraordinary talent and remarkable techniques. Time is also a crucial factor. Time and talent are absolutely proportional. If you possess great talent, your training time will be shorter. If you are a slow learner, you might need to train for countless years to make any significant progress. Some foolish individuals, no matter how many years they train, find it utterly futile. Such people exist in abundance at every level of power, and the majority are like this. In any world, geniuses are exceedingly precious. My master, do you recall how you once inscribed characters with a sword on earth? In the divine realm, countless powerful beings likewise wield swords to inscribe their thoughts, allowing future generations to comprehend the essence of swordsmanship. Many dedicate centuries before those inscriptions, striving to grasp the elusive nuances of sword intent. Understand that 100 years in the divine realm equates to 1 billion years on earth. Thus, those who sit there may endure for eons, yet may never attain unparalleled sword techniques. Such is the harsh reality. The shackles of the heavenly Tao are not easily broken. Li Shui inhaled deeply and nodded, acknowledging the difficulty of the endeavor. Nevertheless, he mused that it was acceptable. He merely possessed a more convenient tool for transactions than others. In grand cities, others could procure and sell anything, and countless friends existed for trade. The Ling Wang trading device merely elevated the caliber of his trading partners, offering him no true advantage. Yet, he accepted this as a fresh start. After his parents' divorce, although he lacked for nothing financially, he had little to spare. Life must go on, and he was confident he could thrive in the divine realm as well. Shaoling, let us descend to that open space near the great waterfall. He commanded. Yes, master. Soon, the mech landed on the planetary surface, and as the cabin door opened, Shao Kong vanished. Li Shui chose to ignore it. Upon exiting the mech, he felt no gravitational pull like he had in the sub-universe. Even jumping down posed no significant challenge. The only sensation was that his power seemed diminished, as if reduced by 99.99, stripping him of his ability to soar through the skies. Despite this planet being minuscule compared to the Wantiandi continent of the sub-universe, where he could fly and teleport at will, here he found himself grounded, as if he had never possessed the ability to fly. Realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "Goodness! If individuals from the sub-universe arrive here, and their spaceship's energy reserves are depleted, then how could they possibly land on this planet? Without spatial rings, and with no energy reserves, would they be stranded here indefinitely?" At that moment, Shao Ling interjected, "Master is not as dire as you think. I have learned from the Divine Domain Network that almost every planet in the divine realm possesses energy reserves. While spirit stones may not be universally available, energy reserves are as common as pebbles, and they are seldom utilized. In the divine realm, energy reserves are deemed trivial, unlike spirit stones, which are typically used for machinery or to nurture divine beasts. To put it simply, spirit stones are akin to the discarded vegetable scraps on Earth, generally fed to pigs, with only the finest ones deemed worthy of consumption. Moreover, even the most inferior divine beasts possess meat far superior to spirit stones. This planet teems with divine beasts, including fish from rivers or oceans, each far surpassing spirit stones in quality, and energy reserves are plentiful. Thus, divine beings cannot be trapped upon descending. At worst, they could construct their own ships. Given your current intellect and lifespan, crafting a vessel would be a simple task. Even if you possess nothing, you can start anew, perhaps lingering a few hundred years more. After all, you have countless years to draw upon, and there are also spirit fruits rich in spiritual energy, which are essential resources for newly arrived beings in the divine realm. Upon hearing this, Li Shui was rendered speechless. Goodness, I am still too naive. This is the divine realm, where treasures abound. What seems like divine artifacts to the sub-universe is mere refuse in the eyes of divine beings. It appears I must earnestly pursue knowledge and self-improvement, or I shall be embarrassed to face others. The two intelligent girls erupted in laughter for quite some time. Li Shui produced numerous divine-grade robots, his most advanced creations, for he possessed no higher-grade models in his spatial ring. He summoned 1,000 robots and commanded, "Immediately fell trees to construct a wooden house. If bamboo or similar materials are available, that would be ideal. Design it beautifully. On the left side of the grassy area in front of the house, create a swimming pool. On the right, a A tea pavilion complete with all necessary tea sets and tables. The house need not be large. A single floor with 3 to 5 rooms will suffice. If you require a base, you may construct it as well and return to the spatial ring if needed. Yes, Master. Under Xiao Ling's guidance. The 1,000 robots quickly divided tasks. Some felled trees, others used energy blades to shape wood, while others excavated foundations for the house and swimming pool. Li Shuai provided any necessary tools from his spatial ring, and to expedite the process, he deployed an additional 500 robots. Thus, constructing a modest villa required a total of 1,500 robots, completing the task at an astonishing pace. The remarkable aspect was that all material data was shared among them. Once a component was shaped, it could be installed with precision. 3 hours later, the estate was nearly complete, with only plumbing and carpeting remaining. Send a few hundred bots to scout the planet for pelts that are both beautiful and soft. If found, capture several hundred and use their pelts to create carpets. Additionally, procure various divine beasts for roasting. I wish to sample their flavors. Yes, Master. After over an hour, the robots returned, each carrying 2 magical beasts. They immediately began skinning the creatures to prepare the pelts for carpeting. Master, 7 of our robots perished during the capture. They were ambushed and killed by a creature known as a lava beast. Li Shuai was taken aback. What? 7 deceased? Are the lava beasts that formidable? Xiao Ling replied with a note of resignation. Master, it is not that the lava beasts are particularly strong. Rather, our robots are too weak. In the sub-universe, only pinnacle level 9 experts and quasi-divine beings could contend with our divine-grade robots. However, in the divine realm, our robots have become the lowest tier of existence. There is little distinction in their quality here, and no matter how advanced they cannot compete with carbon-based life forms. Consequently, few attempt to create advanced robots. People instead strive to develop superior, intelligent life forms. In their eyes, robots are mere metal lumps. Producing more serves no purpose. Thus, their effectiveness is nearly zero, making it unsurprising that they fell to the lava beasts. Remember how deferential you were to the robots at the cosmic port, causing one to be startled. Li Shuai's understanding deepened. I see. Then how many lava beasts inhabit this planet? Approximately several million. After pondering, Li Shuai declared, since the lava beasts pose a threat, we must eliminate the danger entirely. I will deploy our 2 divine battleships to eradicate them. Understood. Li Shuai promptly retrieved 2 colossal battleships from his spatial ring, which immediately ascended into the sky. Unlike the guard warships at the Xingtuan spaceport, his vessels lacked an abundance of artillery. In fact, they scarcely bore any cannons at all. Instead, they were adorned with intricate energy defense arrays, and their propulsion engines were significantly larger. At the forefront of the ships rested a colossal spirit stone cannon, with a caliber of approximately 500 kilometers, intended for clearing asteroid pathways rather than engaging in combat. The true main cannon was a mere spirit cannon with a caliber of around 1 meter, accompanied by only 1,000 spirit guns, each with a caliber of about 0.05 meters. In the divine realm, battleships primarily served as troop transporters, with 99 of formidable weaponry wielded by individuals. Subsequently, the robots began barbecuing for Li Shuai. However, they quickly encountered a humorous predicament. The energy block barbecue grill he possessed was ineffectual for cooking beast meat, merely warming it slightly without even producing a hint of smoke. Heavens, am I destined to consume raw meat for my first meal in the divine realm? A little girl chuckled, covering her mouth. Hee. Master, why not chop some firewood for the barbecue? That would be far more effective than your energy block grill. Indeed, Li Shuai mused. After all, this is the divine realm. It would be strange if items from the sub-universe were functional here. Without delay, he drew his sword and, accompanied by the robots, ventured into the nearby forest to gather firewood. With a single stroke, his sword struck a log as thick as an arm, leaving only a minor dent, which astonished Li Shuai. What kind of worthless sword did the mist fairy sell me? It can't even sever a piece of wood? This is outrageous. Master, you are quite amusing. The little girl teased. What do you mean? Master, this is the divine realm, where all laws differ vastly from those of the original sub-universe. To put it simply, the divine-grade sword you now wield is akin to a mere ordinary chopping knife in your earthly realm. While that chopping knife is indeed a significant weapon against ants on Earth, the true weapons of mass destruction are nuclear bombs. How can a chopping knife possibly compare to a nuclear bomb? You are akin to an ant that has just grown larger. Wielding a chopping knife to chop wood is naturally cumbersome, while humans can effortlessly cut wood with the same knife in just a few strokes. Frankly speaking, the so-called powerful weapons from the subuniverse are dwarfed by even a simple piece of wood here. Do you understand now, Master? Upon hearing this, Li Shui slapped his forehead in realization. I truly am a country bumpkin. The robots easily chopped down logs with their own blades, while Li Shui, feeling indignant, furiously swung his inferior sword, managing to fell a single tree after numerous attempts, only to struggle greatly in dragging it back. Exhausted, he exclaimed, "Good heavens! The divine realm is indeed amusing. I haven't felt this drained in ages. Delightful. Xiaoling, instruct the robots to eliminate the lava beasts and bring me back some delectable divine fruit. I wish to taste the legendary longevity fruit of the divine realm." Xiaoling replied with a smile, "Certainly, Master, but the so-called longevity fruit is merely a fanciful term. There is no such thing as true longevity in the divine realm. Anyone can achieve it with a bit of cultivation. Here, people pursue top-tier divine medicines, spirit coins, powerful techniques, various extremely potent elixirs, exquisite wines, and high-quality beast meat. Among other things, the spirit fruits and beasts on our planet are considered worthless in the divine realm. You need not concern yourself too much with them. Indeed, Master, your primary focus should be on rapidly absorbing vast amounts of spirit coins to align your physique with that of the divine realm, essentially transforming it to match that of its inhabitants. Only then can we discuss further development. Currently, you can merely survive in the divine realm, akin to a fish out of water. While you can breathe air to live freely on land like a human, you must first alter your fish-like physiology to become a terrestrial creature. Clearly, the laws of the universe differ, and everything has changed. One might even envision this realm as a different dimension from the sub-universe. However, it remains a three-dimensional world, and higher-dimensional realms are unattainable. All worlds exist within three-dimensional space. Li Shui could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Fascinating, utterly captivating. Everything in the divine realm fills me with wonder. Robots, ignite the divine fire. I am eager to see if I can consume the beasts of this realm." After settling into a meditative posture, he produced 2 spirit coins to absorb their energy. However, as soon as he began channeling, the coins vanished. Was it truly that easy? In the sub-universe, nearing a breakthrough to divine level, absorbing a single coin took a month. Yet here, in less than a second, I absorbed it? Incredible! Excitedly, he retrieved another 2 coins, and once again, they disappeared as he initiated his cultivation. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, he hastily pulled out hundreds of spirit coins, attempting to absorb them all at once as he had done before. However, despite his efforts, the coins on the ground showed no response. Must I hold them in my hands or make contact with my body to absorb them? What a surprise that I have become so weak. With no other option, Li Shui resorted to holding each coin individually to absorb them. After finishing with the hundreds, he continued to draw 2 coins at a time from his spatial ring. Thus, he sat quietly, his hands ceaselessly manifesting and absorbing spirit coins, creating an extraordinarily bizarre scene. The robots prepared the firewood and ignited it with their energy beams, commencing the barbecue. By the time the beast meat was ready, Li Shui had absorbed hundreds of thousands of spirit coins and remained in a frenzy of absorption, unable to halt. Consequently, the robots constructed a wooden box to store the cooked food, preventing dust from contaminating it. Regrettably, Li Shui had no opportunity to consume the beast meat, as he was entirely engrossed in his absorption, which took an exceedingly long time. Chapter 64. The Ultimate Country Bumpkin. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Li Shui finally ceased after absorbing approximately 100 million spirit coins. He could no longer absorb any more. His body felt as though it had reached its limit, unable to take in even a single additional spirit coin. Thus, he furiously cultivated to refine the absorbed energy. After a significant duration, he managed to completely elevate his cells using the refined energy and resumed absorbing spirit coins, this time acquiring several tens of millions more before once again refining his cells. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed his 2 battleships anchored by a distant river, surrounded by countless robots safeguarding him. Li Shui glanced at the barbecue area, now overgrown with grass, and inquired, "Xiaoling, how long has it been?" "The ground is already covered in grass," Xiao Ling smiled. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully completed the divine transformation of your body. You are now akin to an ordinary person in the divine realm. Since you began absorbing spirit coins, a day has passed in the continent, which translates to approximately 170 days on this planet. Li Shui frowned in disbelief. What? A day? That equates to 100 million days on Earth? But the grass hasn't grown very tall. Xiao Ling replied with a smile. Master, things in the divine realm grow very slowly. This is simply the law of time. It is akin to the speed of light in the subuniverse. If you were to remain within a light-speed corridor for just 1 minute, thousands of years may have passed outside. This concept is entirely distinct from that of a wormhole. After Li Shui nodded heavily, he stood up, stretched his limbs, and clenched his fists, feeling that his strength had not increased significantly. Without further ado, he drew out a tattered sword and began to chop down trees. With a single swing, he effortlessly felled a tree as thick as his arm. At this moment, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he declared, I have finally become a true denizen of the divine realm. Xiao Ling, instruct the robots to capture some magical beasts for roasting. It has been far too long since I have tasted delicacies from the divine realm. Understood, Master. Please wait a moment, came the response. This time, the robots worked with greater speed, swiftly capturing several magical beasts. They ignited a roaring fire on-site and began the roasting process, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. After a mere 10 minutes, Li Shui picked up a piece of magical beast meat and began to chew, savoring the exquisite flavor akin to that of precious spiritual stones. He then added some salt and chili from the Ziyuzhou, but to his dismay, there was no distinct taste of salt or spice. Master, it is futile. The items from the Ziyuzhou carry no flavor here. The salt and chili are no different from the earth beneath our feet. If you desire condiments, there are plenty of divine seasonings available in human cities on the great star planet. We can purchase them later. Understood. Li Shui then indulged in a frenzied feast, consuming thousands of pounds of magical beast meat before finally stopping. It wasn't due to a lack of appetite. In truth, he could have eaten more, as any food ingested transformed into energy with a slight exertion of his power. Theoretically, he could consume infinitely, yet such mundane fare, despite an intake of 10 million kilograms, scarcely equated to the energy of a few hundred spiritual coins. Thus, after a continuous 10 days of gluttony, he ceased his consumption. After his meal, Li Shui jumped into the swimming pool for a swim. However, he first took a sip of the pool water, finding it remarkably similar to energy liquid. Thus, this country bumpkin began to drink voraciously once more, leaving Xiao Ling and Xiao Ye shaking their heads in disbelief. During that hour, Xiao Kong returned intermittently, observing Li Shui practicing before departing again. Upon returning, it witnessed Li Shui fervently drinking from the pool, leading to a prolonged bout of laughter from the window. Before long, the 500-meter-long, 100-meter-wide, and 10-meter-deep pool was drained by Li Shui, the quintessential country bumpkin. Unable to contain itself, Xiao Kong burst out laughing. Ha ha, boss. As a well-traveled divine beast, I have never encountered such an eccentric leader. You ignore abundant spiritual coins to guzzle filthy water drawn from a river. I truly wonder if your mind is befuddled. There's a profound healing expert on the continent. Should I take you to see him? Li Shui, having emerged from the empty pool, quickly chased after Xiao Kong, shouting, Stop. If you have the guts, don't run. I'll tear your foul mouth apart. In the Ziyuzhou, I was at a disadvantage, but in the divine realm, this is my territory. You cannot catch me. Hurry up. I'll leisurely await you. After chasing in circles at the entrance, Xiao Kong floated ahead, while Li Shui lay exhausted on the ground, panting like a dog. I'm done running. I'm too tired. I never imagined being a mortal could be so exhausting. I never felt this way even while studying. Xiao Kong playfully perché en Li Shui's belly, exclaiming, Gigi, boss. I find it quite odd. I have absorbed merely a few 100,000 spiritual coins, yet you have garnered over 100 million. I inquired with Xiao Ling, and it appears you have absorbed a total of 143,871 billion spiritual coins, yet your power remains inferior to that of an ordinary person in the divine realm. I am puzzled. Where is all that spiritual energy gone? Even a pig would grow fat after consuming such fine fare. Are you even less than a pig? Brat. Li Shui lunged for Xiao Kong, but it vanished in an instant. Enraged, he performed a flip and resumed his pursuit, shouting, You are the pig. Your entire family are pigs. If I catch you, I will break one of your legs. Stop running. After running nearly a kilometer, Li Shui collapsed in exhaustion once more. After resting for a considerable time, he attempted to light a cigarette, only for it to crumble in his hands, provoking near madness. This is troublesome. How can I endure without cigarettes? At that moment, Xiao Kong returned, chuckling, Hee boss, do you wish for a cigarette? Should I steal some from the great star planet for you? Li Shui's eyes brightened at this. So, aren't the items from those people stored in space rings? At that, Xiao Ling interjected, Master, space rings are also limited. For ordinary people, possessing a few small space rings is already considered quite fortunate. However, the expanse of the divine realm is limitless. So many merchants still display their goods in supermarkets. Xiaoya added, indeed, individuals like the Chaos Law God and the Mist Fairy are dominators of the divine domain. The gap between ordinary people and dominators is immense, akin to the distance between a destitute refugee and an imperial emperor in ancient Earth. For the emperor, wealth is boundless, while common folk often find themselves struggling for mere pennies. When you familiarize yourself with the history of the divine realm and comprehend the origins of spiritual coins, as well as the functioning of its economy, you will realize just how wealthy you truly are. Li Shui nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Xiao Kong, please make a trip. No need to take much. I am not in dire need of funds, and taking too much may lead to bankruptcy for them. Just a variety of items, and bring back some alcohol as well. I want to sample the flavors before making bulk purchases. With that, he tossed a nameless space ring to Xiao Kong, who joyfully vanished. Li Shui then approached his wooden house and drew his divine sword, practicing the burning heaven sword technique from beginning to end. After absorbing several thousand spiritual coins, he returned home to sleep. Previously, Li Shui seldom slept in the Ziyuzhou, but now fatigue washed over him, and he yearned for rest. However, fearing he might sleep for centuries, he instructed Xiao Ling, Xiaoya, I am uncertain how long I will sleep here. Please keep track. If I have not awakened 10 days from now according to this planet's time, rouse me. Xiaoya smiled. Master, I believe it is entirely unnecessary. Sleep as long as you desire. It is beneficial for you at this time. Li Shui insista. No. I wish to elevate my strength promptly. A brief rest will suffice. Additionally, Xiaoya, please connect with merchants in the spirit network. Now that we have arrived in the divine realm, it should be easier, right? Xiaoya shook her head. That is impossible, Master. In comparison to the spirit network trading devices, this place is no different from a Ziyuzhou. The spirit network differs significantly from the ordinary divine network of the divine realm. The coverage of the spirit network is formidable. The Ziyuzhou is not far from here, and we remain on the fringes of the divine realm's universe. The Linglong continent jurisdiction is merely the tip of the iceberg, not even a fraction of it. Let me draw an analogy. If the divine universe is akin to the majestic Mount Everest, then the Linglong district here can only be likened to a mere hill within that mountain range. We are still far removed from the realm of true power. Therefore, it is utterly impossible to casually approach the Linglong merchants, as they are the sovereigns of their respective divine domains, the elite masters and affluent individuals whom others can only revere from afar. At present, you are still too distant from becoming a true sovereign, and even with a trading device, this distance remains significant. It is uncertain whether you will ever reach the level of a sovereign in this lifetime, so it would be unwise to jump to conclusions. Li Shui pondered for a moment and smiled, saying, whatever will be, will be. Let's take one step at a time. Who could predict the future? Let us live well in the present. He decided to take a short nap and relaxed his schedule, instructing that if he did not awaken by the time of 1 year on this planet, he should be roused then. Chapter 65. Sanskrit ghost language indeed. Once Li Shui fell asleep, he found it exceedingly difficult to awaken, and it was ultimately Xiao Ling who roused him. Master, a year has passed. Li Shui yawned, feeling he had not yet fully rested, but he nevertheless rose. His eyes were immediately drawn to a spatial ring on the table. Did Xiao Kong come by? Xiao Ling replied with a smile. Xiao Kong returned shortly after leaving. You had just fallen asleep at that time. Now, Xiao Kong is in its room cultivating, having consumed a significant amount of spirit coins. Oh, Li Shui quickly took the spatial ring and retrieved a box of cigarettes made from fragrant wood, which emitted a delightful aroma reminiscent of osmanthus. Inside the box, there were neatly arranged 100 cigarettes, each the size of a medium cigar from Earth. wrapped in a material unknown to Li Shui, lacking a filter, and the brand was unfamiliar to him. After placing one in his mouth, he found a spirit energy lighter within the spatial ring and lit it. Taking a small puff, an exhilarating sensation surged through his mind. Although the taste was different from that of Earth, he found it quite enjoyable and took several more puffs. He then discarded it and retrieved dozens of different cigarette boxes from the spatial ring, sampling each one until he settled on a particularly robust flavor. Xiaoling, what is the name of this cigarette? Xiaoling replied with curiosity. Master, do you truly enjoy this cigarette? It is the cheapest variety, known as Feng Yi, made from the leaves of the maple tree, priced at 1 spirit point per box. The other dozens of varieties start at 3 spirit points per box, with the most expensive at 100 spirit points. Li Shui frowned, asking, Spirit points? Is that currency? What is the exchange rate with spirit coins? 1 spirit coin equals 10,000 spirit points. In the divine realm, there are no other forms of currency. Everyone and every bank uses spirit coins. However, because spirit coins are too large a unit for convenient transactions, banks issue digital currency, similar to how your Earth has 100 Shinjo coins equating to 10,000 cents. But without smaller denominations of spirit coins, we must rely on digital currency for calculations. Upon hearing this, Li Shui was elated. So, you mean to say that this Feng Yi cigarette costs only 1 cent per box? 1 cent for 100 delightful cigarettes? Xiaoling, perplexed, replied, Yes, but master, you are hardly in need of money. Why would you choose such a poor quality cigarette? Li Shui responded cheerfully. Poor quality? No, you're mistaken. I genuinely enjoy the taste of this Feng Yi cigarette, as it bears a resemblance to the cigars from my hometown, and I find it delightful. As for the other cigarettes, particularly the one with impressive packaging, it was the most lackluster. It felt less like smoking and more akin to inhaling the medicinal vapors of spirit herb sauna. Utterly unappealing. Xiaoling shook her head and laughed. You are indeed correct. That well-packaged cigarette is called Xianyun, and it is among the most expensive on the small planets of Jianzhu Xinyu. Additionally, in the divine realm, many individuals do not indulge in smoking. They prefer drinking, and every type of alcohol here is related to spirit liquid. Would you care to try? Certainly. I shall give it a go. Next, Li Shui sampled all the various types of alcohol within the spatial ring, ultimately selecting a blue-hued drink. At this moment, Xiaoling exaggeratedly exclaimed, Master, like the cigarettes, you have chosen a relatively inexpensive drink. Although there are many cheaper options, the Qingxi brand you selected is indeed quite affordable. More importantly, this drink is typically consumed by women, particularly those without means, akin to low-quality red wine on Earth. Men of character would not drink such beverages. They would prefer stronger spirits or beer, as red wine is generally not favored by men. Li Shui Shuja, come on. I'm more manly than most. What is the price? 52 spirit points per bottle, while the most expensive among these 34 drinks is 4,999 spirit points per bottle. Li Shui was elated. Wow. Based on this pricing, the entry fee of 220 spirit coins we paid at the space station was quite substantial. Indeed, the prices are steep. Otherwise, why would everyone aspire to be a manager of some cosmic domain? They are all waiting to collect their dues. After taking several large gulps of Qingxi wine, Li Shui stated, Teach me the universal language of the divine realm. Once I have mastered it, we shall venture into the cities of the large mass planets. My strength cannot advance further in the short term, so let us broaden our horizons in the city. Understood. Before long, he had completely mastered the universal language of the divine realm. However, do not misunderstand. This short time equates to roughly 10 years on Earth. Were it not for his keen intellect, the intricacies of this highly complex universal language would have taken him not just a decade, but perhaps even 2 centuries to learn effectively. The myriad peculiar characters, reminiscent of Sanskrit, nearly overwhelmed his mind. Master, your proficiency in the universal language is satisfactory. If you engage in conversation with people in the city regularly, within a maximum of 10 days on Earth, you will be able to use the language proficiently. Rest assured, this language is universally understood throughout the divine realm, including by the formidable beasts. All sentient beings and intelligent creatures communicate using this language. With a cry of astonishment, Li Shui exclaimed, Wow, this is the most challenging script I have ever encountered. It is far more difficult than learning to construct a cosmic warship. A month of this planet's time. How many years would that be on Earth? I never want to learn such a convoluted language again. Xiaoling, instruct the robots to board the ship for inspection. I will absorb some spirit coins and practice my swordsmanship before we embark. Understood. As Li Shui absorbed spirit coins, Xiao Ling emerged to caution him. Master, from now on, do not reveal your divine level spirit armor unless faced with life-threatening danger, as many will be envious. Especially given that your current strength appears nearly non-existent. At this moment, you are akin to a 3-year-old child wandering the streets of Earth with a piece of gold. We can simply travel there using the battleship, and it should remain docked at the cosmic port. Do not display your expansive spatial ring. Li Shui nodded in agreement. I understand. Wealth can stir greed, and I am well aware of the perils of possessing something precious. Shortly thereafter, he practiced the burning heaven sword technique, reclaimed a battleship, and boarded another vessel. Order: activate the battleship immediately. Target the nearest and largest ecological planet near Linglong continent. Understood. The battleship launched from the planet and made a single leap to a massive stellar system near the Linglong continent, arriving at the periphery of the 10th ecological planet. Beep beep. This is the management department of Planet 10. Please present identification upon arrival. Upon receiving the message from the opposing management department, Xiaoling promptly transmitted the multidimensional code that Li Shui had processed at the cosmic port. Mere seconds later, a reply arrived. Greetings, Mr. Li Shui. Welcome to Planet No. 10. However, your warship is not permitted to enter the Planet S interior. Please either stow your warship within a spatial ring or dock it at the spaceport's berth No. 9462153545623. Should you opt for the berth, kindly proceed to window number 8255 at the Spaceport Management Department to complete the docking formalities. The fee is 10 Ling coins per day. Li Shui let out a bitter laugh. What the heck? Another 10 Ling coins, and only for a day. This is utterly outrageous. Just sitting here for a moment cost me a full day, doesn't it? Xiaoling, how much is a warship? Master, our warship is the most basic model, with a market price around 400,000. Li Shui frowned. What? Only 400,000 Ling coins? Well, Miwu Xianzi, you old hag. This is truly extortion. Reflecting on a previous transaction with Miwu Xianzi, he grew furious in that deal. For production line from level 1 to level 10, plus an aircraft carrier fleet, you charge me 5 billion Ling coins. By current pricing, it shouldn't exceed 500 million. You old woman have swindled me out of 600 million Ling coins. Fine. Next time, should I encounter any biological crystal from your tree of life, I will surely retaliate with a vengeance. Xiaoling, reply to them that we choose the dock. Understood. Li Shui's warship then proceeded directly to the designated berth, ranked in the 90 trillion range. He boarded a spaceport robot S airship, navigating through the dense forest of warships until he arrived at the registration office. After registering and paying the 10 Ling coin fee, the airship transported Li Shui to the landing port in the largest city on the planet. Disembarking from the airship, Li Shui tested the gravitational pull and found it to be quite mild, prompting him to proceed towards the exit. Greetings, fellow traveler. Do you require a hovercar? We can reach any location on this planet within 30 minutes for just 1,000 Ling points. Esteemed traveler, ride with me. Only 990 Ling points and the same 30-minute service. Dear traveler, choose my vehicle. It's brand new, and I can get you there in 25 minutes for only 1,000 Ling points. Hey, fellow traveler, how about my ride? Do you need a car? As Li Shui exited the port, he was besieged by numerous seasoned drivers eager for business, hindering his progress. I'm not riding. I have no money. I'll walk. Haha, traveler, you jest. Your attire clearly indicates you are here for leisure. How could you be short on funds? Ride with me, and I'll even lower the fare to 985 Ling points. I said no. Li Shui was disinclined to engage, yet they surrounded him, following his every move. It was evident they intended to coerce him into riding, their smiles betraying a more sinister intent. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to be forceful? Step aside. Li Shuiesa Anje Flarat. Yet the unruly drivers persisted. Dear traveler, does it matter whose car you take? All vehicles here belong to our group, and our prices are fair. Why venture out to take an unsafe ride? They might take you to a secluded alley and rob you. That would be truly unjust. Just ride with us. Li Shui sneered. I will say this one last time. Step aside. With that, he attempted to push forward, only to be obstructed by two individuals, one of whom grasped his arm. Enraged, Li Shui turned to the man. What is the meaning of this? Are you attempting robbery? Release me, or I shall sever your hand. The man chuckled. Dear traveler, your words are quite amusing. What do you mean by robbery? I merely wish to invite you to ride in my vehicle. This is a legitimate business. He continued, and what was that about severing my hand? Brothers. This traveler claims he will sever my hand. Honestly, I am quite curious to see how you would accomplish that. In an instant, a sword appeared in Li Shui's hand, and he unsheathed it. This is my first visit to this planet, and I have no desire to kill. However, should you wish to become my first victim, I shall gladly oblige. The man laughed. Oh, you're quite serious. I, Qingfengke, am eager to see how you would make me your victim. He too drew his sword, and several of his companions brandished their weapons, albeit without drawing them. Just as Li Shui prepared to advance, a loud shout echoed from afar. Cease this. What's going on here? This is a public space, not a battleground. If you wish to fight, take it outside. Put your swords away immediately, or do not blame me for being ungracious. The drivers hastily sheathed their swords, while Li Shui kept his weapon drawn. Turning to see the newcomer was a uniformed individual, resembling the attire of the landing port robots, suggesting they were a security administrator. Judging by their aura, this person possessed a strength surpassing Li Shui's, likely of a divine warrior level or close to it. Understanding the situation, Li Shui realized that in such a public space, hovercar drivers were often the best source of external income for the management, akin to the relationship between drug dealers and police in Central America. Hey, did you not hear me? Put your sword away, the administrator shouted at Li Shui. After stowing his sword in the spatial ring, Li Shui replied with a cold smirk, I have encountered such tactics numerous times. None who have offended me have ended well. Remember my name. I am Li Shui. I will remember you, and you as well, sir. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the disgruntled officer behind. Li Shui proceeded directly to the hovercar station outside the exit, soon approaching a vehicle driven by a female driver. To Jinjua Bank, how much? The driver promptly opened the door and smiled. Sir, our standard fare is 500 ling points for a global trip, arriving in 30 minutes. After boarding, Li Shui instructed. First to Jinjua Bank. I need to open an account. Then take me to the largest clothing mall. After which to the biggest electronics market, as I wish to upgrade my intelligent spirit. Finally, drop me at a mid-range hotel. Please allow brief waits at each stop. For all this, I shall give you 1 ling coin. The driver's eyes lit up. No problem, sir. We hovercar drivers are quite familiar with most locations globally. 1 ling coin is exceedingly generous. I would gladly act as your guide, so I will charge you just 1 ling coin. Li Shui nodded. You are quite straightforward. Very well, let's be off. Absolutely. As they journeyed, Li Shui inquired about the earlier unruly drivers, discovering they were indeed mere thugs of the hovercar industry, colluding with certain individuals within the station's management. Thus, they routinely exploited unsuspecting passengers at the station entrance while the management turned a blind eye. More alarmingly, if they discerned that a passenger was new to the area, they would even attempt to rob them in secluded alleys, with past incidents of murder having occurred. Upon hearing this, Li Shui chuckled, choosing to remain silent. However, he instructed Xiao Ling to document those individuals for future reference. As they neared the bank, he asked the driver, why do you operate your own vehicle instead of using robots? The female driver shook her head and remarked, the primary reason is that robots evoke a sense of coldness in people. Despite their relatively lower cost, customer reactions have been unfavorable. Many establishments in the city reflect this sentiment. The vast majority still rely on human personnel for service. Even though robots are quite intelligent, no matter how human-like they appear, they will never truly be human, and a certain emotional distance inevitably remains in people's hearts. Thus, robots are predominantly utilized in ports, transportation, and various labor-intensive tasks. In industries like ours, where constant interaction with customers is essential, robots have long been rendered obsolete, and the same is true within the city. Li Shui nodded in understanding. I see. I hail from a small planet where the population is sparse, so we predominantly use robots. Most people have gone off to cultivate their skills. This is quite normal. As their conversation continued, they arrived at a large bank. Once Li Shui exited the vehicle, he said, Sister, please wait a moment. I do not have an account here, so I cannot pay you at this moment. I will either pay you later or hand you a Ling coin directly. The female driver smiled and replied, "That's perfectly fine. I want to accompany you into the bank. I'll take you to the shopping mall afterward." All right. Upon entering Jianju Bank, a beautiful robotic attendant approached and inquired, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. What services do you require?" "To open an account and deposit money." "Certainly. Please proceed to counter 881 to fill out the form." Li Shui couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at being addressed as fellow cultivator by a robot, finding it rather peculiar. Upon reaching counter 881, he was greeted by a charming human employee. Naturally, in the realm of the divine, every woman is beautiful and every man is handsome. As for their ages, even ghosts might be oblivious. After taking a seat, the attractive employee pressed a button on the projector, causing a form to appear before Li Shui. Xiaoling promptly emitted a beam of light, filling out the form in an instant. After reviewing it, the staff member stated, "Fellow cultivator, please provide me with half a strand of hair to create the genetic password for your account." Li Shui handed over a section of hair, and a few minutes later, the staff member asked, "Li Shui, do you wish to deposit 1,000 Ling coins?" "Indeed." After stating this, Li Shui presented a spatial ring. An employee transferred the 1,000 Ling coins into the bank's communal space. She then operated her work console for 2 minutes and used a smart scanner to scan Li Shui from head to toe before returning the spatial ring to him. "Thank you for choosing Jianju Bank. Your account has been successfully established. Wishing you a pleasant life. Goodbye." Goodbye. After leaving the bank, Xiaoling downloaded a banking application, allowing for seamless future transactions. Subsequently, Li Shui transferred 10,000 Ling points to the female driver, who then assisted him in purchasing clothing worth several tens of thousands of Ling points before they arrived at an electronic shopping center. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. What would you like to purchase?" Li Shui removed Xiaoling's Pandora small planet from around his neck and explained, "This intelligent spirit of mine is of divine grade, and she has been with me for quite some time, developing a bond. Therefore, I wish to upgrade her. Do you have any suggestions?" The proprietor of the specialized intelligent spirit shop smiled and responded, "Your situation is quite common. It is difficult to part with an intelligent companion that has been with you for so long. Upgrading is not overly complicated, but the price increases with each level. Our store can upgrade your spirit by 2 major levels, reaching the divine scholar level. If you desire further advancement, a deposit is required, as we will need to procure materials from the mainland. How many levels do you wish to upgrade?" Li Shui pondered for a moment and inquired, "What are the costs?" The shopkeeper smiled and replied, "Divine soldier level costs 5,000 Ling coins, while divine scholar level is 50,000 Ling coins. Those prices are excessive. Perhaps if you could offer a more reasonable rate, I might consider upgrading further." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up upon hearing Li Shui's intent to pursue a higher upgrade. "Could it be that you wish to elevate your intelligent spirit to the divine general level? In that case, I would only charge you 480,000 Ling coins." Li Shui smiled and replied, "Even higher?" "What? Even higher? Are you certain?" The shopkeeper was taken aback, as was the female driver. Li Shui affirmed, "I am indeed certain. But I must caution both of you. Today's events must remain confidential, lest they invite calamity." The female driver promptly responded, "I understand. I have heard nothing today, sir. Perhaps I shall wait for you in the car. Go ahead." After she left, the shopkeeper whispered, "Are you truly certain about upgrading to Divine King level?" Li Shui nodded. "Indeed, if your price is fair, I can provide the deposit now." After considering, the shopkeeper said, 475,000. "If you provide that amount, I will ensure everything is arranged." Li Shui smiled, retrieved a spatial ring, transferred 75,000 Ling coins within, and handed it over. "This is the deposit of 75,000. When will you deliver the divine level intelligent spirit?" Upon receiving the spatial ring, the shopkeeper promptly counted the contents. Upon confirming the amount was accurate, he transferred the Ling coins to his own spatial ring and returned the empty ring to Li Shui. Shortly, within a meal's time, the divine level intelligent spirit will be transported from the mainland. Please return then, and we shall upgrade your intelligent spirit here. Li Shui accepted the empty spatial ring and nodded. "That is acceptable, but remember my warning. Be discreet. A careless word can lead to disaster. I shall return shortly." "Very well, fellow cultivator, travel safely." Not long after Li Shui departed, A spirit armor swiftly left the Ling Long mainland, making its way to the outer space of planet number 10. Meanwhile, Li Shui had checked into a hotel room, then took a flying vehicle back to the electronic shopping center, where the female driver had also left. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, the owner of the Intelligent Spirit Specialty Store invited Li Shui to the back lounge, where someone awaited him. Li Shui, allow me to introduce this individual. He is Mo Pu Zunjia, the manager of our Intelligent Spirit Shop's main store on Linglong mainland, and one of our shareholders. Li Shui nodded slightly. Greetings. Mo Pu. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am also a businessman, and perhaps we may have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Mo Pu responded courteously. Greeting. Li Shui, I am curious about the nature of your business endeavors. My ventures are quite diverse. As long as they are profitable, I engage in a multitude of trades, from cold weapons, robots, and warships to spatial rings, spirit armors, elixirs, techniques, and manuals. I pursue whatever can yield profit. Mo Pu's eyes brightened. It seems your business is quite substantial and wide-ranging, unlike ours, which focuses solely on intelligent spirits and yields little profit throughout the year. One cannot say that. Any business can be lucrative if it gains popularity. Let us proceed with upgrading the intelligent spirit. Here is the final payment of 400,000. He then handed over a spatial ring. After inspecting the spatial ring, Mo Pu returned it to Li Shui and apologized, per our regulations. We must complete your items before collecting payment. However, your current status appears too understated, prompting my glance at your spatial ring. I hope for your understanding. As a gesture of goodwill, I will only charge you 399,000 for the final payment. Li Shui nodded. Indeed, you are worthy of being the main store's manager. Mo Pu, you certainly know how to conduct business. Let us begin. Li Shui entrusted Xiaoling to Mo Pu, who then said, Please enjoy a drink while I personally handle the upgrade for you. It will take no more than half an hour. The process is not significantly different from purchasing a new one, as it merely involves copying the source code and data. Very well. He promptly ordered fine food and drink to be prepared for Li Shui. Certainly, manager. Half an hour later, Li Shui acquired the upgraded Ji Ling previously. The entity of Xiaoling was no larger than a thumb and not completely transparent. Now, however, Xiaoling had grown nearly 15 times in size and was entirely transparent. Upon closer inspection, her liquid spirit gold emitted a twinkling starlight. Xiaoling, how do you feel? Xiaoling projected excitedly. Thank you, master, for everything you have done for me. I feel wonderful. My storage capacity and computational ability have increased by 1 million times, and my resistance to attacks has multiplied several thousand times. Thank you, master. Li Shui gazed at the projection of a now transformed, stunningly beautiful spirit folk maiden and exclaimed, Oh my goodness! Xiaoling, you have grown up. You have become a super exquisite elven beauty. Do you like my current appearance, master? Li Shui nodded with satisfaction, saying, I love it. I absolutely adore it. It seems you have successfully leveled up. After speaking, Li Shui hurriedly handed the spatial ring to Mo Pu. Thank you, Mo Pu, my dear friend. This Ji Ling has been with me for many years. Even if someone offered me 2 new God King level Ji Lings in exchange, I would not part with her. Mo Pu accepted the payment, keeping 10,000 within the spatial ring before returning it to Li Shui. Indeed, we all experience profound loneliness. Once we enter seclusion for cultivation, we often lose track of the years. The only constant companion we have is our Ji Ling, which is why our bond with them runs deep. Furthermore, there are still 10,000 spirit coins in your spatial ring, a courtesy for me. If you're not too busy, Li Shui, I would like to invite you for a drink at a tavern. What do you say? Li Shui raplia apologetically. Iemesuri, Macau Plutoni. I just arrived here today. It's my first time visiting. I have many matters to attend to. Let us exchange contact numbers, and I will come find you for a drink after some time. However, as you can see, my strength is not yet sufficient to venture into the continent, so I must first enhance my abilities. Mo Pu nodded. With your financial resources, it will be exceedingly easy for you to elevate to the God Knight level. Here is my number. Let your Ji Ling scan it. After both exchange contact information, Li Shui da Parta. At this moment, Mo Pu turned to the shop owner and remarked, This ordinary person wields a God King level Ji Ling. His background must be extraordinarily formidable. Keep a discreet eye on him, but remember, do not disturb him and absolutely do not expose his identity. We must avoid attracting great trouble. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Shui took a shower and afterward enjoyed a smoke and drink on the balcony. Xiaoling, where has that little rascal, Xiao Kong Kong, gone? Wasn't she awake when we arrived on this planet? Xiaoling smiled and replied, Master, you need not worry about her. The moment she woke, she vanished. Perhaps she has gained some strength and is off searching for what her star beasts require. She left in quite the hurry. Can you locate her? Currently, yes. Her Jiling terminal indicates she is in the central region of Linglong continent. Li Shui gasped. She has broken through to the God Knight level? Incredible. She has surpassed me significantly. After contemplating, he stated, transfer some funds to the hotel management to extend our stay for a month. There is little business to be had in this small place. I need to focus on my cultivation. Understood. Little one. Place the Feng Tian Ju from the Mist Fairy up for sale in the shop. As for the price, haha, let it be the same as that old law god. 100 trillion spirit coins. All right. By the way, do you know what level of strength manager Mo Pu possesses? I sense he is at least at the God Knight level, though it seems he has sealed his true power. Indeed, he is at the God Knight level, and furthermore, in the mid-tier, individuals of such caliber disdain living on this planet, where the strongest beings are merely at the God Soldier level. Like that officer at the station, he is just at the initial stage of God Soldier level. The planet's overseer should be at the high God Soldier level. Once they break through to God Knight level, they will migrate to the continent. The hierarchy of the divine realm is quite strict, much like in your great galaxy empire. Only those with sufficient strength are entitled to commensurate services, lifestyles, and cultivation environments. Those below God Knight level face certain death upon entering the continent. Xiao Kong Kong is indeed superior to you now. Pleased, Li Shui remarked. Excellent. That seems only fair. After finishing a bottle of wine, Li Shui ventured out to explore, purchasing ample barbecue condiments and various spirits before returning to the hotel to begin his cultivation. Chapter 68. Xiao Kong Kong gets into big trouble months later. In this planet's timeline, Xiao Kong Kong returned in a state of panic. Upon arrival, she frantically implored Li Shui, Boss, let me hide in your small world spatial ring. An old ghost is chasing me. He is incredibly powerful. We cannot defeat him, and I barely managed to escape his grasp. He is right on my heels and will reach here any moment. Li Shui was taken aback. What? A master is hunting you? How did you offend him? What mischief have you been up to? Xiao Kong Kong grin mischievously. Heh. Do you know what I've been doing these past few months? I was waiting for a high-grade spirit herb to mature. That herb is very beneficial for me, but an old ghost discovered it first and was waiting there as well. So I kept my distance. Just now, the herb matured, and I seized the opportunity to snatch it while the old ghost was distracted. He was furious and began to pursue me with his sword. He is a master-level expert. I only managed to escape after circling the continent 3 times.